Chapter 1 Women Only Slow my blade. Mileage if I in like our humble servant weareth the imperial silishidden ishal encheratos urveo with such pleasure athadioshalas into the heavens. A silken enchanting voice beer said Frujang Lysiers, causing Gisban estimalt. A stunning woman with a fox like the sage Claudine semi-transparentic leaned forward and whispered into Heiser, her breasts pressing against them as he displayed her ample curves, her breath like Eafragrancio forked says he seductively spoke, embodying Thesencio face seductive incantress. Am Minute dead? Jiang Lishid pounded, a chaotic surge of memory is flooding his mind. He a butcher hun slaughtered pigs and sheep had somehow traversed worlds to become the crown prince of great Xia dynasty. These ways a world where a martial prowess reign and supreme, where a power fuel warrior scoot move mountains and shitter stars. Yet, the demonic beasture were not more experience points for warriors they were the root of JSN suffering for a living beings. Some mediments ruled mountains, causing havoc in their domains. Others took human form, wreaking devastation upon humanity. The great Xia dynasty was no decaying, with demons running wild dandy hosts wandering free lie. It seemed done lay a matter of to me before a the dynasty would rot completely becoming apparatus for demons. As for Iskor in physica form. Thought he original prince was the here, who was wanton dwict, a dictate to sex, ultimate liddy and go no woman's bed. Being game a lecherous angeless prince would have been bait enough. But the crucial point was that last night he had been a distrained, after getting drunk, sneaked into the imperial studio to stealth imperial seal. After a night of debauchery, he didn't think nowhere had left the imperial seal. This was disaster. Stealing the imperial seal was a capital offense. Losing Jidways and a greater crime. Evenis the crown prince, he could hardly escapeth his fate. Starting in hell mode, what should he do? Mileage didn't as last night thought would bring the imperial seal her to broaden me horizons, you can't backtrack on your word. The warm breath caused John Lizier low to itch, sending shivers through his entire body. He looked up at the enchanting, voluptuous beauty before him. Huyaya, an exquisite beauty gifted of him but sixth prince had drained the original Prince Jianqi on vitality, ultimately leading to his demise. The sixth prince, ranking sixth among the brothers, was indeed a cunning fox. He peered honest on the surface but was secret like treacherous. Over the years, Hahadsiam Loki and dutiful buffed constantly pulled strings behind the scenes. Furthermore, his mother waist-favored concubine ninth the imperial harem and his uncle was prime minister, the leader of all officials. Whether in terms of identity background, Ormians, he was the most outstanding among Galtha princes. If young Liwer and Hildeston, the throne of the crown prince might have a belonged to him. Wait. Wanton Andwicht. Stealing the imperial seal after getting drunk. Jung listened said a conspiracy. He remembered how Huya had performed at various poses last night, luring him to drink, and then Hahajonto stealth imperial seal. It seemed that the mastermind behind all thighs was sixth prince. What a cunning fox. Beautiful sixth prince had truly obtained the imperial seal, why did he still need Huya Oyato continue probing Zhongli? Had Hiria lost the imperial seal? Ugh. Hishadaked. It felt like he was vanilla using Isprin. Mileage, please tell our humble servant where he hid the imperial seal. I feudo, you'll perform a dragon soaring dance for you, ensuring you ascentiblis. A purple glow lit up in Huyeoios linderies. An ancient tinge illusion. John Lyses became a hazy, buthishy art sudden lilurched. Hasn't said a maniki. This Huyeo was not a mansuwe sodoman. No way. These encantress asti otherwise, he would never be built out with her. Thinking of this jangless right-hand wander Huyayasmuth delicatescin before grasping harem plebiscum. Beauty I fiumika mesitisfied il telio wereth imperial selishidden. John Lai had a pigly expression, Buthus left hand reached for that knife handle beside bed. The great Xia dynasty was founded on martial prowess and as the crown prince John Li was required to carry a knife daily. The cold, rough knife handle in hand John Li Zayas became cold and fires. Meanwhile Huyeo Yusur spricked up, fully focused in Jiang words, unaware of the impending danger. Go to hell with the Orskrits. Jiang Liro aired loudly, instantly shocking Huyeo Yasmond. Then, John lighter whisk knife exerting his utmost strength hand speed. Feblade shimmered with a killer intent and thickened a light, his cold edge flashing across Huyeo's neck like lightning. Fast. Too fast. Huyeo you never expected that John Li, under her illusion, would suddenly attack. Harry's widened and when she realized it, her neck had already been cut, blood spurting out. Boot shedded teeth staggering backwards, falling to the ground, struggling to crawl away. Indeed, she was Sophox demon van like these, sheddindy. John Li held the knife, its tip still dripping with blood, his body and the blade covered in blood, making him look like a Godot were embodied in the night. Asa Butcher, his hand must bestity, and his knefest befears. One hit kill was his specialty. But Huyea didn't even after being struck in the neck it was because John Li's knife skills were poor but because Huyea's fatality was strong. You. Huyea mavid backward centerer, staring dis belly fat John Li. She never expect that Thysis Celeste Crown Prince would ereto kill her. Her illusion sand magicor tu slotocast. What are you stammering for, I can see through you in an instant. You little foxdeman, trying to cloudmond? Jiang Li walked over to Huyao, ignoring her seductive, sexy body, and swung a sniffy again. His first kill in this new world was the person be his side. Splat. Hot demonic blood splashed out, hitting Zhang Lisfus, adding to hint of ferocity to Hishan Semi fetchers. Huyao was completely slain, her body convulsing and shrinking rapidly, ultimately transforming into a fox carcass. In this world, martial arts reigned supreme, but demons rampaged, causing chaos and suffering. Jiang Li was nothing original Prince Buta butcher stained with blood. Killing Gothic sway some retreffel. At this moment, a warm current flowed into Jiang Li's body from Huyao's corpse. Jiang Li suddenly discovered that there was a wordless skysel in his mind. See. Words materialized on it. Jiang Li. Realm Chi Blood Realm, first layer. Taoist accomplishment none. Technique Tiger's Roar, Dragon's Cry uninitiated. Martial skill Demon Slaying Blade technique entry level. Meanwhile, along with Thorm Current entering his body, Tomer Linus appeared on wordless skysly. Demon Fox Slain gained 10 years of Taoist accomplishment. Obtain low-grade divine ability Illusion Piercing Eyes. Jiang Li Faro Dedis Bros. The Tiger's Roar, Dragon's Cry was a martial technique inherited with Great Xia Royal family age rank low-grade technique. The Demon Slaying Blade technique was a low-grade martial skill practice said by the original prince. Martial technique and skills were divided into foreigns heaven, earth, mystery, and yellow, white the rank further divided into high, middle, and low levels. And martial skills were categorized into entry, minor mastery, major mastery, proficiency, perfection, flawlessness, enlightenment, and Taoist realm bassin proficiency. The original prince was wanton and wicked, indulgent in nightly rivalry, neglecting his martial training, and naturally weak in power. The enlightening Hekud Bostof was entry-level proficiency in demon. Chapter 2 The blade strikes the sixth prince. At that moment, Jiang Li felt a surge of vitality coursing through his veins, granting him newfound strength. Simultaneously, the inscriptions upon the unadorned celestial steel began to shift. Jiang Li Realm Threefold Vitality Cultivation 0 Technique. A first layer of the Tiger's Roar and Dragon's Chant Martial Skill. A beginner's blade technique for exercising demons' divine ability. Inferior grade Illusion Breaking Spirit. The Tiger's Roar and Dragon's Chant is a foundational technique of the Earth tier, comprising a total of 10 layers. At this juncture, Jiang Li expended 10 years of cultivation to ascend to the first layer, thereby elevating his realm to the threefold vitality. The martial arts are divided into 9 realms. Vitality Realm, True Chi Realm, Dantian Realm, Divine Sea Realm, Earthly Fiend Realm, Celestial Gang Realm, Yin Yang Realm, Saint Realm, and Emperor Realm, each further subdivided into 9 tiers. Previously, Jiang Li had been mired in indulgence, depleting his body to the point of being utterly powerless. Yet now, he had acquired the strength to fight exorcising demons and vanquishing evil to gain cultivation, infinitely deriving martial knowledge. This golden finger seems quite promising. Jiang Li gripped the blade tightly, his gaze sharpening with intensity. I am the crown prince of this realm. Do you dare to draw your swords against me, seeking to annihilate my family? Jiang Li's voice boomed, reverberating throughout the hall, instilling fear in all present. Instantly, the guards hesitated in their steps. Now was the moment. Without a trace of hesitation, Jiang Li drew his sword. Exorcising Demon's Blade technique. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a flash of silver streaked through the room, cold and blinding. The closest guard to Jiang Li was swiftly dispatched with a single slash to the throat. Collapsing lifelessly, Jiang Li, undeterred, continued his assault, moving with the precision of a butcher. In the threefold vitality realm, Jiang Li's arms wielded a force of 3,000 pounds. Combined with the sharpness of his blade, the guard's flesh and blood were utterly defenseless. The sixth prince could only witness a dazzling display of blade light and shadow before his entourage of 7 or 8 guards fell into a pool of blood. Every strike was lethal, all were slain. With blood oozing from the blade, it trickled down to form a crimson puddle on the floor. Though the sixth prince was cunning, he had been pampered and privileged, and had never encountered such a scene. With a thud, the sixth prince's legs buckled, collapsing to the ground, as he lost all composure, disgracefully soiling himself. Old Six, you frightened yourself to the point of wetting your pants. Jiang Li sneered, brandishing the blade. The sixth prince, realizing his dignity was utterly shattered, felt his face flush crimson, veins bulging on his neck in embarrassment. His eyes blazed with fury as he pointed a trembling finger at Jiang Li, attempting to threaten him. Swish, in an instant, the blade flashed, severing the sixth prince's outstretched finger. Yet, just as Jiang Li intended to eradicate the threat completely, the sixth prince's jade pendant suddenly glowed, transforming into a golden shield that deflected Jiang Li's strike. After all, the sixth prince was the cherished son of the fragrant concubine, and it was no surprise he possessed a life-preserving artifact. With Jiang Li's current strength, he was unable to shatter the golden light and eliminate the sixth prince. Nevertheless, the pain of his severed finger caused the sixth prince to scream in agony. Old Six, since you relish in patience, continue to endure, dare to prance before me, and I shall slay you. Jiang Li fixed his gaze upon the sixth prince, a sinister grin curling his lips, resembling a ferocious tiger baring its fangs, instilling terror in the sixth prince's heart. Do not kill me, the sixth prince shrieked, scrambling desperately to escape, knowing this encounter would haunt him for a lifetime. With the golden light shielding him, Jiang Li could only watch as the sixth prince fled, yet, he remained unperturbed. The sixth prince, having dared to provoke him, was already as good as dead. It was merely a matter of time. More daunting than the sixth prince was the fragrant concubine behind him, a true vixen of unparalleled cunning. The immediate priority was to safeguard his identity as crown prince. Otherwise, both the fragrant concubine and Prime Minister Yi would undoubtedly conspire to end his life. Seizing the lifeless body of Hu Yaoyao, Jiang Li strode purposefully towards the Golden Palace. Within the Golden Palace, officials lined both sides, the atmosphere solemn and austere. A middle-aged man adorned with a crown and clad in a dragon robe sat upon the dragon throne. His square face bore an air of authority, yet his complexion was pale, with deep-set dark circles under his eyes, a clear sign of indulgence that he was none other than Emperor Jiang Dingshan of the Great Xia. Although he had succumbed to excess, he remained a formidable force at the Celestial Gang realm, his presence still commanding respect and instilling fear throughout the Great Xia. Beside him stood a breathtaking beauty, her figure graceful and alluring, dressed in resplendent red imperial attire. Her slender waist and soft curves were mesmerizing. As she moved, she resembled a seductive serpent, enchanting all who beheld her. Her features were enough to drive one to madness, with raven-black hair, a delicate face, brows as gentle as spring hills, and eyes that shimmered like autumn waters. Her alluring visage, paired with captivating phoenix eyes, was truly a feast for the eyes. The vibrant red of her imperial attire accentuated her bosom and slender waist, evoking an irresistible desire in those who dared to gaze upon her. Such a beguiling beauty possessed an innocence in her eyes, glistening with tears, evoking a deep yearning in the hearts of onlookers. Purity and seduction, two contrasting qualities, harmoniously coalesced within her. This enchanting figure was none other than the fragrant concubine. Your Majesty, the imperial jade seal is the nation's treasure, and it has been stolen by His Highness the Crown Prince. Such an act is a great betrayal. The Emperor's crimes are equal to those of commoners. I implore Your Majesty to impose severe punishment. Yi Nantian, the Prime Minister of the Great Xia and the Sixth Prince's uncle, boldly spoke out, intent on condemning Jiang Li to death. Once Jiang Li was eliminated, the position of Crown Prince would fall to the Sixth Prince. They would then gradually eliminate Emperor Jiang Dingshan, and the Great Xia dynasty would be theirs for the taking. I concur with the Prime Minister's sentiments. I beseech Your Majesty to deliver justice. I second that. Yi Nanshan's words were instantly echoed by the Sixth Prince's faction. An old mud dares to pass judgment upon me. At that moment, a voice as cold as steel pierced through the golden palace, akin to a chilling wind that sent shivers down the spines of all present. Startled, the officials turned their gazes towards the entrance of the hall. There stood Jiang Li, blade in hand, blood staining the air with an overwhelming ferocity. Chapter 3 At the 10-day deadline, Jiang Li strode boldly into the golden hall, lifting his gaze to the dragon throne where Jiang Dingshan Saturday. Once a diligent ruler, Jiang Dingshan had now succumbed to debauchery. His capabilities dulled. The architect of this decline was none other than the fragrant concubine beside him. As Jiang Li's eyes fell upon the concubine, they widened in shock. He instinctively invoked his divine ability of the Eye of Illusion-breaking spirit. In that moment, the alluring figure of the concubine transformed before his eyes into a 1,000-year-old fox demon. This favored concubine, showered with adoration, was revealed to be a malevolent entity. Jiang Li was taken aback. No wonder Jiang Dingshan had grown increasingly inept, and the Great Xia dynasty was slowly decaying. He finally comprehended that the concubine and Yi Nantian were not merely after his princely title. Their true ambition was to usurp the Great Xia. With this realization, Jiang Li cast his gaze upon the others present. What he saw was startling. Yi Nantian, the head of the officials, was revealed to be a 1,000-year-old wolf demon. Among the civil and military officials, numerous other demons had taken human form, manipulating the court. The vast court had already been infiltrated by these malevolent beings, riddled with corruption. A chill ran down Jiang Li's spine, yet he concealed his trepidation. With his current strength, he was ill-equipped to confront such a multitude of demons. The only path to triumph was to safeguard himself, thereby clearing the court of these malevolent entities. How audacious of you, Jiang Li, to intrude upon the golden hall with a blade! Yi Nantian bellowed, taking the initiative to attack. However, Jiang Li ignored him, instead directing his attention to Jiang Dingshan. Father, your son has come regarding the matter of the Imperial Seal. I confess to the theft of the Imperial Seal. I accept that. I also acknowledge its loss, yet, behind me stands a mastermind. With that proclamation, Jiang Li cast the lifeless body of Hu Yaoyao onto the floor of the golden hall. This person, Hu Yaoyao, is the one who incited me to steal the Imperial Seal. She was given to me by the Sixth Prince, and this very morning, he sent men to the Eastern Palace to capture me. Colluding with demons, plotting against the Crown Prince, and stealing the Imperial Seal, I confess my crimes, but I demand a thorough investigation into the Sixth Prince. Jiang Li's words were simple yet direct. I admit to stealing the Imperial Seal, but the Sixth Prince is the true mastermind. If you wish to punish me, then the Sixth Prince must face punishment as well. Jiang Li, how dare you? Your own debauchery has led you to fall victim to the demon's schemes, yet you have the audacity to slander the Sixth Prince. Yi Nantian erupted in fury, his voice laced with malice. Despite Jiang Dingshan's incompetence, he was a formidable figure in the celestial realm, capable of suppressing all opposition. Furthermore, the Great Xia dynasty had thrived under a millennium of national fortune, not something that mere demons could easily encroach upon. Thus, they could only manipulate Jiang Dingshan through the concubine, allowing the Sixth Prince to ascend as a puppet emperor, gradually consuming the Great Xia from within. Therefore, the Sixth Prince must not be allowed to falter. Minister Yi, I have merely spoken the truth. Why must you act in such desperation? But you are the Sixth Prince's uncle. Perhaps this matter concerns you as well. Or could it be that the Imperial Seal now resides within the minister's residence? With narrowed eyes, Jiang Li displayed no fear. Yi Nanshan's eyes blazed with fury. He stared incredulously at Jiang Li, unable to fathom that this was the same debauched and feeble Crown Prince. Such a treacherous tactic, how insidious. Most troubling was that this was indeed a scheme he and the Sixth Prince had orchestrated in secret. Should a thorough investigation ensue, both he and the Sixth Prince would be implicated. Your Highness, one may indulge in reckless eating, but one must not speak recklessly. The theft and loss of the Imperial Seal are facts that cannot be altered, regardless of whom you implicate. Yi Nantian sought to steer the conversation back to the Imperial Seal, denying Jiang Li any opportunity for further evasion. With a swift motion, Jiang Li drew his blade, holding it against his throat, no longer regarding Yin Antian but instead facing Jiang Dingshan. I confess to the theft of the imperial seal. Please, father, strip me of my princely title. I also admit to the loss of the imperial seal. Grant me death, however. I have but one final wish, a thorough investigation into the sixth prince, with severe punishment for his transgressions. The hall erupted in astonishment at Jiang Li's declaration. Jiang Dingshan's pupils constricted, the concubine's lips parted in disbelief. Yin Antian stood speechless. A death sentence. Not only had Jiang Li confessed, but he also sought to renounce his title, seemingly desiring death? Had he lost his senses? At that moment, Yin Anshan's eyes seethed with fury. He finally grasped Jiang Li's ulterior motive in seeking to confess. This was a strategic retreat. Jiang Li was using the threat of death to drag the sixth prince into the fray. He, a mere waste, had managed to outmaneuver him. Your Majesty, I have something to say. Just then, a towering, white-haired elder emerged from among the court officials. Yang Wudi, the Grand General of the kingdom, was also the foremost figure in the military of the Great Xia dynasty. He bore another title, a staunch supporter of the crown prince. His granddaughter, Yang Liui, was already betrothed to Jiang Li, destined to become his crown princess upon his coming of age. Should Jiang Li perish, Yang Wudi would be the first to oppose it. Historically, usurping the rightful heir has been a path to chaos. Executing the crown prince is unprecedented. Should this precedent be set, it would leave a lasting stain on our legacy. I implore your Majesty to reconsider. Yang Wudi's voice resonated with authority, his words unwavering. The general speaks wisely. Although the crown prince has stolen the imperial seal, his crimes do not warrant death. I urge your Majesty to think carefully. Yang Wudi's remarks swiftly garnered the support of numerous military officials. Jiang Dingshan remained silent, casting his gaze upon Yin Antian. Minister Yi, what say you? Seated upon the dragon throne, Jiang Dingshan observed all that transpired, formulating his own calculations. Though Yin Antian yearned to see Jiang Li punished mercilessly, he could not permit Jiang Li to implicate the sixth prince. Thus, he was forced to grit his teeth and concede. I too believe the crown prince's crimes do not warrant death. I beseech your Majesty to deliberate further. Jiang Li's scheme had succeeded. This also garnered Jiang Dingshan's gaze towards him, now tinged with appreciation. He had initially thought Jiang Li a hopeless case, yet today, Jiang Li's performance had kindled a flicker of expectation. Moreover, he had never truly wished to harm Jiang Li. After all, Jiang Li's mother had been his beloved wife, who had tragically passed away young, leaving him with a lifelong regret. He had channeled all of his unfulfilled wishes onto Jiang Li. Thus, the words of Yang Wudi and others provided him with a graceful avenue of retreat. Jiang Li, you have stolen the imperial seal and subsequently lost it. While many plead for your clemency today, the death penalty may be evaded, yet the lesser crimes cannot be overlooked. I grant you 10 days. Should you recover the imperial seal within this time frame, I shall overlook your past transgressions. Should you fail, I shall not only strip you of your princely title but also imprison you in the dungeons. Do you have any objections? Jiang Dingshan rose, surveying the assembly, his gaze ultimately settling upon Jiang Li. He was offering Jiang Li a chance for redemption, yet whether Jiang Li could seize this opportunity remained to be seen. 10 days? A surge of elation coursed through Jiang Li. Although reclaiming the imperial seal would not be an easy endeavor, he had at least secured a 10-day reprieve. As for what lay beyond that, he would address it when the time came. After all, can a living person truly be suffocated by their own constraints? Thank you, Father, for your magnanimity. Your son shall strive to redeem himself and recover the imperial seal. Jiang Li responded earnestly. I am weary, let this be decided. Dismissed. Jiang Dingshan waved his hand, departing the court with the assistance of the concubine. The civil and military officials cast one last lingering glance at Jiang Li before gradually withdrawing. Clutching the bloodied blade, Jiang Li suddenly approached Yin Anshan's side, flashing a smile. Old dog, mark my words, one day I shall personally end your life. Chapter 4. A call for help at the Fragrant Palace. This is the sleeping quarters of the Fragrant Concubine. At this moment, Prime Minister Yin Antian has arrived here under the pretext of visiting the injured sixth prince. Jiang Li must die. An enraged roar erupted from Yin Anshan's lips. I shall dispatch the demon guards to thwart him. He must not reclaim the imperial seal. When the 10 days are up, the Summer Emperor will be compelled to depose his crown prince. By then, he will be cast into the dungeons, where I intend for him to perish. Yin Antian ground his teeth, wishing fervently to dismember Jiang Li. However, the Fragrant Concubine shook her head. No, not only must we not impede him, but we must also assist him in locating the imperial seal. The imperial seal is the treasure of the nation's fortune. Should it fall into our hands, absorbing its power would not only weaken the fortunes of the Great Xia but also significantly enhance our own strength. Why not simply eliminate Jiang Dingshan and usurp the throne? Firstly, Jiang Dingshan is far too powerful to be easily killed. Secondly, the millennium of the Great Xia's fortunes necessitates a more gradual approach. If we can obtain the imperial seal, we can diminish the Great Xia's fortunes, bringing us closer to our goal of seizing it. Red Chamber and your demon guards need only keep a watchful eye on Jiang Li. Once he retrieves the imperial seal, we shall seize it, ensuring not only its possession but also his utter demise. Yin Antian, though hot-tempered, found himself outmaneuvered by the cunning Fragrant Concubine. Very well, if that is the case, let him live a few more days. When the time comes, I shall personally crush him. Yin Anshan's eyes gleamed with fury, a seething hatred boiling within him. After the court session, Jiang Li returned to the Eastern Palace. Although he had temporarily gained 10 days respite, as long as the imperial seal remained lost, he remained in peril. Having barely managed to live once more, he had no desire to die a coward's death. However, he was but one man, weak and alone. The task of retrieving the imperial seal was daunting, and none within the palace could be trusted. It seemed he would need to seek external assistance. His father, the emperor, was incompetent, the demon concubine was manipulative, treacherous officials held sway, and demons roamed freely. Zhongli harbored no trust for anyone in the palace, thus, he required a powerful and trustworthy ally. The general's manor. Zhongli had pinpointed his source of aid. Currently, among the officials of the court, only the general's manor shared a fate intertwined with his own. Today's plea from Yang Wudi on behalf of himself was the best testament to this. With this thought in mind, Zhongli rose and left the eastern palace, heading straight for the general's manor. The general's manor was renowned for its loyalty and valor. Yang Wudi's martial achievements were illustrious. Having participated in countless battles throughout his life, he was instrumental in the expansion of the Great Xiao's territory, yet, he had sustained innumerable injuries, and now, in his old age, he was burdened with many hidden ailments, unable to don armor and fight, relegated to a life of leisure in the capital. Yang Wudi had 3 sons and 1 daughter. Among them, the youngest daughter had passed away, while the eldest and second sons had perished on the battlefield. The remaining third son had suffered severe injuries, resulting in paralysis. Thus, the male heirs of the general's manor were now reduced to Yang Wudi and his third son, Yang Tianxiao, 1 old and 1 crippled. Among the third generation, there was but 1 daughter, the betrothed princess, Yang Liuyi, who had been promised to Zhongli. Once a household of great military renown, the general's manor now faced a decline, bereft of heirs, a truly lamentable state. Standing before the general's manor, Zhongli recalled the information from the original owner's memories. The dynasty was decaying, and the rampant demons could not be divorced from the tendency to prioritize civil over military matters. In this time of peace, the title of the nation's great general had become little more than a hollow honor, devoid of power, a tragic reality for the Great Xia. Upon learning of Zhongli's arrival, Yang Wudi, accompanied by his son Yang Tianxiao, personally came to greet him. Yang Wudi was a robust figure, aged yet resilient, while Yang Tianxiao sat in a wheelchair, his gaze dim. Zhongli entered the general's manor alongside them, only to find the place sparsely populated and rather desolate. The emptiness of the manor is a disservice to your highness, please forgive us. Yang Wudi spoke awkwardly. The general has devoted his life to the nation and sought no indulgence. I can only feel admiration and would not dare to place blame, for those who are chivalrous are often but slaughterers of dogs, while the treacherous are typically scholars. As a butcher, Zhongli held the utmost respect for loyal figures like Yang Wudi. General, you are my elder, I shall not conceal my intentions from you. My father has granted me but 10 days, and time is of the essence. I have come to seek your assistance. Zhongli did not beat around the bush but went straight to the point. Even if your highness were to remain silent, this old minister would offer his utmost support. I have already prepared an individual for your highness, one who is sure to meet your satisfaction. Yang Wudi had anticipated Zhongli's request for aid and had been prepared. Soon, a graceful figure entered the hall. Your highness, this is the personal guard I have prepared for you. Her name is Yang Liuyi. Yang Liuyi, is that not my betrothed princess? Zhongli was taken aback. He looked up to see Yang Liuyi clad in black, her figure slender and graceful, her hair elegantly coiled high, revealing a neck as white and long as a swan's. Her bosom was ample, her curves breathtaking, and her waist was as delicate as willow, bending with the breeze. Most striking were her long, straight legs. Should she perform a split, it would surely be remarkable. However, her face was obscured by a black mask, concealing her features, leaving only a pair of deep, bright eyes visible. Zhongli's gaze met those profound eyes, and an inexplicable chill swept over him, causing him to shudder. So, this is Yang Liuyi. In the rigid perceptions of the world, the offspring of martial generals are generally characterized by their boldness and disregard for trivialities, embodying the archetype of a fierce warrior woman. For instance, the daughter of the champion marquis, robust and brawny, adept with a heavy hammer, known to have fought demons barehanded, earning the title of a tigress, yet the Yang Liuyi before him was like a bat in the night, stealthy yet lethal. General, is it truly appropriate for Miss Liu to serve as my personal guard? Considering her esteemed status, Zhongli did not doubt Yang Liuyi's abilities, but rather found her identity somewhat peculiar. Swiftly, Zhongli's words were cut short. As a dagger, as thin as a cicada's wing, was pressed against his throat. The sharp blade sent a chill through Zhongli, causing his hair to stand on end, rendering him immobile. Yang Liuyi was formidable, a practitioner of the Dantian realm. With Zhongli's strength at the 3rd level of the Vitality realm, he would scarcely withstand a single move against her. Liuyi, what are you doing? Release his highness at once, Yang Wudi exclaimed in alarm. Yet, Yang Liuyi remained unfazed. We are betrothed by arrangement. The contract is set. The world may deem you debauched and incompetent, yet I shall only trust what I can see. In these 10 days, I shall be your personal guard, aiding you in reclaiming the imperial seal. Should you succeed, we shall discuss the matter of our betrothal thereafter. If you fail, then your death shall nullify the contract. Should you agree, I shall serve as your personal guard. Should you refuse, I will take your life right now. Yang Liuyi's voice was frigid, akin to a soulless machine, yet Zhongli could sense a palpable malevolence emanating from her. He understood that if he did not acquiesce, this madwoman would indeed take his life. Chapter 5 The Courtesan Bureau's Melodies. I promise. In a bid to preserve his own life, Zhongli was compelled to relent. Once the dagger departed, he finally caught his breath. Suddenly, his vision blurred, and Yang Liuyi gracefully exited the grand hall, vanishing without a trace. This madwoman is truly my future princess? If I were to wed her, who knows who would truly hold the reins? How terrifying, yet, she possesses a certain individuality. I find myself drawn to this feeling of conquest. Your highness, I apologize for the fright. Is not typically like this. She is gentle and serene, a truly good girl. Yang Wudi quickly interjected to remedy the situation. Zhongli's lips twitched. Is this what you call gentle and serene? Old general, you cannot simply speak untruths. General, you are aware that Xiang Fei and Prime Minister Yi have long wished to eliminate me. Are you truly at ease placing your precious granddaughter in my midst? Should any misfortune befall her, I cannot bear the consequences. Jiang Li had initially sought to inquire of Yang Wudi regarding a few seasoned soldiers, only to have him directly offer up his cherished granddaughter. What a burden, ahem. Yang Wudi felt somewhat awkward but was compelled to explain. It was Yi who proposed this herself. The old minister could not deny her, however. Rest assured, Your Highness, Yi is not only a practitioner of the Dantian realm but also proficient in assassination, tracking, stealth, disguise, and various poisons. Her ability to safeguard you is unequivocal. Jiang Li was rendered speechless. Do you hear yourself? Is this truly the discourse of a civilized person, which noble young lady does not study the arts and domestic virtues yet instead masters the ways of an assassin? Are you here to protect me or to bring about my demise? Nevertheless, Jiang Li had already given his word to Yang Liuyi, and it was too late to retract it now. So be it, a female assassin is still a female assassin, and at least she is a practitioner of the Dantian realm. After exchanging a few more pleasantries with Yang Wudi, Jiang Li took his leave. However, as he departed the general's residence, an additional companion accompanied him. Where do you intend to begin the search for the imperial seal? Yang Liuyi inquired, eager to witness Jiang Li's capabilities. Jiang Li smiled, confident. We shall first visit the Courtesan Bureau to listen to the melodies. The Courtesan Bureau, a division under the Ministry of Rites, was originally tasked with managing court music and ceremonies, but it gradually evolved into a state-run brothel. Your Highness, you have finally graced us with your presence. You cannot fathom how the ladies have longed for you during your absence. They have been unable to eat or drink, all waiting for your favor. A flamboyant woman clad in official garb approached Jiang Li, her demeanor exuding a flirtatious charm. Her name was Furong, the overseer of the women in the Courtesan Bureau. Though merely of the 9th rank, she still held a position of authority commonly referred to as the licensed madam. Summon Chen Sisi. I shall await her in the Spring Breeze Pavilion. Jiang Li commanded with familiarity. Chen Sisi was the bureau's top courtesan and also Jiang Li's favored companion. However, he was not here today to indulge in romance. Your Highness, Sisi has arrived. Soon, Furong's alluring voice resonated from outside the door. Come in. Jiang Li beckoned, and the door was gently pushed open. There exists a type of woman who, regardless of how much she may cloak herself, can still evoke a profound sensuality. Without a doubt, Chen Sisi epitomizes such a woman. Her features may not be breathtaking, yet they are exquisite, not adorned by cosmetics but rather innate. Her harmonious visage belongs to the category of a second-glance beauty. At first glance, one may perceive nothing remarkable, but upon a second look, one finds it irresistibly captivating. Over time, her allure only deepens. It is a sensuality that emanates from her very essence. She is, indeed, the focal point of Jiang Li's expedition. Since Sisi has arrived, you may all leave. Jiang Li regarded Chen Sisi with satisfaction and waved Furong away. However, only 3 individuals remained in the Spring Breeze Pavilion: Jiang Li, Chen Sisi, and Yang Liuyi. You may leave as well. Close the door and wait for me outside. Jiang Li spoke bluntly, instructing Yang Liuyi to exit. Yang Liuyi cast a piercing glance at Jiang Li, her eyes sharp enough to send a chill down his spine, yet she refrained from retaliating, letting out a cold huff before turning away and shutting the door behind her. Who allows their fiancée to stand guard outside a brothel? Within the Spring Breeze Pavilion, Jiang Li was unconcerned with Yang Liuyi's sentiments. Women, after all, can be trained. Once they fall into one's grasp, even the fiercest steed can be tamed. At this moment, Jiang Li's focus shifted entirely to Chen Sisi. Divine talent, illusion-breaking spirit eye. Jiang Li discreetly invoked his mystical ability, seeking to ascertain whether Chen Sisi was a demon eye. In this tumultuous era plagued by demons, the court had become riddled with corruption. Chen Sisi was an integral component of his plan, and any unexpected developments were unacceptable. Fortunately, Chen Sisi was human, not a demon. Sisi, I recall that your father was the former deputy minister of works, Chen Jingtian, correct? Jiang Li stated directly, causing Chen Sisi's delicate frame to stiffen slightly. The women of the Courtesan Bureau were primarily the kin of disgraced officials, and Chen Sisi was no exception. She was the daughter of a deputy minister and truly a woman of noble standing. However, her father had been falsely accused by treacherous officials, ultimately imprisoned, and subsequently, their household was confiscated. Chen Sisi and her sister were sent to the Courtesan Bureau. To protect her sister, Chen Sisi was compelled to step into the mire. She strove to rise, becoming the top courtesan of the bureau, all for the sake of her sister's safety. It was through her protection that her sister, Chen Shishir, had not fallen into ruin. This was the deepest wound in Chen Sisi's heart, and Jiang Li's words had unveiled it, causing her pain to bleed anew. Your Highness, what has prompted this interest in my personal affairs today? Chen Sisi feigned ignorance of Jiang Li's intentions but maintained her smile, wary of offending him. A decade prior, Chen Jingtian had been falsely accused of corruption by Yi Nantian, leading to his imprisonment and eventual demise within the confines of his cell. The Chen family's kin had either perished or succumbed to madness, leaving only Chen Sisi and her sister, Chen Shishir, to survive. You have struggled desperately to shield your sister, yet as a woman and the descendant of a disgraced official, you could offer little protection. Today, while Chen Shishir may not entertain guests, she toils in menial labor. Furthermore, as I understand it, you and your sister are twins, and Chen Shishir is also a stunning beauty. With Furong's cunning and methods, even with your protection, she would surely not spare Chen Shishir, her prized possession. Thus, it will not be long before I might encounter your sister here. Jiang Li perused the memories of the original owner, slowly unveiling Chen Sisi's scar. Your Highness, are you intentionally toying with me? Chen Sisi's expression darkened, yet her lowly status forbade her from offending Jiang Li. However, Jiang Li merely shook his head, his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon her. I am not here to mock you. On the contrary, I have come to offer you salvation. If you assist me in a single task, I shall guarantee the rescue of both you and your sister from the Courtesan Bureau. Chapter 6, A Provocation to Elicit. When the Golden Wind and Jade do meet, it surpasses countless encounters in the mortal realm. After a night of indulgence, Jiang Li emerged from the Spring Breeze Pavilion, his eyes adorned with dark circles, yawning as he stepped outside. It appeared that his night had yielded fruitful results. However, as soon as he exited, he was met with a pair of frosty, piercing eyes, those of Yang Liuyi, whose gaze was as sharp as a blade. Instinctively, Jiang Li felt a chill descend upon him, hastily clamping his legs together while he reveled in the pleasures of the night. Yang Liuyi had braved the cold winds outside. More critically, they were in the teaching bureau, where dissonant sounds echoed, challenging her composure and subjecting her to both physical and mental torment. Thus, her demeanor towards Jiang Li grew increasingly frigid, tinged even with a hint of disdain. Your Highness, why are you up so early? Do spare a moment for CC. The mature and alluring Furong rushed to his side, coming to Jiang Li's aid. After such a wild night, CC is exhausted, let her continue to rest. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Ensure the young lady is properly attended to, and I shall indulge you both when I have the time. Jiang Li waved his hand dismissively, a satisfied expression gracing his face as he made his way out. Your Highness, you must visit often. Furong called after him, her face filled with reluctance. Jiang Li merely waved back as he departed the teaching bureau alongside Yang Liuyi. Once Jiang Li had left, Furong entered the Spring Breeze Pavilion, only to find Chen Cici still lost in slumber, clearly fatigued from the previous night. After a careful inspection revealed nothing amiss, she closed the door, allowing Chen Cici to rest a while longer. As the leading courtesan, Furong exhibited considerable leniency towards Chen Cici. However, upon returning to her own chamber, Furong promptly retrieved a communication jade talisman. Reporting to your Highness, the Crown Prince has departed, she reported with a tone of utmost humility, akin to that of a loyal hound. What did he do? Came a familiar voice from the jade talisman, none other than Xiang Fei. Furong, not daring to conceal anything, recounted every detail of Jiang Li's activities upon entering the teaching bureau. Are you certain he exhibited no unusual behavior? Xiang Fei pressed further. Rest assured, your Highness, I have been vigilant and observed nothing out of the ordinary, Furong replied respectfully, for she was one of Xiang Fei's trusted confidants, and would never utter a word of deceit. You have done well. Continue to keep a close watch on him. Xiang Fei commended her efforts before ending the communication. At that moment, Jiang Li was unaware of the exchange between Furong and Xiang Fei. Yet even if he had known, it would not have mattered to him, as his initial plan had already borne fruit. Back to the East Palace. After leaving the teaching bureau, Jiang Li proceeded with Yang Liuyi towards the East Palace. Yang Liuyi believed Jiang Li had finally seen the light and intended to investigate the matter of the missing imperial seal. However, upon returning to the East Palace, Jiang Li promptly fell into a deep slumber. This left Yang Liuyi seething with frustration, her teeth clenched. After an exhausting night, Jiang Li's slumber extended from morning until afternoon. Bring me a bath and fresh clothes. Jiang Li awoke refreshed and invigorated, ready to cleanse himself. Following his rejuvenating bath, he ordered a lavish spread of fish and meat from the imperial kitchen. Why not sit down and share a meal with me? He warmly invited Yang Liuyi to join him for dinner. Yang Liuyi cast a wary glance at Jiang Li, remaining silent, though her eyes grew increasingly dangerous. Understanding her stance, Jiang Li proceeded to feast heartily. In no time, the grand banquet was devoured entirely by him. With a satisfied belch, Jiang Li casually picked at his teeth, entirely oblivious to the decorum expected of a prince. I must remind you, you have wasted an entire day. Yang Liuyi finally spoke, with the sun descending in the west, signaling the end of a beautiful day. Zhang Dingshan had granted Jiang Li but 10 days, and today marked the second. As the sun set, the second day was swiftly drawing to a close, ushering in the third. Yet Jiang Li displayed no sense of urgency, exhibiting a demeanor of reckless abandon. Truly a hopeless case. Though Yang Liuyi harbored disdain for Jiang Li, she could not bear to witness him squander his time. Who said I wasted an entire day? I had important matters to attend to at the teaching bureau. Jiang Li declared with righteous indignation. Yang Liuyi's lips twitched, nearly bursting with the urge to strike Jiang Li. Seeking women at the teaching bureau was deemed as important matters? She had witnessed firsthand his flirtations with Furong and Chen Cici. Jiang Li, perceptive as ever, recognized the shift in Yang Liuyi's expression and discerned her thoughts. He smiled knowingly. As the saying goes, hearing is but a shadow, seeing is believing, yet sometimes, what one hears may not be false, and what one sees may not be true. Today, Jiang Li intended to impart a lesson to Yang Liuyi. Is strength truly admirable? Mastery of assassination is impressive, is it not? Intelligent individuals always rely on their wits. With a swift motion, Jiang Li retrieved a treasure from his storage ring. It was an imperial seal, measuring 4 inches square, adorned with 5 dragons in gilt corners, inscribed on the front with the 8-character phrase, received from heaven, may it endure and prosper. Upon sighting the seal, Yang Liuyi's eyes widened in disbelief. Stiffening, she gazed blankly at the artifact, her mouth quivering until she finally managed to utter, the imperial seal? Yang Liuyi could hardly believe her eyes as she regarded the seal in Jiang Li's hand. With Zhang Dingshan granting Jiang Li a mere 10 days to retrieve the imperial seal, its significance was paramount to Jiang Li's fate. How could it be that the imperial seal had remained in Jiang Li's possession all along? Fake. As Yang Liuyi stood there, stunned, Jiang Li's 2 words shattered her composure. What? This seal is fake? How could that be when it bore such an uncanny resemblance to the rumored Imperial seal? Even the gilt corners were identical. Seeing Yang Liui's astonished expression brought Jiang Li immense satisfaction, akin to savoring ice on a sweltering summer day. Little girl, you have been most unkind to me. A mere flick of my hand has already reached the limits of your understanding. Chen Cixi's father, a former deputy minister of works renowned for his craftsmanship, had passed down his skills to her, enabling her to create a counterfeit seal with ease. Last night, Jiang Li had instructed her to stand guard outside so as not to arouse suspicion. After a night of toil, the counterfeit seal had been produced. Otherwise, did she truly believe he had spent the night entwined with Chen Cixi? Concluding his toothpicking, Jiang Li spoke casually. Yang Liui's cheeks flushed, realizing she had harbored unworthy thoughts. Do you intend to use this counterfeit seal to cover your tracks? Yang Liui furrowed her brows, still unable to grasp Jiang Li's intentions. A counterfeit is ultimately still a counterfeit. Should it be uncovered, it would constitute treason, and Jiang Li would find it nearly impossible to escape punishment. Yet Jiang Li sighed, exasperated. I must question your intellect. This tactic of mine is called casting a brick to attract jade. By using this counterfeit seal, I shall lure out the genuine one. You would do well to follow me closely and observe keenly. Chapter 7. The Red Mansion and the Demon Guard's Yang Liui, confident in her extensive knowledge of literature, considered herself to be a person of considerable intellect. To her surprise, she found herself mocked by Jiang Li. This provocation made her grit her small silver teeth, wishing fervently to take a bite out of Jiang Li. However, his subsequent explanation not only dispelled her doubts but also transformed her perception of him. Initially, she had thought Jiang Li to be a debauched and unscrupulous prince, who, fully aware of her status as his fiancée, brazenly took her to the brothels and flirted openly with both Furong and Chen Cixi. Yet, beneath Jiang Li's seemingly frivolous exterior lay a profound wisdom and depth of character. She had underestimated him. Having satisfied their hunger, it was time to attend to serious matters. Jiang Li wiped his mouth and rose to leave. What do you intend to do? Yang Liui inquired, hastily following him, curiosity evident in her voice. Throwing out a bait to draw in a catch was no simple task. The methods of casting and enticing, as well as discerning truth from deception, posed significant challenges that demanded great wisdom. After the incident with the false Imperial seal, Yang Liui no longer questioned Jiang Li's intellect, thus, she was eager to learn how he planned to proceed. After indulging, I intend to venture out of the palace to seek some amusement at the Baihua Tower, Jiang Li stated matter-of-factly. Baihua Tower? The premier brothel of the imperial capital. Yang Liui paused, momentarily taken aback. Although she had never been there, she had heard of its notorious reputation as a haven for pleasure seekers. First the brothel, now the Baihua Tower. This certainly aligned with the persona of a debauched individual. Yet, after the recent events, Yang Liui began to question Jiang Li's true intentions. Surely, he must be using the guise of visiting a brothel to secretly execute his plan of throwing out bait to attract attention. Indeed, it must be so, she reassured herself, placing her trust in Jiang Li. Noticing the shift in Yang Liui's attitude, Jiang Li's lips curled into a slight smile. Oh, you think you can read me so easily? With no intention of concealing his actions, he exited the palace with unabashed confidence. However, once outside, he changed into casual attire and, accompanied by Yang Liui, made his way directly to the Baihua Tower of the capital, bustling with a multitude of people, was vibrant and lively. Yet, having witnessed the modern metropolis, Jiang Li felt little more than a fleeting sense of novelty at the ancient charm of the capital. We are being followed. Yang Liui's lips moved, her voice a whisper that reached Jiang Li's ears. As expected, Jiang Li remained unfazed. His deliberate display of the false Imperial seal was not merely a lesson for Yang Liui but also a tactic to draw in potential adversaries. See? They've taken the bait, he remarked. It appears to be a demon skilled in stealth and tracking, likely from the demon guards, Yang Liui reiterated, her concern palpable. Demon guards, elaborate, Jiang Li requested. Although he had inherited the original owner's body and memories, the former's depravity and obsession with beauty had left him unaware of many matters. Now, as Jiang Li occupied this precarious position, he understood that he was treading on dangerous ground. To preserve his life, he had to exert every effort. He realized that even if he retrieved the Imperial seal, it would only grant him temporary respite. Until the formidable demons, Xiang Fei and Yi Nantian, were dealt with, the great Xia dynasty would inevitably succumb to ruin. A nest without complete eggs shall fall. I too would not escape death when that time comes. Hence, the retrieval of the Imperial seal was merely a short-term goal. His long-term objective must be to eliminate Xiang Fei and Yi Nantian, reclaim control of the court, and consolidate power within his grasp. Only in this manner could he survive in a world rife with demons. Xiang Fei and Prime Minister Yi were both demons, the most fearsome among the great Xiao's ranks. They not only wielded visible power but also covertly nurtured two significant demon factions. The Red Mansion, controlled by Xiang Fei, primarily functioned as a brothel while also engaging in gambling, inns, and other gray areas. The brothels they had visited in the Baihua Tower were all under the influence of the Red Mansion. Conversely, the demon guards were under the jurisdiction of Prime Minister Yi, comprising demons who often assumed human forms to become local officials or roamed the land as harbingers of death. The Red Mansion and the demon guards, these two dominant demon factions, pervaded the realm of Great Xia, infiltrating every aspect of society like an invisible web that ensnared the darkness of the empire. Yang Liui, due to her unique background, possessed knowledge of many secrets. Her perception of Jiang Li had shifted significantly, prompting her to share more information. She was not merely introducing him to the Red Mansion and the demon guards. She was also issuing a warning. Xiang Fei and Yi Nantian, on the surface, are merely the favored consort and prime minister, respectively, wielding substantial power, yet they are secretly cultivating two formidable demon factions that govern the shadows of Great Xia. Thus, while the entire dynasty appears to be under Zhang Dingshan's rule, it is already riddled with vulnerabilities, corroded by demons. A 1,000-mile dam can collapse due to an ant's nest. If this continued, the Great Xia dynasty would inevitably descend into a realm of demons. It seems I must frequent these brothels more often, Zhang Li mused, stroking his chin, arriving at a conclusion after careful consideration. Yang Liui's mouth fell agape, her beautiful eyes brimming with astonishment. I warn you about the threat posed by the Red Mansion and the demon guards, and you suggest visiting a brothel? She felt an overwhelming urge to pry open Zhang Li's head to ascertain whether it housed wisdom or folly. Should we eliminate this demon, she inquired, suppressing the urge to unleash her fury. With her prowess, dispatching the stalking demon would not prove challenging, yet, Zhang Li shook his head in response. Do not disturb the hornet's nest. If it wishes to follow, let it. It may yet serve a purpose for me. Zhang Li had his own calculations in mind. However, Yang Liui could not help but scoff internally. After all, it is a demon, how could it possibly serve you? You can boast all you want, who could surpass your bravado? Nevertheless, since Zhang Li was unwilling to provoke the demon, Yang Liui refrained from taking action, though her gaze remained fixed on the demon. As Zhang Li's personal bodyguard, she was responsible for his safety. Where Zhang Li chose to go was his decision. She could not impose limitations as soon. The pair traversed the bustling commercial streets, arriving at an even livelier street filled with brothels. Vibrant red lanterns swayed above, and the air resonated with the sounds of flirtation and laughter. Zhang Li gazed at the scene before him, his eyes closing as he inhaled deeply. The atmosphere was suffused with the alluring sense of cosmetics and the undeniable fragrance of women. This was truly paradise. As a man, Zhang Li could hardly be indifferent to the charms of women. Come. I shall show you around the Baihua Tower. Tonight's expenses shall be on me, he declared, his eyes shining brightly at the sight of the brilliantly lit Baihua Tower at the end of the street, reminiscent of a monk entering the den of spider spirits. Observing Zhang Li's eager demeanor, Yang Liui began to question whether her previous assumptions had been misguided. Perhaps he genuinely sought only to explore the brothel, yet, just as they were about to enter Baihua Tower, they were halted by two burly men. The Baihua Tower has been booked exclusively by our young master. No one is permitted entry. Chapter 8 The young master who reserved the entire venue a private reservation, who possesses such audacity and wealth to secure the entire Baihua Tower. It is well known that Baihua Tower holds the esteemed title of the foremost brothel in the imperial capital, a renowned den of vice. The expenditure required for such a reservation is astronomical, a sum that could be likened to a celestial figure. Even Prince Jianli would scarcely entertain the thought of reserving the Baihua Tower. Who, then, is this plump benefactor, so extravagantly wealthy, and who is your master? Pray tell. Jianli's visit to Baihua Tower today is not merely for the sake of indulging in its pleasures. It is a critical step in executing his second plan. A private reservation, how audacious! To insult my esteemed master is a grave mistake. Jianli's words ignited a furious response from the two burly men before him. In an instant, they lunged forward, one on each side, seemingly intent on capturing him on the spot. These towering figures, brimming with muscle and vitality, were evidently warriors at the 8th or 9th level of qi and blood. Clearly, this young master who reserved the venue possesses some influence, yet, Zhang Li remained unfazed, contesting lineage. I am the crown prince of the Great Xia, and within the realm of the Great Xia dynasty, who could possibly rival me? However, when confronted with the formidable assault of the two giants, Zhang Li chose not to retaliate. Although he himself was at the 6th level of qi and blood and adept in the art of demon slaying, he preferred to keep his abilities concealed. Sometimes, feigning weakness is the best strategy. Revealing one's strength too early may provoke lethal intentions from foes. Given his current precarious position, maintaining a low profile is paramount. Thus, Zhang Li took a step back, retreating behind Yang Liui. Darling, go on, take them down, he encouraged her. Yang Liui, perplexed, thought, who is your darling? What do you take me for? Nevertheless, the two hulking men charged forward with ferocity, their formidable presence intimidating. A glimmer of determination flashed in Yang Liui's eyes as she sprang into action. The sharp glint of her dagger traced an arc through the air, and instantly, the two men froze, terror etched across their faces before they collapsed with a resounding thud. A slender line of crimson appeared at their throats. One swift strike had sealed their fates, and astonishingly, she had dispatched both simultaneously. An impressive. Zhang Li's heart raced with unease. If even warriors of the 8th or 9th level of qi and blood could be felled by a single stroke, he would likely be unable to withstand such an attack himself. This lady possesses formidable strength. As Yang Liui sheathed her dagger, her gaze towards Zhang Li was icy and piercing. She was curious to inquire about the meaning of Zhang Li's earlier address. However, Zhang Li quickly averted his eyes, stepping over the two lifeless bodies and hastening towards Baihua Tower. I must uncover the identity of this young master who dares to monopolize my venue. Zhang Li moved swiftly, and although Yang Liui was exasperated, she had no choice but to follow closely behind. Meanwhile, the commotion outside had drawn the attention of those within. A flamboyantly dressed matron swiftly approached, coincidentally meeting Zhang Li. I am unworthy to have the crown prince gracing our establishment. Please forgive my ignorance, she exclaimed, recognizing him at once, her body trembling as she knelt. Zhang Li was not only a frequent patron of the Ministry of Rites but also a regular at Baihua Tower. In fact, he was well known throughout the imperial capital, be it in high-class brothels or lower-tier establishments. How else could one cultivate such a notorious reputation for debauchery? By phone, I have heard that the Baihua Tower has been reserved for the evening? By phone, the matron, also known as Sister Phone, stood in stark contrast to the alluring and voluptuous Hu Rong of the Ministry of Rites. Bai Feng was petite yet possessed captivating eyes. Having navigated the intrigues of the brothel world, she was astute and shrewd, qualities essential for managing such an establishment. Your Highness jest, no matter how audacious I may be, I would never dare to bar you from entry, Bai Feng replied, her gaze shifting to the two fallen giants, though she refrained from questioning the circumstances of their demise, instead wearing a forced smile. Pray tell, which young master has secured this venue tonight? I am most curious about who possesses such audacity. Zhang Li sought no trouble but was certainly not one to shy away from it. Moreover, given that the Baihua Tower was integral to his second plan, retreat was not an option. Bai Feng's expression faltered. It seemed this young master was indeed of considerable stature. Unwilling to divulge, then perhaps the Baihua Tower has no need to remain operational, Zhang Li stated coolly, his words laced with an unmistakable threat that sent a shiver through Bai Feng. Though Zhang Li was notorious for his indulgences, he remained the crown prince of the Great Xia. A single word from him could spell disaster for Baihua Tower. Yes, it is young Master Yi from the Prime Minister's residence. Bai Feng trembled as she answered. Young Master Yi? Is that not the infamous Yi Tianchen? Zhang Li mused. Yi Nantian, his father, had only one son, born late in life. Yi Tianchen had been doted upon since childhood, growing into a figure of extravagant excess, often regarded as the most notorious scion in the capital. While Zhang Li reveled in indulgence, it was merely a penchant for beauty. Yi Tianchen, however, was known for his nefarious deeds and a litany of vices. In comparison, Zhang Li could almost be seen as a paragon of virtue. To think that this young master who reserved the venue is Yi Tianchen, what a delightful surprise. In the court, your father has sought to undermine me. While I cannot eliminate him now, I can certainly extract a bit of interest from you. A cold smile played on Zhang Li's lips as he pressed Bai Feng further. Now, where can I find Yi Tianchen? Bai Feng, though capable, felt the weight of their disparate standings and dared not defy him. Under Zhang Li's relentless pressure, her lips quivered as she revealed, young Master Yi is in Mu Ziqing's room, enjoying some music. Mu Ziqing, she is the renowned courtesan of Baihua Tower, the very target of Zhang Li's visit. How dare he lay his eyes on my woman? This is insufferable. Without hesitation, Zhang Li stormed towards Mu Ziqing's chamber. Your Highness, Ye Yun has long been yearning for your presence and has prepared delicacies in her fragrant chamber to attend to you. Yet Zhang Li remained unfazed. Bai Feng dared not obstruct him, merely following in his wake. At last, Zhang Li arrived at the Lanxiang Pavilion, only to find a figure standing there, as straight as a spear, Chen Zhan, the ninth adopted son of Yi Nantian. Zhang Li's eyes narrowed. He recognized him immediately. Though Yi Nantian had only one biological son, he had adopted 9, all of whom were exceptional. Chen Zhan, in the presence of Zhang Li, exuded an aura of malevolence. Darling, block him. Zhang Li commanded Yang Liuyi without reservation. She was infuriated, wishing she could tear Jiang Li's mouth apart, yet, understanding the strength of Chen Zhan, she swiftly intervened, confronting him. Meanwhile, Zhang Li kicked open the door of the Lanxiang Pavilion without hesitation. Yi Tianchen, your grandfather has arrived. Come forth and pay your respects. Chapter 9. A severed arm. Inside the fragrant hall of the Orchid Pavilion, a man and a woman were startled by the sudden forceful kick at the door. Zhang Li's gaze swept across the room, landing on Yi Tianchen and Mu Ziqing. Yi Tianchen bore a striking resemblance to Yi Nantian, yet lacked his ferocity. Rather, having been spoiled, he exhibited a certain navet. To encapsulate him in a single phrase, he was an innocent fool, pure as crystal. As for Mu Ziqing, there exists a type of girl in this world whose smile can truly make you believe in the existence of angels. It is ineffable, yet one finds oneself utterly captivated at first glance. While Zhang Li assessed the two, Yi Tianchen and Mu Ziqing also noticed him. Mu Ziqing quickly masked her surprise, donning a faint smile once more, while Yi Tianchen exhibited a mixture of shock and fury, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Zhang Li, how dare you ruin my plans? Yi Tianchen exclaimed, springing to his feet, his eyes blazing with fury. Although Zhang Li was the crown prince of the Great Xia, Yi Tianchen, being the sole heir of Yi Nantian, had always been unruly. Moreover, Yi Nantian was a 1,000-year-old wolf demon, currently plotting against Zhang Li. Thus, Yi Tianchen felt no compunction in confronting Zhang Li, lacking any sense of fear. Boldly spoken, I am the crown prince of Great Xia, and you dare to commit treason. Such crimes warrant punishment. Zhang Li's voice boomed, heavy with authority, akin to a tempest, momentarily stunning Yi Tianchen. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Li drew his sword. Demon-slaying sword technique. Without further ado, Zhang Li channeled his vital energy, grasping the sharp blade, and unleashed the demon-slaying sword technique, striking towards Yi Tianchen with the force of a battering ram. Ah! A blood-curdling scream escaped Yi Tianchen's lips as he was sent flying by a single stroke, crashing through a screen and smashing against the wall before sliding to the ground. His left arm had been severed at the wrist, blood gushing forth, and the injury was grave. Had it not been for the life-preserving talisman bestowed upon him by Yi Nantian, that blow might have claimed his life. Though he survived, he was left in agony, missing an arm. Ah, my hand, Zhang Li, I will kill you. Yi Tianchen's eyes widened with rage as he emitted a beastly roar. To threaten the crown prince in public, it seems you wish for a swift demise. A glint of ferocity flashed in Zhang Li's eyes as he raised his bloodied blade once more. Yi Tianchen, realizing he was no match for Zhang Li, understood that if he did not hastily return to seek his father's aid, he would likely spend the rest of his life as a cripple. Zhang Li, you wait. I shall not let this go unpunished. With that, Yi Tianqian fled, leaving behind a vague threat. With Yi Tianqian gone, Zhang Li approached Mu Ziqing and poured himself a glass of wine, attempting to ease the tension. Your Highness, it appears you have forgotten your old acquaintances for a new flame. How pitiful it is for me to remain here, guarding an empty room, feeling so lonely. Mu Ziqing's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her expression one of poignant sorrow. Enough, there is no one else here, no need for pretense. Zhang Li, having gleaned Mu Ziqing's true nature from the original owner's memories, spoke without reservation. With a swift motion, Mu Ziqing tossed off her shoes and sat cross-legged on the stool, unabashedly pouring wine straight from the jug to her lips, while her other hand unabashedly reached for the braised beef on the plate. With each sip of wine and bite of meat, she reveled in her feast, a stark contrast to her earlier genteel demeanor. Ah, delightful. With a satisfied burp after indulging in her meal, Mu Ziqing's appearance resembled that of a famished ghost returned from the brink of starvation. Yet Zhang Li was not taken aback. Instead, he casually munched on peanuts, patiently awaiting her to satiate her hunger. As the crown prince of Great Xia, Zhang Li's unique status left him without any truly intimate friends. His notorious reputation for debauchery had drawn around him a circle of superficial companions. However, after living for over a decade, he had finally encountered a confidant, and that person was the present Mu Ziqing. If there was anyone in this world whom Zhang Li could trust implicitly, it was undoubtedly her, and she was irreplaceable. Even Zhang Dingshan and the likes of Yang Liuyi outside the door could not elicit complete trust from him. Thus, for the second phase of his plan, he would need Mu Ziqing's assistance. Your Highness, one does not visit the Three Treasures Hall without a purpose. If you require my help, please speak freely. Mu Ziqing set down the wine jug, licking her lips with lingering desire, and spoke boldly. In the presence of others, Mu Ziqing was the accomplished courtesan of the 100 Flowers Pavilion, proficient in poetry, music, and the arts, yet before Zhang Li, she could shed her fade and reveal her true self, a bond forged through shared life and death experiences. It was that very experience that had solidified their rare companionship. Ziqing, you must have heard of my predicament. My father has granted me a mere 10 days, the time is short, and the task is heavy. Even as the crown prince, I risk my life, so I require your assistance. I have procured a counterfeit imperial seal to sell on the black market. Zhang Li laid bare his intentions to Mu Ziqing without concealment. Mu Ziqing was a woman of great cunning. While she outwardly played the role of the courtesan, she simultaneously reigned as the underground queen of the imperial capital. It was said that the Red Chamber and the Demon Guard held sway over the dark underbelly of the Great Xia dynasty. Yet the empire was vast, and even the most powerful factions could not reach every corner. They needed someone to act on their behalf. Thus, Mu Ziqing navigated the shadows, commanding a motley crew of rogues and outcasts, establishing her rule over the underground. Importantly, despite her ties to the Red Chamber, her unique relationship with Zhang Li rendered her closer to him than to her other affiliations. Are you attempting to bait a trap? Mu Ziqing, perceptive and astute, quickly deduced Zhang Li's plan. Zhang Li nodded in affirmation. Within the imperial capital, there were 4 black markets, 1 upscale and 3 low-end. Since he intended to sell the counterfeit seal, he would need to adopt a false identity, the most suitable being that of a palace eunuch. Thus, he should choose the southernmost black market, the Nanling Black Market. Your visit to the 100 Flowers Pavilion serves to establish an alibi. Yi Tianqian's appearance further corroborates your story. Now everything is in place. You simply need to present the counterfeit seal and wait for the genuine article to surface. Mu Ziqing was not only resourceful but also astute. Ziqing, I have come to realize that you would make an excellent aide. Have you ever considered supporting me? Zhang Li did not presume superiority due to his transmigration. Thank you for your kind offer, Your Highness, but I am accustomed to a rugged life and prefer to keep my distance from court affairs. Please, reconsider this perilous proposal. Mu Ziqing understood the significance of serving someone of Zhang Li's stature, yet it was not her ambition. She had her own life and goals, and did not wish to be tethered to Zhang Li. Zhang Li smiled, refraining from further discussion, and returned to the matter at hand. This is a teleportation talisman that will transport you to the Nanling Black Market. However, the subsequent actions will depend on you. Once you have sold the counterfeit seal, I will discreetly spread the word to assist you in baiting the trap. Mu Ziqing retrieved a delicate and exquisite talisman from her storage ring. Thank you. Zhang Li accepted the teleportation talisman and then donned a black robe, enveloping himself entirely. Activating the talisman, a series of runes materialized, encasing him before he vanished from sight. The Nanling Black Market, situated in the southern part of the imperial capital, was a low-end establishment, rather rudimentary, with locations changing frequently. This time, the black market was nestled within a brothel. The brothel, like the pleasure quarters, served as a venue for revelry. However, it catered to a lower clientele, lacking the refinement of the elite. At that moment, clad in black, Zhang Li arrived at the entrance of the brothel, illuminated by red lanterns. A sultry voice called out, "You wretch, why have you arrived so late?" Chapter 10. The Black Market of Nanling. The speaker was a middle-aged woman adorned with substandard rouge and powder. She had a slightly plump figure and wore a somewhat faded coarse red garment. When she smiled, her teeth revealed a hint of yellowing. Despite her earnest efforts to enhance her appearance, she paled in comparison to the likes of Furong and Bifeng, one from the heavens, the other from the depths. As a fellow madam, how could such a disparity exist? Zhang Li suppressed the tumult within, feeling somewhat at a loss for words, yet, driven by his own agenda, he reluctantly stepped into the establishment. Madam, I am here to partake in the black market. Zhang Li spoke in a hushed tone, clarifying his intent. Madam, you insolent wretch, what nonsense are you spouting? I am the star attraction here. The middle-aged woman feigned a pout, playfully striking Zhang Li with a fist as large as a clay pot. Zhang Li was momentarily taken aback. Are you certain you are not insulting the term star attraction? Images of the alluring Chen Sisi and the angelic Mu Ziqing flashed in his mind. He blinked and glanced once more at the middle-aged woman before him. The disparity between individuals can sometimes be more pronounced than that between a human and a pig. Zhang Li fought back his nausea and hastily entered the establishment. He simply wished to fulfill his plan and depart this place as swiftly as possible. However, upon entering, the acrid stench nearly drove him back outside. The mingled odors of cheap cosmetics, male sweat, and even foot odor assaulted his senses. A cacophony of overwhelming scents amalgamated to create an intoxicatingly unpleasant aroma. In his previous life, Zhang Li had been a butcher, accustomed to various foul odors. Yet even the smell of a pigsty was 100 times more pleasant than this place. Furthermore, beyond the stench, a myriad of indescribable sounds intermingled in the air. Wretch, do you want me to help you relieve your tensions? The middle-aged woman cast a flirtatious glance at Zhang Li, sending a shiver down his spine. He thought to himself, first, to the black market, we can discuss matters afterward. Zhang Li was eager to leave this place behind. The middle-aged woman, somewhat disappointed, begrudgingly led the way. Following her deeper into the establishment, they arrived at a spacious cellar. This was the black market of Nanling for the night. Inside the cellar, there were already hundreds of people present. Most were cloaked in black robes, clearly wishing to conceal their identities, making Zhang Li's attire blend in seamlessly. The black market specialized in the trade of illicit goods. Interested parties whispered furtively before shaking hands to negotiate prices. Zhang Li did not rush to make a move. Instead, he observed, although the jade seal was a counterfeit, he intended to sell it as if it were genuine, thus he needed to identify a buyer capable of acquiring it. With a flicker of divine insight, his illusory breaking spirit, Zhang Li unleashed his power, rendering the disguises of those in black robes and masks powerless. After a prolonged observation, he finally spotted a suitable target. A lean, astute elder, seemingly from a prominent family. I possess a treasure, though I wonder if you can handle it. Zhang Li approached the elder, lowering his voice. Do not mistake me for one who exaggerates. Within this black market, there is nothing I cannot handle, the elder replied with a chuckle. Zhang Li then led him to a secluded corner and discreetly revealed the counterfeit jade seal. At a mere glance, the elder was left dumbfounded, his words faltering. 100,000 spirit stones. I only require 100,000 spirit stones of payment upon delivery, and thereafter, we shall have no further dealings, Zhang Li urged, akin to a thief eager to offload his ill-gotten gains. The elder was momentarily speechless, unable to articulate a response. Without hesitation, Zhang Li turned to leave. Wait, the elder called out urgently. You must be from the palace, correct? He ventured cautiously. This time, Zhang Li not only concealed his appearance but also altered his voice, rendering it sharp and reminiscent of the palace eunuchs. Enough with the pleasantries, Zhang Li feigned turning to leave, prompting the elder to grasp his arm. Do not be hasty, young man. 100,000 spirit stones is no trifling sum. I do not possess that much. May I have 3 days? The elder sought to placate Zhang Li. 3 days? I would not wait even 3 hours. If you cannot afford it, then so be it. Zhang Li was resolute, turning away. Brother, let us discuss this further. While I lack the spirit stones, I possess other items of value, their total worth exceeding 100,000 spirit stones. However, I must first verify the merchandise. The elder was desperate not to miss this monumental opportunity, payment upon delivery, otherwise, the conversation is over, Zhang Li insisted firmly, leaving the elder with no choice. Thus, both parties exchanged storage rings. Inside the elder's ring were various low-tier treasures, clearly his entire fortune. Zhang Li's ring, however, contained only the counterfeit jade seal, never to meet again. With the transaction concluded, Zhang Li swiftly departed, leaving no room for delay. The elder, upon discovering the counterfeit jade seal within his storage ring, wasted no time in exiting as well. Although the elder was competent, he was merely a steward. Such a significant matter warranted immediate reporting to his superiors. Soon, Zhang Li exited the cellar and returned to the establishment. Wretch, have you finished so soon? Why not come to me? I promise to make you feel divine. The middle-aged woman spotted Zhang Li immediately and rushed to entice him. Zhang Li felt that even uttering another word would induce his stomach to churn. He remained silent and quickly left the premises. The counterfeit jade seal had finally found a buyer. Moreover, this time, he had disguised himself as a eunuch from the palace, flawlessly executing every detail. The individual he chose for the transaction was no extraordinary figure, alleviating any concerns about the elder turning against him. Indeed, one could even question whether the elder would return alive. With the bait cast, it was now time to see if he could lure the real treasure. Zhang Li reflected on every detail, ensuring there were no flaws before finally exhaling in relief. However, rather than hastily retrieving the teleportation talisman to return to the 100 Flowers Tower, he meandered through a dark alley. Having followed me for so long, reveal yourself. At the end of the alley, a shadow had inexplicably appeared. The alley was devoid of light, shrouded in gloom, yet Zhang Li possessed the illusory breaking spirit eye, allowing him to see as if it were daylight, with no visual obstruction. At that moment, he discerned the true identity of the shadow. With dark skin and a lean physique, it was none other than Hei Pai. Not only was he a guide in the black market, but he was also a minor demon within the brothel. Chapter 11 The Little Mouse Demon. The Red Mansion is a realm of demonic power nurtured by the fragrant concubine, primarily centered around brothels and various gray areas. Within the Red Mansion, there exist both humans and demons. However, unlike the formidable demons of the Demon Guard, the majority of the demons in the Red Mansion are minor ones, lacking in strength yet possessing keen intelligence. Black Skin is one such clever little demon. Not only is he responsible for the security of the southern market, but he also keeps a watchful eye on any anomalies within its confines. He keenly observed the transaction between Zhang Li and the elder, prompting him to remain vigilant. Upon witnessing Jiang Li and the elder hastily depart, his suspicions were further confirmed. Consequently, he and a middle-aged woman split their paths. He would pursue Jiang Li, while the woman would head directly for the elder. Hand over everything you possess, and I may spare your life. Otherwise, I shall consume you. Blackskin bared his teeth, revealing a set of gleaming white fangs in the darkness, reminiscent of a rat baring its teeth, exuding a fierce demeanor. Although he was oblivious to the specifics of the transaction between Jiang Li and the elder, he was certain it was no ordinary treasure. Therefore, he was determined not only to uncover the truth but also to eliminate the witnesses and seize their goods. A diminutive mouse demon dares to boast so boldly, how utterly ridiculous, Jiang Li chuckled, for beneath the veil of the broken illusion spirit eye, he had already discerned Blackskin's true demonic identity. Blackskin, a demon born from a rat, was not overly powerful, possessing strength around the 5th level of the Blood Chi realm. Thus, Jiang Li drew his blade. Who exactly are you? Upon seeing that Jiang Li displayed no fear and directly revealed his demonic identity, Blackskin's expression shifted, his ferocity intensifying. I am the one who shall send you to hell. Jiang Li crouched slightly, then propelled himself off the ground, charging at Blackskin with the ferocity of a wolf or tiger. Jiang Li had attained the 6th level of the Blood Chi realm, his vitality abundant and physique robust. Although he did not appear particularly imposing, he moved with the swiftness of a cheetah, swiftly closing the distance to Blackskin. Not good. As a seasoned fighter, Blackskin instantly recognized the threat. Jiang Li's approach caused his countenance to change dramatically, his hair standing on end as he felt an overwhelming sense of peril. This was a formidable opponent. However, confined within the narrow alley, Blackskin had no avenue. His slender body swelled with astonishing speed, soon morphing into a black rat demon. Standing as tall as a person, he was covered in coarse, steel-like black fur, his limbs elongated into sharp claws, whiskers bristling, and his mouth revealed 2 long, pointed teeth capable of effortlessly severing a throat. At that moment, Blackskin's vitality surged, his demonic energy swirling around him, enhancing his claws, which now glimmered with a chilling brilliance. With a heart-wrenching roar, Blackskin unleashed his full power, slashing towards Jiang Li with lightning speed, one claw aimed at the blade, the other targeting Jiang Li's chest, seemingly intent on extracting his heart to obliterate him. With a mighty roar, Jiang Li activated his Tiger Roar Dragon Chant technique, and a thunderous roar erupted from within him. The tiger's roar resonated through the forest, instilling fear in all beasts. Blackskin was momentarily stunned by the impact of the roar, his head buzzing, which interrupted his assault. Seizing this opportunity, Jiang Li did not hesitate to strike. Demon-slaying blade technique. In an instant, a silver flash streaked through the air. Jiang Li's treasured blade bypassed Blackskin's claws and landed upon his neck. With a thud, a grotesque, black rat head was severed and soared through the air, blood splattering the ground. One decisive strike to slay the demon. The tiger roar had proven to be remarkably effective. Gazing at Blackskin's lifeless body and reflecting on the recent battle, Jiang Li contemplated. Although he had not acquired a new divine ability from slaying the cat demon, he had elevated the Tiger Roar Dragon Chant to its 2nd level and mastered the Tiger Roar technique. The effectiveness of the Tiger Roar had been crucial in both his confrontation with Yi Tianchen and his recent victory over Blackskin, leaving Jiang Li quite satisfied. However, he noted that the demon-slaying blade technique felt somewhat lacking. It was evident that he needed to enhance his martial skills alongside his cultivation. Wiping the blood from his blade, Jiang Li pondered. Just then, a familiar warmth coursed through his body. Having slain the mouse demon, he gained 11 years of cultivation, acquired a lower-grade divine ability, Spirit Snake Mouse Hole. Astonishingly, he had obtained another divine ability. This mouse demon was significantly weaker than the cat demon from the general's mansion, yet it had yielded a divine ability. He wondered what the triggering conditions for acquiring divine abilities might be, and nevertheless, the Spirit Snake Mouse Hole seemed somewhat redundant. As the saying goes, dragons give birth to dragons, phoenixes give birth to phoenixes. A mouse's offspring will dig holes. The divine ability of the Spirit Snake Mouse Hole pertains to burrowing and creating dens. The cellar within the brothel might very well have been excavated by Blackskin himself. But why would a dignified prince of the Great Xia need to dig holes? Never mind, it is still a divine ability. I shall hold on to it for now. Each elevation of the Tiger Roar Dragon Chant requires double the cultivation. The first level necessitates 10 years, the second 20, and the third 40. Thus, the 11 years of cultivation he had acquired were insufficient to elevate it to the 3rd level. Alas, it would be wiser to channel this cultivation into the demon-slaying blade technique. Otherwise, possessing only vitality without martial skills would render him unable to vanquish demons. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Li decided to infuse all 11 years of cultivation into the demon-slaying blade technique. With the infusion of 11 years of cultivation, the demon-slaying blade technique reached a small level of mastery. As the demon-slaying blade technique is of a lower tier in the Xian class, it was relatively easy to cultivate. Jiang Li's status: Blood Chi Realm Level 6 Cultivation 0 Technique Tiger Roar Dragon Chant, 2nd Level Martial Skill: a Demon-Slaying Blade Technique, Small Mastery, Tiger Roar, Entry Level Divine Ability: Broken Illusion Spirit Eye, Lower Grade, Spirit Snake Mouse Hole, Lower Grade. The information on the nameless Heavenly Steel had been updated. Although his realm had not increased, with the small mastery of the blade technique, Jiang Li's combat prowess had significantly strengthened. He stored Blackskin's corpse within his storage ring and subsequently erased any traces of the encounter. Having completed these tasks, Jiang Li took out a teleportation talisman and returned to the 100 Flowers Pavilion. Within the Orchid Fragrance Pavilion, Mu Ziqing had just concluded her performance. After all, the night was deep, and even the mightiest of bulls require rest. Is everything accomplished? Mu Ziqing lay upon her bed, delicate silks draping her form, eliciting a rush of blood to the head. All went smoothly, though Blackskin is dead. Jiang Li, though parched, understood that Mu Ziqing was to be admired from a distance, not approached with unwarranted boldness. Black Skin, though merely a small rat demon, was indeed a denizen of the Red Mansion, and his death might invite complications. Be cautious, Mu Ziqing remarked, her brows slightly furrowed. Despite Black Skin's average strength and lowly status, he was still a demon and a member of the Red Mansion, and his death during such a sensitive period could easily raise suspicions. Zhongli nodded, fully prepared for the consequences. The fake Imperial Seal had already been put into play, now it was merely a matter of which big fish would take the bait. His eyes narrowed slightly, for everything was well within his grasp. Chapter 12 Performance time. The sun hung high in the sky, casting its brilliant rays inside the Orchid Pavilion. One could indulge in the luxury of waking naturally from slumber, counting riches until one's fingers ached. What sheer delight! Zhongli awoke upon Mu Ziqing's floral bed, stretching languidly. Your Highness, the sun has already warmed the air, it is time for you to rise and attend to your morning rituals. Mu Ziqing's voice, sweet as syrup, resonated in his ears. She was already clad in exquisite attire, holding a basin adorned with rose petals filled with warm water and a silk towel, her demeanor radiant and cheerful as she attended to him. Today, Mu Ziqing donned an elegant, pale green gown, devoid of makeup, yet her natural beauty was undeniable. With a smile that blossomed like a flower, her fresh and comfortable allure resembled budding willow trees, embodying an ethereal grace and angel among mortals. Were one unaware of her true nature, they might easily be deceived by her stunning exterior. Are we playing the master-servant game today? Zhongli teased, winking at her, though he knew that Mu Ziqing could only shed her facade in his presence, revealing her genuine self. Thus, as daylight broke, she transformed into a Cinderella, ready to reclaim her identity as the courtesan of the 100 Flowers Pavilion. Indeed, I shall serve your highness diligently today. Mu Ziqing mischievously tilted the basin, as if intending to splash the warm water upon Zhongli's face. Oh, enough of this. Your fortune is too splendid for me to bear. Zhongli surrendered with a raised hand, proceeding to wash and dress, feeling rejuvenated. What is the situation outside? Zhongli inquired while savoring a sumptuous breakfast. The events of the previous night had been anything but tranquil. The significance of the Jade Seal was paramount, leaving no one unaffected. Your Highness is truly cunning, using a counterfeit Jade Seal to ensnare others while you enjoy a peaceful slumber here, Mu Ziqing remarked as she joined him for breakfast, albeit with a rather unrefined manner. She appeared more boorish than a rough peasant, brazily snatching food from Zhongli's bowl. The counterfeit Jade Seal had been procured by a minor steward from the Prime Minister's residence, but he had drawn the attention of Hong Jie upon leaving the black market of Nanling. Consequently, he met his demise at her hands, though during the act, an unexpected encounter ensued, igniting a more intense conflict. Amidst the fray, the counterfeit seal was inadvertently dropped, capturing the attention of many. Thus, various factions became embroiled in a chaotic contest for it. Ultimately, Hong Jie disappeared, and the seal vanished without a trace. As Mu Ziqing slurped her porridge, she spoke, Hong Jie, surely, she is the middle-aged woman from last night. A steward from the Prime Minister's estate, truly, it is a case of dogs biting dogs. The incident of Hong Jie's encounter and the seal's accidental drop bore Mu Ziqing's signature. Zhongli needed no guesses. After all, her influence in the underworld was beyond imagination. Is it true that Hong Jie has vanished? Zhongli cast a glance at Mu Ziqing. What do you think? Mu Ziqing, with no regard for decorum, licked the bottom of her bowl, leaving much to be desired in terms of grace. Her words made it clear to Zhongli that Hong Jie was undoubtedly under Mu Ziqing's control. What are your plans? Zhongli understood that in terms of schemes and tactics, he could not rival Mu Ziqing. When the time is ripe, she would orchestrate the revelation of Hong Jie, inciting another fierce contest. Whether the genuine Jade Seal would resurface would depend on the whims of His Highness. Mu Ziqing, satisfied, let out a hearty burp and rinsed her mouth with wine. What a remarkable woman. Hearing her words, Zhongli grasped the current situation entirely. Everything was progressing according to her plan, and no unforeseen events had transpired thus far. Now, it was time for the performance. Wiping his mouth, Zhongli took a piece of osmanthus cake and stepped outside, burdened with the mission of reclaiming the Jade Seal. He could not afford to remain indifferent upon hearing this news. He needed to display a semblance of madness rather than calmness. Life is but a play, and one must rely on their artistry. Your Highness, take care, and do visit often. Mu Ziqing waved her hand with a gaze full of affection, leaving those unaware to believe in her deep sentiments. As Zhongli exited, he encountered Yang Liuyi, who stood vigil at the door. Although icy in demeanor, Yang Liuyi was dutifully loyal, having kept watch all night. She had neither overstepped her bounds nor uttered a word of complaint, though the fatigue of 2 sleepless nights was evident upon her face. It seemed that even a martial artist of the Dantian realm was not immune to exhaustion. Have some breakfast. Zhongli offered her a warm piece of osmanthus cake, which he had snatched from Mu Ziqing's voracious appetite. Although he wished to mentor Yang Liuyi, he had no desire to torment her. After all, she was his fiancée, and he ought to treat her well. Observing the offered osmanthus cake, Yang Liuyi furrowed her brows slightly but said nothing, accepting the treat and beginning to chew. Strangely, this ordinary cake tasted exceptionally sweet today. No, I am merely hungry. Yang Liuyi reassured herself, denying her true feelings. Your Highness, please take good care of her, and I shall bestow my favor upon her again. Zhongli replied thoughtfully, adding, oh, do not forget to settle the bill with Yi Tianqian. With a look of reminiscence, he strode confidently out of the 100 Flowers Pavilion with Yang Liuyi. With Yi Tianqian as an unwitting benefactor, Zhongli had no need to squander his riches. After Jiang Li's departure, Bai Feng promptly reported to Xiang Fei. Stepping out of the 100 Flowers Pavilion, the sun shone brightly, and the atmosphere was bustling with life. A new day had begun. There was some unrest in the capital last night, Yang Liui spoke softly, alerting Jiang Li. Although she had stood guard outside the Orchid Pavilion, being the daughter of a general, she possessed her own channels of information. She also understood that this was undoubtedly Jiang Li's doing, as the counterfeit jade seal had been crafted by him at Chen Sisi's behest. Let us proceed to the Prime Minister's estate, Jiang Li declared. For the Prime Minister's estate, Yang Liui's heart skipped a beat as she discerned Jiang Li's intentions. She refrained from further comment, quickly following him as they made their way to the Prime Minister's abode. In due course, Jiang Li and Yang Liui arrived at the Prime Minister's estate. Compared to the declining general's residence, the Prime Minister's estate was resplendent, exuding both authority and opulence, its grandeur rivaling that of the imperial palace. The two stone lions at the entrance were sculpted from exquisite white jade, embodying an exquisite craftsmanship that hinted at an otherworldly presence, clearly not ordinary sentinels. Before the grand doors stood two formidable demons in human guise, serving as guardians. Yi Nantian commanded a powerful demonic guard, and within the Prime Minister's estate, countless demons resided. To others, the Prime Minister's residence was akin to a den of tigers and dragons. Yet today, Jiang Li sought to prod this proverbial tiger. Yi Nantian, come forth at once. Chapter 13. Tension mounts. Jiang Li strode furiously towards the gates of the Prime Minister's residence. Who dares to intrude upon the Prime Minister's abode and insult His Excellency? Two gatekeeper demons swiftly approached, emanating a menacing aura. Jiang Li, not adorned in the prince's ceremonial garb and accompanied solely by Yang Liui, was unrecognizable to these two demons. However, their strength was formidable, comparable to that of a true Qi realm warrior. Given Jiang Li's current capabilities, they would undoubtedly prove to be formidable opponents. How audacious to obstruct my path! My dear, eliminate them, Jiang Li thundered, his voice like a tempest. Yang Liui, her expression darkened, acted decisively, advancing with determination as her dagger gleamed with a lethal brilliance, aimed at the two gatekeeper demons. Though these demons possessed significant strength, they paled in comparison to Yang Liui. Moreover, she was no ordinary warrior, she was a master assassin, striking with both swiftness and precision, dispatching her foes in an instant. Thud, thud, the two gatekeeper demons clutched their throats, their eyes wide with disbelief, before collapsing to the ground. Regrettably, as these demons were not slain by Jiang Li himself, he could not harvest their essence. With the gatekeepers vanquished, Jiang Li stormed into the Prime Minister's estate. Yi Nantian, come forth at once. Jiang Li's voice resonated throughout the entire residence. Who possesses the audacity to brazenly shout at His Excellency, the Prime Minister? In response to Jiang Li's provocation, figures began to emerge from all directions. The Prime Minister's household was predominantly populated by demons, yet there were also some unscrupulous humans among them. In an instant, the atmosphere grew charged, teeming with hostile intent. I am the crown prince of the current dynasty, who dares to impede my advance? Jiang Li's authoritative shout momentarily halted the crowd, instilling fear in their hearts. Although the Great Xia dynasty had been ravaged by demons, as long as Jiang Dingshan remained alive, the dynasty would continue to uphold humanity as its core principle. As the crown prince, Jiang Li commanded respect. Not just the commoners, but even Yi Nantian was obliged to pay his respects. The distinction between ruler and subject must not be transgressed. Jiang Li, you wretched scoundrel, dare you come to my home? At that moment, a furious shriek pierced the air. Jiang Li looked up to see Yi Tianqian, bandaged and seething with rage of the previous night. In a fit of rage over a woman, Jiang Li had severed Yi Tianqian's arm. However, with Yi Nantian's skills, he had managed to reattach it, yet, recovering fully would take time, as injuries to muscles and bones require at least 100 days to heal. Enemies meeting face to face, the animosity was palpable. It seems you no longer wish to keep your other arm. Jiang Li intentionally twisted the knife, taunting him. I will kill you. Jiang Li's words ignited a firestorm of fury within Yi Tianqian. However, Chen Zhan swiftly restrained him, not out of concern for Jiang Li, but to prevent further harm to Yi Tianqian. From the death of Hu Yaoyao to the severing of his arm just last night, Jiang Li's ruthlessness was well established. Chen Zhan, unaware of Jiang Li's transformation, felt compelled to protect Yi Tianqian at all costs. They say a tiger begets no dog, yet Yi Nantian has produced this fool. Are you truly his flesh and blood? Jiang Li had deliberately come seeking trouble today, unafraid of escalating the situation. His words provoked a furious reaction from Yi Tianqian, whose veins bulged with rage. Chen Zhan, let go of me. I will kill him today. Yi Tianqian struggled wildly, eager to confront Jiang Li in a duel to the death. Calm yourself, young master, do not fall for his provocations. Chen Zhan, a carefully chosen son of Yi Nantian, was both strong and wise. Suddenly, in a fit of rage, Yi Tianqian slapped Chen Zhan across the face. What are you, but a mere dog raised in my household? Do you dare to obstruct me? Do you believe I want to kill you as well? At this, not only did Chen Zhan's expression change, but the faces of those around them darkened as well, for Yi Tianqian not only insulted Chen Zhan but also cast aspersions upon them all. Truly a fool, Jiang Li's heart leapt with joy. He had not anticipated Yi Tianqian's foolishness. His words would undoubtedly become a thorn in Chen Zhan's and the other side's silence. At that moment, a furious rebuke rang out. Yi Nantian, clad in a dark green robe and accompanied by the old steward, stormed forth, his anger directed not at Jiang Li, but rather at Yi Tianqian's indiscretion. With a swift motion, Yi Nantian slapped Yi Tianqian. Apologized to Chen Zhan. Yi Nantian, exasperated, watched as Yi Tianqian clutched his face, disbelief etched across his features. His father had never struck him so harshly before. I will not apologize, Yi Tianqian shouted, his eyes brimming with rage as he turned and fled towards the courtyard, evidently intent on seeking his mother's counsel. Father, do not be angry, I shall check on the young master, Chen Zhan quickly interjected, then hurried after Yi Tianqian. What a grand spectacle! Jiang Li reveled in the unfolding drama, yet his anger remained unabated. Yin Antian, I have heard that your men acquired the imperial seal in the black market of Nanling last night. This treasure, when hoarded privately, is akin to treason. Surrender the seal at once. Before Yin Antian could respond, Zhang Li seized the initiative to confront him. While Yin Antian, already filled with animosity towards Zhang Li, was further incensed by the events of the previous night and Zhang Li's provocation, his desire for vengeance palpable. However, he dared not strike, knowing that Zhang Dingshan would not let him off easily. The formidable Zhang Dingshan of the Heavenly Gang realm was not a match Yin Antian could contend with, even with Xiang Fei by his side. I have always been loyal to your majesty, do not speak recklessly, your highness. As for last night, one of the outer house managers indeed went to the black market, but the claim regarding the imperial seal is pure nonsense. Moreover, that manager has since been killed by treacherous individuals. Even if the seal existed, it would have long been seized by those traitors. It has nothing to do with me. To hoard the seal is a crime punishable by death. Naturally, Yin Antian could not bear such a charge. How do we know this is not a performance orchestrated by you? After all, the seal was acquired by your subordinates, and thus I demand to search the Prime Minister's residence. Anyone who dares to obstruct me shall be killed without mercy. Zhang Li pressed forward, his demeanor fierce and imposing. You must not overstep, your highness. The murderous intent in Yin Antian's eyes boiled over. Overstep? What I have done is but a fraction of your transgressions. If my actions are deemed excessive, then what would you call your own? Treason. Zhang Li advanced relentlessly, each of his words as sharp as a sword, piercing through the tension in the air, rendering it almost unbearable. In that moment, the surrounding demons glared ferociously, while Yang Lui tightened her grip on her dagger. The atmosphere grew heavy with a palpable sense of impending violence. At this juncture, tensions were at their zenith. Chapter 14. A confrontation in person. Yang Liu's face was taut, her palms drenched in perspiration. Despite her mastery in assassination and her formidable psychological resilience, within the Prime Minister's residence, under the scrutiny of over 100 ferocious demons and the most formidable of them all, Yin Antian, she felt an overwhelming sense of psychological pressure. However, what she endured was merely the aftershock. Zhang Li confronted Yin Antian directly, bearing the brunt of the pressure, yet Zhang Li remained unfazed, disregarding the surrounding demons, his eyes radiating power and dominance, fixed intently on Yin Antian, exuding an aura of grandeur. Yang Liui could hardly believe the audacity Zhang Li displayed. He stood alone against the throng of demons, relentlessly pressing Yin Antian. The moment Yin Antian issued a command, these demons would undoubtedly tear Zhang Li to shreds. Such audacious courage. Observing Zhang Li's silhouette, Yang Liui felt a profound stir within her heart. As her gaze shifted, she pondered how she might lead Zhang Li to safety from the Prime Minister's estate should conflict erupt. To fabricate a crime is to find an excuse. I am the current Prime Minister. Even if you are the Crown Prince, you hold no authority to search my residence. You allege that the Imperial Seal resides within the Prime Minister's estate. Then, Your Highness, please present your evidence, otherwise, I reserve the right to refuse your unreasonable demands. Finally, Yin Antian spoke. Though he possessed a fiery temperament, he was not devoid of intellect. Should he strike at Zhang Li, Zhang Dingshan would ensure he would not see the dawn of the next day. Sacrificing a meticulously laid plan spanning over a decade for a mere Zhang Li was simply not worth it. This time, I shall endure. It seems you have resolved to defy my will. Haven to you. Zhang Li's gaze remained unwavering, coldly scrutinizing Yin Antian, signaling a readiness for conflict. This prompted Yang Liui to break into a cold sweat on his behalf. If your highness lacks evidence, it would be prudent to take your leave. I have matters to attend to. See yourself out. Unable to devise a counter against Zhang Li, Yin Antian disdainfully turned away, dismissing him. Watching Yin Antian's retreating figure, Zhang Li refrained from acting recklessly. After all, he was merely a Blood Qi realm warrior, and although Yang Liui possessed greater strength, she was still no match for the millennia-old wolf demon, Yin Antian. To act would be to invite humiliation. Zhang Li would not engage in such folly. Why Yin Antian, you await my return. Once I uncover evidence, I shall ensure your family and lineage face annihilation. And remember to discipline Yi Tianqian well. Should you fail in this regard, I shall gladly provide him with a lesson myself. Next time, it shall not merely be a severed limb. Zhang Li called out to Yin Antian's back, deliberately provoking him. Began. Yin Antian, enraged, swung his hand in a sweeping motion. Instantly, a powerful gust of wind surged forth, aimed directly at Zhang Li. Yang Liui stepped forward, shielding Zhang Li. However, the force was overwhelming, sending both Zhang Li and Yang Liui hurtling out of the Prime Minister's residence. Yin Antian did not dare to kill. This strike was merely intended to expel Zhang Li from the estate, yet, Yang Liui's complexion turned pale as she spat out a mouthful of blood. Yin Antian's strength was indeed far beyond their current capabilities. Nevertheless, Zhang Li's objective had been achieved with the Imperial Seal's emergence. Any lack of reaction from him would have raised suspicions. By causing a commotion within the Prime Minister's estate, he not only confronted Yin Antian boldly but also executed his plans flawlessly. The only regret for Zhang Li was Yang Liui's injury. In this critical moment, my wife truly cares for me. Zhang Li, filled with concern, produced a healing pill for her. Call me wife again, and I shall cut out your tongue. Yang Liui shot Zhang Li a frosty glance before retrieving her own medicinal pill and consuming it. My dear, you are injured. Let us return home. Zhang Li altered his address, inciting Yang Liui's teeth to clench in irritation. Having vented her anger and played her part, Zhang Li led Yang Liui back to the Eastern Palace. Within the Prime Minister's estate, Yin Antian arrived at the rear courtyard, encountering Yi Tianqian in tears, lamenting his grievances. Father, though Tianqian has been somewhat willful, you should not have struck him. Yin Antian's wife was also a wolf demon. However, she had sustained injuries during childbirth, leaving her frail and confined to the rear courtyard for recuperation. A child's misbehavior is the fault of the parent. I have been lax in my discipline, fostering his arrogant disposition. Today's slap serves as a minor reprimand. Should there be a next time, I shall not show leniency. Yi Nanshan's mood soured upon seeing the incorrigible Yi Tianqian, and he rebuked him without reservation. Yi Tianqian, startled, quickly ceased his weeping, refraining from further comment. Given the recent turbulence within the capital, you are confined to the estate for a month. Spend time with your mother, and do not step outside. Should you disobey, I shall break your legs. Yi Nantian issued a confinement order to Yi Tianqian, both as punishment and protection. The imminent struggles of open and covert conflict rendered Yi Tianqian's proud nature a potential liability. Yi Tianqian stood frozen in place, yet dared not defy his father. In his heart, he attributed this grievance solely to Jiangli. Jiangli, this is all you're doing. Await my vengeance. I shall ensure you pay 1,000-fold for this transgression. I will not rest until you are utterly destroyed. Yi Tianqian seethed internally, while Yi Nantian departed the rear courtyard, entering the underground secret chamber. Within the chamber, a bronze mirror awaited. Yi Nantian activated it, and soon, an exquisite figure emerged within the mirror, a perfect blend of purity and allure, the legendary Xiangfei, the 1,000-year-old fox demon. I hear the Imperial Seal appeared last night, acquired by someone from your red chamber. Yi Nantian wasted no time, delving straight into the matter. The Imperial Seal is of utmost importance. Should Jiangli obtain it, not only would he secure his life, but it would also jeopardize Yi Nantian's plans. Conversely, should Yi Nantian and Xiangfei acquire the seal, they could eliminate Jiangli, propelling the 6th prince, Jiang Feng, to power, while absorbing the nation's fortune to elevate their own cultivation. Yet, there exists but one Imperial Seal, while Yi Nantian and Xiangfei are two. Moreover, Yi Nantian, as a wolf demon, and Xiangfei, as a fox demon, publicly claim to be siblings, yet their relationship is purely. Even blood brothers keep accounts clear. Yi Nantian and Xiangfei, too, harbor their own intentions. Are you here to demand an explanation? Xiangfei reclined languidly upon a soft couch, her sensual form arching into a breathtaking curve. Every movement exuded an enchanting allure. A true enchantress, Hong Jia belongs to the Red Chamber, while the elderly man who purchased the fake seal was merely an outer steward of the Prime Minister's estate. Hong Jia killed the old man and seized the counterfeit seal. This represents a minor fracture in the alliance between Yi Nantian and Xiangfei. Though small, such fissures, if allowed to accumulate, will inevitably erupt. Chapter 15 The Art of Deception. Xiangfei, we are but two grasshoppers on the same string. If we wish to annex the great Xia dynasty, we must join forces with unwavering sincerity. At this moment, the Imperial Seal is vital to our forthcoming plans, and we cannot afford any missteps. Yi Nantian spoke with a grim expression. He was reluctant to let a mere fissure in their relationship with Xiangfei lead to a rift, for they shared a common adversary. Jiang Dingshan. Until they had dealt with Jiang Dingshan and successfully absorbed the great Xia dynasty, their alliance remained unbreakable. I have already heard some whispers regarding this matter. However, you are well aware that the brothel is a lowly establishment, and the South Ridge black market is equally disreputable. Hong Jia lacks the standing to communicate directly with me. Last night's incident occurred abruptly. Hong Jia did not report it and acted on her own accord to seize the opportunity. Subsequently, when the unexpected truth emerged, she was pursued and has since vanished, leaving me unable to reach her. Xiangfei remarked indifferently. The abrupt turn of events had taken her by surprise as well. By the time she learned of the situation, Hong Jia was already missing. Presently, she was dispatching individuals to locate Hong Jia, eager to acquire the seal at the earliest opportunity. The circumstances surrounding this incident are rather peculiar. How could the seal have ended up in the South Ridge black market? Yi Nantian furrowed his brow, his mind unusually active. The seller is suspected to be a eunuch from the palace, yet their precise identity remains unknown. One of my subordinates, a rat demon, was sent to pursue them but has also gone missing. From these 2 points, it is possible that the crown prince, inebriated, lost the seal, which was subsequently picked up by a eunuch, Xiangfei posited, revealing her conjecture regarding the truth. The whereabouts of the Imperial Seal have always been shrouded in mystery. Jiangli, in a drunken stupor, could not even recall the events of that night. Neither Xiangfei nor Yi Nantian had managed to uncover its location. The only plausible explanation is that it was taken by someone else. Could this be a trap? Yi Nantian's intellect soared to new heights. Xiangfei pondered for a moment before shaking her head. I have been monitoring the Crown Prince closely. He first visited the Grand General's residence, followed by the Music Bureau and the 100 Flowers Pavilion. As of now, he remains entranced by beauty. Moreover, last night, he competed with Yi Tianqian for the title of the pavilion's courtesan and subsequently stayed overnight at the 100 Flowers Pavilion. Bai Feng has been keeping watch and has reported no irregularities. Xiangfei's network of courtesans spans the nation, intricately woven into a vast intelligence web. Fu Rong and Bai Feng are her two most trusted confidants. Even Chen Sisi and Mu Ziqing remain under her control. Thus, Zhang Li's every move is under her surveillance. Regrettably, her excessive trust in the courtesans allowed Zhang Li to exploit a gap. Chen Sisi crafted a counterfeit seal, while Mu Ziqing aided Zhang Li in the black market endeavor. Neither Chen Sisi nor Mu Ziqing had reported these actions to Xiangfei. Furthermore, due to Yang Liu's vigilance, Fu Rong and Bai Feng could not approach, leaving them oblivious to the truth. Even if he did not act personally, it is still possible for him to employ others. Yi Nantian maintained his skepticism. I have already dispatched individuals to closely monitor the Grand General's residence. Additionally, the East Palace is rife with our spies. He has no trusted allies there, Xiangfei asserted, believing Jiang Li lacked the capability. Although Yi Nantian harbored doubts, he found merit in Xiangfei's analysis. What shall we do now? If it is not a trap, then obtaining the seal becomes the crux of the matter. Hong Jia is missing, yet I am certain she is still alive and within the imperial capital. I shall send people to continue the search, and you may also dispatch your demon guards to seek discreetly. However, this matter must remain confidential to prevent anyone from discovering that the seal has fallen into our hands. The seal is of paramount importance, we must retrieve it. Very well. Yi Nantian nodded in agreement with Xiangfei's proposal. Zhang Li, of course, was unaware of the dialogue between Yi Nantian and Xiangfei. However, the current situation unfolded precisely according to Jiang Li's design, so he felt no urgency. At this moment, he returned to the East Palace with the injured Yang Liuyi. Upon returning, his first order of business was to exercise his authority as crown prince and mobilize the palace guards. The seal has appeared in the South Ridge black market. I command you to investigate thoroughly and recover it at all costs. Jiang Li issued his orders with urgency, dispatching all palace guards. Naturally, this was merely for appearances. Ironically, their departure illuminated the previously dim East Palace. My dear, we cannot linger here for too long. If we are to perform, we must do so in full. Otherwise, we shall not deceive anyone nor draw out the genuine seal. My injuries are no longer a concern. Yang Liuyi shot Jiang Li a glare, still harboring resentment over his change of address from wife to dear. Let us rest. Jiang Li nodded in agreement and then escorted Yang Liuyi to the Grand General's estate, bearing the critical task of retrieving the seal. Jiang Li knew he must exert every effort. Apart from the palace guards, his only recourse was to seek assistance from the Grand General's residence. Naturally, he would not disclose the matter of the counterfeit seal to Yang Wudi. It was not a matter of distrust, rather, the gravity of the situation warranted minimal knowledge. There are 30 veteran soldiers in my household who can be of service. I shall ensure they assist your highness in recovering the seal. Without hesitation, Yang Wudi mobilized all the veteran soldiers in his residence to aid Jiang Li in his search for the seal. This significantly enhanced Jiang Li's impression of Yang Wudi. Before long, the palace guards and 30 veteran soldiers commenced a thorough search throughout the imperial capital simultaneously. The courtesans and demon guards operated covertly. However, the vastness of the capital posed a formidable challenge. Searching for Hong Jie among a populace of 500,000 was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. 3 days passed with neither side yielding any results. At this moment, Hong Jie concealed herself in a cellar within the western district. The layout of the capital was clear. The palace faced south, the eastern district housed the nobility, the southern district represented commercial avenues, while the western district was home to the common folk. The cellar where Hong Jie hid was a secret refuge left behind by Hype during his lifetime. A crafty rabbit has 3 burrows. Hype, with his talent for excavation, had established multiple secret locations throughout the capital for unforeseen circumstances. Hong Jie's injuries were severe. Although she had consumed healing elixirs, she remained battered and weak. The price she paid to obtain the counterfeit seal was tremendous, yet she deemed every sacrifice worthwhile. This place is no longer safe. I must hasten to the 100 Flowers Pavilion to deliver the seal to Lord Baifeng. Hong Jie was merely a minor figure within the courtesans, unable to directly contact Xiang Fei. Therefore, to present the seal, she had to rely on intermediaries. Lord Baifeng of the 100 Flowers Pavilion was the highest-ranking individual she could access. She believed that by presenting the seal, she would surely earn great merit, leading to a plethora of rewards that would elevate her status. Under the cover of night, Hong Jie quietly emerged from the cellar, hoping to use the darkness as a shield while making her way to the 100 Flowers Pavilion. However, just as she stepped out into an alley, a voice suddenly rang out. Hong Jie, you have finally revealed yourself. Chapter 16. The plan has failed. A sudden jolt of alarm surged through Hong Jie as she swiftly turned to glance back. Not far off stood a tall, gaunt man with a pallid complexion. The moment Hong Jie caught sight of him, she instinctively fled. It was this very man who had discovered her when she had slain the outer sex steward and seized the storage ring. The wounds she bore were also a result of his actions. Hong Jie, surrender the jade seal, and I shall spare your life. The man executed a peculiar serpentine footwork, swiftly pursuing her like a serpent. Despite his formidable strength, he deliberately maintained a relative distance from her. This man, known as Ash Snake, was a confidant of Mu Zicheng. Everything was under Mu Zicheng's control. Terror gripped Hong Jie's heart as she fled in panic towards the 100 Flowers Pavilion. If I can reach the 100 Flowers Pavilion, Lord Baifeng will save me. All her hopes rested upon Baifeng. However, the commotion of their chase quickly attracted the attention of others. Hong Jie is here, target identified. Soon enough, the forces of the Red Mansion and the demon guards discovered her, converging like sharks scenting blood. Capture Hong Jie alive and reclaim the jade seal. Anyone who dares obstruct us shall be killed without mercy. Jiang Li and his men appeared, issuing swift orders. In an instant, the Eastern Palace guards and 30 seasoned warriors joined the fray. With so many pursuing her, Hong Jie was utterly terrified. Though some were from the Red Mansion, her fear rendered her incapable of distinguishing friend from foe. Gritting her teeth, she exerted every ounce of strength to escape towards the 100 Flowers Pavilion. She trusted no one but Baifeng. The demons trailing them also joined the hunt. Yang Liuyi closely guarded Jiang Li. However, due to Jiang Li's relatively weaker strength, he found himself lagging behind the others. The demons originally sent by Yin Antian to shadow Jiang Li were now drawn to Hong Jie, abandoning Jiang Li to join the pursuit. Let chaos reign. The more tumultuous, the better. The murkier the waters, the easier it will be for me to fish. Observing various factions converging from all directions to chase after Hong Jie, Jiang Li's eyes glimmered with a hint of amusement. Will this truly lure out the genuine jade seal? Yang Liuyi felt a pang of anxiety. Who knows? Jiang Li shrugged. We shall do our part and leave the rest to fate. If we cannot find it, then it is simply my destiny, and I shall accept it with equanimity. Yang Liuyi was left speechless. She had thought Jiang Li was masterfully strategizing, only to realize he was relying on luck. This thought made her increasingly worried about Jiang Li. If the Imperial Jade Seal remained unfound, Jiang Li's fate would undoubtedly be dire. Wait, why should I care if he meets a tragic end? If he is imprisoned in the Celestial Dungeon, I could conveniently dissolve our engagement. I have no concern for him. Come, let us follow and observe the situation. Jiang Li remained oblivious to Yang Liuyi's inner thoughts, focusing instead on his own scheme. The success of the plan hinged on tonight. Although Jiang Li feigned indifference, no one truly wished for their demise. Before long, Jiang Li and Yang Liuyi pursued the unfolding events. Along the way, they encountered numerous signs of battle, as well as traces of blood, indicating that a fierce confrontation had already ensued. The question lingered amidst this frenzy of sharks hunting: could Hong Jie remain intact? Whether Hong Jie lived or died was of little concern to Jiang Li. His primary interest lay in whether the false jade seal could draw out the true one. After all, should the genuine seal fall into someone's hands and news of another jade seal emerge, curiosity would inevitably compel them to investigate. Of course, there were also those with unwavering resolve. Thus, Jiang Li's plan was nothing short of a gamble: win, and all rejoice; lose, and it would cost him his life. Thunderous clashes echoed from the distance. Although Jiang Li could not see the conflict, he sensed its intensity. It appeared that many powerful beings had already entered the fray, further complicating the situation. If you desire the jade seal, then contend for it yourselves. I shall no longer pursue it. Hong Jie's voice rang out suddenly. Under the relentless pursuit of the crowd, she found herself unable to reach the 100 Flowers Pavilion. Though the jade seal held great value, her life was far more precious. Thus, before the assembled multitude, Hong Jie cast aside the false jade seal. Instantly, the throng abandoned her, rushing towards the discarded seal. With the false jade seal in play, the struggle for possession intensified, and Hong Jie seized the opportunity to escape. A scream pierced the air as, amidst the fierce contest, someone was slain, leaving them unrecognizable. Among the 30 seasoned warriors lent to Jiang Li by Yang Wudi, 2 had already perished, while the rest bore injuries. Yang Liu's brows knitted and worried. My lady, you should also join the fray, but merely for show. There is no need to risk your life. Jiang Li, having perceived Yang Liu's distress, spoke up. Moreover, if he did not allow her to join the contention, it would only raise suspicions. What will you do if I leave? Yang Liu held deep affection for the seasoned warriors, having learned all her skills from them. However, her duty was to protect Jiang Li. If she departed, he would be in peril. Rest assured, I have my means of survival, Jiang Li replied with a confident smile. Another scream erupted as 3 more seasoned warriors fell victim to the demon guards. Find a place to hide, I shall return promptly. Yang Liu, concerned for the warriors' safety, urged Jiang Li before swiftly charging forth to aid them. A gentleman does not stand upon precarious ground. Jiang Li, of course, would not recklessly endanger himself, yet he did not retreat. Instead, he followed the footsteps of the others in their pursuit, gradually moving forward. Employing the broken illusion spirit eye, Jiang Li positioned himself as an observer, hoping to discern whether the true jade seal could be revealed. The battle for the jade seal escalated, with the false one passing through the hands of several individuals, yet none could maintain possession. Regrettably, amidst the fierce skirmish, Jiang Li had yet to identify any suspicious figures. Could it be that the plan has failed? Jiang Li's brow furrowed. If the true jade seal could not be drawn out, then the entire struggle held no significance. What weighed heavily was that 7 days had already elapsed, and the 10-day deadline loomed ever closer. If the bait and lure strategy faltered, the remaining 3 days would leave Jiang Li no time to devise a second plan. At that point, finding the true jade seal would rely solely on chance. As the conflict intensified, various factions, fueled by an unwavering determination to obtain the seal, suffered considerable casualties. Even Yang Liu sustained injuries. With the passage of time, Jiang Li's disappointment deepened. It seemed he had been overly confident. The bait and lure plan had declared itself a failure. Whoosh! Just as disappointment enveloped Jiang Li, a white figure suddenly appeared, moving faster than lightning, and snatched the false jade seal amidst the chaos of powerful contenders. Chapter 17. The Four-Legged Serpent. Jiang Li's gaze sharpened, and a flicker of hope ignited within him once more. He swiftly activated the broken illusion spirit eye, directing his sight towards the ethereal white figure, eager to discern the identity of this sudden assailant. However, the speed of this white figure was astonishing, akin to a bolt of lightning, as it deftly snatched the counterfeit imperial seal from the chaotic crowd engaged in fierce competition, before rapidly descending towards the ground. It is important to note that those participating in this contest were formidable figures from various factions, including Yang Liu from the Dantian realm, and the arriving by foam, along with powerful demons from the Demon Guard. The counterfeit seal had changed hands numerous times, yet no one had managed to seize it for themselves. In such a scenario, this white figure not only managed to claim the seal but also escaped right before the eyes of the crowd. This was nothing short of astounding. As the white figure touched the ground, it vanished like a ginseng fruit, leaving behind only a minuscule opening. It had burrowed underground. A gasp of surprise escaped from some. The imperial seal was of utmost importance, and none of the factions were willing to relinquish their claim, even if it meant traversing treacherous paths. However, only those who had reached the divine sea realm could communicate with heaven and earth, soaring through the skies or burrowing into the earth. Before that, even Yang Liu from the Dantian realm could not venture deep underground. Some demons might have the capability, but they were few in number. The hole was breached, yet the subterranean layers were dense and hard, making further progress arduous. Thus, after digging merely a few dozen meters, the crowd found themselves at an impasse. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers exchanged glances, their frustration palpable. They had fought tooth and nail here, only to discover that the seal had been snatched away by an unknown white figure. All their efforts had amounted to naught. Without the seal, the factions naturally ceased their hostilities. Consequently, they dispersed, remaining vigilant, yet unwilling to concede, each employing their own methods to track the elusive figure through the opening. Where was the prince? At this moment, Yang Liu, injured, returned to the location where she had previously parted ways with Jiang Li, yet, to her dismay, Jiang Li was nowhere to be found. Proficient in various assassination and tracking techniques, she found herself devoid of any leads. There were no signs of struggle, no bloodstains, nor any footprints indicating departure. Could he have vanished into thin air? Yang Liu's delicate features paled at the thought. Jiang Li was the crown prince of the Great Xia. His disappearance was far more grave than the loss of the imperial seal. Panic set in as she began her search, desperately seeking any trace of him. However, despite her prowess as a gold-ranked assassin, she found herself utterly empty-handed. Jiang Li had truly gone missing. At that moment, Jiang Li was not above ground but rather below it. Upon witnessing the white figure burrowing into the earth, he wasted no time in digging after it. To his astonishment, the technique he had acquired from slaying the black skin demon was now proving invaluable. His hands clawed at the earth, enhanced by the vigor of his blood, rendering them razor-sharp. What he employed was the innate ability he had gained from defeating the black skin demon. The spirit snake rat tunnel. As a rat demon, the black skin was naturally adept at tunneling, and this talent had transferred to Zhongli in the form of a divine ability. Initially, he had deemed this ability somewhat superfluous, but now it revealed itself as a crucial asset. With blood energy augmenting his efforts, he dug with remarkable speed. Additionally, his broken illusion spirit eye allowed him to trace the fleeting white figure even in the pitch-black depths, compelling him to relentlessly pursue it. Neither the Red Mansion nor the Demon Guard could match Zhongli's tunneling prowess at that moment. Regardless of whether you were the true culprit or not, I shall unearth you. Zhongli's eyes gleamed with determination as he fervently continued his excavation. He had meticulously orchestrated this plan as a means to lure out the enemy, only to find his endeavor thwarted by the emergence of a mysterious white figure. Although he could not ascertain whether this figure was indeed the thief of the true Imperial Seal, it represented his only glimmer of hope. He would not relent. Thus, Zhongli pursued the white figure, burrowing deeper into the underground. The subterranean environment was intricate, comprising sand, rock, and even underground rivers, yet, Zhongli persevered, embodying an indomitable spirit, undeterred by toil or fatigue. Ultimately, he lost track of his exact location and depth, but the surrounding spiritual energy began to intensify, enveloping him in a comforting embrace, as though he were ascending to the heavens. At last, Zhongli seemed to reach a terminus. The once stony and muddy terrain yielded to an expansive vista. What was this? As he beheld the scene before him, his eyes widened in disbelief. A dreamlike river of stars unfolded before Zhongli's gaze. This celestial river was vast, reminiscent of a mighty torrent, yet devoid of water. Instead, it sparkled with countless radiant stars, dazzling in their brilliance. An overwhelming surge of potent spiritual energy cascaded towards him like a tidal wave, pinning him to the ground. This was an underground spiritual vein. Having inherited the memories of the original owner, Zhongli quickly recognized the true nature of this starry river. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth was not static, it ebbed and flowed. Areas rich in spiritual energy were deemed treasures, attracting countless beings, while those with scant energy resembled desolate wastelands, ignored by all. When spiritual energy converged to a significant degree, it would form a unique spiritual vein. These veins varied in strength and were generally classified as inferior, medium, superior, or exceptional. The Great Xia dynasty chose to establish its capital here primarily due to this underground spiritual vein. This was a medium-grade spiritual vein, endowing the capital with a greater density of spiritual energy than other locations. Moreover, the royal family had developed special conduits to channel the energy from this vein for cultivation. Additionally, this medium-grade vein provided the energy necessary to sustain the capital's defensive formation. It could be said that this medium-grade vein was the very foundation of the capital. Zhongli had not anticipated that his relentless excavation would lead him to a subterranean spiritual vein. At that moment, he utilized his broken illusion spirit eye to search for the white figure. Soon, he located his target. The white figure was nestled within the spiritual vein. Zhongli's eyes widened as he finally discerned the true identity of the figure. A lizard? No, it was more accurately described as a four-legged serpent. The white figure was not human but rather a half-meter-long four-legged serpent. Initially, Zhongli had mistaken it for a lizard, but it was distinctly different. Its entire body was pure white, adorned with fine white scales, resembling a white snake, yet it possessed four limbs with sharp claws. Zhongli could hardly believe that the thief of the counterfeit Imperial Seal was an unexpectedly intriguing four-legged serpent. This serpent had made its nest within the spiritual vein, accumulating a plethora of treasures that sparkled enticingly. With a sudden flick, the four-legged serpent released its grip on the serpent's large eyes were filled with confusion, evidently bewildered as to why there were two such seals. Zhongli's eyes widened in astonishment. By heavens, so it was truly you who stole it. Chapter 18. A whiff of breath. The scheme of using a mere brick to attract jade can be deemed, in strict terms, a success. This is because Zhongli indeed found the genuine jade seal through a counterfeit one. However, he never anticipated that the true jade seal would not fall into the hands of others, but rather be pilfered by this four-legged serpent. Although he was oblivious to the method of the serpent's theft, the authenticity of the jade seal was beyond question. Zhongli's heart was a tumult of shock and exhilaration. Who goes there? The four-legged serpent abruptly turned its gaze, its pair of snow-white eyes suddenly fixating on Zhongli. It had not expected that someone could trace its whereabouts to this place. Zhongli, too, was left in a state of astonishment, for this serpent possessed the uncanny ability to articulate human speech. Yet, disregarding all else, he resolved to reclaim the jade seal first. In a flash, Zhongli made his decision. He extended his hand to grasp, drawing his blade upward. The true jade seal was intrinsically linked to his fate, none could impede his advance. How dare a mere human challenge me? The four-legged serpent spoke once more, its tone laden with authority, resembling a formidable demon emperor. With a sudden rush, the dense spiritual energy from the spiritual vein seemed to be stirred by an invisible hand, transforming into a colossal wave of spiritual force, crashing toward Zhongli with the intent of reducing him to mere pulp. Observing the rapidly approaching wave, Zhongli furrowed his brows, astonished. Just moments ago, he had discerned the serpent's realm of power through his illusory spirit eye, which revealed it to be merely at the 7th level of Blood Qi realm, just a step above him. The serpent's ability to seize the counterfeit jade seal stemmed solely from its astonishing speed and capability to burrow underground, evading capture. Yet, Zhongli had not anticipated that it could also manipulate spiritual energy. He had indeed underestimated this four-legged serpent. Nevertheless, the true Jade Seal lay within his grasp. Jiangli would not relent. He gripped his blade tightly, channeling his tiger roar and dragon chant technique, feeling his blood surging, his muscular arms swelling with formidable strength. Break! Jiangli shouted, unleashing a powerful downward strike with his blade. The precious sword, honed to sharpness, cleaved through the wave of spiritual energy with the force of 6,000 pounds, parting it as if it were mere air. Jiangli surged forth, charging directly at the four-legged serpent. Impudent fool, to disrespect me, the emperor. Such transgressions warrant death. The four-legged serpent's voice was heavy with menace. At that moment, the spiritual energy surged anew, coalescing into another wave that crashed toward Jiangli. He wielded his blade and once more sliced through the massive wave, closing the distance to the serpent. A flicker of surprise crossed the serpent's eyes as it continued to summon spiritual energy, conjuring 3 successive waves akin to a tsunami, unstoppable in its approach. Yet, Jiangli, fueled by vigor and wielding a razor-sharp blade, defied the onslaught, cleaving through the 3 waves and reaching the serpent's very front. How dare you, mere ants, provoke me? You seek your demise. Upon witnessing the failure of the spiritual waves, a mix of embarrassment and rage flickered in the serpent's gaze. It summoned even more spiritual energy from all directions, aiming to compress Jiangli into oblivion. However, Jiangli disregarded the encroaching energy, his focus unwaveringly fixed on the serpent. Roar of the tiger. Jiangli summoned all his might into the tiger roar and unleashed a roar that echoed through the air, akin to a tiger's cry reverberating through the mountains. The four-legged serpent was instantly shaken, its gaze momentarily unfocused. Yet, this serpent was unique. The impact of the roar on it was fleeting. Nevertheless, that fleeting moment was an opportunity for Jiangli. His blood surged, channeling into his palm and then into the blade he wielded. The blade gleamed coldly, adorned with a faint crimson glow that flowed like blood. A searing, fiery aura erupted forth, akin to a volcano in eruption, unstoppable in its intensity. True Sun Demon-Slaying Blade. Jiangli infused 11 years of cultivation into the technique, propelling the demon-slaying blade method to minor completion. What he executed now was the minor completion of this technique, its might amplified several-fold from before. This strike cleaved through the oncoming wave of spiritual energy, its momentum unyielding as it accurately struck the four-legged serpent. Although the serpent was peculiar, Jiangli showed no mercy. Clang! The resonant clash of metal rang out, sending dazzling sparks flying. The four-legged serpent was sent flying, yet it was not slain by the blow. Indeed, not a single scale on its body was shattered. It was as if it remained entirely unscathed. How can this be? Jiangli's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the serpent. His demon-slaying blade method had vanquished countless foes, including the likes of Hu Yaoyao and Haipi, and had severely injured Yi Tianchen. Now, with the minor completion of his technique, its power should have been sufficient to cleave through even the toughest of defenses. Yet, it could not harm the four-legged serpent. What manner of demon is this, so resilient? Hiss, that hurts. The four-legged serpent grimaced in pain. Though the strike had not harmed it, the impact was nevertheless excruciating. You have successfully provoked my ire. Today, I shall ensure your utter annihilation. The serpent's eyes blazed with fury. Boom! In the next moment, an overwhelming force erupted from within the four-legged serpent, akin to an ancient beast awakening, intent on annihilating the heavens and slaughtering all life. Concurrently, the spiritual energy in the veins was drawn forth, rapidly converging. Ultimately, a colossal spiritual dragon, 1,000 meters in size, manifested before Jiangli. Though this dragon was composed of spiritual energy, the spiritual dragon before him was terrifying beyond measure, far beyond what he could withstand at present. Even if he were to break through to the true Qi realm now, he would likely be crushed by this dragon's claw. Perish! The four-legged serpent bellowed, and instantly, the spiritual dragon surged forth like an arrow released from a bow, rushing towards Jiangli with lethal intent. Faced with this formidable spiritual dragon, Jiangli found himself devoid of fear. Instead, his gaze solidified with unwavering determination. He gripped his blade tightly, blood surging within him, prepared to fight to the death. Just then, a faint aura suddenly emanated from the wordless heavenly tablet within his consciousness. This aura was exceedingly weak, akin to a drop in the ocean. Yet, as it dispersed, the fearsome spiritual dragon inexplicably crumbled, reverting back into pure spiritual energy. What is happening? Both Jiangli and the four-legged serpent stared in disbelief. In the following moment, the aura descended upon the four-legged serpent. Instantly, the serpent felt as if it bore the weight of an invisible mountain upon its back. The mountain was unbearably heavy, pinning the serpent to the ground, its limbs sprawled in a wide stance. It was gripped by terror, thrashing wildly in an attempt to escape, yet, that faint aura remained as steady as a mountain, rendering it incapable of even moving a single finger. What power is this? The serpent's eyes widened in alarm, its color drained with fright. At the same time, Jiangli was equally astonished, yet, he quickly regained his composure. Charging forth then, he plopped down upon the serpent's back. Chapter 19 of the White Emperor. Remove your posterior from my presence, or I shall rend you limb from limb. Under the oppressive weight of Jiangli, the four-legged serpent experienced an utter humiliation, emitting frantic cries. Jiangli then shifted slightly, seating himself directly upon its head. The serpent let out pitiful whimpers, clearly eager to continue its tirade, yet Jiangli turned a deaf ear to its protests. What, pray tell, is the nature of this nameless celestial steel? A profound curiosity enveloped Jiangli's mind. The steel, his greatest enigma, eluded even his own comprehension. By vanquishing demons, one could acquire spiritual prowess, thereby refining one's martial arts. This was the exquisite utility of the nameless celestial steel. However, faced with this peculiar four-legged serpent, its prowess only deepened Jiang Li's intrigue, yet, the steel remained quietly suspended within his consciousness, exhibiting no peculiarities, leaving Jiang Li with no avenue for investigation. Very well, let us first address the matter at hand. Jiang Li lifted himself. I shall eradicate you, the serpent seethed with fury, prompting Jiang Li to sit down once more. At this moment, his gaze swept over a trove of treasures. Beyond 2 jade seals, 1 genuine and 1 counterfeit, lay several other remarkable items, including an exceedingly rare luminous pearl and a millennium-old crystal from the depths of the ocean, even a red belly band? What peculiar obsession is this? Jiang Li found himself at a loss for words. After a brief pause, he once again raised himself, and this time the serpent, though its eyes blazed with anger, refrained from further insults. If you wish to avoid a foul fate, then speak respectfully. Jiang Li disregarded the serpent's ire and continued to perch upon it. This four-legged serpent was extraordinary. Though its realm was not high, it could draw upon the spiritual energy of the ley lines and even condense it into a true dragon of spiritual essence. Moreover, it exhibited remarkable speed and formidable physical resilience, certainly not an ordinary demon. Given its ability to articulate human speech, Jiang Li was keen to engage in a meaningful dialogue. I have nothing to discuss with you, the serpent retorted, clearly proud and disdainful. Were it not for that peculiar aura, Jiang Li would hardly be its match, and thus the serpent harbored a certain discontent towards him. Acknowledging this, Jiang Li resolutely sat down once more. Though he could not inflict physical harm upon the serpent, he could certainly shatter its will. After several exchanges, the serpent finally acquiesced. Are you a snake or a lizard? Jiang Li posed his first question, intrigued by the serpent's species. You are the lizard. Your entire family are lizards, the serpent snapped back, akin to a creature whose tail had been stepped upon, yet upon meeting Jiang Li's menacing glare, it quickly ceased its retorts. I am known as the White Emperor, a descendant of the true dragon. The serpent proclaimed with pride. White Emperor, descendant of the true dragon. Jiang Li scrutinized the White Emperor closely. I must say, I did not perceive this. His words incensed the White Emperor, nearly provoking it to spit blood. Why did you attempt to steal the Jade Seal, and why have you audaciously nested within the ley lines of my great Xia imperial capital? Jiang Li continued to inquire, seeking to unravel the White Emperor's intentions. Which of your eyes beheld me in the act of thievery? All these treasures were merely collected by me. As for this ley line, it originates from the heavens and the earth, and thus rightfully belongs to them. What right do you have to claim it for Great Xia? The White Emperor declared with righteous indignation. What a twisted rationale. Under heaven's expanse, all lands belong to the sovereign. Everything within the boundaries of the Great Xia dynasty is its property, including you. You have committed a grave sin by attempting to steal the Jade Seal. I, as the Crown Prince of Great Xia, hereby arrest you for your transgression. From this moment forth, you shall be my prisoner. Jiang Li remained oblivious to the White Emperor's origins and motives. However, it was evident that this White Emperor was not akin to ordinary demons. While Jiang Li could not slay him, he also did not wish to simply set him free. Thus, he resolved to take the White Emperor with him for further study. After all, the trace of the steel's aura had already seeped into the White Emperor's being, rendering him temporarily immobile, at Jiang Li's mercy. Rising, Jiang Li collected the White Emperor, securing him at his waist like a belt. To be regarded as a mere belt, a proud descendant of the true dragon, this is an unspeakable humiliation. The White Emperor seethed internally but dared not express his thoughts, fearing further indignities. Meanwhile, Jiang Li sheathed his blade and approached the pile of treasures. With a swift motion, Jiang Li grasped the genuine Jade Seal first. Though the counterfeit seal was remarkably lifelike, it was still distinct from the authentic one, not merely in appearance but in essence. The genuine Jade Seal symbolized the supreme authority of the Great Xia dynasty, embodying the power of national fortune and capable of mobilizing the millennia of destiny of Great Xia. Both Xiang Fei and Yi Nantian had schemed to possess the seal, precisely for the sake of that millennial fortune. Unfortunately, only Jiang Dingshan held the mastery over such destiny. Though Jiang Li was a prince, he had not inherited this knowledge. Thus, even wielding the genuine Jade Seal would not allow him to summon the national fortune of Great Xia. Otherwise, with the seal in hand, invoking the millennial fortune would render slaying demons a mere child's play. Even the 1,000-year wolf demon, Yi Nantian, would find it challenging to withstand. I must devise a method to have my father bestow upon me the knowledge of national fortune. As he toyed with the genuine Jade Seal, Jiang Li was filled with a yearning for the art of national fortune. This technique had been passed down through generations, reserved only for the emperors of Xia. Although Jiang Li had yet to ascend the throne, as the crown prince of Great Xia, he still had the opportunity to access it. Of course, that was a matter for the future. For now, having discovered the genuine Jade Seal, it was time for Jiang Li to return with his report. He had not forgotten the 10-day deadline. While the genuine Jade Seal had been located, he could not afford to waste the counterfeit seal. Gazing at the counterfeit seal on the ground, a new idea formed in Jiang Li's mind. He collected all the treasures into his storage ring, and then departed the subterranean ley lines. Despite the numerous obstacles faced, Jiang Li had not only retrieved the genuine Jade Seal but had also captured the White Emperor, marking a significant triumph. Navigating through the excavated tunnel, Jiang Li ascended towards the surface. I have delved 3,000 meters underground. Previously, his thoughts had been consumed with pursuing the White Emperor, leaving little room for other considerations. Now, upon returning, he was astonished to realize the extent of his excavation. The innate abilities of this spirit serpent truly astound. Exiting the tunnel cautiously, he found himself enveloped in the darkness of night, with a relentless downpour bespeaking inclement weather. To think I have pursued for a full day and night. It was now the second night, and Jiang Li had spent an entire day underground capturing the White Emperor. This meant only one day remained before the 10-day deadline. However, with the genuine jade seal reclaimed, the deadline no longer posed a threat to him. Just as Jiang Li stepped out of the tunnel, intending to return, his peripheral vision caught sight of a familiar figure. It was a middle-aged woman clad in coarse linen, whose presence had previously left him with nightmarish memories. It was none other than the Red Sister, who had narrowly escaped death. Chapter 20 of the Safe Return. In Jiang Li's eyes, Hong Jie was merely a tool, a mere vessel that had delivered a counterfeit imperial seal. Her life or death held little significance. However, he had not anticipated the depth of their entanglement. Finding themselves reunited in this very place, Insect Demon, Jiang Li deployed his illusory spirit eye, casting his gaze upon Hong Jie. With a single glance, he pierced through her deceptive facade to reveal her true demonic form. Like Hei Pai, she hailed from the lower echelons of the brothel, both serving as minor demons under the Red Mansion. Hei Pai was a rat demon, while Hong Jie was an insect demon, her true form that of a plump, pink, elongated worm. Since you have fortuitously survived, let us assist each other once more. Jiang Li contemplated, watching Hong Jie's retreating figure, his thoughts swirling into a new scheme. With a flick of his toes, he propelled himself towards her with the grace of a dragonfly skimming the water's surface. At that moment, Hong Jie donned tattered homespun cloth, her hair disheveled, resembling a beggar. She had sustained grave injuries during the earlier struggle for the counterfeit seal. Although she had cleverly discarded the fake seal to save her own life, her severe wounds prevented her from fleeing the imperial capital. After resting for a day to regain some strength, she ventured out at night, intending to seek out Bai Feng at the 100 Flowers Pavilion. As a member of the Red Mansion, it was only natural for her to find her organization. Suddenly, a chill ran down Hong Jie's spine, prompting her to turn abruptly. She then beheld Jiang Li approaching swiftly, a glimmer of mockery dancing in his eyes. Tiger's roar. Without further ado, Jiang Li unleashed the Tiger Roar Dragoness chant technique. His throat quivered as if a small rodent were scuttling from his abdomen. He then opened his mouth to emit a powerful and authoritative roar, which reverberated towards her. Hong Jie's face drained of color as her skin trembled, her mind blank, utterly shaken by the formidable sound. Seizing this opportunity, Jiang Li drew his blade. Demon-slaying sword technique. This strike was not intended to slay Hong Jie directly, thus he refrained from employing. Nevertheless, even a standard demon-slaying technique was far beyond Hong Jie's capacity to withstand at this moment. Though once a formidable warrior at the 9th level of the Qi Blood Realm, her injuries had reduced her strength to merely the 4th or 5th level, rendering her vastly inferior to Jiang Li. With a sickening thud, the blade struck Hong Jie's legs, severing flesh to the bone, blood gushing forth, preventing her escape. It was only then that Hong Jie emerged from the daze of the Tiger's roar, a scream of agony escaping her lips as the pain from her injuries overwhelmed her. She knew not who Jiang Li was, yet she sensed a profound danger emanating from him. In a moment of desperation, she cast aside her pretense, a thick aura of demonic energy surging forth. Hong Jie's form shifted rapidly, transforming back into her true self in the blink of an eye. A repulsive, 1 meter long, pink worm, her body grotesquely bloated like a tire, pink poison mist. Hong Jie acted swiftly, unleashing a cloud of putrid pink gas from her rear. The noxious fumes coalesced into a thick mist, exuding an unbearable stench while harboring corrosive toxins. How revolting! Jiang Li's complexion turned a shade of green. Even holding his breath, he felt the urge to vomit, yet his resolve remained steadfast as he suppressed his nausea, charging forth once more to deliver another strike upon Hong Jie. This time, she could no longer withstand the onslaught, letting out a wretched cry as she collapsed to the ground. A long gash marred her back, blood flowing freely. Ugh! At this juncture, Jiang Li could no longer concern himself with capturing Hong Jie, instead leaning against the wall to retch. The stench was unbearable. What foul fish or decayed shrimp had produced such a horrendous odor? The general's manor. Though it was the dead of night, the ancestral hall remained brightly lit. The general's manor was founded by the nation's heroes, their ancestors having contributed significantly since the establishment of the Great Xia dynasty a millennium ago. Over the centuries, the general's manor had produced generations of heroes, achieving unparalleled feats for the Great Xia dynasty. Outsiders only beheld the manor's splendor, oblivious to the hundreds of spiritual tablets within the ancestral hall. The general's manor had a storied military lineage. While it had birthed numerous renowned generals, it had also seen countless martyrs fall in battle. These hundreds of spiritual tablets were merely those of the direct ancestors, not accounting for the many collateral branches. The glory of the general's manor was forged through the blood and sacrifice of its forebears. At this moment, within the ancestral hall, a delicate figure knelt, unable to rise. It was Yang Lui. Do you acknowledge your transgressions? Yang Wudi approached, his expression grave. Grandfather, I take full responsibility for the crown prince's disappearance. I admit my guilt. Yang Lui did not contest his words. As Jiang Li's personal bodyguard, her failure to accompany him while instead aiding the old soldiers of the manor was indeed a grave misstep. Had Jiang Li not encountered any trouble, it might have been overlooked, but now that he was missing, she could not evade blame. The crown prince is not only the heir apparent but also your betrothed. Whether as his bodyguard or as his fiancée, your foremost duty should be to prioritize his safety. Though the old soldiers are important, the crown prince's well-being is paramount. You must understand that the entire general's manor combined pales in comparison to the crown princess' safety. Should he meet with calamity, the Great Xia shall surely plunge into chaos, and we would be forever deemed sinners. Despite his usual affection for this beloved granddaughter, Yang Wudi could no longer restrain himself, taking out a ruler and delivering 10 harsh strikes upon Yan Lui's back. He spared no effort in these blows, leaving her skin torn and bloodied. Yan Lui bit her silver teeth, enduring the punishment with remarkable fortitude. The pain imparted the gravity of Jiang Li's importance and the profound intentions of her grandfather. Grandfather, I shall set forth to find the crown prince. If I cannot bring him back, then I shall not return, Yang Lui volunteered, seeking to atone for her sins. Who says this palace cannot return? Before Yang Mudi could respond, a familiar voice suddenly echoed through the hall. Yang Mudi and Yang Lui swiftly turned to behold Zhang Li approaching with an air of nonchalance and scathe. Your Highness, Yang Mudi's eyes widened in surprise as he hurried forward. Zhang Li's safe return lifted the weight from his heart. As Yang Lui gazed upon Zhang Li's unscathed form, a smile blossomed on her icy countenance, akin to a snow lotus unfurling its petals. Your Highness, where have you been? We have been so worried about you, Yang Mudi inquired. Perplexed, I went to retrieve the imperial seal. Zhang Li spoke without concealment, and the seal, Yang Mudi's expression turned eager, for the general's manner was inextricably linked to Zhang Li's fortune. Their fates intertwined. With my involvement, it was a simple task. Zhang Li reached into his storage ring, producing the counterfeit seal. However, he only flashed it before Yang Mudi's eyes before promptly stowing it away once more. Upon witnessing the seal, Yang Mudi's spirit soared. Your Highness, this time it was Yi who failed to protect you. I have already punished her. I beseech you to show her mercy. Yang Mudi implored, advocating on behalf of Yang Lui. Zhang Li glanced at Yang Lui, a slight smile gracing his lips. Your Highness, treating my safety as a trifling matter, I cannot be so lenient. How about this? Let her serve as my personal bodyguard for a year as punishment. Chapter 21. A scalding hot potato. Zhang Li ambled back to the Eastern Palace, his hands clasped behind his back. Following closely behind him was Yang Liui, her expression obscured by a black mask. Despite the concealment, the chilling aura emanating from her was colder than a frigid winter. The 10-day guard duty had transformed into a year-long commitment, and a personal one at that. Yang Liui ground her small silver teeth, her gaze directed at Zhang Li, icy and piercing. Yet, Zhang Li was in high spirits. The little vixen had fallen into his grasp. How could he allow her to escape so easily? For as long as she belonged to him, she would remain his forever. He was convinced that a year would suffice to mold her to his liking. Soon, he would bring her back to the palace, indulging in her thrice daily. How delightful! Disregarding Yang Liui's murderous glare, Zhang Li commanded his attendants to prepare a bath. After so many exhausting days, surely he deserved a moment of indulgence. Thus, he summoned 3 delicate palace maids to assist him in his bath. Like mandarin ducks frolicking in water, the atmosphere was filled with merriment. Yang Liui stood guard outside, silently sharpening her blade. She harbored a strong desire to castrate Zhang Li. After his bath, feeling utterly relaxed, Zhang Li ordered a lavish feast to be brought from the imperial kitchen. Once sated, he returned to his chambers and fell into a deep slumber, sprawled out in an unrefined manner. Yang Liui observed his sprawled posture with a cold, unforgiving gaze. At the same time, one of the maids who had just attended to Zhang Li hurriedly left the Eastern Palace, making her way towards the fragrant palace. Within the fragrant palace, the fragrant consort was also indulging in a bath. She relished bathing immensely and had fashioned a petal-shaped tub within the palace. The water was warm, infused with spiritual energy, allowing her not only to bathe but also to absorb the ethereal essence. At that moment, steam rose from the tub, enveloping the fragrant consort's enchanting figure in a veil of mist. Her porcelain-like skin was adorned with glistening droplets, reminiscent of a peeled egg, exquisitely tender. Her damp tresses cascaded over her shoulders, exuding an enchanting beauty akin to the misty rains of Jiangnan. The fragrant consort was already a vision of unparalleled beauty, and at this moment, she was utterly bewitching. Regrettably, there was no one to appreciate her allure. After an hour in the bath, she finally emerged, content, clad in sheer, diaphanous fabric. Her alluring figure was tantalizingly revealed, making it impossible to look away. With her hair still damp, a unique sense of moisture enveloped her, adding to her beauty. Have you brought it back? The fragrant consort languidly inquired, reclining on a soft couch, her elongated phoenix eyes fixed on the maid kneeling before her. Thanks to your grace, the servant has fulfilled her duty. The maid replied respectfully, lowering her head as she presented a storage ring. This was Zhang Li's storage ring. During the bathing, the maid had managed to swap it with a new one. Unexpectedly, the coveted imperial seal had ultimately fallen into Zhang Li's possession. Fortunately, the fragrant consort had her eyes and ears in the general's estate, allowing her to learn of Zhang Li's return and his acquisition of the seal. In moments of triumph, one often becomes complacent. The deadline was tomorrow. Without the seal in hand, Zhang Li would undoubtedly be cast into the dungeons. Humanity is, indeed, foolish. The fragrant consort extended her delicate hand, and the storage ring flew into her grasp. Her cunning mind was deeply calculating. She had never fixated on the fake seal but had always aimed her attention squarely at Zhang Li. As long as she kept her eyes on him, the seal was sure to come into her possession. See, it has been achieved. The fragrant consort held a measure of disdain for the hot-tempered Yi Nantian. The one who plots with cunning governs the one who toils. She relished using schemes to keep others firmly under her control. Soon, she opened the storage ring and retrieved the imperial seal. It measured 4 inches across, adorned with 5 dragons on the top, its corners gilded, and the front inscribed with the 8 characters, commanded by heaven, may it last long and prosper. This was identical to the imperial seal she had previously seen. However, her finely arched brows furrowed slightly. Though Chun Cici's replica was remarkably lifelike, achieving the level of indistinguishability, a counterfeit was still a counterfeit. Having once accompanied Jiang Dingshan, she knew well what the genuine seal looked like. Despite its outward appearance, this seal possessed no national fortune. I have been deceived. In an instant, the fragrant consort's countenance darkened. This was a fake seal, one that Zhang Li had intentionally allowed the maid to steal. She had never considered that Zhang Li would create a counterfeit seal. After all, his movements had been under constant surveillance by the Red Chamber, leaving him no time to craft one. Yet, piecing the events together, the fragrant consort realized she had been tricked. No, not just herself, but everyone had been deceived. He had fabricated a false seal to incite a scramble among various factions. Meanwhile, he stood on the sidelines, reaping the benefits. Perhaps the genuine seal had never been lost. The fragrant consort's expression soured considerably. She had assumed Zhang Li had simply lost the seal. Instead, he had orchestrated a scheme to expose her in Yi Nantian. This time, the Red Chamber and the demonic guards had both taken action to seize the fake seal. This was a leverage point. Though she was uncertain how Jiang Li would exploit this situation, unease stirred within her. Jiang Li, I have truly underestimated you. Gritting her teeth in frustration, the fragrant consort longed to see Jiang Li meet a gruesome end. Yet, with Jiang Dingshan present, she refrained from taking action. As she gazed at the counterfeit seal in her hand, she felt it was akin to holding a scalding hot potato. Jiang Li had deliberately allowed the fake seal to be stolen, thus giving him a pretext to strike. Now, this counterfeit seal could neither be hidden nor discarded without consequence. It was a clever ploy. The fragrant consort ground her teeth in anger. Jiang Li would undoubtedly seize upon the matter of the fake seal. Hiding it could lead to complications, discarding it would also bear risks, and even destroying it could leave her vulnerable. The fragrant consort found herself trapped in a dilemma. This was a situation she had never encountered before, especially not at the hands of a seemingly inept prince. It heightened her wariness towards Jiang Li. However, the fragrant consort was a master strategist in her own right. As her thoughts whirled, she quickly devised the optimal solution. Huan Yu, I am sorry. With a sigh, she addressed the maid named Huan Yu, who stood bewildered, unable to grasp the meaning behind her words. In the next moment, the fragrant consort flicked her finger, and a white foxfire shot forth, landing on Huan Yu. The maid did not even have time to scream before being reduced to ash, leaving no trace behind. With the maid gone, there would be no witnesses. Subsequently, the fragrant consort returned the counterfeit imperial seal to the storage ring, changed to retire, and prepared to attend court. Meanwhile, Jiang Li, who had slept soundly until dawn, was now cleaned up and donned in his princely robes. The 10-day period had come to an end. Jiang Li was due to present himself in court. This morning's audience was destined to be recorded in the annals of the Great Xia. Chapter 22. Ascending the Golden Hall. Within the hallowed confines of the Golden Hall, the civil officials, led by Yi Nantian, and the military commanders, spearheaded by Yang Wudi, stood in solemn formation on either side. The air was thick with reverence. His Majesty has arrived. The sharp chorus of greetings pierced the silence. Shortly thereafter, the regal figure of Jiang Dingshan, long live, long live. The civil and military officials knelt in unison, paying their respects with great ceremony. Rise, my esteemed ministers. Jiang Dingshan's pallid complexion and deeply shadowed eyes betrayed his indulgent lifestyle. 10 days prior, the imperial jade seal had gone missing, and he had granted Jiang Li a 10-day reprieve to recover it. Now, the time was at hand for the ministers to witness the outcome of this grave matter. Announced the Crown Prince. Jiang Dingshan proclaimed, establishing the tone for the morning court session. Soon, Jiang Li entered the Golden Hall with purposeful strides. Today, he was resplendent in his princely regalia, having bathed and changed, his noble lineage accentuated to perfection. With his striking features, prominent brows and piercing eyes, he exuded an aura befitting a ruler. His dignified approach captured the attention of all present, and a glimmer of approval flickered in Jiang Dingshan's gaze. Today, Jiang Li had no intention of masquerading as a simpleton. Rather, he sought to reveal his true brilliance. Prolonged subservience could lead to genuine subjugation. In this chaotic world rife with demons and turmoil, weakness invites exploitation, while steadfastness fosters resilience. Observing the scene, Yi Nantian narrowed his eyes, a surge of malevolence brewing within him, while Yang Wudi furrowed his brow in concern. Your servant pays homage to His Majesty. Jiang Li disregarded the scrutinizing gazes of the officials as he approached with gravity, performing the customary bow with precision. Although Jiang Li lacked finesse in court etiquette, the memories of the original owner's experiences enabled him to mimic the required gestures competently. Jiang Li, the 10-day period has elapsed. Have you retrieved the imperial jade seal? Jiang Dingshan's authoritative voice resonated, his gaze like a blazing sun illuminating the entire Daxia dynasty. At that moment, the hearts of all present raced with trepidation. The retrieval of the jade seal bore immense significance. Failure to recover it would not only cost Jiang Li his status as crown prince but could also lead to his imprisonment in the celestial dungeons, a pivotal juncture for the Daxia Empire. Faced with Jiang Dingshan's inquiry and the penetrating gazes of the officials, Jiang Li remained composed, unflinching and undaunted. I humbly report, Father, that I have 3 matters to address today. The first pertains to the jade seal. I had indeed located it. However, last night, during my bath, a maidservant, Huan Yu, deceitfully substituted the genuine seal with a counterfeit and absconded with it. I beseech your Majesty to order a thorough investigation to recover the authentic seal. Jiang Li's voice rang out clearly and forcefully. The genuine jade seal had indeed been located, yet the counterfeit could not be wasted. He had intentionally showcased it at the general's residence, only to have it stolen in a calculated ruse, allowing him to leverage the situation to his advantage. Your Majesty, I have found the jade seal. At that moment, Xiang Fei entered the hall, hands raised in offering of the counterfeit seal. This spectacle caused the assembly to fall silent in disbelief. Just as Jiang Li had declared the seal stolen, Xiang Fei presented it before them, a blatant contradiction. Xiang Fei, fully aware of the implications, found herself at a loss. This was the best possible course of action to mitigate the damage. Even if she destroyed the counterfeit, the undeniable flaw of Huan Yu's betrayal loomed over her, thus, she had no choice but to present it willingly. How could the jade seal be in the hands of my beloved consort? Jiang Dingshan queried, astonished and perplexed. At that moment, Xiang Fei fell to her knees within the Golden Hall, weeping. Your Majesty, this is a result of my lax supervision. The maidservant, Huan Yu, took it upon herself to seize the crown prince's storage ring while attending to his bath, seeking to curry favor with me for personal gain. In my fury, I had her executed, and I promptly brought forth the jade seal to clear my name. Xiang Fei's tear-streaked face, resembling a weeping pear blossom, evoked sympathy from all. She adeptly deflected all blame onto Huan Yu. It must be said, her strategy was indeed the most astute. With Huan Yu now deceased and unable to contest her narrative, she had effectively escaped culpability. Father, the palace is rife with treachery. I implore you to conduct a thorough investigation. Zhang Li did not expect to unseat Xiang Fei with a mere counterfeit seal, but aimed to seize this opportunity to purge the palace of nefarious elements, lest he remain ensnared in a den of wolves. Jiang Dingshan's countenance darkened, yet he quickly reached a resolution. Zhang Li speaks truth, the palace is vast and teeming with intrigue. If one could pilfer the crown prince's storage ring, what next might they dare to steal? It is time to cleanse and investigate thoroughly. As Jiang Dingshan's words echoed, Xiang Fei's heart plummeted, while Zhang Li's expression brightened. This was the outcome he had desired. Naturally, the true spectacle was yet to unfold. For Jiang Li, this result was merely a prelude. Your Majesty is wise. Though Xiang Fei's heart was heavy with grief, she had no choice but to feign compliance. After addressing the matter of Xiang Fei, the counterfeit jade seal fell into Jiang Dingshan's hands. However, his brow soon furrowed in deep concern. This seal is a forgery. Jiang Dingshan intoned gravely, his tone inscrutable. Upon this revelation, the hall erupted in uproar. Even Yi Nantian and Yang Wudi wore expressions of shock. None had anticipated that the seal, fiercely contested by various factions and ultimately presented by Xiang Fei, was but a counterfeit. Such deception constituted a grave offense against the emperor. Amidst the astonishment, Yi Nantian's heart swelled with delight. The jade seal remained undiscovered. Thus, Zhang Li would be stripped of his princely title and cast into the dungeons. What a twist of fate, indeed. While Yi Nantian had initially feared failure, he now felt the urge to laugh aloud. Conversely, Yang Wudi's expression darkened. The counterfeit seal not only failed to absolve Xiang Fei but also constituted an act of treason. Zhang Li's fate seemed sealed. Father, do not be angered, the true jade seal is here. At that moment, Zhang Li deftly reached into his storage ring and produced the authentic jade seal, radiating brilliance and signifying prosperity for the nation. With a mere glance, all present recognized its authenticity. In order to prevent treachery, I prepared both a genuine and a counterfeit jade seal, Zhang Li explained, once again inciting a stir among the officials. Yi Nantian and Yang Wudi exchanged glances, their emotions a tumultuous sea of elation and dismay. The assembly, witnessing the genuine seal, harbored a myriad of thoughts, disbelief etched upon their faces. None had anticipated that Zhang Li would orchestrate such a masterful ruse with both a genuine and a counterfeit seal. What cunning, what skill! Jiang Dingshan's eyes sparkled with astonishment at Zhang Li's display of ingenuity. He grasped the seal, confirming its authenticity. This is indeed the genuine article. With that affirmation, Zhang Li's 10-day crisis was resolved. However, Zhang Li had no intention of resting on his laurels. Father, I have a third matter to present. Bring forth the culprit. Chapter 23. The demon-slaying department. At the command of Zhang Li, Yang Liu led Hong Jie into the Golden Hall. Hong Jie, having regained her appearance as a middle-aged woman, was bound in silken threads, rendered helpless like a human-shaped rice dumpling, unable to struggle. Upon witnessing the assembly of officials and generals, she trembled in fear, her eyes wide with terror. Father Emperor, this woman is named Hong Jie. She is a courtesan from the South Fong Pavilion. Zhang Li spoke, revealing the dagger hidden within his words. Just days prior, news of the Imperial Seal's leak had incited a frenzy among various factions, plunging the imperial capital into chaos. The instigator of this turmoil was none other than Hong Jie. Moreover, she harbored another identity, as a demon from the Red Mansion. Zhang Li exchanged a glance with Yang Liu, signaling her to act. Yang Liu produced a jade vial and poured a drop into Hong Jie's mouth. This was demon spirit liquid, capable of unveiling a demon's true form. Bound as she was, Hong Jie had no choice but to swallow the liquid. In the next moment, amidst the astonished gazes of the officials, her demonic energy surged, and her appearance transformed dramatically. Soon, she reverted to her original form, a small pink worm demon. Although Hong Jie was merely a minor demon, her peak strength barely reached the 9th layer of Qi and Blood Realm, posing no threat to the officials. However, her identity as a demon was a grave offense, causing the faces of all present to pale. At this juncture, Zhang Li respectfully bowed towards Emperor Jiang Dingshan seated upon the dragon throne. Father Emperor, in my quest for the Imperial Seal, I inadvertently discovered that there exist two major demonic factions within the capital. The Red Mansion and the Demon Guard. These two factions have taken on human forms, infiltrating various sectors of society, constituting a malignant tumor within the realm. The recent upheaval, along with the loss of the Imperial Seal, is intricately linked to these demons. I implore you, Father Emperor, to issue an edict for a thorough investigation into the Red Mansion and the Demon Guard, to eradicate the demons and restore peace and prosperity to the people, and to return the world to a state of clarity. Zhang Li's words rang out powerfully, each syllable a blade, each sentence imbued with lethal intent. Upon the utterance of these words, the Golden Hall plunged into silence. The Red Mansion was a demonic force nurtured by the fragrant concubine, while the Demon Guard was orchestrated by Yi Nantian. These two factions had long since woven a vast net throughout the Great Xia dynasty, commanding its dark underbelly. At that moment, both the fragrant concubine and Yi Nantian were present in the Golden Hall. Zhang Li's impassioned declaration was akin to a brazen challenge among the officials. Several were transformed demons. Even those who were not demons had some knowledge of the Red Mansion and the Demon Guard. The crowd gazed at Zhang Li with shock, unable to believe what they were witnessing. The Red Mansion and the Demon Guard had always lurked in the shadows, with the fragrant concubine and Yi Nantian in play. Few dared to speak out. Yet Zhang Li had audaciously brought their names to the forefront in the presence of the emperor. This was nothing short of astonishing. At this moment, the entire Golden Hall was enveloped in a chilling silence. Yi Nantian narrowed his eyes, a cold and ruthless glint flickering within. The fragrant concubine wore an expression of astonishment, clearly taken aback by Zhang Li's boldness. Meanwhile, Yang Wudi was filled with anxiety, casting frequent glances at Zhang Li. The Red Mansion and the Demon Guard had become formidable forces. Toppling them would not be an easy feat. The Grand General's residence had been engaged in a covert struggle against these two factions, yet with little success. Jiang Li's decision to expose them was undoubtedly unwise. One must remember, given the identities of the Fragrant Concubine and Yi Nantian, eradicating the Red Mansion and the Demon Guard was nearly impossible. Jiang Li's actions might very well lead him into a perilous predicament. A wise man does not stand beneath a crumbling wall. This move by Jiang Li was indeed reckless. However, it was too late for Yang Wudi to intervene. Now, it was up to Jiang Dingshan's response. As the sovereign of the Great Xia, Jiang Dingshan was not only the most esteemed figure in the dynasty but also its most powerful. Could he truly be unaware of the Fragrant Concubine and Yi Nantian's demonic identities? Had he never heard of the Red Mansion or the Demon Guard? Yet the Fragrant Concubine remained the favored consort, and Yi Nantian still held the position of chancellor among the officials. Thus, none could discern Jiang Dingshan's thoughts or his reasons for allowing this situation to unfold. Do you imply that the demons are usurping the throne? Jiang Dingshan's expression was inscrutable, revealing no hint of his emotions. Not merely usurping, Father Emperor, but I believe we are witnessing a chaotic era wrought by demons. Throughout history, humans and demons have never coexisted peacefully. The disturbances caused by demons have been frequent. Though the Great Xia appears to be flourishing, it is, in truth, beset by internal strife and external threats, riddled with countless wounds. As the sovereign of the Great Xia, you must prioritize the well-being of the people and the stability of the realm. I beseech you to deliberate carefully. Jiang Li showed no sign of retreat, instead standing forth like a drawn sword, his brilliance unmistakable. In an age of demonic chaos, nations fall and families perish. To ensure his own safety, Jiang Li must eradicate the demons. Recovering the imperial seal would merely preserve his status as the crown prince. However, if the Fragrant Concubine and Yi Nantian were not dealt with, such crises would recur endlessly. Jiang Li despised passively enduring blows, thus, he resolved to take the initiative. With his current strength, he could not directly slay the Fragrant Concubine and Yi Nantian, but the malignant growths of the Red Mansion and the Demon Guard must be excised. Furthermore, during this process, Jiang Li would have the opportunity to personally vanquish demons, absorb their essence, refine his martial arts, and enhance his power. Multiple gains from a single endeavor. As for the danger, Jiang Li recognized that as the crown prince of the Great Xia, even if he feigned madness and acted submissively, the Fragrant Concubine and Yi Nantian would not spare him. Thus, he chose to draw his sword and rise. In a narrow passage, the brave prevail. Jiang Li's words prompted a deep gaze from Jiang Dingshan. At that moment, both the Fragrant Concubine and Yi Nantian refrained from saying more, lest they cause adverse repercussions. Are you not afraid of the danger? Jiang Dingshan inquired once again. As the crown prince of the Great Xia, it is my duty to bear the responsibility for the welfare of the realm and the common people. Should I allow demons to wreak havoc, endangering the state, I would be remiss towards you, Father Emperor, and our ancestors, as well as unworthy of the countless citizens. If my life can be exchanged for the tranquility of the Great Xia, what is my death in comparison? Jiang Li spoke with righteous fervor, his voice resonating with passion. All present were rendered speechless. When had the debauched prince undergone such a transformation, he was willing to sacrifice himself for the Great Xia. This was nothing short of a paragon of princely virtue. The expressions of the Fragrant Concubine and Yi Nantian darkened further. Jiang Li's every action was directed at them, yet they could not retaliate, for the exposure of their demonic identities would result in their immediate demise at the hands of Jiang Dingshan. What do you intend to do? Jiang Dingshan's eyes brightened as he gazed intently at Jiang Li, asking in a low voice. If Jiang Li of 10 days prior had sparked a hint of anticipation, today's Jiang Li, radiating brilliance, ignited admiration within him. He sought to know what Jiang Li's plans entailed. In response to Jiang Dingshan's inquiry, Jiang Li's eyes gleamed with determination as he articulated his thoughts. I implore you, Father Emperor, to issue an edict to establish the demon-slaying department. It is our duty to eradicate demons and vanquish evil. Chapter 24 of the Battle of Wits among the Ministers. The Great Xia dynasty is structured with 6 ministries, presided over by a chancellor. As for the Department of Demon Slaying, it has never existed before. However, from the very term demon slaying, one can discern the responsibilities of this department. Jiang Li aspires to eradicate the Red Mansion and the Demon Guards, to eliminate Xiang Fei and Yi Nantian. Relying solely on himself, he is naturally at a loss. Moreover, as the crown prince, he not only requires this title but also the possession of substantial power. A mere titular position without real authority renders one nothing more than a decorative figure. Unless Jiang Li possesses overwhelming strength to sweep all aside. However, if he truly had such might, he would not need to engage in lengthy discourse. He could simply eliminate Xiang Fei and Yi Nantian with a single stroke. Regrettably, Jiang Li is still quite weak, hence he must grasp real authority and wield power. The 6 ministries have long been dominated by Yi Nantian, making it nearly impossible for Jiang Li to intervene. Thus, he contemplates stepping outside the 6 ministries to establish a brand new department. The Department of Demon Slaying is the culmination of Jiang Li's careful consideration. Of course, the feasibility of Jiang Li's idea hinges upon Jiang Dingshan's stance. As the sovereign of Great Xia, although he may be inept, his words still carry immense weight. Wielding supreme authority, should he lend his support, the Department of Demon Slaying would undoubtedly come into being. Conversely, should he withhold his backing, Jiang Li's aspirations would be rendered futile. Therefore, Jiang Dingshan's attitude is the crux of the matter. Your Majesty, I have something to say. At that moment, the Minister of Revenue, Chen Daoning, stepped forward. At this juncture, Yi Nantian found himself at a loss for words. As an acolyte of Yi Nantian, he naturally had to speak on his behalf. In recent years, calamities have befallen the nation, leading to a depleted treasury and insufficient provisions. If a new department is established, it would likely be beyond our means to sustain, resulting in counterproductive outcomes. I implore your majesty to reconsider. Chen Daoning was astute, refraining from outright opposition to Jiang Li, instead using the state of the treasury as a pretext to thwart the establishment of the Department of Demon Slaying. After all, should the department be founded, it would undermine their interests. This blade must not be allowed to surface. Jiang Dingshan remained silent, instead gazing at Jiang Li, clearly keen to observe how he would respond to this unforeseen challenge. Rest assured, Minister Chen, this palace does not intend to draw upon the treasury's resources. Once the Department of Demon Slaying is established, it will be self-sufficient in both personnel and funds, ensuring no burden is placed upon the court. However, I must make my stance clear. Any assets acquired by the department shall be retained for our own use and will not be submitted to the treasury. Chen Daoning's objections did not incite Jiang Li's ire. Rather, they aligned perfectly with his intentions. What he sought was power.as for personnel and funds. With power in hand, resources would naturally follow. Your Majesty, I too have something to express. The Minister of Personnel, Li Wenyuan, followed suit. Should the Department of Demon Slaying be established, operating independently from the 6 ministries, its authority would be excessive and detrimental to governance. In the event of unforeseen circumstances, it would be difficult to manage. Since Jiang Li desired power, Li Wenyuan targeted this very issue. Are you suggesting that this palace would rebel? Jiang Li's tone was light, yet each word bore the weight of 1,000 pounds, suffocating Li Wenyuan. As the Crown Prince of Great Xia, Jiang Li need only follow due process to ascend the throne. Rebellion, that is nothing short of a farcical joke. I do not mean that. Li Wenyuan gasped in shock, unprepared for Jiang Li's counter. As the Crown Prince of Great Xia, my every thought and action is for the sake of the nation and its people. Should the Department of Demon Slaying be established under my leadership, it will be directly managed by my father. Are you worried for me, or for my father, Minister Li? Jiang Li pressed on, each word piercing like a dagger into Li Wenyuan's heart. I do not dare. Li Wenyuan's complexion paled as he was forced to concede. Both Chen Daoning and Li Wenyuan were left defeated. However, Yin and Tian's sycophants were numerous. Soon, the ministers of rights, works, punishments, and war all chimed in, attacking Jiang Li from various angles in an attempt. Yet, Jiang Li welcomed their challenges, engaging in a battle of wits that left the ministers speechless. In the end, the ministers retreated, their faces ashen, too intimidated to voice further dissent. This outcome sent a tremor through the hearts of the courtiers. No one had anticipated that the Crown Prince, often indulging in debauchery and infamous for his excesses, would display such courage and cunning, exhibiting a measured approach. This was no mere inept prince, he was indeed the most exceptional heir to the throne. Even Jiang Dingshan regarded Jiang Li with newfound admiration. Today's Jiang Li had significantly exceeded his expectations, filling him with immense satisfaction. For Xiang Fei and Yin and Tian, Jiang Li's sudden onslaught not only caught them off guard but also instilled a profound sense of threat. If 10 days prior, Jiang Li had shown some brilliance but appeared somewhat immature and inexperienced, now he stood atop the gilded hall, skillfully manipulating all present with the false imperial seal, leveraging the topic of Hong Jie to establish the Department of Demon Slaying, and engaging the ministers in verbal combat, solidifying his momentum. This made Xiang Fei and Yin and Tian acutely aware that the Jiang Li before them was no longer the debauched and ineffectual prince, but rather a formidable adversary who commanded their respect and caution. This child must not be allowed to remain. Though Xiang Fei and Yin and Tian did not exchange glances, they instinctively harbored the same murderous intent. Your Majesty, I have matters to present. Yin and Tian suddenly interjected. In an instant, all eyes turned toward him. The Crown Prince has experienced a transformation, genuinely dedicated to the nation. This is a fortune for the court and for the country. I fully support the establishment of the Department of Demon Slaying. Yin and Tian's words left the assembly in shock. No one had anticipated that he would not only refrain from opposition but would actively endorse the initiative. However, before anyone could react, Yin and Tian shifted his stance. Nevertheless, the matters of demon slaying are of great importance, and the Crown Prince cannot manage them alone. Therefore, I propose that the 6th Prince serve as the Deputy Director of the Department of Demon Slaying, assisting the Crown Prince in contributing to the nation and its people. Yin and Tian's intentions were laid bare. By including the 6th Prince in the Department of Demon Slaying, he could not only hinder Jiang Li but also implant a spy within the department. This maneuver was undeniably astute. Jiang Li's gaze turned icy, fixating on Yin and Tian, his fury threatening to erupt. Yet, Yin and Tian remained unfazed, merely awaiting Jiang Dingshan's response. The Chancellor speaks wisely. Jiang Dingshan finally declared, prompting everyone to lean in to hear the imperial command. Let it be known that, effective immediately, the Department of Demon Slaying is established, with Crown Prince Jiang Li appointed as director and 6th Prince Jiang Feng as deputy director, tasked with the mission of demon slaying, operating independently from the 6 ministries, and managed directly by me. I hope you brothers will show humility and prioritize the nation and its people, living up to my expectations. This matter is hereby proclaimed to the world. Let it be so. Chapter 25. Jiang Li must die. When the news of the establishment of the Demon Slayer Bureau spread throughout the imperial capital, it caused an uproar. Have you heard? The court intends to establish a Demon Slayer Bureau, specifically tasked with slaying demons and ridding the world of evil. Such a significant development, how could I not have heard? Moreover, I have caught wind of some rumors suggesting that this bureau was proposed by His Highness the Crown Prince, aimed primarily at targeting the Red Mansion and the Demon Guard. The Red Mansion and the Demon Guard, what are those? It is said that they are 2 formidable demonic factions, teeming with numerous demons, and they are lurking right among us. What? There are demons within the imperial capital? That is utterly terrifying. I hope His Highness the Crown Prince can eradicate these demons and allow us to live in peace. The common folk buzzed with discussions, their conversations dominated by the Demon Slayer Bureau. Meanwhile, the Red Mansion and the Demon Guard, once hidden in the shadows, now surfaced, becoming known to the public. However, the average person had little chance of encountering the Red Mansion or the Demon Guard, and even if they did, they would likely be eliminated. Thus, the populace treated it merely as gossip, oblivious to the underlying dangers for the noble elite. However, the establishment of the Demon Slayer Bureau was akin to a bombshell. Firstly, the Bureau's creation threatened the interests of many. Secondly, as the Bureau stood in opposition to the demons, it would inevitably lead to a myriad of conflicts. Thirdly, the rise of the Bureau signified that the Crown Prince was shedding his former debauchery and beginning to reveal his potential. This was decidedly unwelcome news for the majority of the nobles who had allied themselves with the demonic factions. During today's escort session, Zhongli shone brightly, engaging in verbal duels with the ministers, decisively establishing the Demon Slayer Bureau and revealing his talents. To many, Zhongli had become a thorn in their sides, igniting a tempest beneath the surface. Within the Baishang Palace, Yi Nantian and the Sixth Prince were present. This time, we have all been outmaneuvered by that rascal Zhongli. The fragrant consort's expression soured, her composure shattered. Initially, they had orchestrated a scheme to have Zhongli steal the imperial seal, a move that would not only secure the seal but also strip Zhongli of his title as Crown Prince. Yet, they never anticipated that Zhongli would not only recover the genuine seal but also utilize a counterfeit to ensnare everyone in his web of deception. Now, he was triumphantly engaging the ministers and had established the Demon Slayer Bureau, marking a resounding defeat for the fragrant consort and Yi Nantian. Zhongli, who was once consumed by lust and debauchery, had suddenly turned the tables, indicating that he had merely been feigning weakness all along. They had all been duped. Yi Nantian's expression darkened, his fangs barely restrained from revealing themselves. At this moment, his hatred for Zhongli surged to a boiling point, wishing to storm into the Eastern Palace and rend Zhongli limb from limb. The transformation in Zhongli's demeanor was not a favorable development for them. However, their primary target remained Jiang Dingshan. If they were to eliminate Zhongli directly, all their plans would be jeopardized. Thus, they could not openly confront Zhongli for the time being. Although the fragrant consort was seething with rage, she possessed a profound intellect and did not act impulsively. While Zhongli had showcased his prowess, he was still not their equal. Their ultimate objective remained Jiang Dingshan. Once Jiang Dingshan was eliminated, Zhongli would naturally be at their mercy. In pursuit of their ambition to annex the Great Xia, they must exercise patience. Zhongli has severed my son's arm and now dares to provoke us, with the establishment of the Demon Slayer Bureau specifically targeting us. Even if I cannot confront him openly, I shall make my move in secret to ensure he has no place to hide. Yi Nantian bared his teeth, his ferocity palpable. As the Prime Minister of Great Xia and a 1,000-year-old wolf demon, he commanded a powerful demon guard. Even if he refrained from acting himself, he could incite the demons under his command to strike. If Zhongli sought to slay demons, he might ultimately perish at their hands. No one could find fault with such an outcome. This plan was feasible, but it must be executed flawlessly, with no room for error. Although Jiang Dingshan was incompetent, his strength was undeniable. Should he become enraged, none could withstand his fury. The fragrant consort narrowed her beautiful eyes in agreement with Yi Nantian's proposal. However, they needed to plan their moves meticulously. If they acted recklessly as they had this time, they would find themselves irrevocably trapped. Wind, this time, your uncle has procured a splendid opportunity for you to seek revenge. The fragrant consort's gaze shifted to the Sixth Prince. Although Yi Nantian had a fiery temper, he was not a fool. While his scheming could not rival that of the fragrant consort, he possessed remarkable intellect. In the Golden Hall, upon witnessing Zhongli's rise to power, he realized he could not thwart the establishment of the Demon Slayer Bureau. Thus, he decided to turn the tables and insert the Sixth Prince into the Bureau. This was a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. Wind, your tasks are twofold. First, impede Zhongli at every turn, ensuring he is unable to achieve his goals. Second, keep a close watch on Zhongli. His sudden change in temperament renders him unpredictable, and we must gather intelligence on his movements. As long as we can disrupt the functioning of the Demon Slayer Bureau, Zhongli will be a piece of meat on our plate, ready to be devoured at our leisure. Once we have dealt with Zhongli, we shall elevate you to the position of Crown Prince and assist you in ascending the throne as the new Emperor of Xia. The fragrant consort's dulcet tones were sweet as honey, yet her words bore a chilling sharpness. Upon hearing this, the Sixth Prince's eyes brightened. Direct confrontation was not his forte, but engaging in subterfuge was his specialty. Rest assured, Mother, I shall create chaos within the Demon Slayer Bureau, ensuring that Zhongli does not achieve his desires, the Sixth Prince declared resolutely, his eyes alight with excitement and vengeance. Zhongli, you have frightened me to the point of wetting my trousers. I shall ensure you pay dearly. In the Eastern Palace, after returning from the Golden Hall, Zhongli shed his princely robes for a comfortable set of attire. He then instructed the kitchen to prepare a feast of delectable food and fine wine. My dear, today I not only escaped a great calamity but also successfully established the Demon Slayer Bureau. We must celebrate. Zhongli poured a cup for Yang Liuyi, yet she did not partake, nor did she join in his celebration. Her heart was still burdened with worries. Although the matter of the seal had been resolved, the establishment of the Demon Slayer Bureau was merely the beginning. Setting aside the opposition from the ministers, the financial constraints, there was the Sixth Prince, who posed a significant problem. Yi Nantian had sent the Sixth Prince specifically to deal with him. While the Sixth Prince may lack martial prowess, he had inherited the fragrant consort's cunning disposition. His presence in the Demon Slayer Bureau would undoubtedly spell trouble, as he would scheme behind the scenes. If Zhongli genuinely wished to rid the world of demons, he must first contemplate how to neutralize the threat posed by the Sixth Prince. Yang Liuyi's proactive concern for her own well-being was commendable. Well done indeed, my training is bearing fruit. Zhang Li gazed at Yang Liuyi with a smile, then proceeded to clarify, in truth, I agreed to this scheme intentionally. Chapter 26, The White Emperor's Stratagem, Intentional? Yang Liuyi, with her delicate eyebrows slightly furrowed, found herself perplexed. The establishment of the Demon Slayer Bureau by this palace was primarily aimed at the fragrant concubine and Yi Nantian. Do you believe that the fragrant concubine and Yi Nantian pose a greater threat, or that the sixth prince is more easily managed? As Zhang Li spoke, a spark of understanding ignited in Yang Liuyi's eyes. She began to grasp Zhang Li's implication. The Demon Slayer Bureau, while ostensibly targeting the Red Mansion and the demons, was in truth focused on the fragrant concubine and Yi Nantian. Given that this palace sought to confront them, it was evident that they would not simply surrender. They were merely cautious, refraining from direct confrontation with this palace. Political maneuvering is, in essence, a process of mutual compromise. Should they acquiesce to the Demon Slayer Bureau, this palace must also concede to the Sixth Prince's inclusion. Moreover, the Sixth Prince's participation, from this palace's perspective, was more beneficial than detrimental. The earlier anger displayed in the Golden Hall was but a ruse on this palace's part. Zhang Li savored a cup of wine, its clarity exquisite. Observing Zhang Li's air of confidence and assuredness, Yang Liuyi felt a ripple of emotion within her. Bound by an unbreakable betrothal to Zhang Li, she harbored a unique sense of resistance towards him, akin to the rebellious spirit of youth. The most common rumors she heard were of his indulgence in beauty, his licentiousness, and his reputation as a worthless prince. What maiden does not harbor romantic thoughts? Yang Liuyi certainly did not wish for her future husband to be a wastrel. Thus, she took the initiative to become Zhang Li's personal guard, eager to witness his character firsthand. Initially, Zhang Li's nocturnal escapades at the Academy of Music and his lingering at the Flower Pavilion incited her disdain, yet, as time passed, she gradually uncovered Zhang Li's true intentions, which altered her perception of him. When Zhang Li went missing, an unsettling anxiety gripped her, as if a piece of her heart was amiss. Upon his safe return, an unexpected joy welled up within her. However, the fact that Zhang Li required her to serve as his personal guard for an entire year gnawed her. In the Golden Hall, she witnessed Zhang Li's deft manipulation of the true and false imperial seals, as well as his verbal duels with the ministers, single-handedly advancing the establishment of the Demon Slayer Bureau. With both courage and cunning, he exhibited a sense of balance in his actions. Such a Zhang Li, akin to a celestial being descended to earth, was indelibly etched in Yang Liuyi's heart. Unbeknownst to her, she had begun to consider Zhang Li's well-being. Thus, she proactively took up the wine jug and poured a cup for him. Observing this, Zhang Li maintained his demeanor, though inwardly he reveled in her actions. The Sixth Prince's inclusion in the Demon Slayer Bureau presented three advantages for this palace. Firstly, with the Sixth Prince acting as a buffer, this palace could avoid direct confrontation with the fragrant concubine and Yi Nantian's schemes. Secondly, while the Sixth Prince appeared cunning, he was merely a minor player and easily manageable by this palace. Thirdly, this palace required a scapegoat, and the Sixth Prince, being the son of the fragrant concubine and the nephew of Yi Nantian, was ideally suited for the role. Zhang Li relished the wine poured by Yang Liuyi, then offered her an explanation. Upon hearing his words, Yang Liuyi finally comprehended the situation, though she would not admit to her previous ignorance. Maintaining her aloof facade, she refrained from speaking. Zhang Li cast a glance her way, recognizing her pretense but choosing not to expose it. This palace had never regarded the Sixth Prince as a significant threat. Even against the fragrant concubine and Yi Nantian, this palace was self-assured in its ability to contend with them. The only enigma remained the emperor. Zhang Li took a bite of his dish, his eyes narrowing slightly. Zhang Dingshan was not only the ruler of the Great Xia but also a formidable warrior. If both Zhang Li and Yang Liuyi could discern that the fragrant concubine and Yi Nantian were demons, surely Zhang Dingshan must be aware as well? No matter how inept or foolish he might be, could he simply stand by and watch as demons wreaked havoc? Zhang Li was utterly baffled by Zhang Dingshan's inaction. Just then, a voice emanated from Zhang Li's waist. Who goes there? Yang Liuyi instinctively tensed, her dagger drawn, glimmering ominously. No need for alarm. Allow me to introduce, Zhang Li replied, glancing at the White Emperor at his waist. This is my demon pet, you may call him Little White. Demon pet, Little White? Yang Liuyi exclaimed in surprise, having never heard of such a creature. Moreover, this so-called demon pet was merely a four-legged lizard, bound at his waist like a belt. What could this possibly mean? I am the White Emperor, the creature hissed, aggrieved by the moniker. Yet, his dissatisfaction was swiftly quelled by a swift slap from Zhang Li. With a swat to his head, the White Emperor fell silent. Do you have something to say? The White Emperor, shrouded in mystery, possessed an air of arrogance. Yet he remained silent until now, clearly holding some insight. I demand wine, the White Emperor declared boldly. Initially reluctant to speak, the allure of alcohol was too great to resist. The White Emperor had two great passions: collecting and drinking. Zhang Li regarded the White Emperor with a discerning gaze before pouring him a cup. With a slurp, the White Emperor downed the contents in one go. Ah, a true lizard that cannot be intoxicated by 1,000 cups. Zhang Li poured another cup but refrained from offering it to the White Emperor. You've had your drink. Now speak your mind. Should your words prove worthy, I shall reward you with another cup. Seizing upon the White Emperor's weakness, Zhang Li used the prospect of more wine as bait. The White Emperor licked his lips, eyeing the second cup with anticipation. I find you exceedingly foolish. Your father dares not act against those two demons, and the only explanation for this is fear. This implies that those two demons are backed by formidable individuals, and your father is wary of provoking them, thus must endure in silence. Formidable individuals? Zhang Li mused, considering that while he was backed by Zhang Dingshan, the fragrant concubine and Yi Nantian must also have some powerful ally or influential demon force. Suddenly, Jiang Li felt that the situation within the Great Xia dynasty was far from coincidental, behind it lay a far greater secret. Regrettably, his own limited strength prevented him from piercing through this veil of uncertainty. Do you know who that formidable individual is? Jiang Li's eyes narrowed, eager to extract useful information from the White Emperor. If you do not know, how could I possibly be aware? The White Emperor retorted, his eyes wide with indignation. Being merely a Blood Qi realm creature, he too lacked the means to grasp such deep secrets. Jiang Li shot the White Emperor a scrutinizing glance, causing the creature to shudder. Do not look at me like that. I truly do not know, the White Emperor exclaimed, raising his hands in surrender, feigning helplessness. Seeing the White Emperor's genuine ignorance, Jiang Li chose not to press further. As for the formidable individual behind the fragrant concubine and Yin Antian, it was a matter he could not yet approach, thus he buried it deep within his heart. Pouring the White Emperor a second cup, he returned him to his position as a belt. With satisfying fare consumed, it was time to slay demons and eradicate evil. Chapter 27 Humanity and Wealth. The phrase slaying demons and vanquishing evil may roll off the tongue with ease, yet executing such a feat is fraught with insurmountable challenges. It is not merely the cunning nature of these malevolent beings that complicates matters. With Jiang Li's current prowess at the 6th level of Qi and Blood, his declarations of exterminating demons are but empty bravado. Thus far, Jiang Li has dispatched a mere 3 monsters. The fox spirit, Hong Yaoyao, fell victim to his surprise attack. The cat demon was ensnared by the Grand General's estate, left to be butchered at will. Although he personally slew the dark-skinned demon, it was only due to its inferior strength. While the title of Demon Slayer has been acquired, it remains merely the first step of a long journey. At this juncture, Jiang Li's intention to slay demons refers specifically to dealing with Hong Jie. Like the dark-skinned demon, Hong Jie is a minor demon residing within the Red Chamber. Captured alive in her weakened state by Jiang Li, she has now lost all value with the establishment of the Demon Slayer Bureau. Her ultimate fate is to be slain by Jiang Li himself, to seize her essence. After court, Yang Liui brought Hong Jie back to the Eastern Palace. Still recovering from her injuries and bound in golden silkworm threads, she was utterly incapable of escape. Whimpering, Hong Jie's wide eyes reflected her terror, emitting soft cries as if pleading for mercy. Slaying demons and vanquishing evil is our solemn duty. Jiang Li unsheathed his blade, his gaze sharp and devoid of compassion. As a butcher in his previous life, he had grown accustomed to slaughter. With a swift motion, he struck down with ease. With a swift thud, his blade descended, extinguishing the light in Hong Jie's eyes, her crimson demon blood pooling upon the ground, its metallic scent suffocating. Simultaneously, a familiar warmth surged within Jiang Li's being. Slaying the insect demon has granted me 20 years of essence. Despite Hong Jie's considerable age and strength comparable to the 9th level of Qi and Blood, Jiang Li felt a tinge of disappointment at not acquiring any innate abilities from her demise. The 20 years of essence seems somewhat trivial. To advance to the 3rd layer of my Tiger Roar Dragon Chant technique, I would require at least 40 years of essence. This 20 is insufficient. Currently, my martial arts repertoire consists solely of the Demon Slayer Sword technique and the Tiger Roar, with the former having reached a minor completion. Should I amass essence to break through my technique, or immediately advance my martial arts via the Tiger Roar? Jiang Li found himself in a quandary. Techniques form the foundation, while martial arts represent combat skills. Both are of paramount importance. After a moment's contemplation, he decided that, for now, accumulating this 20 years of essence would suffice, to be addressed later. Demons are treasures unto themselves, and the Demon Slayer Bureau is self-sustaining, able to sell demon corpses for profit. Observing Hong Jie's lifeless form, Yang Liui reminded him Jiang Li had boasted in the Golden Hall that no financial assistance from the Ministry of Revenue was necessary, thus he must devise a means to generate income. Presently, the Demon Slayer Bureau has a name but lacks personnel and funds. Jiang Li was acutely aware of this reality, yet he had already formulated a plan. Having painstakingly established the Demon Slayer Bureau, it is imperative that its members are meticulously chosen. The foremost criterion is absolute loyalty to the crown. Only through loyalty can I maintain control over the bureau. I cannot have subordinates who would betray their master. Secondly, they must possess sufficient animosity, for only hatred will fuel their motivation. Following loyalty and hatred, personal capability comes into play. These 3 criteria are the foundation of my recruitment standards. A small, elite force is superior to a large, unrefined one. Strategy triumphs over mere bravery. Slaying demons is not a task for the ordinary individual. Therefore, Jiang Li seeks not the mundane. Otherwise, with the backing of the Grand General's estate, Jiang Li could easily recruit a cadre of seasoned soldiers to bolster his fade. However, this is not what he desires. In his mind, there are 2 individuals he must secure. The first is Chen Sisi, the leading courtesan of the pleasure quarters. Her loyalty has been made evident through recent events. While she may not excel in martial arts, she has inherited her father's craftsmanship, which will prove invaluable for the various needs of the Demon Slayer Bureau. Jiang Li set his sights on Chen Sisi, as she fulfilled all his criteria. Moreover, he had previously promised to rescue her and her sister from the pleasure quarters. The second individual is Mu Xiqing, the courtesan of the 100 Flowers Pavilion. She is a confidant, a companion through trials, utterly trustworthy. Her family was obliterated by demons, and her hatred for them runs deeper than anyone else's. As for her abilities, they are beyond reproach. She is both cunning and resourceful, reigning as the underground queen of the capital, having outmaneuvered even by Feng. Jiang Li has long wished to win her over, and now, with the establishment of the Demon Slayer Bureau, the timing is ideal. With Chen Sisi and Mu Xiqing's inclusion, Jiang Li will be significantly empowered. Soon, Jiang Li and Yang Liui made their way to the pleasure quarters. Although Furong initially welcomed them warmly, her demeanor soured upon learning Jiang Li's intention to take Chen Sisi and her sister away. Yet, as the crown prince, Jiang Li commanded respect. Furong, despite her reluctance, complied and relinquished Chen Sisi and her sister. From this day forth, Chen Sisi shall be a member of the Demon Slayer Bureau. Any who dare to speak ill of her will find themselves silenced forever. Zhang icy gaze swept across the room, quelling any potential dissent. Thank you for your grace, your highness. Zhang Li temporarily settled them in the eastern palace before proceeding with Yang Liuyi to the 100 Flowers Pavilion. Your highness, while I too wish to slay demons, I prefer to maintain a respectful distance from court affairs. Please reconsider your command. Zhang Li encountered resistance from Mu Ziqing. Though she had previously expressed support, he had underestimated her resolve. Your highness, while I cannot join the Demon Slayer Bureau, should you require assistance, I will offer my utmost support. Furthermore, I can recommend Ashi to join in my stead. His parents were devoured by demons, and he is fiercely loyal and entirely trustworthy. Given that I entrust all my affairs to him, by securing Ashi, your highness would effectively gain control over my resources. Though Mu Ziqing declined to join, she recommended Ashi to Zhang Li. Ultimately, Zhang Li had no choice but to accept Ashi as a compromise. With the addition of Chen Sisi and Ashi, Zhang Li was no longer a solitary commander. I have someone to recommend. Yang Liuyi suddenly spoke after leaving the 100 Flowers Pavilion. Chapter 28 Li Wenwan. Zhang Li gazed at Yang Liuyi with slight astonishment. Was his training truly this effective? Remarkably, she was even proactively recommending talent to him. A true pupil worthy of guidance. Do share. Considering Yang Liuyi's initiative in making the recommendation, Zhang Li felt no inclination to dismiss her suggestion. Have you ever heard of the bloodthirsty sorceress? Upon hearing those four ominous words, Zhang Li's pupils constricted sharply. From the memories of the original owner, he unearthed information about the bloodthirsty sorceress. This fearsome title was bestowed upon her by the world, yet her true name was Li Wenwan, the adopted daughter of the former Minister of Justice. The previous minister, unable to bear children, had taken in a daughter, who was none other than Li Wenwan. Initially, she exhibited no signs of peculiarity. However, it later emerged that she had an insatiable craving for blood. Any blood would suffice. This morbid obsession inadvertently leaked out, leading to her being branded as a witch to be hunted down. Yet, the former Minister of Justice did not abandon her. Instead, he sheltered her, providing a fatherly warmth. With the protection of the minister, although Li Wenwan bore the moniker of a witch, she led a secluded life, shielded from the outside world. However, Yi Nantian conspired with his associates to seize control of the court, aiming to dominate the 6 ministries. The former Minister of Justice refused to yield, resulting in Yi Nantian not only framing him but also dispatching the demon guards to slaughter the minister's household. In a single night, Li Wenwan lost her adoptive father and her home. In a fit of madness, she revealed her bloody fangs, mercilessly slaying all the demon guards sent by Yi Nantian. Those demons met a gruesome fate, drained of their blood, leaving behind only desiccated corpses. Subsequently, Li Wenwan's disposition changed drastically, leading her to commit indiscriminate murder. Ultimately, she was captured and imprisoned in the Celestial Dungeon. Given her heinous crimes, she should have faced immediate execution. Yet, for reasons unknown, she managed to survive, and now, she had languished in the dungeon for a decade. Had Yang Liuyi not mentioned her, Zhang Li might never have recalled this individual. You wish to have her join the demon-slaying department? Zhang Li halted, fixing his gaze upon Yang Liuyi. Li Wenwan's hatred was undoubtedly profound, and her ability to slay demons indicated formidable strength. However, her loyalty remained questionable. Most critically, she was a madwoman. Once she descended into madness, none could withstand her wrath. A being like Li Wenwan resembled a ticking time bomb, and Zhang Li dared not keep her close. I was once the closest of confidants with Li Wenwan. She is, at heart, a kind girl. Her thirst for blood is merely a consequence of her unique condition, not her true desire. The title of bloodthirsty sorceress, along with the infamous incidents of yore, are largely exaggerated by the masses and hold little truth. Yang Liuyi met Zhang Li's gaze as she elaborated. She is truly pitiable. Abandoned by her biological parents at a young age, she barely found refuge in the minister's household before suffering the loss of her family. Her actions are merely a quest for vengeance on behalf of her loved ones. Moreover, the majority of those she has slain were malevolent demons. What crime is there in that? It appeared that Yang Liuyi harbored a deep sympathy for Li Wenwan's plight. Unfortunately, her influence was limited, rendering her incapable of rescuing Li Wenwan. Yet, Zhang Li was different. As the crown prince of the Great Xia, his status was illustrious. Now, as the director of the demon-slaying department, he wielded significant power. If he intervened, the chances of rescuing Li Wenwan would greatly increase. As a close friend, Yang Liuyi felt compelled to advocate for her. To save her, you need not necessarily enlist her in the demon-slaying department. I could provide her with some wealth, enabling her to escape to distant lands. Zhang Li pondered for a moment, choosing not to dismiss Yang Liuyi's consideration. However, Li Wenwan was far too perilous. He hesitated to keep her by his side. What if she were to go mad and turn on him? His life was paramount. Lord Li treated her with great kindness, yet fell victim to Yi Nantian's schemes, leaving her heart brimming with hatred. Thus, she would not merely flee, she would devote her life to vengeance. You established the demon-slaying department precisely to contend with Xiangfei and Yi Nantian, did you not? I firmly believe she could be of assistance to you. Most importantly, she could become a weapon in your hands. Yang Liuyi's eyes burned with intensity as she regarded Zhang Li. While you currently have Chen Sisi and Ashi, Chen Sisi excels in crafting but falters in combat. As she possesses strength at the true Qi level, yet remains weak, and his expertise lies in managing gray area matters. Demon slaying is hardly his forte. As the crown prince, you cannot risk your own safety to confront demons. Though you may hold sway over the 6th prince, persuading him to engage in demon slaying seems implausible. Thus, what you currently lack is a blade capable of slaying demons, and Li Wenwan could very well be that blade. One must admit, while Yang Liui's schemes were not particularly formidable, her insights were sharp. She astutely pinpointed Jiang Li's deficiencies. As the crown prince, Jiang Li could not personally attend to every matter. Furthermore, at his current level of cultivation, he could only contend with lesser demons, leaving him entirely powerless against greater threats. Li Wenwan had proven capable of slaying the demons among the demon guards, indicating her strength was indeed formidable. If she could be harnessed to his advantage, she would be a most effective weapon. Yet, she remained a perilous figure. Jiang Li's concerns lingered. Who was not afraid of death, Li Wenwan possessed the blood-spirit physique, enabling her to absorb blood to enhance her power. Her thirst for blood was a necessity for her body, not an inclination toward indiscriminate slaughter. Although she had taken innocent lives in her rage against demons, it was the result of her heart being consumed by vengeance. After a decade of imprisonment, her resolve would undoubtedly be exceptionally hardened. Moreover, I can vouch for her. If she poses any danger to your highness, I will personally deal with her. Yang Liui was willing to stake herself for Li Wenwan's salvation. Upon hearing Yang Liui's words, Jiang Li stroked his chin. This is merely your perspective. I intend to visit the celestial dungeon to see Li Wenwan with my own eyes. If she proves as you describe, I may consider granting her a chance. However, if I find her unsuitable, this matter shall be concluded. After some contemplation, Jiang Li ultimately chose to grant Yang Liui a favor and visit Li Wenwan. Whether or not to recruit her into the demon-slaying department would depend on the circumstances. Very well. Yang Liui nodded. Although Jiang Li had not formally acquiesced, it was at least an opportunity. Thus, Jiang Li and Yang Liui altered their course, heading directly for the celestial dungeon. As the crown prince, Jiang Li possessed the authority to enter the dungeon. The dungeon comprised 9 levels, with the most fearsome prisoners confined deeper within. Li Wenwan was held on the 8th level. Before long, Jiang Li found himself face to face with Li Wenwan. There stood a maid, adorned with heavy shackles, yet possessing a countenance that was sweet and endearing. Is this the bloodthirsty sorceress? Chapter 29. Harmless in Jiang Li's imagination, the bloodthirsty witch resembled a deranged killer, reclusive in nature, and perpetually wearing a cold smirk. However, the Li Wenwan before him exuded sweetness and charm, akin to a beloved neighbor girl. Though clad in prison garb and confined to the 8th level of the celestial dungeon, she was neither filthy nor reeked of foul odors. Instead, she emanated a faint, pleasant fragrance reminiscent of soapwort, and her cell was impeccably clean. Furthermore, the atrocious rations of the dungeon had not reduced her to mere skin and bones. Rather, she appeared robust and healthy, with an aura of youthful vitality. How could this be a witch? She was nothing short of a cherubic giant. Are you certain she is Li Wenwan? Jiang Li, filled with disbelief, sought confirmation from Yang Liui. Indeed, Yang Liui nodded affirmatively, leaving Jiang Li utterly astounded by the stark contrast. I assure you I can persuade her. Yang Liui's gaze towards Li Wenwan was filled with compassion. Jiang Li nodded in agreement, and Yang Liui approached Li Wenwan to converse in hushed tones. Your Highness, all is well. Shortly thereafter, Yang Liui beckoned to Jiang Li. Although he harbored reservations about Li Wenwan, he trusted Yang Liui's judgment. He stepped closer to observe her. Despite being imprisoned for a decade, 10 years prior, Li Wenwan was merely 8 or 9 years old. Now she was in the bloom of youth. If Yang Liui was a merciless assassin, then Li Wenwan appeared as an innocent, timid little rabbit. Her large eyes were filled with trepidation and shyness, and upon seeing Jiang Li, she seemed almost quivering with fear. She cast a furtive glance at him before hastily lowering her head, too bashful to look again. Not only did she possess delicate dimples, but 2 charming little canine teeth adorned her smile as well. The impression Jiang Li received from Li Wenwan was one of pure, benevolent sweetness. I have spoken with her. She is willing to join the Demon Slayer division and become your highness's blade. Yang Liui had already relayed the circumstances to Li Wenwan, who had readily agreed without much hesitation. At Yang Liui's prompting, Li Wenwan straightened and offered a respectful bow, her pale face flushing with shyness. I am willing to serve your highness, only asking that you permit me to join the Demon Slayer division, to vanquish demons and avenge my father. After speaking, Li Wenwan quickly lowered her head, a blush spreading across her cheeks, overwhelmed by shyness. Jiang Li discerned that Li Wenwan's innocent demeanor was genuine, not feigned. How could such a bashful girl, who blushed at mere words, possibly be the infamous bloodthirsty witch? Surely there must be a mistake. Jiang Li turned to Yang Liui. Yang Liui seemed to anticipate Jiang Li's doubts and responded with a knowing glance, conveying the message, yes, she is indeed the bloodthirsty witch, Li Wenwan. Though the Demon Slayer division is newly established, this palace values quality over quantity. While you were recommended by your wife, I still require a test of her abilities. I shall release you first, and we will discuss the trial thereafter. Yang Liui's enthusiastic endorsement compelled Jiang Li to accord her some respect. As for whether to accept Li Wenwan, it would depend on her loyalty and capabilities. Jiang Li found it impossible to reconcile the bashful Li Wenwan before him with the legends of a bloodthirsty killer. Release the prison. Jiang Li commanded, intending for the guards to free Li Wenwan. Your Highness, please wait. At that moment, a figure rushed in. Jiang Li looked up to see a middle-aged man with a hawkish nose. He bore a fierce appearance, his eyes glinting with malice, instilling a sense of dread. The chilling aura he exuded was reminiscent of a hyena, eliciting both disgust and fear. I am Huang Wenlang, the warden of the Celestial Dungeon, at your service, your highness. The man announced himself, bowing respectfully. The Celestial Dungeon fell under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Justice, and Huang Wenlang was a trusted aide of the minister, who was a lackey of Yinan Tian. If one were to be precise, Huang Wenlang was merely a lackey of a lackey. He wielded considerable power over the dungeon and was a formidable warrior at the first level of the Divine Sea realm, surpassing even Yang Liui. Lord Huang, your timing is impeccable. Open the cell and release the shackles. I intend to take Li Wenwan with me. Jiang Li's demeanor reflected his disdain for Huang Wenlang's position, yet Huang Wenlang remained unmoved by Jiang Li's command. Your Highness is unaware. This Li Wenwan, known as the Bloodthirsty Witch, is a creature that feeds on human blood. A decade ago, she committed heinous crimes and was imprisoned here. Should she be released, calamity will surely befall the capital. I implore you to reconsider. Huang Wenlang spoke with reverence, yet the refusal in his tone was unmistakable. Li Wenwan had slaughtered a squad of demon hunters, and Yinantian lulled her to the core. How could he possibly allow her to escape? Jiang Li narrowed his eyes, fixating on Huang Wenlang. From this moment on, she is a member of my Demon Slayer division. Do you dare to obstruct me? A mere lackey would dare to oppose me? How audacious. I would not presume, but according to the laws of the Great Xia, your Highness lacks the authority to release her without proper imperial edict or ministerial documentation. Huang Wenlang, while maintaining a respectful demeanor, was resolute in his stance. You imply that my word carries less weight than Yinanshan's. Jiang Li's tone, though calm, was laced with a chilling threat. I am merely acting in accordance with Great Xia's laws. I beseech your Highness to retract your command. Huang Wenlang stood unwavering, brazenly defiant. Although his status paled in comparison to Jiang Li's, his strength could easily dispatch 10 of him. Moreover, Jiang Li had just publicly confronted the Minister of Justice and plotted against the Chancellor, and Huang Wenlang, being a loyal lackey, was naturally inclined to defend his master. He would refuse anything Jiang Li sought to accomplish. It seems your tenure as warden has come to an end. Jiang Li spoke coolly, as if pronouncing Huang Wenlang's death sentence. Crack. With Jiang Li's words, the door of the cell, forged from black iron and steel, was unexpectedly opened by Yang Liuyi. Even the shackles inscribed with sealing runes were swiftly undone by her deft hands. Proficient in assassination, Yang Liuyi was equally adept at lockpicking and unsealing. The lengthy discourse between Jiang Li and Huang Wenlang had merely served to buy time for Yang Liuyi. Now, with the cell opened, Li Wenwan stepped out. She still retained her innocent rabbit-like demeanor, yet to Huang Wenlang's eyes, she appeared as a ferocious tiger unleashed, causing his pupils to constrict and his body to tense. Li Wenwan, I have but one trial for you. Capture Huang Wenlang alive. Jiang Li issued the command with a measured tone. Though Huang Wenlang was a warrior of the first level of the Divine Sea Realm, Jiang Li had faith in Yang Liuyi's endorsement. This would be the test for Li Wenwan. Upon hearing Jiang Li's words, Li Wenwan abruptly lifted her head, her crimson eyes shone as if a demon had awakened. I obey. Chapter. At that moment, aside from the few of them, there were also 7 prison guards present. These guards were no weaklings, 6 of them were at the True Qi realm, and 1 was at the Dantian realm. Whoosh, the 7 men rapidly drew their blades, charging towards Li Wenwan. Jiang Li stood with his hands behind his back, his expression calm as he observed Yang Liuyi remained by his side, refraining from intervening, for Jiang Li had stated that this was a test for Li Wenwan. Though Yang Liuyi felt some concern, she chose to place her trust in Li Wenwan. Whoosh, the cold blades emerged from their sheaths, glinting with a chilling light under the enhancement of True Qi. The terrifying edges sliced through the air, producing a sharp, ear-piercing sound as they descended towards Li Wenwan with the force to sever metal and stone. Should this blow land, with Li Wenwan's delicate frame, it would undoubtedly be fatal. However, as she beheld the approaching guards, a flush crept onto Li Wenwan's face, not a blush of shame, but a frenzied, bloodthirsty crimson. Her large, watery eyes glowed a blood red, resembling the gaze of a demon. Bang! Li Wenwan lifted her slender arm, akin to that of a lotus root, and with one strike, she snapped the wrist of the guard. With a clang, the cold blade clattered to the ground, no longer posing a threat to her. At this moment, Jiang Li's gaze sharpened. He clearly saw that the 2 small canine teeth in Li Wenwan's mouth had swiftly elongated and sharpened, resembling the fangs of a vampire. With a swift motion, Li Wenwan sank her teeth into the guard's throat, and in the blink of an eye, she drained his blood, leaving behind a desiccated corpse. This was Jiang Li's first encounter with Li Wenwan's blood-sucking nature. Although he had learned of it from Yang Liuyi, witnessing it firsthand was a far more shocking experience. Yet, accustomed to the brutality of slaughter, Jiang Li felt no fear, but continued to watch the battle unfold. After consuming the blood of the guard, Li Wenwan appeared as if she had been awakened, radiating a faint crimson glow, her hair seemingly transforming to a shade of blood. Damn it! Huang Wenlang's face darkened at the sight of Li Wenwan's bloodthirsty rampage. He grasped a ghostly blade and, taking a step forward, lunged at her. However, Li Wenwan evaded the strike like a specter, pouncing upon the second guard. The guards at the True Qi realm were no match for her and were swiftly dispatched and drained of their life force. Within the confines of the small prison, Li Wenwan moved like a phantom, evading all attempts to capture her, while the guards fell one by one, lifeless, as she drained them of their blood. In the end, even the leader among the Dantian realm guards met a gruesome fate at her hands. After consuming the blood of 7 guards, Li Wenwan's hair had completely turned crimson, and her aura became overwhelmingly powerful and frenzied, rivaling Huang Wenlang's own. Mid-level mystic martial technique or 7-kill blade technique. Huang Wenlang's expression turned as dark as the depths of the ocean, his eyes ablaze with fury. At this moment, his aura surged violently, and the ghostly blade seemed to come alive. Swish, 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 Huang Wenlang unleashed 7 deadly strikes in rapid succession, sealing off all avenues of escape for Li Wenwan, forcing her to confront him head-on. Yet, Li Wenwan displayed no fear. Her blood-red eyes sparkled with frenzied excitement. Blood Demon Claw. At this moment, Li Wenwan's hands transformed into blood-red claws, swift and deadly. Reaching for Huang Wenlang, she disregarded the 7 blade energies he had unleashed. The 7 strikes landed upon Li Wenwan, leaving deep wounds that exposed bone. Yet, her claws found their mark on Huang Wenlang, tearing through flesh and plunging into his chest, as if attempting to extract his heart. Huang Wenlang reacted swiftly, retreating just in time to save his heart, though his chest lay open, revealing the pulsating organ within. This sight filled him with dread, a cold sweat breaking out as he realized the gravity of his situation. Meanwhile, the 7 wounds on Li Wenwan's body began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. The blood spirit demon body was indeed extraordinary. Whoosh, Li Wenwan licked the blood from her lips, her crimson eyes glimmering with excitement. She charged forward once more, akin to a bloodthirsty bat, swiftly closing in on Huang Wenlang. Huang Wenlang's eyes brimmed with shock and anger. He had not anticipated that after 10 years of imprisonment, Li Wenwan would emerge so formidable. In that fleeting moment, he even felt the encroaching specter of death. As Li Wenwan descended upon him again, she resembled a harbinger of doom, intent on claiming his very soul. This realization struck terror into Huang Wenlang's heart, and he understood he could no longer hold back, otherwise, he would surely perish today. You have forced my hand, he roared in fury. Instantly, his demonic aura surged forth, and his form underwent a remarkable transformation, shifting from that of a middle-aged man into a grotesque, fierce weasel-like creature. Huang Wenlang was no mere human, he was a demon. Zhang Li had discerned this truth with his illusory spirit eyes, hence he was not taken aback. Now freed from his restraints, Huang Wenlang had reached his peak state. Shadow Mirage Kill, as a formidable entity at the Divine Sea realm, he had opened his sea of consciousness and birthed his mental energy. Now, his eyes gleamed with a fierce light, as his mental energy coalesced into a unique shockwave, hurtling towards Li Wenwan. Even at a distance, Zhang Li felt dizzy and disoriented, a testament to the shockwave's ferocity. Yet, Li Wenwan remained unfazed, unleashing a roar that echoed like a demonic howl, shattering Huang Wenlang's mental shockwave. Then, she pressed forward, her hands morphing into blood-red claws, sharp and unparalleled, targeting Huang Wenlang's vital points. Huang Wenlang, unwilling to underestimate her, unleashed his full strength. The two figures intertwined, bloodlight and demonic energy clashing with thunderous intensity, creating a cacophony of sound that reverberated through the air. Such a battle was beyond Zhang Li's capacity to engage in. Were it not for Yang Liui's protection, he would have been injured by the tumultuous energy of their clash. This instilled within him a profound sense of crisis. My strength is too weak, even a mere demon could take my life. I must elevate my power swiftly, otherwise, in this perilous imperial city, I will find no sense of security. The most effective way to enhance one's strength is, of course, to slay demons and absorb their essence. Thus, Zhang Li placed even greater emphasis on the establishment of the demon-slaying division. Bang! With a resounding crash, Li Wenwan and Huang Wenlang separated. Though Li Wenwan bore significant injuries, her blood-spirit demon body aided her in recovering rapidly. In stark contrast, Huang Wenlang had lost his ghostly blade, his body riddled with wounds, and lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. It was evident that Huang Wenlang had been defeated. Li Wenwan dragged Huang Wenlang's incapacitated form before Zhang Li, her bloodlight dimming, her crimson hair returning to black, and her demeanor transforming back to that of an innocent, harmless girl. She knelt before Zhang Li, speaking with utmost respect. Your Highness, have I passed the test? Chapter 31 Breakthrough. Huang Wenlang, who was at the first level of the Divine Sea realm, was unexpectedly defeated by Li Wenwan. This left Zhang Li slightly astonished, for after rejuvenating through blood absorption, Li Wenwan's cultivation was merely at the 9th level of the Dantian realm, yet, she managed to slay Huang Wenlang beyond her level, sustaining minimal injuries herself. This battle not only allowed Zhang Li to witness the ferocity of the bloodthirsty sorceress but also showcased Li Wenwan's formidable abilities. Most importantly, even when engulfed in a frenzied bloodlust, she refrained from impulsively killing Huang Wenlang to enhance her powers through blood absorption. Instead, she obeyed Zhang Li's command and captured him alive. Her loyalty and capability were undeniably evident at that moment. Truly, she was a fine blade. A flicker of appreciation crossed. When I recruit, the foremost criterion is absolute loyalty. As long as you remain loyal to me, I shall grant you all that you desire. You have passed the test, and from this moment forth, you shall be a member of the demon-slaying department. Zhang Li declared, bestowing upon Li Wenwan the answer she longed for. Li Wenwan's heart soared with joy, her cheeks flushing as she knelt down. Thank you, Your Highness, for your grace. Escaping the prison was not Li Wenwan's true goal. Her ultimate aim was to join the demon-slaying department and avenge her father's death at the hands of Yi Nantian. Now that she had acquired this opportunity, she was determined to cherish it immensely. Having resolved matters with Li Wenwan, Zhang Li then shifted his gaze to Huang Wenlang, who lay grievously injured on the ground, devoid of strength to assert his dominance. However, Li Wenwan, adhering to Zhang Li's orders, had spared his life, ensuring he remained breathing. Your Highness, you cannot kill me. I am an official of the court. Should you slay me, the Minister of Justice will not let this go lightly, and the Chancellor will never forgive you, Huang Wenlang pleaded, his voice barely a whisper as he desperately sought to cling to life. To this end, he invoked the names of the Minister of Justice and Yi Nantian, hoping to instill fear in Zhang Li, yet, Zhang Li merely smiled. The Minister of Justice and Chancellor Yi are both loyal ministers of the Great Xia. You, on the other hand, are a demon loathed by all. I am confident they would never conspire with a fiend. Zhang Li's words caused Huang Wenlang's pupils to constrict in horror. In a bid to survive, he was forced to reveal his demonic form, yet such an act only exposed his true identity as a demon. In a world riven by chaos, demons could only lurk in the shadows, never daring to emerge into the light. By revealing his identity, he ensured that neither the Minister of Justice nor Yi Nantian would ever shield him again. Sweat poured from Huang Wenlang as terror enveloped him. Your Highness, I realize my mistakes. I beg you to spare my life. I will divulge anything you wish to know. Furthermore, I can become your loyal servant. Whatever you command, I shall obey without hesitation. With threats failing to sway Zhang Li, Huang Wenlang quickly resorted to begging for mercy. He had no desire to die, and at this moment, the sole arbiter of his fate was Zhang Li. It seems you have forgotten my identity. Zhang Li declared, extending his hand to draw forth a blade from his storage ring. I am the head of the demon-slaying department. A smile spread across Zhang Li's face, and then, before Huang Wenlong's terrified gaze, he struck down with his sword. With a swift motion, the blade flashed, and the wolf's head fell to the ground. Huang Wenlong's severed head rolled a few times before coming to rest at Zhang Li's feet, his eyes wide open in death, unblinking. Yet, at that moment, Zhang Li paid no mind to whether he could close his eyes in death. With the execution completed, a familiar warm current surged into Zhang Li's body. Slaying the weasel demon has granted me 60 years of cultivation. Huang Wenlang was a formidable presence in the Divine Sea realm, and his cultivation far surpassed that of the previous foes, Hu Yaoyao and Haipi. Unfortunately, Zhang Li did not obtain any innate divine abilities this time. However, the 60 years of cultivation he gained was an immense boon. Previously, I received 20 years of cultivation from slaying Hong Jie. Now, with an additional 60 years, that totals 80 years, which is more than sufficient to elevate my Tiger Roar Dragon Chant technique, and perhaps even enhance my martial skills. Zhang Li felt a deep satisfaction from the rewards of slaying Huang Wenlang, which also confirmed his earlier conjecture. While acquiring cultivation required him to take action himself, he could easily have others capture demons, allowing him to deal the final blow. In doing so, he could effortlessly gain cultivation, refine martial arts, and enhance his strength. This was indeed one of Zhang Li's original intentions in establishing the demon-slaying department. With this matter concluded, back to the palace. Zhang Li commanded, storing Huang Wenlong's corpse in his storage ring before departing the prison with Yang Liuyi and Li Wenwan. Upon returning to the Eastern Palace, Zhang Li instructed Yang Liuyi to take Li Wenwan for a bath and change of clothes, while he entered his chambers to prepare for a boost in strength. Infusing cultivation. Zhang Li focused his thoughts. Consuming 40 years of cultivation, he elevated the Tiger Roar Dragon Chant technique to its third level. A resonating roar erupted within Zhang Li's body, his blood surged, and his bones rang, every organ and limb feeling as if forged from the finest steel, brimming with vigor. With a slight exertion, a powerful aura surged forth, akin to a tiger roaring in the mountains. At this moment, Zhang Li's physique grew even stronger, filled with explosive energy, his vitality surging to the 9th level of the vitality realm. Yet, Zhang Li sensed that this was not his limit, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, merging it with his blood essence, transforming it into true energy. Within Zhang Li, the Tiger Roar Dragon Chant technique cycled repeatedly. After a significant duration, he felt a surge of pent-up energy rush toward his mind. And the next moment, he could distinctly sense the rich spiritual energy saturating the world around him. The imperial capital was blessed with a mid-grade spiritual vein, and the palace was situated atop the main vein, making the spiritual energy in the eastern palace denser than in other areas. Zhang Li inhaled deeply, akin to a great whale gulping down water, as an abundance of heavenly and earthly spiritual energy flooded into him, merging with his blood essence to transform into true energy. Due to the differing cultivation techniques, the true energy of various martial artists also differed. Zhang Li refined the Tiger Sha true energy, which was not only more potent than that of ordinary warriors but also contained the might of the Tiger Sha, akin to a fierce tiger, a veritable king of energies. The first meridian was soon filled with Tiger Sha true energy, indicating that Zhang Li had broken through to the first level of the true energy realm. Once the true energy filled the 8 extraordinary meridians and was harmonized, he could penetrate the Dantian and achieve the Dantian realm. 40 years of cultivation yielded the third level of the Tiger Roar Dragon Chant technique and a breakthrough to the first level of the true energy realm. Indeed, slaying demons and monsters was far more expedient than my own arduous cultivation. Feeling the formidable strength of his body and the robust Tiger Sha true energy, Zhang Li's eyes sparkled with excitement. The unwritten celestial tablet was the foundation of his existence in this chaotic world of demons. This conviction further solidified Zhang Li's resolve to eradicate demons and monsters. With another 40 years of cultivation remaining, he could utilize it to enhance his martial skills. With the Tiger Roar Dragon Chant technique elevated to the third level, it seems I have acquired a new martial skill. Chapter 32 The Dragon's Stride in Tiger's Pace. The Dragon's Stride in Tiger's Pace is a low-level earth-tier footwork technique that exudes an imposing majesty as one moves, and strikes with the swiftness of lightning. This was a martial skill newly acquired by Zhang Li previously. Upon breaking through to the second level of the Tiger's Roar and Dragon's Chant technique, Zhang Li had obtained the Tiger's Roar, which allowed him to intimidate his enemies with its sound. Now, having ascended to the third level, he received the footwork technique with the demon-slaying blade technique for offense and the Tiger's Roar for assistance. The addition of the Dragon's Stride and Tiger's Pace would significantly enhance his combat prowess. Indeed, this was precisely the martial skill I have been yearning for. Zhang Li's eyes sparkled with delight. The arrival of the Dragon's Stride and Tiger's Pace was like a timely gift amid a snowstorm. With this, he had mastered 3 martial skills, 2 supernatural abilities, and with the Tiger Sha true energy, he would not only be able to stand tall among the masses but also possess a modicum of self-defense. At this moment, he contemplated and resolved to channel all of his remaining 40 years of cultivation into the newly acquired Dragon's Stride and Tiger's Pace. The demon-slaying blade technique had already been enhanced once and its power was temporarily sufficient. The Tiger's Roar was an auxiliary skill that could also afford to remain at its current level for now. Although the Dragon's Stride and Tiger's Pace was also an auxiliary technique, it offered both offensive and evasive capabilities, making it the most essential skill for Zhang Li at this juncture. Channeling his cultivation, Zhang Li swiftly made his decision. Consuming 40 years of cultivation, he elevated the Dragon's Stride and Tiger's Pace to a minor accomplishment. Zhang Li felt a surge of vitality coursing through his legs, his muscles taut and powerful, as if each step contained a unique explosiveness, ready to unleash itself like an arrow released from a bow, unstoppable. To have progressed directly from having no mastery to a minor accomplishment was well worth the 40 years of cultivation expended, as he sensed the transformation in his legs. Although he had yet to attempt its application, he could already perceive the extraordinary nature of the dragon's stride and tiger's pace. This realization only deepened the joy in his eyes. With the dragon's stride and tiger's pace, combined with the demon-slaying blade technique and the tiger's roar, Zhongli would not only be capable of battling those of superior ranks but would at least be invincible among his peers. On the wordless heavenly steel, the information also transformed accordingly. Zhongli realm, True Qi realm, first level cultivation 0 techniques, tiger's roar and dragon's chant, third level martial skills, a demon-slaying blade, minor accomplishment, tiger's roar, entry level. Dragon's stride and tiger's pace, minor accomplishment, supernatural abilities, broken illusion, spirit eye, low grade, spirit snake mouse cave, low grade. Although his cultivation had been reset to 0 once more, it had transformed into sheer power. To slay demons, Zhongli licked his lips in anticipation of the demon-slaying endeavor. If he were to rely solely on diligent practice, it would take him at least 1 to 2 years to break through the True Qi realm. However, through the utilization of his cultivation, he could condense True Qi overnight. It was akin to having experienced an overnight windfall, making it implausible for him to return to laborious work. Thus, Zhongli had no intention of engaging in relentless training. Instead, he sought the shortcut of slaying demons. To advance the tiger's roar and dragon's chant technique to the 4th level, he would require 80 years of cultivation, necessitating the slaying of 4 to 5 lesser demons akin to the Red Sister or 1 or 2 demon leaders like Huang Wenlang. Given his current strength and the status of the demon-slaying office, he certainly could not contend with major demons. As the saying goes, one cannot become plump overnight. The newly established demon-slaying office should first target lesser demons to gradually build strength before confronting those formidable foes. Ultimately, I will personally sever the heads of Xiang Fei and Yi Nantian. Zhongli's eyes gleamed with determination. Having already devised a plan for the forthcoming endeavors, Zhongli pushed the door open and stepped outside. Yang Liuyi was waiting by the door. Of course, she could not be described as unwaveringly loyal, rather, she merely honored her promise, unwilling to risk another incident of Zhongli's disappearance. My dear, don't you need to sleep? Zhongli inquired, slightly surprised to see Yang Liuyi standing guard. The crisis surrounding the Jade Seal had subsided, and this was the Eastern Palace. Even Xiang Fei and Yi Nantian would not dare to act recklessly here. Do not concern yourself with me, Yang Liuyi replied coolly, her demeanor unchanged. My dear, what will you do about meals? What if you suddenly have a stomachache and need to use the restroom? Zhongli teased, deliberately provoking her indifference. Silence. Yang Liuyi snapped, her frustration evident, eliciting laughter from Zhongli. You little minx, you are still too inexperienced to challenge me, Zhongli chuckled, feeling buoyed as he exited the sleeping quarters and made his way to the outer hall. Soon, sisters Chen Sisi and Li Wenwan arrived. After her bath and change of clothes, Li Wenwan captured Zhongli's attention instantly. Previously, in the dim and damp dungeon, Zhongli had not taken a close look at her, and her loose prison attire had concealed her alluring figure. Now, clad in a pale green palace dress, she appeared 1,000 times more graceful than in her prison garb. The attire hugged her form just enough to reveal her exquisite curves. Certainly, the most striking feature was her youthful visage and ample bosom. Having been deprived of sunlight for an extended period, Li Wenwan's skin appeared somewhat pale, yet it did not diminish her breathtaking beauty. Her sweet and charming appearance was akin to a piece of candy, endearing to the heart. Her large, sparkling eyes, paired with a flush of bashfulness, made one unable to resist the urge to pinch her cheeks. However, Zhongli dared not entertain such thoughts. Although Li Wenwan seemed harmless, anyone who underestimated her as a mere innocent rabbit would undoubtedly find themselves devoured whole. She possesses a unique identity. I have instructed him to remain outside the palace to gather information on the demons. Aside from Shi, our personnel in the demon-slaying office are mostly present here, Zhongli declared authoritatively, surveying the room. In truth, only Chen Sisi and Li Wenwan were actual members of the demon-slaying office. As for Chen Shishir and Yang Liuyi, they could at most be considered dependents. Sisi was responsible for logistical support, while Shi handled intelligence gathering. Both Zhongli and Li Wenwan were primarily tasked with slaying demons. Currently, the newly established demon-slaying office, though lacking in numbers, needed to have its framework established. Zhongli looked at Chen Sisi and Li Wenwan and assigned them their respective duties. Your Highness, a timid voice called out from behind Chen Sisi. Zhongli turned to find Chen Shishir standing there. Chen Shishir and Chen Sisi were identical twins, yet their experiences had shaped their attire and demeanor differently. Chen Sisi, seasoned and worldly, contrasted with Chen Shishir. Pill formulas, talismans, and artifacts were the most coveted resources for martial artists. Chen Sisi had inherited her father's skills in artifact crafting, while Chen Shishir appeared to be an excellent candidate for pill refining. This would solve the issues of both medicinal pills and weaponry. Your Highness, Shishir possesses a natural talent for pill refining, but she has been delayed in the teaching bureau these past years. If your Highness is willing to cultivate her, Shishir will surely provide you with a continuous supply of medicinal pills, Chen Sisi urged on behalf of her sister. Medicinal pills possess boundless utility and are precious resources for cultivation, and Zhongli was naturally eager for such talent. Such a fortuitous opportunity was one he could not let slip away. In that case, you and your sister shall ensure the logistical support. Zhongli agreed to Chen Shishir's request. However, whether for artifact crafting or pill refining, raw materials were essential. Without them, even the most skilled artisan would find it difficult to create. Now that the personnel of the demon-slaying office had been secured, the question of funding remained. Just then, the sixth prince arrived for a visit. Zhongli's smile broadened. Money had arrived. Chapter 33 of The Pursuit of Wealth. Before long, the sixth prince entered the hall accompanied by a young servant clad in green. Jiang Li involuntarily activated his illusion-breaking spirit eye, instantly perceiving the half-demon true form of the sixth prince and the demonic essence of the young servant beside him. It appeared that Xiang Fei truly cherished her beloved son. After the sixth prince had fled in terror following the loss of a finger to a blade, Xiang Fei had dispatched this young servant for his protection. Although the servant seemed unremarkable at first glance, Jiang Li discerned his demonic identity and formidable strength at the divine sea realm through his illusion-breaking spirit eye. "Brother, I pay my respects to you, your highness," the sixth prince approached Jiang Li, bowing respectfully. "Please, there is no need for such formalities," Jiang Li replied with indifference. He was well aware that the sixth prince would seek him out, given that he had been appointed as the deputy director of the demon-slaying division by Yin Antian. "Your highness, personally, you are my elder brother, and I ought to show you respect. Professionally, you are my superior, and I must diligently fulfill my duties without complacency. And now that father has decreed that I assist you in establishing the demon-slaying division to eradicate demons and safeguard peace, I am both anxious and unable to refuse the imperial command. I have come today to discuss how we should operate this division." The sixth prince spoke with great deference, his attitude humble. This behavior caused Jiang Li's eyebrows to raise slightly. While the sixth prince had previously feigned innocence, he had never exhibited such poise. It seemed he had received guidance from someone wise. Nevertheless, Jiang Li was unperturbed that he had dared to confront both Xiang Fei and Yin Antian, so he certainly did not fear a mere sixth prince. Jiang Li was fully aware of the sixth prince's true nature, outwardly innocent, yet cunningly deceitful, hoping to play the fool to achieve his ends. Unfortunately for him, luck was not on his side. Although the original host had perished, Jiang Li had proven to be far more formidable. The last time his true character had surfaced, Jiang Li had frightened him into a panicked flight. Now, standing before Jiang Li once more, despite having received counsel from a powerful figure, he remained unworthy of trust in Jiang Li's eyes. "What are your thoughts?" Jiang Li did not rush to speak but instead wished to ascertain the sixth prince's intentions. "Your highness is the director of the demon-slaying division. I am wholly prepared to assist you and follow your lead. However, I do have a somewhat simplistic suggestion. Currently, the division is in its nascent stages, possessing only a title, with neither personnel nor funds. Hence, I believe our foremost task should be to recruit staff. Otherwise, with just the two of us, we cannot face the multitude," the sixth prince respectfully proposed. "So soon to be placing personnel within the demon-slaying division? Intriguing, you speak wisely. Thus, I have already recruited two capable individuals." Jiang Li nodded, subsequently introducing Chen Sisi and Li Wenwan. Chen Sisi, the top courtesan of the pleasure quarter, was known to the sixth prince. As for Jiang Li's act of freeing Li Wenwan, the sixth prince had already heard of it and was unsurprised. "Your highness possesses a discerning eye for talent. Indeed, yet demons are cunning, and the imperial city is vast. I fear we may still be understaffed." The sixth prince remained undeterred. He had prepared himself for the possibility that Jiang Li might refuse to allow him to bring in personnel, but he had contingencies in place. "Ah, you have indeed matured, my dear sixth prince," Jiang Li remarked with a look of satisfaction. However, that fatherly gaze made the sixth prince feel somewhat uncomfortable. "What you said earlier is correct. The establishment of the demon-slaying division lacks personnel and funds. Therefore, I have devised a solution. I can grant you 10 positions, but each position requires an investment of 100,000 spirit stones. With this, we will have both personnel and funds," Jiang Li declared with a smile directed at the sixth prince. Yang Liui beside them twitched her mouth in disbelief. Was it not said that the recruitment criteria for the demon-slaying division were exceedingly stringent? Was it not emphasized that quality trumps quantity in warfare? Was it truly so easy to abandon one's principles for 1 million spirit stones? Yang Liui could hardly contain her exasperation, while he had never anticipated that Jiang Li would deviate from the expected norms. He had prepared for significant resistance in his quest to install personnel, yet Jiang Li was surprisingly agreeable. For the mere sum of 1 million spirit stones, 10 individuals could be accommodated. Such a sum was astronomical for an ordinary citizen, yet for the sixth prince, it was not overly burdensome. Is this truly acceptable? The sixth prince appeared bewildered. He had braced himself for various tactics, only to find his efforts rendered futile. I speak with utmost sincerity. My word is my bond. You have 1 day to consider this. Return with your response by tomorrow, Jiang Li concluded decisively. As the sixth prince exited the Eastern Palace, his mind remained in a state of confusion. Was it truly this simple? He cast a glance back at the Eastern Palace, shivering involuntarily. He had an unsettling feeling that he had been ensnared, yet he could not articulate precisely what was amiss, so he turned to head towards Baishan Palace, intending to report this matter to his mother. Is 1 million spirit stones truly enough to make you forsake your principles? After the sixth prince departed, Yang Liui remarked sarcastically. It was worth noting that she had tirelessly advocated for Li Wenwan's admission into the demon-slaying division. Since the sixth prince is so generous, why should I refuse? Jiang Li shrugged. Moreover, the eradication of demons requires resources as well. With a demeanor that suggested the burden of leadership weighed heavily upon him, Jiang Li's nonchalance only served to infuriate Yang Liui further. However, Jiang Li knew he could not rely solely on the sixth prince's resources. He needed to amass wealth from other avenues as well. Otherwise, the Eastern Palace would inevitably find itself impoverished. Rising to his feet, Jiang Li prepared to venture out. Are you off to the flower pavilion for amusement again, your highness? Yang Liui inquired, noting his movements with a hint of sarcasm. Indeed, my back has been troublesome of late. I must engage in some exercise, Jiang Li replied, deliberately twisting his waist in jest. Engaging in their playful banter. However, Jiang Li chose to leave Chen Sisi behind in the Eastern Palace while taking Li Wenwan with him, along with 100 guards from the Eastern Palace. Yang Liui felt puzzled. This display did not seem indicative of a visit to the flower pavilion. Was he perhaps preparing to execute the responsibilities of the demon-slaying division so soon? Though Yang Liui was uncertain, she chose not to inquire further, simply following Jiang Li with Li Wenwan flanking her on either side. Soon, Zhongli and his entourage departed the imperial palace, making their way towards the Eastern District. The Eastern District was home to dignitaries and nobles, and it was said that even a single brick could crush several court officials. With 100 guards accompanying him, Zhongli's imposing presence naturally drew the curiosity of many onlookers. Rather than dismissing the crowd, Zhongli, accompanied by Beauty, proceeded directly to his destination. Before long, they arrived at their objective of the Huang residence. Yang Liui lifted her gaze slightly, recognizing the two prominent characters inscribed on the plaque. At that moment, Zhongli reached out and retrieved the demonic corpse of Huang Wenlang. By decree of the Crown Prince, the Huang residence is to be raided and exterminated. Chapter 34. The destruction of families and annihilation of clans. Kill, burn, and seize wealth like a gilded belt. Plundering families and exterminating clans brings riches aplenty. Is there anything more lucrative than the eradication of families and clans? Killing minor demons yields but a meager profit. Even if sold by weight, they fetch scant spiritual stones. However, a demon leader like Huang Wenlang is a different matter altogether. Not only is he a demon himself, but he also wields official power. Zhongli could not only slay him but also conduct a righteous purge of his household. Even if Xiang Fei and Yunantian were to arrive, they would have no grounds for objection. This is what one calls seizing the greater good. At Zhongli's command, over 100 guards from the Eastern Palace swiftly burst through the doors. Soon, screams and chaos erupted from within. Li Wenwan entered as well. She was, after all, a weapon in Zhongli's hand, and naturally, she was compelled to partake in the family purge. Moreover, Huang Wenlang, being a weasel demon, likely had demonic kin among his relatives, and it was demons that Zhongli needed most. What, the warden Huang was actually transformed from a demon? How could this be? He appeared as a mere weasel, yet Huang's concealment was so profound that it was regrettable he was uncovered by His Highness the Crown Prince, ridding the people of a scourge. It had long been rumored that the Emperor had decreed the establishment of the demon-slaying office specifically for the eradication of demons, and now, swift action had commenced. The crowd outside the Huang residence grew ever larger, while the corpse of Huang Wenlang lay on display, greatly satisfying the onlookers' innate curiosity. Thus, they were even less inclined to disperse, clustering around to witness the spectacle. It is human nature to revel in the sights of drama. As time passed, more and more spectators gathered, blocking the street to the point of impassability. Meanwhile, Zhongli stood composed outside the estate, for as the Crown Prince, he need not dirty his hands. A mere command sufficed for others to act on his behalf. Though Huang Wenlang held the position of warden in the Celestial Prison, he was merely a mid-level official. By midday, the Huang estate had been thoroughly searched and confiscated. Your Highness, there are 98 individuals in total within the Huang household, of which 38 were executed on the spot for resisting, while the remaining 60 have been apprehended. Additionally, we have seized 153,000 spiritual stones along with various pills and weapons. My subordinates have documented everything for your review. The leader of the guards reported, presenting the account book. A mere Huang Wenlang possessed over 1 million spiritual stones, indicating his brutality and significant corruption. Zhongli glanced at the account book, understanding its implications. What is your name? Zhongli inquired, lifting his gaze to the leader of the guards. This young man proved to be adept at family purges and could be cultivated further. Your Highness, I am Gong Xinming, serving as the leader of the Eastern Palace Guards by the Emperor's decree. Gong Xinming replied respectfully, bowing his head. Sent by my father? Zhongli had previously overlooked the various intrigues within the Eastern Palace, but now he recognized several capable talents. Although aware that the Emperor's heart was inscrutable, Zhongli could still feel the protective sentiment his father held for him. Since Gong Xinming was not affiliated with Xiang Fei or Yunantian, Zhongli naturally regarded him with greater favor. You have done well. All property should be transferred to the demon-slaying office's treasury. With this initial windfall, I shall not need to fret over finances for the time being. At this moment, Li Wenwan emerged from the Huang estate, leading 3 individuals before Zhongli. Your Highness, these are Huang Wenlang's wife and their 2 children, all of whom are demons. Li Wenwan spoke, her head bowed, her cheeks flushed. However, the injuries on the 3 were grievous, indicating they had already suffered at Li Wenwan's hands. Zhongli employed his illusory spirit eye to observe. Indeed, all 3 were demons, though their strength was weak, their demonic aura was unmistakable. Yet to outsiders, they appeared as a pitiful mother and her orphans, eliciting sympathy from many. However, Zhongli had specifically commanded Li Wenwan to capture the demons, and it was not to evoke pity among the crowd. In broad daylight, under the open sky, demons rampaged without restraint in the imperial capital. As the Crown Prince of the Great Xia, it was my duty to uphold justice for the people. The establishment of the demon-slaying office aims to eradicate demons and protect the populace. Today, I shall use the blood of these demons as testament to my resolve in this endeavor. Zhongli's gaze swept over the gathered crowd, and he proclaimed loudly, his voice clear and resonant. He then drew his blade, infusing it with tiger's might, its edge gleaming menacingly as it surged with formidable energy. The Zhengyang demon-slaying blade, Zhongli revealed no restraint, unleashing a full-force strike aimed directly at Huang Wenlang's wife. Though she possessed the strength of the true Qi realm, her injuries rendered her unable to resist, and she could only watch helplessly as the blade descended. With a swift strike, the blade gleamed, and her head fell, but before the crowd could gasp in shock, Huang Wenlang's wife's corpse collapsed into a pool of blood, transforming before their eyes into that of a weasel demon. Ah! A demon! The closest onlookers shrieked in terror. The crowd erupted into chaos. I will kill you! The children of Huang Wenlang, their eyes red with rage at their mother's murder, revealed their predatory instincts. In an instant, they transformed into 2 small weasels, launching themselves at Zhongli. Unfortunately, these 2 weasels lacked power, barely reaching the Qi blood realm. Zhang Li's blade fell again with ease, dispatching them swiftly. Thus, 4 demon corpses lay upon the ground. A family must remain intact. Meanwhile, a familiar warmth surged within him. Slaying the Weasel Demon grants 30 years of cultivation. Slaying the Weasel Demon grants 7 years of cultivation. Slaying the Weasel Demon grants 3 years of cultivation. The contributions of Huang Wanlong's wife and children amounted to a respectable total of 40 years of cultivation for Zhang Li. Although the surrounding crowd trembled in fear, many also cheered for Zhang Li, recognizing that this family of demons deserved their fate. The traitor Huang Wanlang, as the warden of the celestial prison, had transformed into a demon and thus was deserving of death. Today, I have executed Huang Wanlang and his family, purging their clan, thereby ridding the imperial capital of a malignant tumor, with heaven and earth as witnesses and the people as testament. Zhang Li proclaimed once more, seizing the moral high ground. At that moment, Yang Liuyi observed the fervent gazes of the surrounding populace and felt a stirring within her heart. She understood. Zhang Li's actions not only eradicated demons but also amassed wealth. Most importantly, beyond establishing authority through bloodshed, he had captured the hearts of the people. To gain the people's favor is to secure the realm. Zhang Li seized the moral high ground and garnered popular support. Such tactics were indeed masterful. As Zhang Li conducted his purge, news of Huang Wanlang swiftly reached Yi Nanshan's ears, instantly darkening his gaze with a chilling intensity. Chapter 35 of the Assassination Plan. My lord, the Prime Minister, Huang Wanlang was a prodigy I personally elevated, and now, the Crown Prince decrees his execution on a whim, even going so far as to annihilate his family before the eyes of the populace. This is a blatant provocation against us. If we continue to retreat and endure, the Crown Prince will only grow bolder, pushing further beyond reason. In such a tumultuous atmosphere, our grand strategy will undoubtedly suffer immensely. Wang Jinke, the Minister of Justice, expressed his deep concern to Yi Nantian. Huang Wanlang was his trusted confidant, and he, in turn, was loyal to Yi Nantian. Given his position, he could not stand against Zhang Li, and thus found himself seeking Yi Nanshan's aid. Should Yi Nantian also be powerless, they would have no choice but to witness Zhang Li slay demons and vanquish foes within the imperial capital. The Crown Prince remains too inexperienced. Whether it be in slaying demons or governing the realm, such matters cannot be resolved with mere bloodshed. Every action gives rise to a chain reaction, leading to dire consequences. The Crown Prince has erred gravely and must face the repercussions of his actions. A fierce glint flickered in Yi Nanshan's eyes. If he could not confront Zhang Li openly, then he would resort to clandestine assassination. The previous incident involving the Imperial Jade Seal was merely a stroke of good fortune for Zhang Li. However, he could not rely on luck indefinitely, and neither Xiang Fei nor Yi Nantian would permit Zhang Li to thwart their ambitions of annexing the Great Xia. Thus, Zhang Li, who had become a thorn in their side, must be removed. My lord, do you have a plan? Wang Jinke inquired eagerly, his eyes alight with hope. Huang Wanlang served as the warden of the dungeons, and his demise would surely incite chaos within. It would be entirely plausible for prisoners to exploit the ensuing turmoil to escape. Yi Nantian narrowed his eyes, a cold light flashing within. The dungeons housed the most nefarious of criminals, including the dreaded Witch Li Wanwan and other unruly demons. Should these prisoners break free, it would pose. Soon, he respectfully took his leave. Meanwhile, Yi Nantian sat in contemplation, sipping from his teacup. The unrest in the imperial capital was merely the first step. Luring out Zhang Li amidst the chaos to eliminate him was the true objective. Zhang Li, oh Zhang Li, since you wish to slay demons, it is only natural that vengeful spirits will seek your demise. Having stirred the winds of fate, this tempest will not cease. Your demise is inevitable. Unbeknownst to Zhang Li, Yi Nanshan's assassination plot was already in motion. At that moment, he had returned to the East Palace accompanied by the palace guards. With the newly established demon-slaying bureau lacking in office, they temporarily settled within the East Palace. Chen Sisi and Gong Xinming coordinated efforts to categorize the confiscated assets. Naturally, some items deemed unnecessary could be exchanged for spirit stones with the assistance of Ishi. With resources in hand, Zhang Li beamed at the sight of the bountiful treasury of the demon-slaying bureau. One cannot embark on a quest to vanquish demons empty-handed. With funds, he could procure equipment for his team, thus enhancing their capabilities in slaying demons. Within the East Palace, Zhang Li designated a separate crafting room for Chen Sisi and prepared an alchemy chamber for Chen Shishir. As for Li Wanwan, she merely required a room for her accommodation, with no further demands. Your Highness, what shall be our next course of action? Chen Sisi inquired once everything was settled, having instinctively assumed the role of logistics manager. As a member of the Demon-Slaying Bureau, she understood the importance of monitoring the broader movements of the organization, rather than solely focusing on crafting and alchemy. The establishment of the Demon-Slaying Bureau aimed to combat the Red Chamber and the Demonic Guard. However, given their current strength, they were ill-equipped to confront powerful demons directly. Therefore, my intention is to seek out weaker demons, accumulate strength, and gradually confront the more formidable ones. I have dispatched Ishi to gather intelligence on the Red Chamber and the Demonic Guard, and once the information is verified, we shall strike to slay demons. Zhang Li articulated his thoughts as everyone turned their attention toward him. It was imperative to eradicate the Red Chamber and the Demonic Guard. However, these two demonic factions were not only bolstered by Xiang Fei and Yi Nanshan's support but had also entrenched themselves over decades. The newly formed Demon-Slaying Bureau faced a dearth of personnel and resources. To confront them head-on now would be akin to a fragile egg striking against a stone. Zhang Li was not one to pursue immediate gains recklessly. He planned to begin with minor demons, building strength gradually before tackling the larger threats. Yet, Xiang Fei and Yi Nantian would likely not grant them such an opportunity. Yan Liuyi furrowed her delicate brows, voicing her concerns. Xiang Fei and Yi Nantian wielded absolute power within the Great Xia dynasty. Should Jiangli attempt to undermine their interests or disrupt their grand designs, they would undoubtedly retaliate. They would relish the opportunity to consume his flesh and drink his blood. As long as the emperor remained, they would not dare to act openly against him. However, behind the scenes, they were surely conspiring against his life. Perhaps, at this very moment, they were plotting how to take Jiang Li's life. Jiang Li was acutely aware of Yang Liu's worries, yet, he felt powerless. If he did not resist, he would merely await his demise. To extend one's neck is to invite the blade. To withdraw it is to invite the same fate. He could only regard life and death with indifference. If provoked, he would retaliate. As for Xiang Fei and Yi Nanshan's schemes, he would confront them as they came, defending against the threats as they materialized. The following day, the sixth prince arrived as expected. He had learned of Huang Wenlong's fate and was thus even more eager to establish his own faction within the demon-slaying bureau. Royal brother, upon reflecting last night, I find your arguments compelling. Here is 1,000,000 spirit stones, please count them, royal brother. Additionally, these 10 individuals are carefully selected talents. Their inclusion in the demon-slaying bureau will undoubtedly contribute to your grand plan for slaying demons. The sixth prince respectfully presented a storage ring. Having consulted with his mother upon returning home, she had offered her support. Jiang Li toyed with the storage ring, his gaze drifting past the sixth prince to the 10 individuals. Among them were two familiar figures, causing the corners of Jiang Li's mouth to curve upward. Little sixth, you truly possess remarkable capabilities, managing to recruit even a scion of the Yi family. Jiang Li chuckled softly. Among the 10 individuals were Yi Tianchen and Shen Zhan, both of whom were intertwined with the fabric of the demon world, one being Yi Nanshan's biological son and the other his adopted son. Yet here they were, aligned with the sixth prince and entering the demon-slaying bureau, ostensibly dedicated to slaying demons. The irony of having demons concealed within an organization established to eradicate. Nonetheless, he did not refuse their presence. Once you fall into my hands, you will witness the consequences. Your Highness, urgent news from outside the palace. At that moment, Gong Xinming rushed in, his expression fraught with anxiety. A sense of foreboding welled up within Jiang Li. Your Highness, last night the prisoners in the dungeon seized the opportunity of weak defenses and escaped. Chapter 36, Trapped in a Deadly Ambush, the Prisoners Escape. A sudden jolt coursed through Jiang Li's heart. In that fleeting moment, he discerned that Yi Nantian was undoubtedly the mastermind behind this scheme. I truly underestimated this old wolf, Yi Nantian, to dare employ such underhanded tactics. The primary reason for the prisoners' escape lay in the murder of Wang Huan, the warden, along with several guards, which rendered their defenses alarmingly feeble. If this matter were to be investigated, Jiang Li would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Yi Nantian's ploy struck with precision. How many prisoners managed to flee? One must bear the consequences of their own actions. Although this was Yi Nantian's sinister trick, Jiang Li had no choice but to clean up the aftermath. Within the palace, there were numerous prisoners confined in the dungeon, and this time at least 100 had escaped. Among them were notorious flower thieves, ruthless murderers, and even some fearsome demons. Each of these inmates bore grave sins, any one of whom could incite chaos. Should they escape the imperial capital, apprehending them would become an insurmountable challenge. Gong Xinming, possessing considerable capability, had already familiarized himself with the situation prior to their arrival, and he now articulated his thoughts with clarity. Issue an edict from the crown prince to seal off the imperial capital. From this moment forth, no one shall be permitted to enter or exit. Jiang Li swiftly devised a response. Your Highness, the forces within the imperial capital are insufficient. We can only seal it off, yet we lack the strength to pursue. Moreover, each day of delay increases the danger. We must resolve this swiftly, otherwise, we cannot face the common people, nor can we justify it to the court and the emperor, Gong Xinming lamented. As the head of the Eastern Palace Guards, he naturally stood by Jiang Li's side. This is a counterattack from the demons against our palace. If we fail to counter it, the demon-slaying department will become a laughingstock. Jiang Li's expression darkened, fury igniting in his eyes. If my elder brother is in peril, I, as a loyal subject, must share his burdens. These demons are exceedingly audacious to escape from prison, they deserve death 1,000 times over. My elder brother need not worry, I shall exert all my efforts to capture these prisoners. The sixth prince, filled with righteous indignation, spoke passionately. Jiang Li raised his gaze slightly to regard the sixth prince. Indeed, my sixth brother is the most trusted of my siblings. Now that I face adversity, since you have volunteered, I shall rely on your efforts. Though the sixth prince had notable backing, he could not escape Jiang Li's keen scrutiny. Yet Jiang Li chose not to expose him but rather to play along. Rest assured, my elder brother, I shall set out with my men immediately. The sixth prince pledged, then departed with Yi Tianchen and others. Do you truly trust him? I await the reveal of his true intentions. A mocking smile curled at the corner of Jiang Li's lips. Nevertheless, the prisoners from the dungeon must be captured. Thus, Jiang Li did not linger but swiftly set out with 100 Eastern Palace guards. Soon, the operation to apprehend the prisoners commenced. Meanwhile, within the imperial capital, fear gripped the populace. Have you heard? The prisoners have escaped from the dungeon and are now within the imperial capital. The dungeon held the most nefarious villains. If they have escaped, what shall we do? I heard it was because His Highness the Crown Prince executed Warden Huang, which left the dungeon vulnerable, allowing the prisoners to seize the opportunity to flee. So, the source of all this calamity lies with His Highness? The citizens whispered among themselves in the capital. The little support Jiang Li had garnered from the people dissipated like smoke due to the prisoners' escape. The imperial capital, now lacking in military strength, had devoted nearly all its resources to sealing the city, leaving little capacity for pursuing the fugitives. Aside from the demon-slaying department, only a handful of ordinary officers remained. Yet, the escaped prisoners were formidable foes, and the average officer stood no chance against them. Before long, several officers met tragic ends, and numerous households fell victim to slaughter. The streets of the imperial capital were bathed in blood, instilling terror and anxiety among the populace, who cowered in their homes, trembling with fear. This greatly disrupted social stability and fostered considerable chaos. However, the demon-slaying department was not without its successes. Under the efforts of Gong Xinming and Li Wenwan, inmates were gradually apprehended, and those who resisted fiercely were dealt with swiftly. As time passed, the turmoil in the capital began to diminish, and it would not be long before normalcy returned. Your Highness, there is troubling news among the escaped prisoners. Two possess exceptional strength and remain elusive. Moreover, they have recently caused significant bloodshed, resulting in the deaths and injuries of dozens of households, Gong Xinming reported, a frown marring his features. One was a notorious bandit known for massacring entire families, while the other was a cunning demon. Both individuals were formidable. The bandit was of the Dantian realm, and the sly demon was comparable to a first or second tier practitioner of the Divine Sea realm. Now that most of the prisoners had been captured, only the most challenging remained. The bandit and the cunning demon were indeed the hardest of nuts to crack. Your Highness, my men have discovered the whereabouts of the bandit. At that moment, she hurried over, eager to inform Jiang Li. She was Mu Ziqing's confidant and a local power broker in the imperial capital. Gong Xinming, take the Eastern Palace guards and encircle him. If we cannot capture him alive, then we shall settle for the deceased. Jiang Li issued his orders with urgency. Gong Xinming complied and set forth with the Eastern Palace guards alongside Ashi to pursue the bandit. Elder brother, I have located the trail of that mangy dog demon, but my forces are insufficient. I beseech your aid. Soon after, the sixth prince rushed in, seeking assistance. Li Wenwan, you shall go. Jiang Li glanced at the sixth prince and then instructed Li Wenwan. Yes, your highness. Li Wenwan replied, her cheeks flushed, before following the sixth prince to capture the dog demon. Once the Eastern Palace guards and Li Wenwan departed, only Yang Liuyi remained by Jiang Li's side. This matter is somewhat peculiar. Yang Liuyi furrowed her brows, a sense of unease creeping into her heart. At that moment, she noticed the unsettling silence surrounding them. Although the citizens were terrified and hiding in their homes, there should not be absolute silence. They must be preparing to strike at our palace. A glint of cold light flickered in Jiang Li's eyes. No sooner had he spoken than a shadow suddenly darted from the corner, swift as an arrow, imbued with a brutal killing intent, and charged directly at Jiang Li. Seeking death. Yang Liuyi reacted swiftly, her dagger in hand, ready to confront the shadow. The clash echoed, and both were forced to retreat. At that moment, the shadow revealed its true form, a scarred bald man, exuding a strong, pungent scent of blood. Without uttering a word, the bald man lunged forward once more, aiming to strike Yang Liuyi. Simultaneously, a ferocious demon figure erupted from the darkness, bearing its blood-soaked maw, lunging for Jiang Li's throat. In that instant, Jiang Li found himself ensnared in a deadly trap. Chapter 37. Counterattack. With a resounding thud, a hyena was sent crashing to the ground, having failed to sink its teeth into Jiang Li's throat, instead tasting nothing but dirt. Fortuitously, my training in the dragon's stride and tiger's pace saved my life. Otherwise, that leap would have cost me dearly. Not far away, Jiang Li's heart raced with anxiety. Although he suspected he had fallen into a deadly trap aimed at him, he had not anticipated the astonishing speed of this hyena demon. Were it not for his 40 years of cultivation, which had brought his dragon's stride and tiger's pace to a minor mastery, he might not have escaped this perilous assault. At this moment, Jiang Li's gaze swept across two figures that had suddenly emerged, the notorious Jiang Yang the thief and the hyena demon. These two were the most vicious prisoners to have escaped from the celestial prison. It was astonishing to find them here. Clearly, Gong Xinming and Li Wenwan had fallen victim to a cunning diversion. Yi Nantian and the sixth prince had once again surprised him in a most alarming manner. Your opponent is me. Jiang Yang the thief exclaimed, exerting all his strength to restrain Yang Liuyi. This was his mission, and as long as he fulfilled it, he would be able to leave the imperial capital and regain his freedom. Meanwhile, the task of the hyena demon was to eliminate Jiang Li. The hyena demon was an imposing figure, 3 meters in length and nearly as tall as Jiang Li. Its powerful physique, razor-sharp claws, and teeth dripping with foul saliva were enough to instill fear. The hyena demon had been imprisoned on the 9th level of the celestial prison, a formidable creature among the demon inmates, with strength comparable to a first-level divine sea practitioner. It was trivial for it to deal with a first-level true chi practitioner like Jiang Li. Woof! The hyena demon's dark yellow eyes fixed intently on Jiang Li before it let out a sharp, piercing bark. This bark was not only ear-splitting but also carried a wave of mental force, creating a shockwave. Jiang Li felt dizzy, as if he were about to lose consciousness. Tiger's roar. At this critical moment, Jiang Li quickly activated the tiger's roar and unleashed a mighty roar that echoed through the forest. Although Jiang Li had not mastered mental energy, the sheer power of his roar was enough to rattle the spirit. Even a small tiger should not be provoked by a hyena. The tiger's roar clashed against the bark, enabling Jiang Li to maintain his alertness. However, at that moment, a massive maw lunged toward him. The hyena charged, its body brimming with demonic energy and exuding a nauseating stench. Zhang Li, facing a gap of two major realms, could not afford to engage directly. Dragon's Stride and Tiger's Pace. Zhang Li channeled his true chi into his legs and swiftly retreated. The Dragon's Stride and Tiger's Pace were a terrestrial level technique, and having cultivated it to a minor mastery, he managed to outpace the hyena demon by a fraction, narrowly evading the gaping maw. You cannot escape. The hyena demon, enraged by its failure, unleashed a torrent of demonic energy, which coalesced into 9 chains of dark energy, resembling tentacles, that swiftly lunged toward Zhang Li. The hyena demon was powerful enough to afford numerous mistakes, but Zhang Li could not afford even one. Zhang Li exerted all his effort to employ the Dragon's Stride and Tiger's Pace to evade the pursuit of the 9 chains of demonic energy. However, mere evasion would not resolve the impending crisis. Although Yang Liuyi was slightly stronger than Zhang Yang the thief, she was unable to secure a victory in a short time and thus could not provide aid to Zhang Li. Swish, the chains of demonic energy shot toward Zhang Li from all directions, sealing off his escape route and leaving him with no avenue of retreat. A profound sense of danger sent shivers down Zhang Li's spine, yet he felt no fear. Instead, he remained unnaturally calm. As a butcher, one must possess both a steady hand and a steady heart, only then can one deliver a fatal blow. Consequently, Zhang Li drew his blade. With the sword in his hand, his demeanor transformed dramatically. An aura of murderous intent enveloped him, as if the spirit of a blade god had possessed him. The bloodlust he exuded from having slaughtered countless beasts made even the hyena demon tremble with a flicker of fear. Demon-slaying sword technique. Zhang Li infused his true chi into the blade and executed the demon-slaying sword technique with a single stroke. He repelled all 9 chains of demonic energy. Unfortunately, the disparity in strength between him and the hyena demon was too vast. This strike could only push the chains back, not retaliate. You cannot escape my grasp. I will catch you and tear you to pieces. The hyena demon's patience had worn thin, and it roared in fury as the 9 chains of demonic energy reformed into tendrils of dark energy. In the next moment, an overwhelming surge of demonic energy erupted from its body, instantly enveloping the surroundings. The dark yellow energy was rife with corrosive power. Anything touched by the demonic energy, be it the ground or buildings, began to emit a hissing sound of corrosion as large holes appeared in an instant. The chains of demonic energy could not catch Zhang Li, but the dark energy surrounded him, leaving no avenue for escape. Zhang Li's eyes widened in shock as he swiftly channeled his Tiger's Fury true chi to defend himself. However, as a mere first-level true chi practitioner, his reserves were limited. Soon, he could no longer withstand the onslaught and fell to the ground, his face contorted in agony. Run, why do you not continue to run? The hyena demon taunted. If you wish for my demise, then I shall ensure your death. With a face twisted in malice, the hyena demon charged toward Zhang Li, its maw poised to crush his skull. No! Yang Liuyi, in a frenzy, lashed out at Zhang Yang the thief, causing him to spew blood. Yet, Zhang Yang, driven by desperation, unleashed his full power to restrain her, denying her any chance to aid Zhang Li. In that moment, time seemed to stretch infinitely. Yang Liuyi yearned to save him, yet could only watch helplessly as the hyena demon lunged at Zhang Li. Was Zhang Li truly destined to perish at the hands of this demon? Just as the hyena demon bore down upon Zhang Li, the stench of its foul breath filling the air, the barely conscious Zhang Li suddenly struck. His blood surged, and the Tiger's Fury true chi coursed through his veins, flooding into his treasured blade. Despite the agony of corrosion, he channeled his precious remaining strength into the blade, like a dam bursting forth. With a calm yet fierce gaze, Zhang Li unleashed the demon-slaying sword technique to its fullest. The radiant sun demon-slaying blade, a flash of bloodlight flickered upon the blade, igniting like fire. Rather than slicing, Zhang Li thrust forward, akin to slaughtering a pig. The hyena demon, overly confident in its demonic energy, had not anticipated that Zhang Li still possessed a now too close to evade or retreat. It could only watch in horror as the blade's tip surged toward it. In this fleeting moment, Zhang Li had seized the singular opportunity to strike. Thud, the treasured blade pierced the gaping maw, the tip bursting forth from the back of the hyena demon's head. That single stroke had pierced straight through the demon's skull. One stroke, and it was done. Chapter 38. Qinzhan. The stench of decay blended with the metallic tang of blood, creating an overwhelming and nauseating aroma. Warm demon blood gushed from the wound, trickling down Zhang Li's hand, its viscous texture unsettling. The crimson demon blood mingled with the pallid brain matter, splattering everywhere. Zhang Li maintained his stance, the blade still poised from the thrust. Meanwhile, the hyena demon stood frozen like a statue, its vitality waning with each passing moment. In its ferocious eyes, shock and horror were evident. It had not anticipated that Zhang Li not only possessed the strength for another strike but dared to use himself as bait, seizing the singular opportunity for assassination amidst life and death. Such resolve and audacity were enough to chill one's heart. At this moment, Zhang Li's injuries were severe. He had deliberately suppressed the Tiger Sha true energy, causing his garments and skin to be corroded by demonic aura, leaving him battered and bloodied. Had the hyena demon exercised a modicum of patience, Zhang Li might have faltered and revealed himself. Alternatively, had the demon been vigilant enough to retreat in time, it could have evaded the lethal blow. Alas, the world rarely accommodates such hypotheticals. Zhang Li seized the moment of the hyena demon's overconfidence in its own might and struck, delivering a fatal blow. Originally, the disparity in strength between Zhang Li and the hyena demon was insurmountable, making a counterattack improbable. Yet, utilizing the dragon walk and tiger steps, Zhang Li skillfully evaded the demon's onslaught. In its eagerness to conclude the battle swiftly, the hyena demon's agitation led to its demise. It could be said that the entire encounter unfolded under Zhang Li's meticulous control. Nonetheless, even amidst this triumph, a slight tremor coursed through Zhang Li's body, not from fear, but from the adrenaline of a life and death struggle. Regardless, he emerged the victor. A familiar warmth surged within Jiang Li. The defeat of the hyena demon granted him 60 years of cultivation. Its power was comparable to Huang Wenlang, thus Jiang Li's gains matched. Previously, when he had slain Huang Wenlang's wife and child, he had accumulated an additional 40 years of cultivation. Consequently, Jiang Li now possessed a century's worth of energy, sufficient to continue advancing the Tiger Howl and Dragon Roar technique. Regrettably, he had not acquired any innate divine abilities. Caution, just as Jiang Li was absorbing the cultivation energy, his mind momentarily relaxing, a panicked cry from Yang Liui pierced the air. Suddenly, a sharp slicing sound erupted near Jiang Li's ear. He turned sharply to see a blade of light, as thin as a cicada's wing yet razor-sharp, hurtling toward his throat. Should it strike true, Jiang Li would surely be severed in two, leaving no trace behind. At this critical juncture, a chill ran down Jiang Li's spine, and he unleashed his latent potential to its utmost. Dragon walk and tiger steps, fresh from slaying the hyena demon, he was in a state of exhaustion, unable to engage in a direct confrontation, and thus he sought to evade. As he executed the dragon walk and tiger steps, his form became ghostly and elusive, yet, the blade of light was equally formidable. With a swift thrust, the blade found its mark on Jiang Li. Although it did not sever his head, it left a ghastly wound that exposed bone. Blood soaked his garments, draining him of color and leaving him in a state of utter weakness. Chen Zhan, Jiang Li's gaze sharpened as he fixed his eyes on a familiar figure not far away, a murderous intent igniting within him. Emerging from the shadows was Chen Zhan, expressionless and radiating a chilling aura of death. He was the ninth adopted son of Yi Nantian, specifically dispatched to protect Yi Tianchen. This time, the sixth prince had brought Yi Tianchen and Chen Zhan along to the Demon Slayer division, a scheme in itself. The appearances of the Jiang bandit and the hyena demon, while unexpected, still fell within Jiang Li's realm of conjecture. However, Chen Zhan's arrival exceeded all his anticipations. Following Yi Tianchen, Chen Zhan had previously departed with Li Wenwan, yet here he stood alone. It appeared that Li Wenwan had been deceived by the sixth prince and Yi Tianchen, yet now was not the time for such thoughts. Jiang Li had expended all his strength to slay the hyena demon, and Yang Liui was valiantly obstructing the Jiang bandit, but to little avail. Jiang Li's condition was grave, while Chen Zhan stood as a formidable presence at the Dan Tian realm. Most crucially, he was a powerful demon. At that moment, Chen Zhan's hands transformed into two scythes as delicate as cicada wings, or rather, mantis blades. For Chen Zhan's true form was that of a mantis demon. Given Jiang Li's strength, successfully ambushing and killing the hyena demon was already a stroke of luck. Chen Zhan, however, not only possessed immense power but also a ruthless disposition, far surpassing the impulsivity of the hyena demon. "Prince, prepare to meet your demise," Chen Zhan declared, propelling himself forward like a bolt of lightning. His dual blades emitted a fierce, cold gleam, and a torrent of demonic energy surged forth, transforming into a multitude of cutting edges that threatened to seal all of Jiang Li's escape routes. He had come at Yi Nantian's behest, initially as a safeguard, but the failure of the hyena demon forced him to act personally. As for revealing his identity, he was unconcerned. All that mattered was eliminating Jiang Li. Yi Nantian. Jiang Li gritted his teeth, fully aware of the man pulling Chen Zhan's strings, yet, there was no one to save him now, he could only rely on himself. Channeling his cultivation, as Jiang Li retreated, he summoned his hidden resources. His most significant asset was the wordless heavenly steel. Consuming 80 years of cultivation, he elevated the Tiger Howl and Dragon Roar technique to the 4th level. The energy he had recently absorbed had yet to settle when Jiang Li began to refine his martial arts. In an instant, a surge of vitality erupted within him, flooding his limbs and reviving his weakened form at an astonishing pace. Even the ghastly wound before him began to heal at a visible rate. Simultaneously, Jiang Li's body absorbed the ambient spiritual energy of the world like a parched sponge, merging it with his own blood and transforming it into even greater Tiger Sha true energy. The meridians within him were being rapidly filled. As this remarkable transformation unfolded, Jiang Li's strength surged dramatically. Witnessing this spectacle, Chen Zhan's previously indifferent expression finally shifted. He could not comprehend the changes occurring within Jiang Li, but he recognized that Jiang Li was growing stronger. The more potent Jiang Li became, the more challenging it would be for him to achieve his goal of slaying him. Therefore, he could not allow Jiang Li to continue gaining strength. The battle had to be resolved swiftly. With a chilling resolve, Chen Zhan unleashed a torrent of sharp, icy demonic energy, manifesting as a deluge of cutting blades raining down upon Jiang Li. Concurrently, his hands, now resembling deadly weapons, shimmered with a lethal glint, capable of slicing through steel. As he descended upon Jiang Li with unrelenting ferocity, Jiang Li, gripping his treasured blade, had no choice but to counter the onslaught. Crack, as Chen Zhan's dual blades descended, Jiang Li's weapon shattered under the pressure, cleaved in two. Death loomed ominously close. Chapter 39. The Black Tiger's heart extraction. In Jiang Li's grasp, the treasured sword, though not of the highest caliber, was nonetheless a princely weapon, worthy of its lineage. However, at this moment, it was severed by Chen Zhan's dual blades. Unarmed and defenseless, Jiang Li found himself in a perilous situation. With a swift slash, the dual blades descended upon his shoulders, exacerbating his injuries and sending him tumbling like a gory gourd. Chen Zhan showed no mercy. He charged forward again, his blades striking like lightning, intent on finishing Jiang Li. "Xiao Bai, come to my aid." With his sword shattered and facing the fierce assault of Chen Zhan, Jiang Li hesitated not a moment. He swiftly drew the White Emperor from his waist, wielding it as a weapon to counter Chen Zhan's onslaught. Clang, the sharp, piercing sound of metal clashing echoed through the air. Surprisingly, Chen Zhan was forced to retreat, while Jiang Li's White Emperor remained unscathed. "Ouch, ouch, ouch, you dare to wield this Emperor as a weapon, I shall retaliate." Though the White Emperor had initially intended to observe from the sidelines, being used as a weapon, despite remaining unharmed, was excruciating. Chen Zhan's gaze fell upon the White Emperor, and a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. He recognized the White Emperor as a creature of demonic origins and was taken aback by the fact that his dual blades could not penetrate its form. Desperate times call for desperate measures, Xiao Bai. I apologize for the indignity. As Chen Zhan advanced once more, Jiang Li used the White Emperor to strike back. Clang, 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 the sharp, piercing sounds erupted, sparks flying, although Jiang Li was forced to retreat step by step, wielding the White Emperor. Meanwhile, with the influx of spiritual energy from the heavens and earth, the Tiger Sha true energy within Jiang Li swelled. Soon, 3 of the 8 meridians were filled, elevating Jiang Li's realm from the 1st to the 4th level of true energy. The 4 meridians brimmed with rich and potent Tiger Sha true energy. While it still paled in comparison to Chen Zhan's cultivated essence, Jiang Li at least possessed the strength to fight back. Furthermore, the breakthrough in the Tiger Howl and Dragon Roar technique endowed Jiang Li with a formidable new skill, the Black Tiger's Heart Extraction. This was an intermediate Earth-tier martial art, emphasizing close-range heart extraction, delivering a lethal blow. Yet, given Chen Zhan's prowess, it would not be an easy feat for Jiang Li to close the distance. 20 years of cultivation remain, I must continue to refine my skills. Jiang Li gritted his teeth. Although he barely managed to fend off Chen Zhan's blades with the White Emperor, turning the tide of battle seemed insurmountable. Most critically, attempting to ambush Chen Zhan as he had done with the Hyena Demon appeared nearly impossible. Thus, he resolved to further refine his martial arts. Devoting 20 years of cultivation to other techniques would likely yield little progress. Hence, Jiang Li focused his mind on the Tiger Howl. The Tiger Howl was the martial art he acquired upon reaching the 2nd tier of the Tiger Howl and Dragon Roar technique. The sonic technique could intimidate an enemy's mind with sound waves, creating a fleeting opportunity. The might of the Tiger Howl could even repel the mental shockwaves of a practitioner at the Divine Sea realm. Though Chen Zhan was formidable, he was merely at the 3rd level of the Essence realm. With the expenditure of 20 years of cultivation, the Tiger Howl reached minor success. Quickly, Jiang Li infused his cultivation into the Tiger Howl. Your Highness, cease your futile resistance. With but one strike, you shall find liberation. Chen Zhan's expression was cold, his dual blades slicing through the air like lightning. Simultaneously, he released a surge of demonic energy, transforming it into a blade of malevolent force directed at Jiang Li. Yet, with Jiang Li's significant elevation in realm, he was now able to barely withstand the onslaught of the demonic blade with his Tiger Sha true energy. The White Emperor, wielded with precision, created an impenetrable defense, effectively countering Chen Zhan's dual blades. Although Jiang Li's strength was lesser, he could at least buy some time. Meanwhile, Yang Lui had established a definitive advantage, and the notorious bandit was on the verge of collapse. If Jiang Li could hold out until Yang Lui eliminated the bandit, their combined efforts would surely overwhelm Chen Zhan. Thus, time was on Jiang Li's side. Chen Zhan recognized this, causing a subtle sense of urgency to grip his heart. I can no longer afford to waste time. With a sharp hiss, Chen Zhan's body surged with demonic energy, transforming before Jiang Li's eyes. His limbs morphed into the blades of a mantis, and soon his entire form became a fearsome emerald mantis, its visage menacing, its gaze ferocious, the oppressive aura of demonic energy bearing down on Jiang Li. Divine ability. Blade cuts the universe. Chen Zhan condensed all his demonic energy, channeling it into his dual blades. Instantly, the blades shimmered with a terrifying brilliance, and with a powerful flap of his wings, he surged toward Jiang Li with blinding speed. This strike was swift beyond measure, sharp enough to seemingly cleave through space itself. Jiang Li's hair stood on end, the sense of danger overwhelming. He dared not be careless, exerting all his strength to execute the Dragon Walk and Tiger Step in an effort to evade. However, Chen Zhan, having regained his demonic form, possessed wings that rendered complete evasion impossible. Righteous Yang Blade. Jiang Li gritted his teeth, wielding the White Emperor as a blade, his blood surging, the Tiger Sha true energy roaring within him as he braced for the onslaught. Boom! The dual blades descended upon the White Emperor. Though the White Emperor's formidable physique withstood the strike, the terrifying force behind the blade sent Jiang Li hurtling backward, blood spewing as he crashed to the ground, gravely injured. Yan Lui's dagger had plunged into his throat, finally delivering the fatal blow. With the bandit eliminated, Yan Lui rushed forward, charging at Chen Zhan. Realizing he had no other choice, Chen Zhan steeled himself and continued his assault on Jiang Li. Tiger Howl Sonic Wave. Jiang Li recognized the moment had come. He unleashed a mighty roar, employing the Tiger Howl at minor success. Instantly, the sound of the Tiger Howl erupted forth, transforming into a tangible sonic wave that surged toward Chen Zhan. Distracted by Yang Lui, Chen Zhan was struck head-on by the sonic wave. Having not developed a spiritual consciousness, he was momentarily dazed, and that brief instant was the opportunity Jiang Li had been waiting for. Black Tiger's Heart Extraction. The White Emperor was not a blade, incapable of delivering a lethal strike to Chen Zhan. Without hesitation, Jiang Li executed the newly acquired technique. His right hand shot forward, fingers curling into claws, becoming sharp and lethal, imbued with the surging Tiger Sha true energy, radiating a deadly aura. Swish! Jiang Li's claw-like strike pierced directly into Chen Zhan's chest, the sharp nails tearing through flesh and plunging into his heart. As Jiang Li withdrew his hand, he held a still-beating heart. In that moment, disbelief filled Chen Zhan's emerald eyes. Yet, as his heart was extracted, his vitality waned, leaving him unable to survive. He stared at Jiang Li with a gaze of incredulity. Yet ultimately, Chapter 40. A departure. Huffing and panting, Jiang Li collapsed onto the ground, his heart slipping from his grasp and gradually ceasing its rhythm. Exhaustion overwhelmed him. In his 2 lifetimes, he had never experienced such fatigue, nor faced such peril. Although he had surmised that this was a trap set against him, he had underestimated Yi Nanshan's ruthlessness and the formidable strength of the demons. Prior to this, the demons he had slain were merely minor threats like Hu Yaoyao and Hype, easily dispatched given his prowess. However, the hyena demon and Chen Zhan were of a different caliber. While they did not rival the ancient beings like Yi Nantian and Xiang Fei, they were nonetheless leaders among demons, possessing immense strength and unparalleled ferocity. Jiang Li's ability to turn the tables on them was purely fortuitous. The hyena demon's arrogance led to its downfall, while Chen Zhan's defeat was a result of Jiang Li's enhanced capabilities and the urgency brought about by Yang Liui's approach, granting him a fleeting opportunity for a decisive strike. Were this battle to be repeated, Jiang Li could not confidently assert his survival. "How is your injury?" Yang Liui rushed to him, examining his wounds while producing healing elixirs for him to consume. His lifeblood still flowed. Jiang Li's legs trembled, rendering him unable to stand. He was compelled to ingest the elixirs amidst the pool of blood. However, with the deaths of the hyena demon and Chen Zhan, he had escaped danger and could finally breathe a sigh of relief. At that moment, the warmth from slaying Chen Zhan coursed through him. He had gained 60 years of cultivation, acquired a mid-grade divine ability, Blade of the Universe. Chen Zhan's strength was akin to that of the hyena demon, yet his cold and composed nature made him more challenging to confront. This time, in addition to absorbing the cultivation, Jiang Li had obtained a third divine ability, one not of support but of offense. The Blade of the Universe, previously wielded by Chen Zhan, possessed immense power. Without the intervention of the White Emperor, Jiang Li might have perished beneath Chen Zhan's twin blades, yet now, this formidable ability lay within Jiang Li's grasp. "Kid, I shall fight you to the bitter end." The White Emperor, in agony, approached with claws bared, evidently furious at being utilized as a weapon. "1 jar of fine wine." Jiang Li proposed. "1 jar is insufficient, at least 3, the White Emperor haggled. "Deal." Jiang Li pacified the White Emperor, reinstating him as a belt. His injuries had somewhat mended under the elixir's healing effects. "This is undoubtedly a lethal trap orchestrated specifically for you by—" "What are your plans now?" Yang Liui inquired, glancing at the 3 corpses strewn about. The sequence of events, leveraging Huang Wenlong's death to incite a prison break, then luring away the tiger to encircle Jiang Li, formed a flawless killing scheme. Even Li Wenwan and Yang Liui had fallen victim to it. Regrettably, despite Yi Nantian's meticulous calculations, he had not foreseen Jiang Li's ability to slay the hyena demon and Chen Zhan, enabling him to extricate himself from the deadly snare. "Signal to rally our forces." Jiang Li had devised a plan. Yang Liui nodded in agreement and promptly issued the predetermined signal. Before long, Gong Xinming and the 6th prince, among others, hastily arrived. Upon sighting the scene, Gong Xinming's expression changed dramatically, while the 6th prince and his companion, Yi Tianchen, could hardly believe their eyes. They never anticipated that Jiang Li would survive such a lethal predicament. "I have failed in my duty to protect. Please punish me, Your Highness." Gong Xinming knelt, hastily offering his apologies. As the leader of the Eastern Palace Guards, his primary responsibility was not to slay demons but to safeguard Jiang Li. His absence had resulted in Jiang Li's grievous injuries, and the consequences of Jiang Li's death were unimaginable. "This fault does not lie with you. Rise." Jiang Li refrained from placing blame on Gong Xinming, recognizing that he had merely acted under orders. His gaze shifted to the 6th prince and Yi Tianchen. "I never expected these prisoners to be so cunning as to lure us away. Rest assured, Your Highness, I shall ensure all prisoners are recaptured and made to pay the price. Given your severe injuries, it would be prudent to return to the palace for medical attention. If you trust me, I shall handle the aftermath." The 6th prince volunteered, sincerity evident in his demeanor. "Though wounded, I am not incapacitated," Jiang Li retorted with a cold smile, as if perceiving the 6th prince's ulterior motives, causing unease to ripple through him. At that moment, Jiang Li's attention shifted to Yi Tianchen. "Yi Tianchen, where is Chen Zhan?" Jiang Li inquired pointedly. Why? Yi Tianchen's countenance darkened, his hands clenched into fists within his sleeves. He was aware that the fallen mantis demon was indeed Chen Zhan, yet he could not confess, as doing so would provide Jiang Li with leverage. While he was a wastrel, he was not a fool. Chen Zhan had matters to attend to, so I instructed him to depart early, Yi Tianchen stammered, forced to maintain his facade under Jiang Li's scrutiny. "Oh, is that so? Then does this mantis demon not seem familiar to you?" Jiang Li deliberately pointed out the mantis demon, exacerbating Yi Tianchen's distress. "Your Highness jests, how could I possibly be acquainted with a demon?" Yi Tianchen seethed internally, wishing to strike Jiang Li down, yet he was compelled to endure. "If I declare that he is indeed Chen Zhan?" Jiang Li stepped closer to Yi Tianchen, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Given Yi Nantian's calculated trap aimed at him, Jiang Li would not remain silent. While he could not confront Yi Nantian at present, dealing with Yi Tianchen was well within his capabilities. "Everyone has witnessed that this is a demon, not Chen Zhan. Your Highness must not speak recklessly." Yi Tianchen ground his teeth, his eyes bloodshot with fury, but he could not concede. Refusing to admit it, "Here lies Chen Zhan's clothing and storage ring. These are material proofs." Yang Liui, as a lady of the Grand General's estate, had witnessed Chen Zhan transform into a demon alongside Jiang Li, thus serving as a credible witness. "With both eyewitness and material evidence, what further words do you have?" Jiang Li's voice began subdued but grew increasingly resonant, culminating in a thunderous crescendo that reverberated through the air. Startled by Jiang Li's forcefulness, Yi Tianchen trembled and fell to the ground. "Arrest Yi Tianchen for colluding with demons to murder the crown prince. The evidence is irrefutable. Take him to the demon-slaying department and await disposition." With a decisive command, Jiang Li directed Li Wenwan to apprehend Yi Tianchen. "Your Highness," the 6th prince, alarmed, sought to interject, but Jiang Li's icy glare silenced him. "Are you also an accomplice?" Jiang Li's words sent a jolt of fear through the 6th prince, prompting him to hastily wave his hands in denial. "Take him away," Jiang Li commanded, and Yi Tianchen was led away in chains. Yet, this was merely the beginning of the ensuing turmoil. Chapter 41 Impeachment Boom. Inside the Prime Minister's residence, Yi Nantian smashed the table before him with a single claw, his eyes ablaze with fury, wishing, "Useless, they are all a bunch of worthless fools." His savage roar reverberated through the grand hall, causing it to tremble. Blood vessels surged in Yi Nantian's eyes, and his terrifying gaze seemed capable of devouring a person whole. "Father, quell your anger." A young man with a cold expression slithered in like a water snake. This was Yi Nanchan's seventh adopted son, named Tai Jiu. Yi Nantian had taken in 9 sons, most of whom commanded the demonic guards, stationed in the crucial cities of the Great Xia Empire. Among those remaining in the imperial capital were only 2 of the 9th son, Xinjiang, and the 7th son, Taigu, adept in strategy, had been retained by Yi Nantian to assist him. Quell my anger? Given how meticulously I orchestrated this trap only for it to culminate in such a disaster, how can I possibly calm my wrath? That wretched hyena demon couldn't even slay a mere human of Qi and blood realm. I yearned to drag his corpse out and shred it to pieces, and Chen Zhan, with his prowess, could not eliminate Zhongli. What on earth is the reason for this? Yi Nantian, who had painstakingly set this deadly scheme in motion, had anticipated a flawless outcome, only to be met with unforeseen misfortune. Had he succeeded in vanquishing Zhongli, he would not only have eliminated the threat posed by the demon-slaying division but also uprooted Zhongli, a thorn in his side, achieving multiple objectives in one fell swoop. Yet, he never imagined that this seemingly inescapable trap would afford Zhongli a sliver of hope to escape, and now, not only had the plan failed, but Chen Zhan had also been killed, and Yi Tianchen had been captured. This was undoubtedly the worst outcome for Yi Nantian. The specifics of the situation remained unclear, as the battlefield had already been cleared by the Eastern Palace guards. However, upon inspecting the battleground, I discovered a peculiar detail. Both the hyena demon and Chen Zhan had almost certainly perished at Zhongli's hands, with little involvement from Yang Li of the general's manor. Taigu, possessing an inherently sly disposition, licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with insight. Zhongli? Yi Nanchan's head snapped up, disbelief etched across his features. He was acutely aware of Zhongli's capabilities. Until recently, he had merely been a debauched and reckless prince. Even the incident with the Imperial Seal had only temporarily thrust him into the spotlight, as he was still merely of the Qi and blood realm. The hyena demon possessed strength comparable to that of the first stage of the Divine Sea realm, and though Chen Zhan was merely at the Dantian realm, he was a ruthless killer. The notion that Zhongli could single-handedly turn the tables on both of them seemed nearly impossible unless, perhaps, Jiang Dingshan had bestowed upon him some life-saving artifact. With his brow furrowed, Yi Nantian could only attribute the cause to Jiang Dingshan. After all, Zhongli was, without a doubt, the crown prince of the Great Xia and Jiang Dingshan's legitimate eldest son. Moreover, the matter of the Imperial Seal had revealed a glimmer of potential, altering his perception of Zhongli. If it were indeed Jiang Dingshan, then everything would fall into place. Yet, Yi Nanchan's expression remained exceptionally grim. Regardless of the reason, the outcome had already materialized. His plan had failed, resulting not only in the loss of Chen Zhan but also in Yi Tianchen's capture. The immediate priority was to rescue the young master. Taigu began to analyze the situation. Zhongli has detained the young master under the pretext of colluding with demons and plotting against the crown prince, indicating that he will undoubtedly seize this opportunity to strike. We must handle this matter swiftly, ensuring he cannot grasp any incriminating evidence against us. For assassinating Zhongli, I believe we should not carry on within the imperial capital but rather draw him out. Beyond the capital, his status as crown prince becomes inconsequential. At that point, we can lay a web of traps. Even if he possesses extraordinary abilities, he will undoubtedly meet his end. Taigu spoke calmly, dissecting the pros and cons for Yi Nantian. Listening to Taigu's words, Yi Nantian gradually regained his composure. Though he had a fiery temper, he was far from a fool. Otherwise, he would not have ascended to the position of prime minister in the Great Xia Empire. Although he had faced defeat this time, he still had the opportunity to plan for the next. With his status and strength, he could afford to fail countless times, but Zhongli would be doomed if he made even a single mistake. With this thought in mind, Yi Nanchan's gaze grew progressively colder, more ruthless, and more menacing. On the following day, during the morning court session, Yi Nantian, as the prime minister, stood at the forefront of the assembly. I hereby impeach Crown Prince Zhongli. Donning his official robes, Yi Nantian, without a hint of expression, stepped forth from the ranks of civil and military officials to take the initiative in his accusations. On the dragon throne, Jiang Dingshan's complexion grew even paler, as if his very essence was being steadily eroded by indulgence in wine and debauchery. Speak. Jiang Dingshan cast a glance at Yi Nantian, yet he did not impede his impeachment. Your Majesty, the Crown Prince, Zhongli, wields the authority of the demon-slaying division, yet is consumed by personal ambition. He infiltrated the prison and rescued the bloodthirsty sorceress Li Wenwan, who previously wreaked havoc in the capital. During this time, he also killed the warden Huang Wenlang and several guards. Furthermore, he led a raid on Huang Wenlang's estate, exterminating his entire family. This is an egregious overreach of power. His reckless actions have resulted in the escape of over 100 prisoners from the prison, plunging the entire capital into chaos and fear, leading to numerous horrifying bloodshed incidents. Now, the Crown Prince has unjustly detained my son on baseless charges. Such actions unequivocally demonstrate the Crown Prince's cruelty and abuse of power. I implore your Majesty to make a determination. Under Taigu's reminder, Yi Nantian seized the opportunity to impeach Zhongli, denying him any chance to turn the tables. The wicked strike first. Summon the Crown Prince. A profound look crossed Jiang Dingshan's eyes as he issued the command. Soon, Zhongli arrived, accompanied not only by himself but also by Yi Tianchen. Father, save me. Upon seeing Yi Nantian, Yi Tianchen's eyes sparkled with hope, and he cried out for help, disregarding the gravity of the situation. This caused Yi Nanchan's brow to furrow, intensifying his murderous intent towards Zhongli. Despite Yi Tianchen's resplendent attire and unblemished appearance, he was filled with terror, as if he had endured some profound psychological torment, rendering him anxious and fearful. Zhongli, the Prime Minister accuses you of abusing your power. Do you acknowledge your crimes? Jiang Dingshan inquired, gazing at Zhang Li with a penetrating look, eager to see how he would respond to Yi Nanshan's allegations. I do not acknowledge any crime. Zhang Li met Jiang Dingshan's gaze, his voice resonating within the Golden Hall. Firstly, I rescued Li Wenwan because I deemed her a valuable asset. Secondly, I killed Huang Wenlang and raided his estate because he had transformed into a demon, and his wife and children were also demons. What crime is there in slaying demons? Thirdly, the prison break was due to the negligence of the Ministry of Punishments. My efforts to apprehend the escapees were already an act of great mercy. As for the fourth point, Zhang Li turned to face Yi Nantian, the Prime Minister's son, colluded with demons and plotted against the Crown Prince. Such a crime deserves execution. Chapter 42. Extortion. The moment the words "the crime deserves death" escaped his lips, the atmosphere within the Grand Hall grew suddenly solemn. A shiver ran down the spines of all present, as they gazed at Zhang Li in disbelief. Was he truly prepared to sever ties with the Prime Minister? Among the ranks of civil and military officials, many had transformed into demons, while others had allied themselves with these malevolent beings. Should Zhang Li and Yi Nantian indeed break their alliance, the previously tranquil state of affairs would be shattered in an instant, affecting not just themselves but the entire Dixia dynasty. Your Highness, do not speak without evidence. Though my son may be somewhat unruly, he is nonetheless law-abiding. You claim he colluded with demons to conspire against the Crown Prince. May I inquire as to your evidence? Yi Nantian, having attained fatherhood late in life, possessed only one biological son, Yi Tianchen. How could he bear to witness Yi Tianchen's demise? Bang! Zhang Li had long been prepared and, in a swift motion, summoned forth three lifeless bodies that now lay before the throne, the acrid stench of blood overwhelming the senses. The corpses of the notorious bandit, the werewolf demon, and Chen Zhan were displayed for all to see. These two had been prisoners who had escaped from the dungeons, while this one was Chen Zhan, Yi Nanshan's ninth adopted son. Chen Zhan had been in close attendance to Yi Tianchen, yet last night, he had made an attempt on my life. To assert that this had no connection to Yi Tianchen is simply implausible. Zhang Li's expression remained impassive as he spoke with chilling detachment. It was not me. Yi Tianchen cried out, collapsing onto the floor of the Grand Hall, tears streaming down his face as he trembled in fervent denial. Meanwhile, Yi Nantian felt a cold glimmer of murderous intent cross his mind upon seeing the three corpses, but he quickly suppressed it. Utter nonsense, this is clearly a demon. How can it possibly be the adopted son of an old minister? Your Highness, to merely present a demon's corpse and claim it as my adopted son is a blatant attempt to frame me. Yi Nantian staunchly refused to concede. Chen Zhan's corpse, resembling a mantis demon, bore no semblance to his usual human appearance, thus granting Yi Nantian a reasonable basis for denial. Then I must inquire, where is Chen Zhan? If the Prime Minister can produce him, I shall concede my error. Zhang Li pressed, his inquiry piercing through the tension. Under the watchful eyes of the assembly, should Yi Nantian present a fabricated Chen Zhan, he would undoubtedly be exposed. Yet, the true Chen Zhan lay dead at Zhang Li's hands, leaving Yi Nantian with no means to produce him. He has been dispatched to investigate the emergence of demons in the Tianshui mountain range. Yi Nantian fabricated a lie without batting an eyelid. Oh? How fortuitous, yet, I recall that Chen Zhan was employed at my demon extermination office just last night, and today he has mysteriously vanished from the imperial capital. Is it not rather too coincidental? Moreover, the duty of the demon extermination office is to eradicate demons. If demons were indeed discovered in the Tianshui mountain range, why did Chen Zhan not report to me first, instead of being dispatched by the Prime Minister? Zhang Li relentlessly closed in, denying Yi Nantian any respite. Yi Nantian's expression darkened, his eyes seething with barely contained fury, as if he could slay Zhang Li with a mere glance. The matter unfolded abruptly. Chen Zhan is my adopted son, and I had no time to consult with the Crown Prince. He stubbornly defended his deceit. Regardless of the circumstances, he could not admit that the mantis demon was indeed Chen Zhan. Otherwise, the charges against Yi Tianchen would be irrevocably solidified. Should the Prime Minister be unable to produce Chen Zhan, then Yi Tianchen's guilt could not be absolved. In that case, I shall release Yi Tianchen when the Prime Minister presents Chen Zhan. Rest assured, while my demon extermination office may be newly established, our cells are also new, and we will not mistreat Yi Tianchen. Zhang Li's gaze was sharp, locking onto Yi Tianchen with unwavering intensity. If you dare to plot my demise, I shall take great pleasure in tormenting your son. Such audacity. Yi Nantian's fury morphed into a twisted smile. Yi Tianchen was his Achilles heel, he would never permit him to fall into Zhang Li's grasp. Enough. Just as tensions reached a boiling point between Zhang Li and Yi Nantian, Jiang Dingshan finally interjected. Upon his utterance, a collective sigh of relief swept through the assembly of officials. Should Zhang Li and Yi Nantian engage in open conflict within the Grand Hall, the repercussions would inevitably fall upon them all. Now that the Emperor had spoken, it signified that there was still a chance to salvage the situation. Zhang Li, since you possess neither proof nor evidence, you cannot claim the demon's corpse as Chen Zhan. However, due to your contributions in demon eradication and the turmoil within the dungeons, I shall overlook the matter. You were the target of an assassination plot last night. I shall dispatch individuals to investigate this incident, Jiang Dingshan declared, providing a resolution to Zhang Li's recent actions. As for Yi Tianchen's involvement, that remained to be determined, but with Chen Zhan currently at the Tianshui mountain range, they would have to wait for his return to ascertain the truth. Nevertheless, it was inappropriate to keep Yi Tianchen imprisoned, whether in the demon extermination office or the dungeons, considering he was the Prime Minister's son. I have a proposal, let the Prime Minister secure bail for him. What say you both? Zhang Dingshan discerned the underlying truth of the situation but chose to address it through a conciliatory approach. Yi Nantian could offer certain valuables as bail, thus allowing him to take Yi Tianqian home. Meanwhile, Zhang Li could seize the opportunity to extort a considerable sum, making it a profitable arrangement for him. Father, although fortunate to have survived this ordeal, I have sustained grave injuries, and my subordinates are similarly afflicted. To release Yi Tianqian now would leave me unable to account for my men. Zhang Li comprehended Zhang Dingshan's intentions. He also recognized that forcibly detaining Yi Tianqian would undoubtedly provoke Yi Nantian's wrath. At present, he lacked the strength to confront Yi Nantian head-on, thus, it was prudent to withdraw while the situation remained advantageous, and extorting a sum in the process would not be amiss. Let your majesty decide. Yi Nantian understood that he was being extorted, yet for the sake of Yi Tianqian, he had no choice but to swallow his pride and endure. Since the Prime Minister is so accommodating, I shall concede a step. For this bail arrangement, I require no spirit stones, only the opportunity to personally select 10 treasures from the Prime Minister's treasury. The plundering and extermination of families, along with the tribute from the 6th prince, had already garnered Zhang Li over 200,000 spirit stones. For the time being, he lacked nothing in that regard. General treasures could be procured elsewhere. However, the finest artifacts were exclusive to the imperial treasury and Yi Nantian's possession. Thus, Zhang Li sought entry into the Prime Minister's treasury to make his selections. Very well. Yi Nantian fixed his gaze upon Zhang Li, and after a lengthy pause, he finally uttered a single word through clenched teeth. He realized that he had incurred a significant loss, sacrificing both his reputation and his resources, yet, for the sake of Yi Tianqian, he had no choice but to pay the price. This only intensified his hatred and desire for vengeance. Zhang Li, unless I see you torn asunder, my heart's fury shall remain unquenched. Upon hearing Yi Nantian's acquiescence, Zhang Li could not suppress a smile. Thank you, Prime Minister. There is no time to lose. I shall visit the Prime Minister's south residence following court. Chapter 43 The Demon Blade. As the morning court concluded, Zhang Li, accompanied by Yang Liuyi and Li Wenwan, boldly entered the Prime Minister's residence, trailing behind Yi Nantian and Yi Tianqian. This marked Zhang Li's second visit to the Prime Minister's estate. His first had been a theatrical performance, rife with tension and hostility. This time, however, it was a matter of extortion. Although Yi Nantian and his cohorts harbored a seething hatred for Zhang Li, they dared not lay a hand on him. Zhang Li's intent in following Yi Nantian into the Prime Minister's residence was to prevent him from concealing his valuable treasures in advance. Since Zhang Li was set on extortion, he naturally sought only the finest artifacts. Before long, Yi Nantian led the trio to the entrance of the treasury. He dismantled layer upon layer of defenses, and finally, the treasury of the Prime Minister revealed itself before Zhang Li's eyes. The treasury was vast, filled with an array of treasures, encompassing everything from alchemical talismans and formations to martial arts techniques and materials from exotic beasts. Your Highness should take your time choosing. Do not let your eyes be dazzled. Yi Nantian's voice was cold, brimming with barely contained animosity. Yet he longed to shut the treasury doors, eliminating Zhang Li and his companions on the spot. Yet, for the sake of his grander scheme to usurp the Great Xia, he had to endure. A moment of restraint could preserve his greater ambitions. The Prime Minister, Yi, was indeed a cunning strategist. The wealth contained within this treasury far surpassed that of Huang Wenlang. Should he plunder the Prime Minister's estate, one could only imagine the fortune he might amass. Zhang Li chuckled softly, but his words tightened Yi Nantian's grip. The latter fell silent, eager for Zhang Li to select his prizes and depart. Though the treasury was abundant, the truly core treasures were secured within a hidden vault. Hence, even if Zhang Li chose 10 items, Yi Nantian would not suffer excessively. Nonetheless, the pent-up resentment within him was inexpressible. Zhang Li ceased to toy with Yi Nantian's emotions and focused intently on selecting treasures. He had brought Yang Liuyi and Li Wenwan along, both to allow them to choose items suited to them and to leverage their discerning eyes to acquire more valuable possessions himself. This illusory garb is a 4th-grade treasure, capable of color-shifting camouflage and blocking mental intrusions. Yang Liuyi presented a gossamer garment before Zhang Li. The treasures were categorized into 9 grades, corresponding to the 9 realms of martial arts. A 4th-grade item was indeed precious, and this illusory garb was particularly valuable for its concealing properties. Take it. Zhang Li declared with a sweeping gesture. Your Highness, may I take this blood blade? Li Wenwan timidly inquired, holding a crimson longsword. This blood blade, like the illusory garb, was also a 4th-grade treasure. The sword possessed a bloodthirsty effect. The more it killed, the heavier the killing aura it exuded, making it especially suitable for Li Wenwan. If you desire it, then take it. Zhang Li was generous with his own. Both Yang Liuyi and Li Wenwan found treasures fitting for themselves, yet they remained mindful of their mission and assisted Zhang Li in locating additional valuable items within the treasury. Before long, they had selected 9 items, leaving only 1 slot remaining. Zhang Li sought a reliable blade. His previous treasured sword had shattered during a battle with a hyena demon, and he had yet to find a suitable replacement. What about this crimson blood blade? Yang Liuyi presented a dark red 4th-grade sword. Zhang Li tested it, finding it decent but feeling it fell slightly short of his expectations. Your Highness, this meteor blade is the highest-ranked blade here, nearly reaching the 5th grade. Li Wenwan brought forth the finest sword in the treasury. Its sleek design was accentuated by star patterns, exuding an air of elegance. Given its near 5th-grade quality, Zhang Li swung it a few times and found it satisfactory. Unless a better option arises, I shall choose this meteor blade. Suddenly, Zhang Li's attention was drawn to a blade in the corner. It appeared unremarkable, lacking the sharpness of the crimson blood blade or the sleekness of the meteor blade, yet it emanated an extraordinary allure. Most compelling was the inexplicable desire that surged within him. This blade must not be taken. Yang Liuyi, following Jiang Li's gaze, recognized the weapon and immediately warned him. Why? Jiang Li inquired, curious about her apprehension. This blade, nameless, was infamous as the demon blade. Any who wielded it met with sudden demise, their bodies unmarred by any visible wounds, yet their deaths were horrifically gruesome. A formidable warrior of the earthly fiend realm had once sought to subdue the blade, only to perish inexplicably. Since then, no one dared to wield it, and now it had inexplicably found its way here. As the daughter of a great general, Yang Liuyi knew many secrets and kept her distance from this cursed blade. Jiang Li, being merely at the 4th level of true qi, could not hope to control such a weapon. Yang Liuyi did not wish for Jiang Li to fall victim to the demon blade. The mention of the demon blade piqued Jiang Li's interest. Were it not for the overwhelming desire that had arisen within him, he would not have considered the cursed blade, yet now, he felt compelled to test it. I shall give it a try. Jiang Li extended his hand, slowly reaching for the hilt. Yang Liuyi and Li Wenwan's hearts raced, ready to spring into action should the need arise. However, Jiang Li's hand merely settled upon the hilt. There was no anomaly, no blood oath of allegiance, just the simple act of gripping the blade. He withdrew the demon blade. It was not a broad-backed cleaver but bore resemblance to a sword, featuring a single sharp edge, its blade curving like a crescent moon. The surface bore no embellishments, yet an eerie violet glow traced along the edge, faint enough to escape casual notice. Holding the demon blade, Jiang Li felt nothing amiss. It was akin to grasping an ordinary knife. Your Highness, are you unhurt? Li Wenwan asked, filled with worry. I feel no discomfort at all, Jiang Li replied, perplexed by the situation. However, as he grasped the demon blade, the earlier desire dissipated, as if it had been fulfilled. The demon blade is untrustworthy, it would be wiser to choose the meteor blade. Yang Liuyi urged, hoping to sway Jiang Li. Yet Jiang Li shook his head. I believe this demon blade resonates with me, I shall select it. Though he had yet to uncover the blade's peculiarities, he felt an instinctual connection to it. Seeing Jiang Li's resolute decision, Yang Liuyi sighed, choosing not to press the matter further. Thus, all 10 treasures were selected. In front of Yi Nantian, Jiang Li collected the 10 items and turned to leave. Prime Minister Yi, thank you for your treasures. However, Yi Tianqian is currently only on bail. Should I obtain evidence, he shall not escape justice. Chapter 44 of the demon-slaying operation. Father, you must avenge me. In the Prime Minister's residence, Yi Tianqian wept profusely, clinging to Yi Nanqian's leg as he lamented. He was, after all, a spoiled young master accustomed to indulgence. Now, not only had Xinjiang been slain, but he had also endured a day and night of imprisonment, an experience he never wished to relive. Jiang Li's methods, which inflicted no physical harm yet pierced the very soul, haunted him eternally. The mere thought of Jiang Li left an indelible psychological scar, making him resolutely averse to ever encountering that person again. The most effective solution, then, was to ensure Jiang Li's permanent disappearance. Rest assured, I shall bring you the vengeance you seek. This time, he may have escaped unscathed, but next time, fortune will not favor him so. Unless I reduce him to mere fragments, my heart's resentment shall not be quelled. Yi Nantian, deeply indulgent towards Yi Tianqian and fueled by his own hatred for Jiang Li, felt a fierce surge of murderous intent. Taigu, how have the arrangements progressed? Yi Nantian turned to his 7th adopted son. Do not worry, my adoptive father, everything has been meticulously arranged and the plan can commence at any moment. A confident smile graced Taigu's delicate features. Although their last endeavor had ended in failure, it was not due to their miscalculations but rather an underestimation of Jiang Li's prowess. This time, however, Taigu had accounted for every variable and would ensure that nothing went awry. Excellent, then let us set the second plan in motion. This time, I shall leave no room for error. Yi Nantian gritted his teeth, harboring an intense hatred for Jiang Li. He desired to offer Jiang Li's head as a sacrificial tribute to the vengeful spirits of the fallen demons. Unbeknownst to Jiang Li, peril was closing in. After returning to the Eastern Palace with Li Wenwan and Yang Liuyi, he immersed himself in the study of the demon blade in his possession. Yet, no matter how intently he examined it, he could discern no trace of its malevolent nature. Could it be that this demon blade was defective? Jiang Li's brow furrowed in confusion, yet answers eluded him. He had attempted to infuse it with his true energy and even tried blood recognition, but to no avail. Very well, I shall continue my research at a more measured pace. Ultimately, Jiang Li was compelled to set aside his inquiries for the time being. He placed the demon blade into his storage ring and subsequently bestowed the treasures he had procured upon Chen Sisi and her sister. In addition to the demon core and the illusory garment blood sword, he selected a refining furnace for Chen Sisi and a Qing Songyan Hedan Ding for Chen Shishir. This marked my first direct confrontation with Yi Nantian. While I had slain Huang Wenlang and Chen Zhan, I had also fallen into Yi Nantian's trap, releasing prisoners from the celestial prison, which allowed him to set a deadly ambush. Although I had narrowly triumphed this time, the danger had been palpable, and given the significant loss Yi Nantian had suffered, he would undoubtedly seek retribution, devising new schemes against me. Power, only the strength I wield in my own hands can be my greatest reliance. The flickering candlelight illuminated Jiang Li as he sat at the table, reflecting on the gains and losses of this encounter. He held no illusions about Xiang Fei and Yi Nantian. Each confrontation with the Red Mansion and the demons required his utmost effort, otherwise, such deadly traps would continue to proliferate. As the crown prince of the Great Xia, Jiang Li enjoyed the protection of his status as well as the deterrent power of Jiang Dingshan. Yet, he understood that these were merely external forces. True strength lay in the power he commanded himself. Having absorbed a significant amount of cultivation, my abilities have not only reached the 4th level of the true Qi realm, but I have also mastered the Black Tiger heart-piercing technique and the Blade of the Universe. With my current strength, I am well equipped to contend with martial artists at the 7th and 8th levels of the true Qi realm. As for demons, they may pose a greater challenge, but should I seize the opportunity, a counterattack is not out of the question. Reflecting on the recent battle, Zhang Li gleaned insights and comprehended his own capabilities. With this in mind, he turned his focus to the Wuji Tianbei Zhang Li realm true Qi 4th level cultivation. 60 years techniques 4th layer of the Tiger Roar Dragon Chant martial skills, minor completion of the Demon Slaying Blade technique, minor completion of the Tiger Roar, minor completion of the Dragon Walking Tiger Step, entry level of the Black Tiger Heart Piercing Divine Powers. Low-grade Illusory Spirit Eye, low-grade Spirit Snake Mouse Hole, medium-grade Blade of the Universe. At present, Zhang Li had mastered a considerable array of martial skills and divine powers, and his techniques had seen considerable advancement, significantly augmenting his overall strength. However, he remained cautious. He was acutely aware that Xiang Fei and Yi Nantian were intent on his demise. Should he allow himself to become complacent, he would likely find himself unaware of his own end. To break through to the 5th layer of the Tiger Roar Dragon Chant, at least 160 years of cultivation are required, and I still have a considerable distance to go. This 60 years of cultivation, if used to deduce other martial skills, would yield minimal returns. It is best to accumulate it for a breakthrough in my techniques. Glancing at his cultivation, Zhang Li resolved to conserve his progress. A night passed without incident. The following day, Zhang Li summoned everyone together: Yang Liui, the Chen sisters, Li Wenwan, and the 6th prince, among others. I have gathered you all today for a singular purpose. I intend to conduct a demon hunting operation within the imperial capital. Numerous demons lurk within the city. Upon discovery, they are to be captured immediately. All captured demons will be brought to the Eastern Palace, where I shall personally slay them. In his capacity as the director of the demon-slaying office, Zhang Li swiftly issued his orders. As for whether the 6th prince would comply, he was indifferent. What he required now was to slay demons and absorb their cultivation. Even if the 6th prince remained passive, it would only result in a few less demons captured, a trivial matter in the grand scheme. Understood, the group responded, including the 6th prince, who complied obediently. The Chen sisters remained in the Eastern Palace. The demon-slaying office was no longer short on funds, having procured various materials, allowing the Chen sisters to commence their work in refining weapons and elixirs. Apart from the Chen sisters, Zhang Li took everyone else out, including 100 guards from the Eastern Palace led by Gong Xinming. Upon leaving the Eastern Palace, Zhang Li quickly sought out A Shi. Your Highness, I have uncovered several leads regarding the demons. Here is their information. Zhang Li had tasked A Shi with investigating the whereabouts of the demons, and during this period, significant progress had been made. Although A Shi had only found minor demons, Zhang Li was not disdainful. Every little bit counts. Let us depart. Zhang Li gestured, and the demon-slaying office and the Eastern Palace guards swiftly mobilized. The imperial capital lay beneath the feet of the emperor. Thus, the demons that could conceal themselves here were likely connected to the Red Mansion and the demon guards. However, this time, Zhang Li aimed to focus on minor demons. Just like Haipi and Hongjie, they were merely insignificant minions in the eyes of the Red Mansion and the demon guards. Nevertheless, such a grand operation to capture demons stirred considerable commotion. In an instant, the entire imperial capital was thrown into turmoil. Chapter 45 of the 9th level of True Qi. In a certain brothel, the morning light still gently caressed the slumbering forms of men and women, ensnared in their enchanting dreams. Suddenly, a man clad in the attire of a flying goose strode in with purpose, disregarding the squalid surroundings and the individuals huddled beneath their covers. His keen gaze swiftly identified his target, a hunchbacked, blind old man, laboring in obscurity within the brothel, seemingly inconspicuous. May I inquire what brings you here, esteemed official? The blind elder queried, his heart racing yet his demeanor betraying no signs of fear. You must be the old blackhead. The man's eyes sparkled with a fierce determination as he recognized the elder's identity, producing a chain with the intent to apprehend him. Dare I ask, what law have I transgressed, sir? The old man's heart clenched, yet he maintained an air of composure. A mere lowly demon dares to disguise itself before me. How utterly foolish, the man scoffed, and with a swift motion, the chain shot forth like lightning towards the blind elder. Realizing his exposure, the old man leapt, attempting to flee the brothel. However, the man was swifter and far stronger. In mere moments, the chain ensnared the elder, binding him tightly. The commotion quickly drew the attention of others within the brothel. What is happening? Why does the official seek to capture old Blackhead? Could he have committed a crime? But what offense could a blind old man possibly commit? They're leaving, let us follow and witness. The patrons hastily donned their garments, eager to see the unfolding spectacle. Outside the brothel, the man brought the blind elder before Zhang Li, who stood with arms crossed, having awaited their arrival. Your Highness, old Blackhead has been apprehended. I beseech you to deliver judgment. The man spoke with reverence. He was none other than Gong Xinming, the leader of the Eastern Palace Guards. A mere mouse demon, hiding within this brothel, seeks to cause harm. Zhang Li employed his illusion-breaking spirit eye, revealing the elder's true demonic form. Like the dark-skinned creature before him, he too was a mouse demon, albeit of slightly greater strength, comparable to a practitioner at the first level of True Qi. A mouse demon? Old Blackhead is a demon. The common folk, both inside and outside the brothel, gasped in astonishment at Zhang Li's revelation. With no hesitation, Zhang Li drew his demon-slaying blade and swiftly severed the elder's head. In an instant, the elder's corpse transformed, revealing the lifeless body of a mouse demon. Ah, it truly is a demon. The sight of the demon's corpse sent the onlookers into a frenzy of fear, yet they also recognized the righteousness of Zhang Li's actions. Zhang Li felt a subtle shift within his demon-slaying blade but chose not to dwell on it at that moment. The newly established demon-slaying office has been instituted to eradicate demons and protect the populace. From this day forth, we shall conduct operations to capture demons. Those we apprehend or eliminate are all fiends. You need not panic. Continue with your lives. He then instructed the Eastern Palace guards to properly dispose of the demons' remains and to continue the hunt for other fiends. He absorbed 13 years of cultivation from Old Blackhead. For 3 consecutive days, Zhang Li, alongside the demon-slaying office and the Eastern Palace guards, relentlessly pursued small demons throughout the imperial capital. These lesser demons posed little threat and were easily captured upon discovery, aided by the intelligence provided by Ashi. However, as the demons on Ashi's list were gradually apprehended, the task of finding new ones became increasingly arduous. After all, the key to capturing these lesser demons lay not merely in the act of apprehension but in their discovery. As time progressed, the hunt for demons would only grow more challenging. During these 3 days, Zhang Li successfully captured a dozen lesser demons. Following his instructions, most were brought alive to the Eastern Palace, where he personally executed them. Thus, he accumulated a total of 140 years of cultivation. Coupled with the 60 years gained from slaying Qin Zhan, Zhang Li now commanded a total of 200 years of cultivation. He was finally poised for another breakthrough. With 200 years of cultivation, Zhang Li entered his chambers alone. Focusing his thoughts, he infused his energy. Consuming 160 years of cultivation, he elevated the Tiger Roar Dragon chant to its 5th level. Boom! Zhang Li felt his entire being surge with vitality, his sinews resonating, and his internal organs strengthening significantly. His physique underwent a notable enhancement, and most importantly, the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth surged forth, merging with his life force to forge a new form of true qi. Previously, after slaying a hyena demon, Zhang Li had advanced to the 4th level of true qi. Now, with the breakthrough of the Tiger Roar Dragon chant, he amassed a vast quantity of Tiger Fiend true qi, which coursed through his meridians. In a flash, his cultivation soared from the 5th level of true qi to the 6th, then to the 7th, ultimately stabilizing at the 9th level of true qi. He was but a hair's breadth from opening his Dantian and breaking through to the Dantian realm. The exhilaration of this newfound power was exhilarating. Sensing the rapid enhancement of his abilities, Zhang Li's eyes sparkled with excitement. At this rate, he would soon breach the Dantian realm, ascend to the Divine Sea realm, and strive for the Earth Fiend realm. At that juncture, what of fragrant concubines or Yinantian, they would fall before him with a single stroke. With the Tiger Roar Dragon chant reaching the 5th level, Zhang Li also acquired a new martial skill, an auxiliary technique of great utility. It enabled him to coalesce Tiger Fiend true qi into a pair of wings, allowing for brief low-altitude flight. It is worth noting that only upon reaching the Divine Sea realm could one hope to soar through the skies. Yet, Zhang Li, still merely at the true qi level, could already glide just above the ground, leaving his peers far behind. With 40 years of cultivation remaining, he resolved to utilize it to refine the demon-slaying blade technique. Casting a glance at the unwritten heavenly steel, he decided to proceed with his cultivation. Consuming 40 years of cultivation, the demon-slaying blade technique reached perfection. As a low-grade mystic martial skill, the demon-slaying blade technique was much easier to enhance. Now perfected, its power had significantly increased, though Zhang Li lamented the lack of a suitable opponent to test its might. Zhang Li's cultivation 9th level of true qi cultivation years 0 technique. 5th level of Tiger Roar Dragon chant martial skills, perfected demon-slaying blade technique, minor achievements in Tiger Roar, Dragon Walk, Tiger Step, minor entry in Black Tiger Heart Extraction, minor entry in Tiger Wings divine abilities. Low-grade illusion breaking Spirit Eye, low-grade Serpent Mousehole, medium-grade Blade cuts the universe. Indeed, the path of demon slaying is the shortcut to cultivation. Sensing the transformation of his strength, Zhang Li's desire for demon slaying intensified. However, following this extensive cleansing of lesser demons in the imperial capital, future captures would prove even more challenging. Your Highness, a grave matter has arisen. Just as Zhang Li reveled in his newfound strength, the anxious 6th prince rushed in. Chapter 46, the Tianshui mountain range. A multitude of demons have escaped from the imperial capital, mercilessly slaughtering the villages and towns surrounding it. 7 or 8 settlements have already been completely ravaged, leaving only a gruesome tapestry of severed limbs and lifeless bodies. The 6th prince, drenched in sweat and wearing a face of anxiety, hurriedly reported to Zhang Li. Zhang Li cast a discerning glance at him, acknowledging his commendable performance, yet lamenting that it could not escape his keen insight. What is the situation? Zhang Li inquired calmly, exhibiting not a trace of panic. Your Highness, our recent demon hunting operation has instilled fear in the other demons within the capital, prompting their flight. However, these fiends are not only cunning but also inherently savage. Upon departing the capital, they unleash their wrath upon the villages. To date, 7 or 8 towns have been slaughtered. I have already dispatched men to investigate. After the massacre, these demons fled towards the vicinity of the Tianshui mountain range. How shall we proceed? I await your command, Your Highness. The 6th prince reported respectfully, leaving no room for criticism. Demon slaughter. Tianshui mountain range. Zhang Li's eyes narrowed, instantly discerning that this was a scheme orchestrated by Yinantian. After all, following the failure of the last assassination attempt, Yinantian would undoubtedly not relent easily. Previously, the lies fabricated by Yinantian also claimed that Qin Zhan had gone to the Tianshui mountain range. Was this an attempt to lure me out of the capital? Zhang Li saw through Yinantian's stratagem in an instant. Yet, this time, rather than a mere conspiracy, it resembled an overt maneuver much like the previous prison break, where Zhang Li had no choice but to intervene. The current escape of demons and their ruthless rampage was far more severe. Given the gravity of the situation, the demon-slaying office could not shirk its responsibilities. Furthermore, if he were to send others, Yinantian would surely ensure they did not return, for their target was none other than himself. Zhang gazed deeply at the sixth prince, a look that sent a chill down the prince's spine. Nevertheless, he harbored no fear that Zhang would refrain from taking action. Even if Zhang dispatched someone else, they would gradually compel him to intervene. As for the notion of sending himself, the sixth prince was even less apprehensive, confident that he could conceal himself within the Tianshui mountain range, aligning with the demons there to confront Zhang. He brimmed with confidence regarding this plan, especially since even the fragrant concubine had agreed to it. In this chaotic era of demons, the slaughter of innocents is indeed a heinous crime. This is a provocation against the demon-slaying office and an affront to our great Xia dynasty. Should we fail to bring these demons to justice, the reputation of the demon-slaying office would be irreparably tarnished. Convey my edict as Crown Prince, summoning all personnel of the demon-slaying office, and mobilizing 100 of the East Palace guards to accompany me outside the city to vanquish the demons. Zhang Li commanded resolutely, his thoughts racing as he decided to turn the tables on the plot. This perfectly suited the sixth prince's intentions. Rest assured, Your Highness, I shall join you in ridding the world of demons and restoring peace. The sixth prince declared with conviction, swiftly departing to gather personnel. There must be an ambush within the Tianshui mountain range. Yang Liui whispered once the sixth prince had left. The fragrant concubine and Yi Nantian harbor a deep-seated hatred for me. They will undoubtedly expend great resources to counter me, yet, this presents a prime opportunity to eliminate them in one fell swoop. If we can weaken the influence of the Red Chamber and the Demon Guard, severing the claws of the fragrant concubine and Yi Nantian, the imperial capital will be firmly under my control. Zhang Li was acutely aware that this was a trap. However, he intended to use himself as bait to seize a significant advantage. If Yi Nantian sought his death, he too desired to eradicate demons. Who is the hunter and who is the prey remains uncertain. Before long, the personnel of the demon-slaying office and the East Palace guards assembled. The demons have slaughtered villages. This is a direct affront to the demon-slaying office. As the director of the demon-slaying office, it is my duty to exterminate demons and uphold peace. Let us depart the imperial capital and make our way to the Tianshui mountain range to eradicate the demons. With a single command, Zhang Li led the throng out of the palace in a grand procession. Such a commotion naturally captured the attention of the citizens of the imperial capital. It is His Highness the Crown Prince. Where could he be headed, with so many people in tow? Could it be that he has discovered a great demon? His Highness the Crown Prince has turned over a new leaf. Establishing the demon-slaying office to specifically hunt down demons and protect the populace, what a commendable prince. The citizens murmured amongst themselves. Zhang Li's efforts in recent days had begun to bear fruit, as the public's perception of him had shifted favorably, and he had successfully garnered initial support. If this trend continued, his reputation would only grow, greatly benefiting his position as Crown Prince and his future ascension to the throne. He who wins the hearts of the people wins the world. Before long, Zhang Li and his entourage departed the imperial capital, with a number of curious citizens trailing behind. Once outside the capital, Zhang Li did not head straight for the Tianshui mountain range but instead visited the villages that had been slaughtered. Before his eyes lay a horrific scene, blood staining the ground, severed limbs scattered about, and the bodies of the populace frozen in expressions of terror and horror. The brutal carnage and the desolation of the ruins left Zhang Li's gaze particularly frigid. As a butcher, he was accustomed to the sights of slaughter and corpses in the abattoir. Yet, the spectacle before him still evoked a profound sense of the demon's cruelty. Exterminate demons. Gazing at the ravaged village, Zhang Li found renewed meaning in the four words behind him. The expressions of his companions, including Gong Shiming, were equally grave. Let us proceed to the Tianshui mountain range. I shall ensure that all demons pay a bloody price. With a decisive command, Zhang Li led the group straight toward the Tianshui mountain range. The Tianshui mountain range, located in the southwest of the imperial capital, is a modest mountain range. Though it is not extensive, it merges with the Lijiang River, creating a unique topographical feature. Within this mountain range dwell various demons, and now, with the addition of those who fled from the imperial capital, it has become even more perilous. Zhang Li was uncertain of the number of demons within the Tianshui mountain range or the traps that lay hidden therein, yet, he retrieved a demon-slaying blade from his storage ring, gripping the hilt tightly. Your Highness, within the Tianshui mountain range lurks a Lishui serpent demon, a creature of the divine sea realm. Exercise caution. Yang Liui warned in a hushed tone. The strength of the Lishui serpent demon was neither weak nor overly strong, and due to its cunning nature, it would retreat into the Lijiang River at the slightest disturbance, continuously wreaking havoc in the area. Zhang Li nodded, then continued onward with his companions. Soon, they crossed the Lijiang River and entered the Tianshui mountain range. The scenery was lush, with towering trees creating a primitive wilderness. Suddenly, a cacophony of sounds erupted. Demons began to converge from all directions, encircling Zhang Li and his party. A hissing sound pierced the air as a massive Lishui serpent demon, measuring 100 meters in length, loomed above, surveying the group with disdain. You all shall perish. Chapter 47. Yang Wudi takes action. We are surrounded. The sixth prince exclaimed, his face etched with terror. At that moment, they numbered barely over 100, while the surrounding monsters outnumbered them twofold. Among them loomed the formidable Lishui snake demon. This serpent, reaching a length of 100 meters, was clad in a gray-brown hue, its body as thick as a water barrel, and its densely packed scales glimmered with a metallic sheen, emanating a chilling brilliance. The massive head of the snake lifted, casting a menacing gaze upon them from above, its emerald eyes radiating an overwhelming sense of mental oppression that caused everyone to tremble involuntarily, fear surging within them. Though the Li Shuwei snake demon resided within the realm of the Divine Sea, it surpassed both Huang Wenlang and the hyena demon in strength, being comparable to a ninth-level warrior of the Divine Sea, and with its powerful demonic physique, it could contend with practitioners of the earth-shattering realm. Among their ranks, the strongest was Li Wenwan, yet she was merely at the ninth level of the Dantian realm, a significant gap in power compared to the Li Shuwei snake demon. Your Highness, flee. I shall stay behind to cover your escape. Dong Xinming's complexion paled as he urgently spoke, willing to sacrifice his life to buy time for Zhongli. You will not escape, you shall all perish. The Li Shuwei snake demon hissed in human speech, its fetid breath nauseating. The surrounding monsters emitted low growls, saliva dripping from their maws, seemingly unable to restrain themselves any longer. These fiends gathered like a dark cloud, their demonic aura rising to the heavens. Among them were many at the true Qi and Dantian levels, presenting a terrifying sight. Your Highness, we shall escort you to safety. Li Wenwan brandished the blood sword, her eyes gradually suffused with crimson, determined to rescue Zhongli. Yet, amidst the encirclement of monsters, Zhongli remained unfazed. Li Shuwei snake demon, it seems you are inextricably linked to the demonic guard. Today's events were orchestrated by Yi Nantian to assassinate me, were they not? Zhongli smiled lightly, meeting the gaze of the Li Shuwei snake demon. What demonic guard? What Yi Nantian, I do not understand. The snake demon retorted, you have slain so many of my kind, yet you dare to invade the Tianshui mountain range. I shall feast upon you to avenge my fallen comrades. Naturally, the Li Shuwei snake demon would not admit to such accusations. Do you not know that I am the crown prince? Should you dare to kill me, you shall be torn asunder. Zhongli stated calmly, laying bare the truth. I care not for your title of crown prince, die. The Li Shuwei snake demon was resolute in its intent to slay Zhongli, lunging forth with its mouth agape, ready to swallow him whole. As a ninth-level monster of the Divine Sea, its power was immense. Even with Yang Liuyi and Li Wenwan at Zhongli's side, they could not withstand the onslaught of the Li Shuwei snake demon. How dare such a wretched creature conspire against the crown prince? Seeking death. Just then, a voice thundered like a storm, reverberating through the AI. In an instant, a figure surged forth like lightning from the distance. A ferocious and terrifying aura erupted, causing the Li Shuwei snake demon's expression to shift drastically as it abandoned its pursuit of Zhongli to face the new threat head-on. Boom! The two figures collided with a tremendous force, sending the 100-meter-long serpent flying backward, crashing into the forest and uprooting dozens of large trees. This sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard. The sixth prince stared in disbelief, while the hidden iron bone was equally astonished. The Li Shuwei snake demon was not only a powerful ninth-level monster of the Divine Sea but also one of the 10 leaders of the demonic guard. How could it be so easily dispatched? At that moment, the true identity of the assailant began to reveal itself. An elderly man with grizzled hair and a robust physique emerged. The aura of a lifetime spent in battle surrounded him, instilling fear in all who beheld him. The National General. The sixth prince gasped, his pupils constricting in shock. The newcomer was none other than Yang Wudi, the renowned national general of the Daxia dynasty, celebrated for his military exploits. Though aged and frail, he still possessed the strength of a first or second-level practitioner of the earth-shattering realm. Zhongli had anticipated that Yi Nantian had set a trap for him, which was why he had instructed Yang Liuyi to contact Yang Wudi for covert assistance. Thus, when confronted with the Li Shuwei snake demon, Zhongli maintained his composure, confident that, regardless of the serpent's might, it was no match for Yang Wudi. Yang Wudi's sudden appearance astonished both the sixth prince and Iron Bone. General, this Li Shuwei snake demon is undoubtedly linked to the demonic guard. I implore you to subdue it. Zhongli urged, eager to capture the snake demon for himself, knowing its immense power would greatly enhance his own cultivation. Rest assured, Your Highness. This old servant shall apprehend it. Yang Wudi's eyes blazed with fury, resembling an enraged lion, cloaked in a crimson aura of bloodlust. He drew forth a gleaming horse-slaying saber and, with a single stride, charged at the Li Shuwei snake demon. The Li Shuwei snake demon, injured with broken scales and oozing demonic blood, sensed the overwhelming strength of Yang Wudi and, unwilling to confront him head-on, swiftly retreated toward the distant Li River. Foul beast, you shall not escape my grasp. Yang Wudi's hair stood on end, his murderous intent palpable as he pursued the Li Shuwei snake demon in frantic haste. With the Li Shuwei snake demon in flight, the threat to Zhongli and his companions diminished considerably. However, the crisis was far from averted, for the surrounding 200 monsters remained. Hiss, just as tensions peaked, Iron Bone emitted a sharp hiss, like a signal. In the next instant, the gathered monsters roared in fury, launching themselves at Zhongli and his companions. Protect the Crown Prince and the Sixth Prince. Dong Xinming's expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly ordered his men to prepare for the impending onslaught. Rumble, soon, the Eastern Palace guards clashed violently with the monsters. The Sixth Prince's entourage of elite fighters from the Demon-Slaying Division also joined the fray. In an instant, chaos erupted, fierce and unrelenting. A black wolf demon lunged at Zhongli, its maw gaping wide. Li Wenwan, her eyes blood-red, gripped the blood sword tightly and charged forward. A bat demon, comparable to a practitioner of the Dantian realm, descended from the sky, ready to strike. Seeking death. Yang Liuyi, as Zhongli's personal bodyguard, could not allow the bat demon to harm him and swiftly drew her dagger to engage. At that moment, aside from Zhongli, everyone was embroiled in fierce combat. Yet, amidst the chaos, a cold gaze fixated on Zhongli's. Sensing this malevolent scrutiny, Zhongli turned to look. Utilizing the Phantom Spirit Eye, Zhang Li discerned the identity of the observer Iron Bone. At that moment, Iron Bone transformed into its true demonic form, morphing into a venomous green serpent, suddenly surging towards Zhang Li. Chapter 48. You have been deceived. Taigu was Yi Nanshan's seventh adopted son. This time, the plan was crafted and executed by him personally. Previously, the assassination attempt on Zhang Li failed due to a stroke of luck that allowed him to escape. To ensure absolute success this time, Taigu not only devised a scheme to lure Zhang Li out of the imperial capital but also enlisted the formidable Li Shui Serpent Demon to take action personally. With Li Shui Serpent Demon's powerful prowess at the 9th level of the Divine Sea Realm, combined with the 200 demons amassed in the Tianshui Mountains, Taigu was convinced that this endeavor would undoubtedly succeed, allowing him to eliminate Zhang Li once and for all. Yet, in his meticulous calculations, he had never anticipated that Zhang Li would summon Yang Wudi. This development directly exceeded his expectations and shattered his plans. Li Shui Serpent Demon found himself pursued by Yang Wudi. With no other choice, Taigu was forced to issue commands, compelling the 200 demons to launch an attack. However, Gong Xinming and Li Wenwan vowed to protect Zhang Li at all costs, shielding him from peril. At this moment, the multitude of demons were effectively thwarted, posing no threat to Zhang Li whatsoever. This compelled Taigu to intervene personally. Not only was he Yi Nanshan's seventh adopted son, but he was also a ninefold poison serpent demon of the Dantian realm. Swooshu, Taigu surged forth like an arrow released from a bowstring, faster than lightning, and in an instant, he plunged into the battlefield, confronting Zhang Li. Though not as colossal as Li Shui Serpent Demon, Taigu still boasted a size of 10 meters. Moreover, he possessed not only formidable physical strength but also an inherent venomous nature. At this moment, Taigu opened his maw wide, revealing two sharp venomous fangs. Should he manage to bite down, Zhang Li would undoubtedly meet his demise. Your Highness, quickly evade. Taigu's appearance instantly captured the attention of Gong Xinming and the others. Yet, they were ensnared by the surrounding demons, unable to offer aid to Zhang Li. Even Yang Lui and Li Wenwan found themselves entangled by several powerful demons, rendering them incapable of rescuing Zhang Li. With a majestic stride, faced with Taigu's sudden assault, Zhang Li remained unflustered, his form shifting with a grace that narrowly evaded Taigu's venomous fangs. However, Taigu was not only adept at cunning schemes. He was also exceptionally strong, with his fangs failing to find their mark. His tail lashed out with a force that reverberated through the air, producing a sonic boom. Should this strike connect with Zhang Li, it would undoubtedly result in grievous wounds and shattered bones. Demon-slaying blade technique. Zhang Li swiftly reached for the demon blade from his storage ring. With the blade in hand, his aura transformed, radiating an overwhelming bloodthirst and killing intent. His entire being surged with vitality, the fierce true chi of the tiger Sha erupting from within his 8 meridians. The amalgamation of blood essence and true chi enveloped the demon blade, causing it to glow with a fierce crimson light, exuding a potent and acrid bloodlust. A bloodthirsty demon-slaying blade. Having mastered the demon-slaying blade technique, its power had grown exponentially. In that moment, Zhang Li swung the blade, the bloodthirsty aura intensifying to the point where it ignited the very air with a hiss, before precisely cleaving through the serpent's tail. Hiss, a cry of pain erupted from Taigu's lips as his serpent tail was severed, demon blood splattering forth, exposing white bone. You are truly despicable. With his tail severed, Taigu was engulfed in a furious rage. Toxic demon aura. Taigu's entire being radiated demonic energy, a pale green mist rapidly coalescing and enveloping Zhang Li. This demonic aura was infused with a terrifying toxin, and a single breath could lead to instant death. Nearby, a palace guard inadvertently inhaled a breath of this toxic air, instantly turning pale, frothing at the mouth, and collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Your Highness, be cautious, the demonic aura is poisonous. Gong Xinming's expression changed drastically as he urgently warned, simultaneously launching frenzied attacks to push back the surrounding demons and rescue Zhang Li. However, the sheer number of demons was overwhelming, and they clung to Gong Xinming, preventing him from interfering in the battle between Taigu and Zhang Li with a majestic stride. In the face of Taigu's toxic demonic aura, Zhang Li opted not to confront it head-on but instead swiftly retreated, keeping his distance. He was merely at the 9th level of the True Chi realm, while Taigu possessed the formidable power of the 9th level of the Dantian realm, a full realm above him. Despite Zhang Li's extensive martial arts knowledge, the disparity in realms was insurmountable, unless, like the hyena demon, he became overly complacent and allowed Zhang Li to seize an opportunity. Yet, Taigu, being meticulous by nature, would never underestimate Zhang Li, leaving no openings for him to exploit. Thus, Zhang Li could only evade and delay, searching for an opportunity. You cannot escape. Taigu's eyes glinted with a chilling light as he lunged forward, his toxic demonic aura morphing into serpent-like tendrils, akin to 1,000 serpents in a den, vowing to poison Zhang Li. Although Zhang Li had mastered the majestic stride, Taigu's speed was equally formidable. Furthermore, the chaos of battle surrounding them posed a constant threat of encountering demons, greatly hindering Zhang Li's retreat. Consequently, Zhang Li refrained from lingering in the melee, swiftly distancing himself from the battlefield. Heavenly gifted ability Shadow following, Taigu invoked his innate ability, his speed doubling as he rapidly closed the gap between himself and Zhang Li, on the verge of catching up. Like a tiger gaining wings, seeing Taigu closing in, Zhang Li's eyes sparkled with determination as he swiftly unleashed his newly acquired martial technique. The tiger Sha True Chi surged into his back, transforming into a pair of ethereal wings of True Chi. Subsequently, Zhang Li took to the air, soaring just 3 meters above the ground. Though his flight was not rapid, it was sufficient to astonish Taigu. What manner of technique is this, enabling flight? Beneath the Divine Sea realm, flying was virtually impossible, save for avian demons. Yet, Zhang Li defied this norm, leaving Taigu dumbfounded in astonishment. However, he quickly regained his composure, gritting his teeth and exerting all his strength to employ his innate ability, relentlessly pursuing Zhang Li. Having failed once, should he fail again, he could not bear to face his adoptive father. Although Li Shui's serpent demon had proven unreliable, this was now his sole opportunity. He must personally eliminate Jiang Li, removing this obstacle for his adoptive father. Taigu, fiercely loyal to Yin Antian, gritted his teeth and pursued with all his might. Both Jiang Li and Taigu unleashed their full speed, swiftly departing the battlefield and plunging into the depths of the Tianshui Mountains. Your Highness! Gong Xinming, Yang Lui, and the others were left aghast at this turn of events. They fought desperately to fend off the surrounding demons, yet the sheer number overwhelmed them, leaving them helpless to watch as Taigu relentlessly pursued Jiang Li. You must not come to harm. As Yang Lui gazed at Jiang Li's retreating figure, her heart quivered with a wave of concern. Meanwhile, Jiang Li exerted all his effort into utilizing the tiger gaining wings technique, weaving through the Tianshui Mountains. His speed was swift, and his tiger shot true qi was robust, yet he remained merely at the 9th level of the true qi realm. Taigu, a powerful demon at the 9th level of the Dantian realm, possessed a denser demonic aura. In his relentless pursuit, Taigu ultimately succeeded in closing the gap with Jiang Li. Jiang Li, this time I shall see where you can flee. Taigu's gaze was ferocious, closing in step by step. However, Jiang Li remained composed, a subtle smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. You have been deceived. Chapter 49 The blade strikes the serpent demon. Had I been deceived, Taigu, ever vigilant, cast a wary glance around, yet perceived no anomalies. At that moment, Jiang Li seized the opportunity to execute his escape with the grace of a dragon and the stealth of a tiger. How dare he toy with me? Taigu's gaze darkened ominously, realization dawning that he had been outwitted. In a fit of rage, he surged forth, intent on pursuing his quarry once more. With his superior speed, he swiftly closed the distance to Jiang Li. Behold my secret weapon. Jiang Li launched another attack, but this time Taigu was not to be fooled again. A surge of toxic energy erupted from his being as he shattered the branch Jiang Li had hurled. Did you think me so easily deceived? Now, I shall see how you escape from my grasp. The fury in Taigu's eyes was about to erupt, his composure fraying as he approached Jiang Li with lightning speed, the noxious energy swirling around him, threatening to ensnare and poison his foe. Boom! Taigu's formidable frame lunged forth like an arrow released from a bow, his maw agape, revealing two venomous fangs aimed squarely at Jiang Li's throat, blood fiend slashing blade. Jiang Li felt his vitality surge, infusing his blade with the essence of tiger ferocity, enshrouding it in a layer of bloodfire, a manifestation of overwhelming malevolence. As he slashed forth, the razor-sharp edge cut through the serpent's scales, leaving a gaping wound a meter long across Taigu's body. Yet, in return, Taigu struck Jiang Li, who could not withstand the force, spewing blood and crashing heavily to the ground. I shall slay you. The glint of murder danced in Taigu's eyes, his murderous intent palpable. He surged forward once more, intent on ending Jiang Li's life. Shall by. In that instant, Jiang Li hastily called upon the White Emperor at his waist. Roar! Although the White Emperor was momentarily subdued by the presence of the unwritten heavenly steel, he unleashed a resonant dragoness roar, a wave of draconic might emanating forth, descending upon Taigu. The dragon, the sovereign of all demons, exerted a formidable pressure upon the green serpent demon. As the dragoness roar resonated, Taigu's assault faltered, enveloped by an overwhelming sensation of oppression, his vitality waning as if stricken by a grievous illness. Tigress roar! Seizing the moment, Jiang Li's throat constricted as he channeled the Tigress roar dragoness chant, emitting a chilling and soul-stirring roar. The roar manifested as tangible sound waves, coalescing with the dragoness might and hurtling toward Taigu. Already rattled by Jiang Li's earlier taunts, Taigu's mind crumbled under the combined assault of the Tigress roar and dragoness chant, his spirit shattered, his consciousness momentarily blank. For Jiang Li, this was an unparalleled opportunity, one he had meticulously prepared for. Thus, he unleashed a strike of unprecedented sharpness. Divine talent blade cuts through the universe. Without hesitation, Jiang Li invoked his divine technique. Acquired from Chun Zhan, this mid-tier divine art allowed him to channel all his strength into his blade, delivering the most potent strike imaginable. Vitality surged, true energy coursed. Jiang Li infused all his essence into the demonic blade. Now a practitioner at the 9th level of the true energy realm, his tiger ferocity far surpassed that of ordinary warriors. As he poured everything into the blade, it radiated an eerie purple light. To his astonishment, he discerned a spectral purple eye emerging on the blade's surface. This eye, not of flesh but wrought from energy, exuded a chillingly malevolent aura, as if a demon goddess gaze that threatened to ensnare one's very soul. Yet, Jiang Li had no time to ponder. He concentrated all his power into the blade, gathering momentum before striking with immense force toward Taigu. This blow was Jiang Li's most formidable, imbued with boundless might and razor-sharp precision. In that moment, Taigu, daunted by the tigress roar and dragoness chant, was caught off guard, failing to evade or react in time. Swish, the blade descended, striking precisely at Taigu's vital point, cleaving his robust serpentine form in two. With a thunderous crash, Taigu's lifeless body plummeted to the ground, crimson demonic blood gushing from the wound, staining the earth. The seventh son of Yin Antian, Taigu, had thus met his demise. Whoosh! Before Jiang Li could catch his breath, a blurred specter emerged from Taigu's corpse. This ethereal form was indistinct yet emanated a presence akin to Taigu's. A soul. Jiang Li's eyes widened in disbelief. At that moment, the soul soared toward the demonic blade, and to Jiang Li's astonishment, it was absorbed by the spectral purple light. This blade could devour souls. Chapter 50 The perspective of the heavenly eye. The essence of the soul is profoundly enigmatic. In his 2 lifetimes, Jiang Li had only heard of it but had never encountered it until now. At this moment, he beheld the soul of Taigu with his own eyes. However, that soul was being absorbed by the purple demon eye, rendering it incapable of reincarnation. Strangely, after consuming Taigu's soul, the purple eye on the blade began to dim gradually, ultimately vanishing from sight. The demon blade remained the same as before, yet the purple radiance along its edge seemed to have intensified. Jiangli, grasping the demon blade, noticed no peculiarities. This blade possessed the ability to devour souls. Could it be that its previous wielders had perished as a result of their souls being consumed? Yet, why was he unharmed? Jiang Li's mind wandered, exploring various possibilities. He had possessed the demon blade for quite some time and had been diligently studying it, yet he had found no clues until this recent encounter where he vanquished Taigu and absorbed his soul, which led him to contemplate a connection to the unwritten heavenly monument. He recalled how the former Bai Di had been subdued by the faint aura of the unwritten heavenly monument, unable to recover his strength since then. If the demon blade sought to devour Jiang Li's soul, it would have to contend with the unwritten heavenly monument. Nevertheless, despite the blade's formidable power, it was vastly inferior to the monument. Did the demon blade fear the monument, thus refraining from consuming his soul? After much deliberation, this was the only rationale Jiang Li could conceive. Regrettably, with the purple eye now dissipated and the demon blade revealing no further anomalies, Jiang Li decided to stow the blade away for continued study at a later time. Having slain the snake demon, he gained 80 years of cultivation. At this moment, a familiar warmth surged within Jiang Li. Taigu's strength surpassed that of Chen Zhan, thus the cultivation absorbed was greater. However, Jiang Li's Tiger Roar and Dragon Chant technique had already reached the 5th layer. To break through to the 6th layer, he required 320 years of cultivation, a considerable amount. If Jiang Li wished to enhance his technique, he needed to accumulate more cultivation. The establishment of the demon slaying department had already encroached upon the interests of Xiang Fei and Yi Nantian, leading the Han Lu and the demon guard to conspire against them. Now, with peril lurking both within and outside the imperial capital, Jiang Li had little time to gradually accumulate cultivation. He had to first bolster his strength before seeking a breakthrough. Given the significant deficit in cultivation, Jiang Li contemplated that accumulating more was not feasible. The immediate priority was to enhance his power. Of course, with the difficulty in breaking through techniques, advancing to the Dantian realm would also prove challenging. Thus, he had to place his hopes on martial skills. At this juncture, aside from the Tiger Roar and Dragon Chant technique, Jiang Li had mastered 5 martial skills and 3 innate divine abilities. He wondered if it were possible to extrapolate from the innate divine abilities. A sudden thought struck him. Until now, he had poured his cultivation into extrapolating techniques and martial skills. Divine abilities, however, were innate capabilities. Had he not possessed the unwritten heavenly monument, he might not have been able to acquire the divine abilities of others. Due to the innate nature of divine abilities, enhancing them was nearly impossible unless one could undergo a qualitative change in bloodline or life level. Yet, such transformations were exceedingly arduous. Currently, Jiang Li had command over the illusory spirit eye, spirit snake-mouse tunnel, and blade severing the universe divine abilities. However, both the illusory spirit eye and spirit snake-mouse tunnel were merely inferior divine abilities, while blade severing the universe was barely classified as a mid-grade ability. Let me give it a try. Jiang Li was uncertain of his chances of success, but practice was the only true measure of understanding. Thus, he chose to infuse his cultivation. Previously, amidst the chaos, he had casually slain a few minor demons and absorbed 20 years of cultivation. With the 80 years gained from defeating Taigu, he now had a total of 100 years of cultivation. Consuming 100 years of cultivation, the illusory spirit eye was upgraded to the heavenly perspective eye. Remarkably, it had succeeded. Moreover, Jiang Li discovered that this heavenly perspective eye was indeed a mid-grade divine ability. Swiftly, Jiang Li activated the heavenly perspective eye, observing his surroundings as if peering through a transparent veil, allowing him to clearly discern the internal structures of everything. As his gaze shifted to Taigu's corpse, he could see the blood, flesh, bones, and even the flow of demon energy within with utmost clarity. Truly, as a mid-grade divine ability, the heavenly perspective eye not only enabled him to identify demons but also rendered any hidden assassins utterly exposed. Furthermore, he could scrutinize others' internal conditions, identifying weaknesses for a decisive strike. Elated by the extraordinary capabilities of the heavenly perspective eye, Jiang Li rejoiced. The effects of the heavenly perspective eye far surpassed those of the illusory spirit eye. For others, divine abilities were often tied to innate talent, making enhancement difficult. However, with the unwritten heavenly monument, he could not only extrapolate techniques and martial skills but also divine abilities. Yet, the difficulty of extrapolating divine abilities was even greater. Upgrading an inferior divine ability to a mid-grade one required a century of cultivation, while advancing from mid-grade to superior seemed to necessitate a millennium of cultivation. Though acquiring cultivation was challenging, this presented a glimmer of hope for him. As long as he continued to slay demons and obtain cultivation, he could infinitely extrapolate martial arts and grow ever stronger. Feeling his own burgeoning power, Jiang Li's eyes gleamed with ambition, intensifying his thirst for cultivation. The Li Shui snake demon was comparable to the 9th layer of the Divine Sea realm. Should he slay her, the cultivation gain would undoubtedly exceed 100 years. He wondered if Yang Wudi could capture the Li Shui snake demon alive. Jiang Li licked his lips in anticipation. Thus, he stored Taigu's corpse in his storage ring and, invoking the dragon walk and tiger stride, made his way towards the battlefield. The prince has returned. Upon seeing Jiang Li reappear, Gong Xinming and others were filled with elation. They were still embroiled in a fierce battle against the horde of demons. The demons outnumbered them and held the advantage of terrain and timing, making it difficult for the Eastern Palace guards to fight back. They could only manage to hold their ground, yet Jiang Li's return invigorated their morale. How is this possible? Amidst the crowd, the 6th prince stared in disbelief at Jiang Li, unable to comprehend how he had returned alive. However, with Jiang Li's reappearance, Taigu was nowhere to be seen. Had Taigu also met his demise? Boom! Just then, a towering figure descended from the heavens, none other than Yang Wudi. He was splattered with demon blood but bore no injuries himself. Your Highness, that Li Shuwei snake demon is exceedingly cunning. The old minister, was unsuccessful and allowed her to escape into the Li River. Yang Wudi reported to Zhang Li, his face filled with shame. General, you have worked hard. Demons are inherently sly, and the Li Shuwei snake demon is one of the top 10 leaders of the Demon Guard, treacherous and crafty. It is only natural that you, General, would momentarily overlook her and allow her to escape. Rest assured, I will never allow her to flee unscathed. Though Zhang Li felt regret, he bore no resentment towards Yang Wudi. Moreover, during this interval, a new thought blossomed in Zhang Li's mind. Perhaps allowing the Li Shuwei snake demon to escape might ultimately prove to be a fortuitous turn of events. Chapter 51 He who gains the people's heart gains the world. The Iron Bone was slain, and the Li Shuwei serpent demon fled. With the return of Zhang Li and Yang Wudi, the numerical advantage of the demons had been thoroughly obliterated. Zhang Li and Yang Wudi swiftly joined the fray, turning the tide and actively charging towards the surrounding demons. Roar! The demons, realizing the shift in fortune, immediately hesitated to continue their assault and scattered in flight. Ultimately, half of the 200 demons were slain, while the rest fled, each bearing wounds. Your Highness, it is unwise to linger here. Let us first return to the imperial capital. Zhang Li, being of noble lineage and mindful of Iron Bone's fate, could not afford to remain in such perilous circumstances. Very well. Let us gather all the demon corpses and leave a few powerful individuals here to monitor the demons' movements. Zhang Li did not decline Yang Wudi's good intentions and nodded in agreement. Soon, Zhang Li and his companions departed the Tianshui mountain range, returning to the imperial capital with the demon corpses in tow. The sight of the numerous demon carcasses was a striking visual impact. At that moment, even the acrid scent of blood could not deter the onlookers among the populace. My heavens, so many demon corpses, has His Highness stirred up a nest of demons? They murmured. I heard that several villages outside the city were slaughtered a few days ago. The scene was utterly horrific. Who would have thought that His Highness ventured forth to slay demons and rid the people of their scourge? The Demon Slaying Bureau established by His Highness truly protects the populace. With the bureau in place, our future days will surely be more peaceful. As Zhang Li departed the imperial capital, he stirred quite a commotion. Upon returning with the demon corpses, he resembled a victorious general, revered by the masses. Zhang Li's reputation steadily ascended with each demon he vanquished, garnering considerable support from the people. He who gains the people's heart gains the world. The establishment of the Demon Slaying Bureau, dedicated to exterminating demons and safeguarding the populace, naturally earned the support of the citizenry. What a brilliant move! Yang Wudi, witnessing the fervor and admiration in the eyes of the people, could not help but praise Zhang Li's astuteness. In a time when the emperor was feeble-minded, should the crown prince also prove to be ineffectual, the great Xiao dynasty would surely decay. Fortunately, the heavens had bestowed upon them Zhang Li, a man of great ambition, allowing Yang Wudi to glimpse hope for the eradication of demons. Feeling the ardent gazes of the citizens and listening to their praises, Zhang Li's objective was effectively achieved. He refrained from storing the demon corpses in his spatial ring. Instead, he had the guards of the Eastern Palace laboriously parade through the streets to showcase their accomplishments. Thus, the reputation of the Demon Slaying Bureau was firmly established. Yang Lu, serving as Zhang Li's personal guard, remained steadfastly by his side. Hearing the cheers of the populace, she cast a glance at Zhang Li's retreating figure, her eyes reflecting a hint of admiration. It seemed her fiancé was not as debauched and immoral as the rumors suggested. Meanwhile, within the Prime Minister's residence, Yi Nantian quickly learned of the news. Enraged, he brutally tore apart two of his maidservants to vent his fury. Chen Zhan is dead, and Iron Bone has perished as well. Zhang Li, you wretched cur, you dare to slay my adopted son. This enmity is irreconcilable. Transformed into a werewolf, drenched in blood, with severed limbs scattered about, he appeared as a demon incarnate. He had orchestrated two schemes, both of which ended in failure. Yet, not only had he been unable to slay Zhang Li, but he had also lost two of his adopted sons at Zhang Li's hands. When had Yi Nantian ever suffered such a significant loss? His heart seethed with rage, intensifying his hatred. Although Chen Zhan and Iron Bone were merely adopted sons, not his biological child like Yi Tianxin, they had been meticulously chosen from among 9 candidates. While perhaps not the strongest, they were all exceptionally gifted and held immense potential. Why Yi Nantian had taken them in as sons to cultivate them as his right and left arms. Losing even one of the 9 sons would cause him prolonged heartache, let alone 2. Most infuriating of all was the fact that these 2 sons had met their demise at the hands of Zhang Li, the very individual he despised most. No, Zhang Li must not be allowed to grow stronger. His power is escalating far too rapidly, and the development of the Demon Slaying Bureau has surpassed all expectations. Should the Bureau continue to expand, it will inevitably jeopardize my Demon Guard. If assassination is not feasible, then I shall resort to open confrontation. I not only desire Zhang Li's death but also demand he perish before the eyes of the public. Only then can I quell the hatred in my heart. Yi Nantian gritted his teeth, consumed by an intense loathing for Zhang Li. After 2 failed assassination attempts, any further attempts would be exceedingly difficult. A change in strategy was imperative. A glint of cold light flickered in Yi Nantian's eyes as a plan began to form in his mind. He left the grand hall and proceeded to a secret chamber to swiftly confer with the fragrant concubine within the palace. Meanwhile, Zhang Li, after parading through the streets with the demon corpses, finally returned to the Eastern Palace. Gong Xinming, for the time being, heed Chen Cixi's directives and assist her in dealing with the demon corpses. Though the demons are ferocious, their bodies possess great value. With Chen Cixi and Chen Shishir, the sister duo at his disposal, Zhang Li had no need to seek other avenues for disposal. He instructed Gong Xinming to aid the Eastern Palace guards in processing the demon corpses. Some of the processed corpses could be used by Qin Sisi for crafting weapons, while others could be utilized by Qin Shirshir for alchemy. The remaining ones could be sold to Washi in exchange for necessary resources. Within the Golden Hall, Jiang Li had guaranteed self-sufficiency, declaring he would not require a single spirit stone from the Ministry of Revenue. The eradication of demons served as the sole source of income for the Demon Slaying Bureau. Whether through confiscating properties or exterminating entire clans, significant spirit stone revenues could be obtained. For now, the financial concerns of the Demon Slaying Bureau had been temporarily resolved, alleviating Jiang Li's worries. The 2 assassination attempts had undoubtedly originated from Yin Antian. Given his 2 failures and the loss of 2 adopted sons, he would not rest until he sought revenge. The next offensive would surely be even more ferocious. What are your plans? As Jiang Li settled down to enjoy a cup of tea, Yang Lu finally spoke up, eager to discern his next course of action. Jiang Li poured himself a cup of tea and drank it in one gulp. Currently, our enemy is strong while we are weak. We must accumulate strength and develop gradually. Qinzhan and Iron Bone were merely 2 of the 9 adopted sons, and they were among the weaker ones. The Li Shui Serpent Demon of Tianshui Mountain Range is one of the 10 commanders of the Demon Guard. These will be our primary targets moving forward. Jiang Li had already gathered considerable intelligence regarding the Red Mansion and the Demon Guard, thus formulating a comprehensive blueprint for his plans. You intend to confront the 9 adopted sons and the 10 commanders? Yang Lu's eyes widened in astonishment, as these individuals were the backbone of the Demon Guard and not easily dealt with. The first step is to secure military power. Jiang Li raised a finger, his mind already calculating. Chapter 52 The Authority of the Imperial Guard. Although Jiang Dingshan was somewhat incompetent, he adhered to the ancestral customs, making the morning court an indispensable ritual. However, today's assembly was permeated with an overwhelming scent of blood. This was not mere description, it was the unmistakable odor of carnage. Upon the golden dais, the lifeless bodies of various demons lay on display. Though the majority of these demonic corpses had been dealt with by Gong Xinming, Jiang Li had retained a few of the more formidable specimens to showcase during the morning court. The officials, both civil and military, grimaced and covered their noses. Jiang Li, what decorum is this, parading so many demon corpses in the Golden Hall? Even Jiang Dingshan, seated upon the dragon throne, furrowed his brow and offered a token admonishment. Father, I have matters to present today. Jiang Li, clad in the ceremonial garb of the crown prince, respectfully bowed and began. 3 days ago, demons rampaged, ruthlessly slaughtering 7 villages outside the city, their cruelty appalling. This is a blatant provocation, and the very reason I established the Demon Slaying Department to eradicate these fiends. Consequently, I led the Eastern Palace Guards to the Tianshui Mountains in pursuit of the demons. However, we fell into their trap and were besieged in the mountains. It was only thanks to the Grand General's intervention that we narrowly escaped. Yet, even so, the Li Shui Snake Demon managed to evade capture, roaming free. Jiang Li's performance was commendable, as he recounted the demon's heinous crimes with heartfelt sincerity, tears welling in his eyes, evoking sympathy from the audience. Suddenly, he shifted his tone. The demon's rampant slaughter of innocents shows utter contempt for the court and is a direct affront to the laws of the Great Xia. Such demons are no different from traitors. Furthermore, I have learned that the Li Shui Snake Demon is one of the 10 leaders of the Demon Guard, and that the recent prison break was also connected to them. The Demon Guard has become a malignant tumor that must be excised. His voice grew stern, his gaze sharp as a blade, rendering the surrounding officials unable to meet his eyes. At that moment, Yang Wudi stepped forward, eager to take the initiative. Your Majesty, though I am advanced in years, my spirit remains undeterred, aspiring to achieve great deeds. While I may no longer tread the battlefield, I am willing to assist the court in its struggles. The demon's rampage pains me deeply, and I wish to aid His Highness in slaying these fiends. Jiang Li and Yang Wudi had long conspired together. Although Yang Wudi bore the title of Grand General, he wielded no real military power. The military authority of the Great Xia was predominantly in the hands of the Champion Marquis. Moreover, the Champion Marquis was aligned with Yin Antian. The influence of the Red Chamber in the Demon Guard extended far beyond the imperial capital, infiltrating every sector of the Great Xia. To contend with such a vast demonic force, the support of military power was essential. Jiang Li had established the Demon Slaying Department, thus relinquishing direct control over military forces. The Champion Marquis had already allied himself with Yin Antian, making any attempt to win him over almost impossible. Therefore, for Jiang Li, the only hope of securing military power lay with Yang Wudi. Firstly, the Yang family was known for its loyalty, and Yang Wudi, having been awarded the title of Grand General, held immense prestige within the military, far surpassing that of the Champion Marquis. Secondly, Jiang Li shared a close bond with Yang Wudi. Their fates were intertwined, alleviating concerns about Yang Wudi betraying him or siding with Yin Antian. Most importantly, the escape of the Li Shui Snake Demon provided Jiang Li with an excellent pretext. I oppose this. As soon as Yang Wudi finished speaking, Yin Antian swiftly voiced his dissent. Military power was the most crucial element of his authority. How could he allow Yang Wudi to take command? Moreover, with Yang Wudi and Jiang Li allied, Yang Wudi holding military authority would be the worst possible scenario for Yin Antian. The Demon Slaying Department is more than capable of countering the old general is advanced in years. Should anything happen to him, it would be a significant loss for all of Great Xia. I implore your majesty to reconsider. Yin Antian exerted all his efforts to undermine Jiang Li's plans. The Chancellor speaks wisely. I beseech your majesty to reconsider. At that moment, a robust middle-aged man with a formidable presence stepped forward from the ranks of military officials, supporting Yin Antian's argument. This man was none other than the Champion Marquis, who, although human, had allied himself with Yin Antian and, with his assistance, had ascended to prominence in the military, his influence second only to Yang Wudi's, yet his power far surpassed Yang Wudi's. Though I am old, I still possess a heart dedicated to slaying demons. Even if an unfortunate event were to occur, it would merely be my fate. I beseech your majesty to honor the genuine intentions of this old minister. Yang Wudi spoke again, his sincerity palpable. The atmosphere was charged with tension, rendering the other officials mute with trepidation. Ultimately, however, the final decision lay in Jiang Dingshan's hands. Of thus, all awaited Jiang Dingshan's verdict. Esteemed ministers, your words hold merit. However, as long as the demons remain, the common people will find no peace. The old general's heartfelt commitment must not be disregarded, yet given his advanced age, it would be unwise to engage in a large-scale conflict. Therefore, I have decided to entrust 30,000 Imperial Guards stationed outside the city to the old general. Since the Li Shuwei snake demon escaped his grasp, it is only fitting that he should be responsible for its capture. Jiang Dingshan spoke, causing Jiang Li and Yang Wudi to exchange glances of astonishment, while Yi Nantian and the champion Marquis wore expressions of dismay. Though this did not equate to full military authority, the Imperial Guard was a formidable force, essential for safeguarding the imperial capital. It could be said that whoever held command over the Imperial Guard controlled the safety of the capital. In the past, Yi Nantian and the champion Marquis had paid a hefty price to gain control over the Imperial Guard, yet now they were forced to relinquish it, making this a most difficult pill for them to swallow. Once more, Yi Nantian sought to alter Jiang Dingshan's decision, but for reasons unknown, Jiang Dingshan had suddenly shed his previous incompetence and resolutely bestowed military authority upon Yang Wudi. This matter is thus decided. Jiang Dingshan's declaration, though difficult for Yi Nantian and the champion Marquis to accept, left them no choice but to comply. Presently, they lacked the strength to confront Jiang Dingshan directly. With the morning court concluded, the officials retreated, but the events that transpired within the Golden Hall left them all with a sense of unease. The transfer of military authority over the Imperial Guard was undoubtedly a significant event, and the ripples it would create had only just begun. Furthermore, Jiang Dingshan's sudden shift in attitude left many perplexed. They wished to return and reflect deeply, pondering the emperor's true intentions. Meanwhile, Jiang Li invited Yang Wudi to the Eastern Palace. I thank your highness for your strategic counsel, which has allowed this old minister to regain military authority. Yang Wudi expressed his gratitude. This is merely the command of the Imperial Guard, not the entirety of military power. The road ahead remains long and fraught with challenges. Moreover, I do not believe Yi Nantian and the champion Marquis will relinquish military authority so easily. Gaining the loyalty of the Imperial Guard will not be a simple task. Chapter 53 A bold assault on the camp. Jiang Li could not fathom that Yi Nantian and the champion Marquis would willingly relinquish control of the Imperial Guard. However, the command of this military force was imperative for Jiang Li to secure. By doing so, he would not only bolster his own power but also swiftly encircle the imperial capital should any unforeseen events arise. Therefore, the authority over the Imperial Guard was a prize Jiang Li was determined to claim. Your Highness, the champion Marquis, under Yi Nantian's patronage, has become deeply entrenched within the military ranks, with his loyalists occupying key positions in every army. Presently, the commander of the Imperial Guard is Wei Jianxiong, a trusted confidant. He has elevated to that rank. Although Wei Jianxiong may not rival the champion Marquis, his martial prowess is formidable, being a formidable warrior at the 9th level of the Divine Sea Realm. Even with the Emperor's decree, a subtle maneuver could render us unable to seize military authority. Yang Wudi cautioned Jiang Li. Though Yang Wudi had withdrawn to the imperial capital and no longer led troops into battle, he maintained considerable prestige within the military and had numerous veteran soldiers under his command. Unfortunately, these veterans had been marginalized, with key military positions monopolized by the champion Marquis. Regaining control of the Imperial Guard would undoubtedly be a formidable challenge for Yang Wudi. Regardless of Wei Jianxiong's strength, he remains a subject. If the sovereign demands the death of a subject, that subject must comply. This matter should not be delayed. We must make our way to the Imperial Guard's camp at once. Jiang Li declared, resolute in his pursuit of military power. At that moment, clarity washed over him, and he no longer hesitated. He intended to lead Yang Wudi directly to the Imperial Guard's camp. After all, the longer they delayed, the more unfavorable their position would become. Your Highness, the Imperial Guard is numerous and firmly under Wei Jianxiong's control. We should take more people with us to avoid any unforeseen complications. Yang Wudi expressed his concern for Jiang Li's safety. Although Jiang Li was the crown prince of the Great Xia, demanding that Wei Jianxiong surrender military authority was tantamount to seeking his own demise. Given that Wei Jianxiong was a mere soldier, should he become desperate, the consequences could be dire. Yang Wudi had no desire for Jiang Li to put himself in peril. There is no time to waste. Yi Nantian and the champion Marquis are undoubtedly strategizing. The longer we delay, the more passive we become. Of the Imperial Guard, while powerful, is still part of the Great Xia military. As the crown prince, I fear no disrespect from them. General, let us proceed. Jiang Li asserted, shaking his head. Rather than fret over his own safety, he preferred to seize the initiative and secure military authority as swiftly as possible. Before long, Jiang Li, accompanied by Li Wenwan and Yang Liui, instructed Gong Xinming to lead 100 palace guards from the Eastern Palace. Together with Yang Wudi, they departed the Eastern Palace and made their way to the Imperial Guard's camp outside the city. Jiang Li's intuition proved correct. After the morning court session, the champion Marquis had indeed gone to the Prime Minister's residence. Prime Minister, we cannot afford to lose command of the Imperial Guard, the champion Marquis declared, making his stance clear. Although he had risen through the ranks with Yi Nantian's support, it was his own formidable capabilities that had drawn Yi Nantian's attention and alliance. Having spent his career in the military, he held military authority in high regard. To demand he relinquish control over the Imperial Guard was akin to extracting his very heart. Do you seek the command of the Imperial Guard, or do you wish for Jiang Li's demise? Yi Nantian remained remarkably composed, betraying no hint of anxiety. The champion marquis was taken aback by Yi Nanshan's abrupt shift in focus from military authority to the assassination of the crown prince. The notion of murdering the crown prince was a capital offense. If discovered, Jiang Dingshan would undoubtedly erupt in fury, and they would all face dire consequences. What insight does the Prime Minister have? Though physically robust, the champion marquis was not lacking in intellect. He quickly grasped the underlying implications of Yi Nanshan's words. Was the command of the Imperial Guard something one could simply demand? Wei Jianxiong had cultivated his position over the years and would be loath to relinquish it. This would inevitably lead to a confrontation with Zhang Li. What if, in the heat of conflict, Zhang Li were to be killed? Yi Nanshan's eyes glinted with coldness, his murderous intent palpable. He was eager to eliminate Zhang Li. Is the Prime Minister suggesting we sacrifice Wei Jianxiong? The champion marquis began to understand Yi Nanshan's intentions. Regardless of whether it was an accident, Zhang Li's death would surely incite Jiang Dingshan's wrath, leading to Wei Jianxiong's destruction. One who does not plan for the entire situation is unfit to strategize for a single domain. One who does not consider the long term is unfit to strategize for the present moment. If we can eliminate the thorn in our side, Zhang Li, sacrificing one Wei Jianxiong is a worthy trade. Yi Nanshan's ruthlessness was evident. He was prepared to forsake everything. Would Wei Jianxiong agree to this? The champion marquis furrowed his brow. Although Wei Jianxiong was his loyal subordinate, he was not his life-bound servant. This was an obvious death sentence, and Wei Jianxiong might not acquiesce. At that very moment, Zhang Li had already led Yang Wudi out of the city toward the Imperial Guard's camp. This indicated that they understood the necessity for swift resolution to avoid prolonged complications. Thus, the old man too had to hasten his pace. Earlier, he had already contacted Wei Jianxiong using a communication jade talisman. For the sake of his wife and children, he had no choice but to yield. A glint of determination crossed Yi Nantian's eyes. He would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. Everyone has a weakness, and Wei Jianxiong's lay in his family. With threats to his loved ones, Wei Jianxiong would be compelled to submit. This revelation startled the champion marquis, deepening his fear of Yi Nantian. In another hour, they should arrive at the Imperial Guard's camp. At that point, the spectacle will unfold. Let us sit down for tea and await the unfolding of events. Yi Nantian had already calculated the timing. They must remain in the shadows, lest they be caught and implicated. Thus, sitting down for tea and observing the developments was their current course of action. Your wisdom is commendable, Prime Minister. The champion marquis clasped his hands in respect, then took his seat, sipping tea as they awaited the outcome. The Imperial Guard's camp lay to the east of the capital. With the speed of Zhang Li and his companions, it took them a full hour after leaving the capital to reach the camp. However, upon arrival, they found the gates firmly shut, prepared for any eventuality. Stop, this is a military zone, no civilians allowed. As Zhang Li and his party approached, the gate guards raised their hands to halt them. Preposterous. I am the crown prince of the current dynasty, and this esteemed individual is the grand general of the realm. We have come to take command of the Imperial Guard. Summon Wei Jianxiong to present himself before us. Zhang Li stood tall, exuding an imposing presence. Yet, the guard showed no sign of compliance. Apologies, but the camp is currently engaged in military drills, and no one is permitted entry. Please return. The guard dismissed Zhang Li without a hint of deference, resolutely refusing entry. Zhang Li narrowed his eyes, realizing that Wei Jianxiong had likely been informed of the developments in the palace and was deliberately evading him. In his swift motion, Zhang Li unsheathed his enchanted blade. With a flash of steel, the head of the gate guard soared from his shoulders, landing on the ground with a thud. Boom! At that moment, Li Wenwan stepped forward, crashing through the gates and forcefully entering the camp. Wei Jianxiong, step forth and face me. Chapter 54. A sudden strike with a breath that resonated like the roar of a tiger echoing through the mountains. Zhang Li's voice reverberated across the vast encampment of the Imperial Guard. The death of the gatekeeper and the breach of the main gate stirred considerable commotion, drawing the attention of numerous soldiers. Yet, upon spotting Zhang Li and Yang Wudi, these soldiers dared not make a move. Given the uproar, it was inevitable for Wei Jianxiong, the commander of the Imperial Guard, to make his appearance. A towering figure, standing at 2 meters tall with a robust build akin to an iron tower, Wei Jianxiong strode forth with a cadre of officers. This subordinate, Wei Jianxiong, pays his respects to His Highness the Crown Prince. I was unaware of your Highness's arrival and apologize for the lack of proper welcome. I beseech you to forgive my oversight. Wei Jianxiong, adhering strictly to the decorum befitting sovereign and subject, bowed respectfully. You have surely received the Emperor's decree, Wei Jianxiong. From this moment forth, you are to relinquish your military command and await further orders at the military department. The Imperial Guard shall henceforth be led by General Yang. Hand over the tiger talisman. Zhang Li stated directly, fully aware that Wei Jianxiong was an adversary rather than an ally. If Wei Jianxiong were to surrender his command obediently, Zhang Li might spare his life. However, should he resist, Zhang Li would have no choice but to resort to force. What do you mean by that, Your Highness? This subordinate has not received any imperial edict, nor do I comprehend the notion of surrendering my command. I request you present the decree so that I may discern its authenticity. Wei Jianxiong was evidently unwilling to relinquish his command without contest. Although he had received the edict, he chose to stall Zhang Li by demanding to see the imperial proclamation. Are you thus unwilling to surrender your command? Zhang Li stepped forward, towering over Wei Jianxiong, his gaze icy and filled with lethal intent. Your Highness may hold the title of Crown Prince, yet it is the Emperor who holds dominion over this great Xia. As the commander of the Imperial Guard, I bear responsibility not only to the 30,000 soldiers under my command but also to the Emperor within the capital absent a decree. I implore you to withdraw and do not force this subordinate into a corner. Wei Jianxiong's stance was resolute. He would not yield command without sight of the imperial decree. To retreat and seek the edict would not only be a loss of face for Zhongli but would also allow Wei Jianxiong to concoct further excuses to evade compliance. Dealing with a cunning strategist like Wei Jianxiong required a swift and decisive approach. With a swift motion, Zhongli pressed his enchanted blade against Wei Jianxiong's throat without hesitation. At that moment, the surrounding soldiers assumed a battle-ready stance, forming a tight encirclement around Zhongli and his companions. With a single command, their long spears could transform into a deadly formation, turning Zhongli and his allies into mere pincushions. How audacious, do you seek to rebel? Yang Wudi's voice thundered, reverberating like the roar of a tempest, instilling fear in all present. As a formidable figure at the Divine Sea realm and the Grand General of the nation, his authority was undeniable. At his bellow, the soldiers instinctively stepped back, their expressions betraying a mixture of respect and trepidation. Yet, despite the enchanted blade at his throat, Wei Jianxiong remained unflinching, showing no sign of fear. Is it not you who seeks to rebel? Your Highness lacks a decree yet threatens with a blade. Are you coercing this subordinate into surrendering command? If the Imperial Guard were to fall into your hands, the capital would be in peril, and the Emperor would be endangered. Wei Jianxiong was no fool, he was not merely a mindless brute, or else he would not have secured his position as commander. Seizing the opportunity, he spoke defiantly, attempting to invoke righteousness to drive Zhongli and Yang Wudi back. I am the crown prince of this realm, why would I need to rebel? The Emperor has spoken from the Golden Throne, and his edict has reached your ears, yet you feign ignorance, deliberately disobeying his will. Disobedience to the Emperor is a grave offense punishable by death. Zhongli was unfazed by Wei Jianxiong's rhetoric. His gaze was sharp and cold as ice, undeterred by the surrounding soldiers. The keen edge of the enchanted blade had already pierced Wei Jianxiong's skin, crimson blood flowing forth, a sight both shocking and visceral. Witnessing Wei Jianxiong's injury, the soldiers once again advanced a step forward, the atmosphere thickening with tension. The air was heavy with the specter of impending conflict, a battle ready to erupt at any moment. Gong Xinming, leading the Eastern Palace Guards, positioned themselves protectively around Jiang Li. Li Wanwan and Yang Liui stood by his side, poised for action. Yet, within the camp of the Imperial Guard, numbering 30,000 elite soldiers, a true battle would pose a grave risk even to Yang Wudi's ability to protect Zhongli. Your Highness, I reiterate. I will not relinquish command without a decree. Wei Jianxiong gritted his teeth, his tone unwavering. Do you truly believe I would hesitate to end your life? Zhongli, despite being encircled, displayed no signs of panic. As a loyal subject, I shall serve my emperor even unto death, with unwavering loyalty and no treachery. Wei Jianxiong was unperturbed by the threat. He was a powerful figure at the 9th level of the Divine Sea realm, while Zhongli was merely at the 9th level of true qi. He was confident that should Zhongli strike, he could easily counter. Yet, should Zhongli make a move, Wei Jianxiong would seize the moral high ground in the initiative, ready to instigate a coup and eliminate Zhongli in one fell swoop. Zhongli's countenance shifted between shades of green and white at Wei Jianxiong's words. Very well, if that is your stance, then await my return. I shall fetch the imperial decree, and then we shall see if you dare defy it. In a fit of rage, Zhongli withdrew the enchanted blade from Wei Jianxiong's neck, seemingly compelled to relent. Upon witnessing this, Wei Jianxiong smirked internally. Although he had been coerced by Yi Nantian into plotting the crown prince's assassination, he had no desire for death. Thus, he sought to occupy the moral high ground, provoking Zhongli into making the first move, thereby creating a sliver of opportunity for himself. Return to the palace. Zhongli shot Wei Jianxiong a fierce glare, gritting his teeth as he issued the command. Instantly, Gong Xinming and the others exhaled in relief. The atmosphere was taut, and a single misstep could lead to a full-scale conflict. In such precarious circumstances, they could not guarantee Zhongli's safety. Even Yang Wudi, at that moment, felt a sense of relief. While he desired to reclaim command, he did not wish for Zhongli to take unnecessary risks. Having failed to seize command today, they would need to bide their time. Zhongli sheathed his blade, and the Eastern Palace Guards prepared to escort him out of the camp. At this juncture, both Gong Xinming and Yang Wudi believed Zhongli intended to retreat. Wei Jianxiong too harbored a self-satisfied grin, convinced his scheme had succeeded. Suddenly, at that very moment, as everyone's guard lowered, Zhongli pivoted sharply, unleashing his lightning-fast movements to close the distance to Wei Jianxiong. Divine Talent. Celestial Insight. Divine Talent, Blade of the Universe. Zhongli swiftly invoked his extraordinary abilities, perceiving the flaws in Wei Jianxiong's defenses while channeling all of his strength into the enchanted blade. With a decisive stroke, the blade, sharp as a razor, descended upon Wei Jianxiong's neck. Chapter 55 Courage and Strategy. Quick, too quick, so swift that no one had the time to react. Under the coercion of Wei Jianxiong and the intimidation of 30,000 Imperial Guards, all eyes were fixed on Zhongli, who bowed his head in preparation for a temporary retreat. This sentiment was shared by both Gong Xinming and Yang Wudi, as well as Wei Jianxiong. After all, Zhongli's performance was nothing short of exceptional. It was precisely for this reason that Wei Jianxiong let down his guard, abandoning the vigilance he initially maintained. This moment was the very opportunity Zhongli had been awaiting. From the outset, he had surmised that Wei Jianxiong would refuse to relinquish military command, and might even resort to threats. Thus, he began with a display of forceful dominance, venting his pent-up frustrations. However, under the looming threat of 30,000 Imperial Guards, as the crown prince of the Great Xia, he had no choice but to bow his head for the sake of his own safety. What appeared to be a natural progression was, in truth, meticulously orchestrated by Jiang Li, at first venting his frustrations, then submitting. This strategy not only misled others about his intentions but also allowed Wei Jianxiong's tension to ease into complacency. Everything preceding this moment had merely been a prelude. The real decisive strike was poised to unfold. Although Wei Jianxiong was a formidable presence, a 9th-level Divine Sea expert, he was now lost in the haze of victory, his mind relaxed and unguarded, rendering him utterly defenseless against Jiang Li's swift blade. This strike had been long in the making, infused with all of Jiang Li's strength, aimed precisely at Wei Jianxiong's moment of vulnerability. With a swift flash of the blade, Wei Jianxiong's head was severed, soaring away from his neck. His eyes widened in shock, his face frozen in an expression of sheer terror and disbelief, unable to fathom that Jiang Li would turn against him. Did he not fear a rebellion from 30,000 Imperial Guards? Alas, his questions would remain forever unanswered. With a thud, Wei Jianxiong's head fell to the ground, and his headless body crashed down with a dull thump. Silence enveloped the world. All present stared in wide-eyed astonishment at Wei Jianxiong's lifeless form. This outcome surpassed everyone's expectations, leaving their minds momentarily blank. No one had anticipated Jiang Li's ruthless decisiveness, nor his seizing of a fleeting opportunity to slay Wei Jianxiong with a single stroke. It was simply inconceivable. Protect His Highness. Yan Wudi was the first to regain his composure, bellowing to alert Gong Xingming and the others, while positioning himself protectively in front of Jiang Li, confronting the 30,000 Imperial Guards. Yang Liui, her beautiful eyes still reflecting shock, did not forget her duty, standing resolutely behind Jiang Li as they faced the well-trained soldiers. The general is dead. At this moment, the soldiers of the Imperial Guards finally reacted, uttering incredulous exclamations. Wei Jianxiong had commanded their loyalty for over a decade, and now, with his death, they were naturally filled with righteous fury. Avenging the general, a deputy commander roared, his eyes blazing with wrath. Instantly, the soldiers' emotions ignited, weapons raised, they advanced menacingly. Who dares to act recklessly? Jiang Li's voice thundered like a tiger's roar through the mountains, instantly stilling the crowd. He then stepped forward, crossing over Yang Wudi, confronting the 30,000 Imperial Guards directly. Your Highness, it is dangerous. Yang Wudi and the others' faces paled, wanting to shield Jiang Li behind them. Yet, Jiang Li stepped out of their protective circle, standing boldly before the soldiers. I am the crown prince of the current dynasty. Whoever dares to harm me shall face the annihilation of their entire clan. Do you wish for your parents, wives, and children to accompany you to the grave? Jiang Li's noble status commanded respect, even instilling fear in the likes of Yi Nantian and Xiang Fei. Any soldier daring to strike would face the dire consequence of clan extermination. The notion of clan extermination was not a mere phrase, it entailed the actual slaughter of every member of a family line. Such a price was one no one could afford. Jiang Li's words fell like a bucket of cold water, swiftly cooling the heated fervor of the soldiers. Indeed, they were loyal to Wei Jianxiong, but they were not willing to sacrifice themselves as martyrs. Moreover, with Wei Jianxiong dead, their loyalty had lost its target. The severity of the crime for attacking the crown prince was beyond their capacity to bear. The supremacy of imperial authority. This concept was deeply ingrained in the hearts of all present. Thus, faced with Jiang Li's royal identity, the soldiers were filled with awe. The earlier fervor quickly dissipated. With a decisive step forward, Jiang Li advanced, causing the soldiers wielding long spears to involuntarily take a step back. There are laws of the state and rules of the family. My father has decreed from the Golden Hall that the command of the Imperial Guards is to be given to General Yang. Wei Jianxiong, as the commander of the Imperial Guards, received this decree but willfully refused to comply, an act of treason that warrants execution. Now that Wei Jianxiong has met his fate, do you wish to aid in further tyranny? Jiang Li pressed forward, his demonic blade still dripping blood, his presence akin to a ferocious tiger descending the mountain, unstoppable. The soldiers of the Imperial Guards, intimidated by Jiang Li's formidable aura, trembled, retreating step by step. Finally, their psychological defenses crumbled, their long spears clattering to the ground, and one by one, they knelt. Among the 30,000 Imperial Guards, only a few of Wei Jianxiong's loyalists remained defiant, while the rest chose to submit. What are you doing? Though he is the crown prince, he seeks to usurp military power and has killed the general. You must not delay in apprehending him and presenting him to the emperor for judgment. A few of Wei Jianxiong's loyalists continued to incite dissent, yet, this time, no one paid heed to their words. Those who mislead the masses shall be executed. With a command from Jiang Li, Li Wenwan transformed into a streak of crimson light, swiftly cutting down the few loyalists. With that, no one dared to resist Jiang Li any longer. The Imperial Guards have disobeyed imperial orders and threatened the crown prince. Their crimes are unforgivable. All shall bear the same guilt and be granted the opportunity to redeem themselves. Jiang Li's voice rang out once more, choosing not to placate but rather to impose an additional charge upon them. However, the deep-rooted reverence for imperial authority eased the soldiers' hearts somewhat. After all, being held accountable meant they would escape further punishment. Yang Wudi gazed at the unfolding scene, filled with admiration. Although he was a grand general of the nation, he acknowledged that he could not achieve what Jiang Li had accomplished, the decisive strike against Wei Jianxiong, compelling the Imperial Guards to retreat through his royal status, and ultimately imposing imperial authority, each step intricately linked, resonating with the hearts of the people. With Wei Jianxiong dead and his loyalists eliminated, the Imperial Guards were now largely under their control. All of this was attributed to Jiang Li's wisdom and decisiveness. Such a blend of courage and strategy evoked admiration even from Yang Wudi. At this moment, Jiang Li turned, nodding slightly to Yang Wudi. General Yang, I leave the next steps to you. Chapter 56 The scheme of open contest at the Prime Minister's residence. Yi Nantian and the Champion Marquis were leisurely sipping tea. Yi Nanshan's demeanor was calm, while the Champion Marquis exhibited signs of anxiety. After all, this matter not only pertained to the military authority of the Imperial Guard but also involved the assassination of the Crown Prince. Whether successful or not, it would undoubtedly stir a tremendous uproar in the imperial capital. To achieve great undertakings, one must maintain a steady heart and wield a ruthless hand. Time was drawing near. Results should arrive shortly. Yi Nantian held unwavering confidence in the 30,000 Imperial Guards. After all, should a military revolt occur, Zhang Li and his mere 100 men would be utterly powerless, easily crushed to dust. My lord! At that moment, the old butler, sporting a goatee, hurried in. Look, has the good news not arrived? Yi Nantian smiled, preparing to receive the tidings. However, the old butler's face was fraught with anxiety, panic still evident. My lord, something has happened. Wei Jianxiong has been killed, and the Imperial Guard has already been taken over by the National General. As soon as the old butler spoke, the smile on Yi Nantian's face froze instantly. This was in stark contrast to his expectations. How could this be? Yi Nanshan's smile vanished, his gaze turning cold and ruthless, sending shivers down the spine. The old butler trembled, yet dared not conceal the truth, swiftly relaying the information he had acquired. My lord, His Highness the Crown Prince, accompanied by the National General, stormed directly into the Imperial Guard's camp. Seizing the opportunity when Wei Jianxiong was unprepared, His Highness struck him down with a single blow, forcing back the soldiers of the Imperial Guard. And now, the National General possesses the Imperial Command and is reorganizing the Imperial Guard. Although the old butler had not witnessed the events firsthand, his sources were reliable, providing a fairly accurate account of the scenario. Upon hearing the butler's words, a glint of cold fury surged in Yi Nanshan's eyes. He had never anticipated that his scheme would fail so utterly. Wei Jianxiong, you are nothing but a useless waste. Yi Nanshan's fangs were bared, his eyes filled with bloodlust, his hatred intensifying. In his plan, Wei Jianxiong was to encircle the enemy and incite conflict through verbal clashes, ultimately slaying Zhang Li amid the chaos. Yet, he had underestimated Wei Jianxiong's will to survive. Instead of confronting Zhang Li directly, Wei Jianxiong sought to drive him back, buying himself time and opportunity. However, this move was seized by Zhang Li, who swiftly dispatched him, leaving Wei Jianxiong no chance to murder the Crown Prince. Wei Jianxiong's moment of hesitation had completely derailed Yi Nanshan's plot. How could Yi Nantian not be enraged? Yet, with Wei Jianxiong dead, his fury was rendered futile. My lord, given the current circumstances, anger serves no purpose. The Crown Prince's power is only growing. He has not only established the Demon Slaying Division but is now also encroaching upon the Imperial Guard. If this continues, we will find ourselves in a passive position. The Champion Marquis, upon hearing this news, was equally astounded. However, he understood that fury could change nothing at this juncture. The only recourse was to devise a remedy, otherwise, the chasm would only widen, placing them at a greater disadvantage. Zhang Li could not be allowed to grow any stronger. Although Wei Jianxiong was dead, controlling the Imperial Guard was no simple task. Champion Marquis, I command you to do whatever it takes to thwart Yang Wudi's grasp on the Imperial Guard. If the opportunity arises, eliminate Yang Wudi. Yi Nantian gritted his teeth and issued the order swiftly. He had long wished to eliminate that old curmudgeon Yang Wudi, yet had lacked the opportunity until now. With Yang Wudi currently stationed at the Imperial Guard's camp, many operational possibilities had emerged. Of course, while Yang Wudi was aged, he was still a formidable force at the earthly fiend level, making his assassination no easy feat. Thus, careful planning was essential. Rest assured, my lord, there are still many of my people within the Imperial Guard. It will not be easy for him to secure the position of commander. The Champion Marquis had already infiltrated his men into every army. Within the Imperial Guard, aside from the commander Wei Jianxiong, he had also prepared contingencies. Go! Yi Nantian, now devoid of any desire to continue his tea, waved his hand to dismiss the Champion Marquis. After the Champion Marquis departed, the hatred within Yi Nantian remained unrestrained. Yang Wudi was but a trifling annoyance, inconsequential. The true threat lay in Zhang Li. As long as this individual remained, peace would be eternally elusive. It appeared he would have to resort to his previous plan. The intensity of hatred burned in Yi Nanshan's eyes. Having failed in the assassination, he had already conceived a scheme of open contest. However, Zhang Li's sudden ambition to seize the military authority of the Imperial Guard had slightly disrupted his rhythm. Nevertheless, it seemed he must proceed with his own plan. With this in mind, he reached out and retrieved a communication jade talisman. After assisting Yang Wudi in seizing military power, Zhang Li did not linger long at the Imperial Guard's camp. Soon, he returned to the eastern palace of the Imperial capital with Yang Liuyi and others. Now that the military authority of the Imperial Guard was tentatively secured, the subsequent developments would depend on General Yang's capabilities, military power as a supplement, the Demon Slaying Division as the main focus. Yi Nanshan's primary concern remained with the Demon Slaying Division. Currently, the minor demons within the Imperial capital had either perished or fled, making future captures increasingly challenging. It seemed the target must shift to the demon leaders. The endeavor of exterminating demons could not cease. Zhang Li had already experienced the rapid enhancement of his martial arts through simulation. How could he settle for slow, arduous cultivation? Therefore, the extermination of demons became Zhang Li's principal objective, while the contest for military authority was merely a means to facilitate this goal. The Lishui serpent demon of the Tianshui mountain range had been marked for pursuit by Yang Wudi. As decreed by the emperor, this matter required no further concern from Zhang Li. Thus, he shifted his focus back to the imperial capital. There were many demons within the capital, yet the minor ones had been largely eradicated. If Jiangli wished to continue his demon extermination and absorb their essence, he would have to confront demon leaders akin to Huang Wenlang. Though such leaders possessed greater strength, their elimination would yield far more essence to absorb. Most importantly, the extermination of their households would provide a significant influx of resources for the demon-slaying division. At present, Jiangli's realm was at the 9th level of the Qi realm. To break through to the Dantian realm, he had only two options. One was to slay demons and absorb their essence to enhance the Tiger Roar Dragon Chant technique, but achieving the 6th layer of this technique required 320 years worth of essence, an exceedingly arduous task. The second option was self-cultivation, utilizing pills and other treasures to open the Dantian and break through the realm. Jiangli's foremost priority was to breach the Dantian realm and elevate his strength. However, this was no simple feat, Your Highness. Just as Jiangli pondered his breakthrough, Chen Sisi, accompanied by Qin Shishir, hurried over with a look of delight. Shishir has successfully refined a demon blood spirit pill. This pill can assist you in breaking through to the Dantian realm. Chapter 57 of the opening of the Dantian and the demonic blood spirit pill. Jiangli's eyes sparkled with delight as he looked up at Chen Shishir. Chen Shishir appeared haggard, with dark circles under her eyes, evidently having invested considerable effort into concocting this demonic blood spirit pill. Your Highness. Chen Shishir respectfully presented a pill bottle. Jiangli accepted the vial and poured out a blood-red pill. The pill was round and smooth, glistening like a pearl, exuding an ethereal beauty akin to crystal. A faint scent of demonic blood wafted forth. It lacked any acrid odor, instead possessing a unique fragrance that invigorated the senses and stirred the blood. Your Highness, this pill is crafted from the blood of over 100 demons, supplemented with 49 different spiritual herbs. It has the capacity to enhance the strength of one's vital energy and augment the absorption of spiritual essence, proving quite beneficial for breaking through the Dantian. However, this is my first attempt at pill refinement, and its efficacy is based solely on the recorded formula, without practical experience. I hope Your Highness can forgive me. Chen Shishir spoke softly, a hint of trepidation evident on her delicate face. After all, she had never consumed this pill herself and was unaware of its precise effects. I have faith in your alchemical skills. You have labored diligently in crafting this pill. Go and rest well, though I shall reward you appropriately afterward. Jiangli could sense the extraordinary nature of the demonic blood spirit pill and was acutely aware of Chen Shishir's hardships and contributions, noting them in his heart. Soon, Chen Sisi led Chen Shishir away. At that moment, Jiangli gazed at the demonic blood spirit pill in his hand, resolved to give it a try. Since his cultivation was insufficient to manifest the Tiger's Roar and Dragon's Chant technique, he would attempt to utilize this demonic blood spirit pill. With a glint of determination in his eyes, Jiangli summoned Yang Liui to guard outside the door, instructing her not to allow anyone to disturb him. Once settled, Jiangli sat cross-legged. Let us begin. Having used his divine eye to inspect the demonic blood spirit pill, he found no abnormalities. Thus, he hesitated no longer and swallowed the pill whole. A gulp. As the pill entered his abdomen, it instantly transformed into a surge of medicinal power, akin to a roaring river coursing through his limbs and bones. Immediately, Jiangli felt an overwhelming heat engulfing him, his vital energy surging and boiling within, as if engulfed by flames. The potent medicinal energy rendered his skin a vivid crimson, resembling a brand. A searing pain akin to flesh being torn apart washed over him, compelling Jiangli to grit his teeth, yet his expression remained one of anguish. Though the demonic blood spirit pill had tempered the ferocity of the demonic blood with spiritual herbs, it remained incredibly violent, far beyond what an ordinary individual could endure. However, Jiangli, having mastered the wordless heavenly steel and cultivated the Tiger's Roar and Dragon's Chant technique to the 5th layer, found himself barely able to withstand it, bolstered by his vigorous vital energy and true qi. Under the stimulation of the demonic blood spirit pill's medicinal power, Jiangli's vital energy intensified and boiled even further, eventually igniting into a raging flame, burning fiercely within his limbs and bones. Inhale. Jiangli gritted his teeth, channeling all his strength into the Tiger's Roar and Dragon's Chant technique, absorbing the spiritual essence of heaven and earth into his body, merging it with the blazing vital energy, transforming it into a new form of true qi, the Tiger's Fury. With the aid of the demonic blood spirit pill, Jiangli's vital energy surged explosively, while his cultivation technique advanced rapidly, allowing him to absorb spiritual essence at an extraordinary rate. As time passed, the Tiger's Fury true qi within him proliferated, filling all 8 extraordinary meridians and coalescing into a singular force, surging towards the Dantian. Martial artists are born with their sea of consciousness and Dantian sealed, requiring postnatal cultivation to unseal them. The key to opening the Dantian lies in true qi. Typically, martial artists reach the 9th level of true qi, at which point their true qi flows robustly, akin to a mighty river. At this moment, with the assistance of the demonic blood spirit pill and the Tiger's Fury true qi, Jiangli's true qi resembled a river of flames, crashing through the barriers like a flood. As Jiangli gathered all the Tiger's Fury true qi together, directing it towards the Dantian could not withstand the force and was swiftly breached. Instantly, the Tiger's Fury true qi surged forth like a torrent, flooding into the Dantian. Breaching the Dantian was merely the first step, expanding it was of utmost importance. Expanding the Dantian is akin to cultivating land, only by enlarging its scope can one reap greater rewards in the future. Generally, martial artists exhaust their true qi upon breaching the Dantian, rendering them unable to expand it significantly, leading to an unstable foundation and limited future achievements. Furthermore, the best time to expand the Dantian is during the breakthrough. Once the Dantian has taken shape, further expansion becomes exceedingly difficult. Jiang Li's Tiger's Fury True Qi was exceedingly potent. After breaching the Dantian, he still possessed considerable True Qi, instantly expanding the Dantian like a ferocious tiger descending a mountain. Ultimately, Jiang Li's Dantian expanded to an immense size, nearly 10 times that of an ordinary martial artist. This meant that Jiang Li could contain 10 times the Tiger's Fury True Qi compared to martial artists of the same rank, naturally endowing him with combat prowess far surpassing his peers. At last, he had opened his Dantian, breaking through to the first level of the Dantian realm. After a considerable time, Jiang Li slowly opened his eyes. He was drenched in sweat, his garments soaked through. Although he encountered no significant obstacles during this breakthrough to the Dantian realm, the pain and peril of the process were beyond what ordinary individuals could imagine. Jiang Li's Tiger's Fury True Qi was formidable, but without the support of the demonic blood spirit pill, he would likely have been unable to break through in such a short time. Now that his Dantian had successfully opened, a substantial amount of Tiger's Fury True Qi flowed from the 8 extraordinary meridians into the Dantian, akin to rivers converging into the sea. Although he had only broken through one level, the Tiger's Fury True Qi within him was tenfold that of before. Though I am currently merely at the first level of the Dantian realm, my Dantian is larger than that of my peers, capable of holding more Tiger's Fury True Qi. With my current level of True Qi, I could likely contend with powerful opponents at the 5th or 6th level of the Dantian realm. Jiang Li, feeling the surge of his newfound strength, his eyes gleaming with anticipation, was filled with exhilaration. Nothing provided greater reassurance than the enhancement of one's power. Of course, Jiang Li did not forget about Chen Shishir. His successful breakthrough was entirely reliant on the demonic blood spirit pill she had refined. She truly was a prodigy in alchemy. In high spirits following his successful breakthrough to the Dantian realm, Jiang Li felt discomfort from his damp attire. He exited his chamber to bathe and change, instantly feeling refreshed. Your Highness! At that moment, the 6th prince arrived. The 6th prince was known to arrive unannounced. Jiang Li narrowed his eyes, uncertain of what scheme he was concocting this time. Your Highness, grave news, Yi Tianlin has returned. The 6th prince quickly spoke upon seeing Jiang Li. Yi Tianlin? Jiang Li rummaged through the memories of the original owner and quickly gathered information about this individual. Yi Tianlin was the 5th adopted son of Yi Nantian. However, this was not the most critical aspect. The crux of the matter was that he had been pursuing Yang Liuyi, making him a rival in love. Your Highness, Yi Tianlin has achieved great merit in suppressing the rebellious forces. Upon his victorious return, he made a request to our father to engage in a fair duel with you for the hand of Yang Liuyi. Chapter 58 Yi Tianlin's contest for Yang Liuyi. Has your mind been clouded? Jiang Li was utterly taken aback by the existence of such a melodramatic past. However, he would never acquiesce to the idea of relinquishing his wife, regardless of Yi Tianlin being the 5th adopted son of Yi Nantian. Even if he were an ordinary man, Jiang Li could never part with his crown princess. Thus, Yi Tianlin should find a more suitable place to reside. Your Highness, father has consented to Yi Tianlin's request. The day of the duel is but 10 days away. The 6th prince spoke again, startling Jiang Li. What did father mean by this? Yang Liuyi was undeniably his crown princess, holding the moral high ground, and could have easily dismissed Yi Tianlin's unreasonable demand, yet he chose to acquiesce. Did you seek my opinion? Jiang Li squinted, unable to fathom his father's intentions, and nevertheless, as the monarch had spoken, Jiang Li, no matter how unwilling, was compelled to engage in the contest. Be cautious, Your Highness. Yi Tianlin possesses exceptional talent and formidable strength. He has been trained in the army and, at merely 18, can already command a force of 10,000. This time, he is tasked with quelling rebellion, achieving remarkable military exploits, and is at the pinnacle of his prowess. Moreover, he is at the first level of the Divine Sea realm. Although he will seal his cultivation to match your level for the duel, his techniques and combat experience are exceedingly rich. You must not underestimate him. Take this matter seriously, the 6th prince earnestly advised, appearing as though he genuinely cared for Jiang Li. If I were to be defeated, would that not fulfill your desires? Jiang Li shot the 6th prince a glance, a cold smile gracing his lips. Such words are unwarranted. You are my elder brother, and I shall surely follow your lead. Despite the 6th prince's inner machinations, his outward demeanor was flawlessly convincing. However, having witnessed his previous transgressions, Jiang Li was not easily deceived by his fate. I understand. Continue to investigate this matter and report any news to me at once. Jiang Li waved his hand, signaling for the 6th prince to depart. Once the 6th prince was gone, Jiang Li summoned Yang Liuyi and informed her of Yi Tianlin's situation. Yi Tianlin is like a persistent leech. After all these years, he remains undeterred. Upon hearing Yi Tianlin's name, Yang Liuyi's demeanor instantly turned frosty. Clearly, she harbored a strong aversion to him. Yi Nantian had 9 adopted sons, yet only Chen Zhan and Taigu remained in the imperial capital, both of whom had now perished. Yi Tianlin's return at this juncture could not be coincidental. I refuse to believe that Yi Nantian is uninvolved. Jiang Li was not particularly concerned about Yi Tianlin himself, but rather about the influence of Yi Nantian lurking behind him. Having faced 2 consecutive failures and lost 2 adopted sons, it was evident that Yi Nantian would not let this matter rest. Yi Tianlin was undoubtedly summoned back by Yi Nantian with a straightforward intent. To confront me. If covert maneuvers fail, shall we resort to open conflict? Under the pretense of contending for Yang Liuyi, Yi Tianlin seeks to engage me directly. This is an attempt to eliminate me in the duel. Jiang Li's eyes gleamed with insight as he swiftly deduced Yi Nantian's intentions. Of this was, in essence, a half-baked plot, for once the duel commenced, Jiang Li could not refuse. What perplexed Jiang Li most was why Jiang Dingshan would agree to this. His father must have perceived Yi Tianlin's intentions, yet he not only did not refuse but also consented. What is in my father's mind, or perhaps the fragrant concubine is whispering sweet nothings in his ear. Zhang Li found his father's thoughts utterly inscrutable. At this moment, Yang Liu turned to leave. Where are you going? Zhang Li's thoughts snapped back to reality, his brow furrowing. I am going to kill Yi Tianlin. Yang Liu's voice was laced with icy resolve. Zhang Li felt a headache coming on and had to stop her. You are now my personal guard and must remain within 3 meters of me. Zhang Li threatened her with her role as his protector. Yang Liu's brows furrowed in fury as she glared at Zhang Li, but he remained unfazed, meeting her gaze directly. You are my fiancée, and I shall not allow anyone to lay a hand on you. Furthermore, Yi Tianlin is of little consequence. I do not regard him as a threat. In 10 days, await the spectacle of how I will trample him beneath my feet, ensuring he can never again entertain thoughts of you, Zhang Li proclaimed, his tone brimming with dominance. Yang Liu felt a slight tremor within her heart. She gazed into Zhang Li's eyes, which shimmered with confidence and authority. Very well, let him survive for another 10 days. After the duel, I shall still seek to kill him. Ultimately, Yang Liu relented. At the Prime Minister's residence, Yi Nantian had dismissed all aides and was engaged in a private discussion with Yi Tianlin. Tianlin, this battle is not solely for your sake. It is also for our grand scheme of us. In this duel, I want you to employ any means necessary to eliminate Zhang Li. Yi Nantian's tone was steeped in cruelty and ruthlessness. The deaths of Chen Zhan and Taigu had filled him with a thirst for vengeance. Since assassination had proven ineffective, he had shifted his strategy to this open contest. In this way, no one else could assist Zhang Li, and Yi Tianlin's true strength far surpassed Zhang Li's, presenting a significant opportunity to slay him. Even if he could not be killed, at the very least, he must be incapacitated. This was Yi Nantian's design. Rest assured, father, that Zhang Li dared to kill Chen Zhan and Taigu. This blood feud must be avenged. I am fully prepared with my trump card for this duel. Zhang Li is bound to meet his demise. Yi Tianlin, a young man with striking features and a commanding presence, exuded an aura of intimidation from his years in the military, making others wary to approach him. As Yi Nantian's adopted son, he was not just a young general in the army but also a formidable force. Although he could not reveal his true monstrous form in this public duel, his sheer strength was sufficient to vanquish Zhang Li. While confidence is a virtue, one must remain vigilant. Zhang Li has undergone significant changes recently, rapidly enhancing his strength. Otherwise, Chen Zhan and Taigu would not have fallen to him. Therefore, this battle allows for no failure. Yi Nantian did not underestimate Zhang Li because of Yi Tianlin's might. Rather, he cautioned him against arrogance. Even a lion must expend its full effort when hunting a rabbit. Moreover, this battle is crucial to our plans to devour the great Xia. Father, I shall assuredly slay Zhang Li. Yi Tianlin's eyes gleamed with murderous intent as he committed to his military oath. Chapter 59. The focus of attention. Have you heard the news? The Prime Minister's residence's Yi Tianlin is set to duel with His Highness the Crown Prince, contending for the affection of the esteemed Miss Yang from the General's manor. Such sensational news is impossible to overlook. Since time immemorial, heroes have struggled at the hands of beauty. Both Yi Tianlin and the Crown Prince are favored by the heavens, yet now they prepare to clash over a woman. Truly, a case of beauty being a curse. It is said that Yi Tianlin has already attained the strength of the Divine Sea realm at the tender age of 18. Such youth paired with remarkable prowess surely heralds a future of unbounded success. However, the Crown Prince is no ordinary contender either. With his recent establishment of the Demon-Slaying Bureau and his relentless pursuit of evil, he surely possesses extraordinary capabilities. One wonders who will ultimately win the heart of the fair maiden in this epic confrontation. These are matters of great import for the influential, while we mere spectators can simply enjoy the spectacle. As news of the duel spreads throughout the imperial capital, the populace engages in fervent discussions. Both Zhang Li and Yi Tianlin are prominent figures of the younger generation in the Great Xia dynasty. Despite Yi Tianlin's humble origins, his extraordinary talent and notable military achievements have earned him a reputation that resonates across the land. In contrast, Zhang Li, as the Crown Prince, has recently taken considerable actions that have garnered him significant public support. As time passes, anticipation for this duel crescendos. In the blink of an eye, 10 days have slipped by. In front of the palace gates lies a spacious square, where a sturdy arena has been hastily erected. Despite the dismal weather, with persistent rain, the citizens' fervor for gossip remains undiminished. Even before dawn, many have gathered in the square, eager to secure prime positions. By the time the sun rises, throngs of people fill the square, stretching beyond the horizon. It seems that a significant portion of the capital's populace has converged here, while eagerly awaiting the commencement of the duel. Suddenly, a clamor of footsteps is heard. Clad in yellow robes, the royal guards wielding long swords emerge from the palace, encircling the area to maintain order and deter any disruptions. Even before the duel begins, a palpable tension fills the air. All officials, assemble, a commanding voice calls out. The crowd watches as civil and military officials, dressed in ceremonial attire, emerge from the main gate, forming 2 lines to flank the observation platform. The General Qilin has entered. Another proclamation rings out, as the crowd strains to catch a glimpse of one of the duel's primary participants. Known as the Qilin General, Yi Tianlin is a prodigy, hailed as the Qilin Child and thus bestowed with this illustrious title. Today, he appears in a simple yet elegant black training outfit, striding forward with the poise of a warrior, exuding an air of formidable prowess. The Qilin General has arrived. Yi Tianlin's immense reputation draws numerous supporters, who erupt into cheers and shouts of encouragement upon his entrance. The Crown Prince has arrived. Soon after, Zhang Li makes his appearance, accompanied by Li Wenwan and Yang Liu. Dressed in resplendent yellow attire and walking with a commanding presence, he embodies a regal demeanor. Rumors abound that the Crown Prince is frivolous and inept, merely a figurehead. However, the reality is often a far cry from hearsay. Indeed, Zhang Li carries himself with the authority inherited from the emperor, promising a prosperous future for his people. Your Highness, you shall prevail, victory is assured. The Crown Prince's recent endeavors to vanquish evil and protect the populace have earned him considerable admiration, and the crowd's fervent support is palpable. In this moment, the citizens also take notice of Yang Liuyi, their attention drawn irresistibly towards her. After all, the very catalyst for this duel is her. Is that the esteemed Miss Yang of the General's manor? Why does she wear a mask, concealing her true visage? Though her face remains hidden, her nearly flawless figure and ethereal grace suggest she is a stunning beauty, surely deserving of the fierce contest between the Qilin general and the Crown Prince. The murmurs of the crowd cause Yang Liuyi's delicate brows to furrow slightly, yet she knows she cannot silence every opinion, thus, she chooses to disregard the chatter, treating it as mere background noise. Jiang Li, however, remains unfazed by the public speculation. He has sensed a gaze filled with hostility directed at him. Raising his head slightly, he meets Yi Tianlin's gaze, which is laced with a cold smile that betrays his animosity. Yi Tianlin's actions, an exaggerated gesture of slitting his throat, serve as a deliberate provocation. He appears to be a brash and arrogant youth, yet Jiang Li is not easily deceived. He knows that Yi Tianlin possesses not only formidable innate talent but also profound knowledge of military strategy. Is this a calculated attempt to lower his guard? Jiang Li scoffs inwardly, choosing to dismiss Yi Tianlin's taunts. The Emperor has arrived. A sharp voice announces, drawing the attention of all present. The Emperor emerges in grand procession, resembling a golden dragon, instantly captivating the crowd's focus. Long live the Emperor! The throngs kneel in reverence to Jiang Dingshan, despite his inept rule that has led the great Xia dynasty into turmoil and despair. Yet, his imperial authority remains unchallenged. Ascending the observation platform, Jiang Dingshan takes his place at the highest point. Be seated. The Emperor's voice, though lacking in vigor, carries an undeniable weight, compelling the crowd to rise. Beside Jiang Dingshan stands the alluring Shangfei, along with the sixth prince and several other royal offspring, all gathered to witness the duel. As the ancients have said, a graceful lady is the object of a gentleman's desire. Today, the Yang family's Yang Liuyi, possessing both beauty and talent, is a rare gem. Yi Tianlin, having requested this opportunity, is granted permission by the Emperor, who acknowledges his contributions in combating bandits. Today's battle shall be decisive. The victor may pursue Yang Liuyi, while the vanquished must withdraw and cease their pursuit. This contest shall be witnessed by heaven and earth, a testament for both gods and men. Jiang Dingshan proclaims, his authority resonating through the crowd, silencing any dissent. Yi Tianlin. The Emperor calls once more, prompting Yi Tianlin to step forward respectfully. You stand at the first level of the Divine Sea realm, while Jiang Li is merely at the first level of the Qi refinement realm. For the sake of fairness, I shall seal your cultivation, allowing you both to fight on equal terms. With that, Jiang Dingshan takes action, personally sealing Yi Tianlin's powers, placing him at the first level of the Qi refinement realm as well. Jiang Li and Yi Tianlin, you may now ascend the stage. The battle begins. Chapter 60 of the duel begins with a command from Jiang Dingshan. Jiang Li and Yi Tianlin ascended the stage. This arena, measuring a full kilometer, was forged from mysterious iron and fine steel, adorned with intricate formations capable of isolating the tumult of battle to protect the innocent. As cultivators of the Dantian realm lack the ability to soar through the skies or vanish, this arena provided ample opportunity for Jiang Li and Yi Tianlin to showcase their formidable skills. The moment had finally arrived, and speculation arose regarding who would emerge victorious, the esteemed Crown Prince or the illustrious General Qilin. Surely, it must be General Qilin, for he is extraordinarily gifted, having risen to prominence at a young age, commanding a formidable army in the fight against chaos and rebellion. His innate talent and combat experience far surpass those of his peers, not necessarily, like father, like son. The Crown Prince has inherited his father's valor and has recently been vanquishing demons with remarkable prowess, demonstrating formidable combat capabilities. Let us await the outcome with bated breath. As Jiang Li and Yi Tianlin took their positions on the stage, the hearts of the spectators surged with anticipation. Each had their own favored champion, eager to discern who would ultimately prevail. Atop the platform, Jiang Li stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his demeanor serene and unyielding. He neither underestimated Yi Tianlin nor harbored any trepidation. He resembled a placid lake, eerily calm. This composure, however, caused Yi Tianlin's brow to furrow, stirring a flicker of unease within him. Yet, he brimmed with confidence in his own strength, convinced he would not fall to Jiang Li. Furthermore, he had come with a mission today. His ambitions extended beyond merely besting Jiang Li. Jiang Li, you are merely fortunate in your reincarnation. Why should you be worthy of becoming Yang Liuyi's betrothed? My appearance surpasses yours, my talents exceed yours, and my strength is in no way comparable to yours. Do you truly believe that by establishing a mere demon-slaying agency and slaying a handful of minor demons, you can stand alongside me? Yang Liuyi belongs to me, and no one shall dare contest me for her, not even you. Crown Prince. Yi Tianlin's eyes gleamed with fierce determination as he fixed his gaze upon Jiang Li, unreservedly provoking him. With a swift motion, Jiang Li seized his demonic blade. The edge shimmered with a chilling light, exuding an eerie aura. Have you finished your empty rhetoric? Jiang Li's words caught Yi Tianlin off guard, momentarily stunning him. An ire surged within him. He had intended to provoke Jiang Li, yet he was met with such indifference. Very well, if you seek your demise, I shall oblige. Yi Tianlin gritted his teeth, retrieving a long spear from his storage ring. This spear, a fifth-tier treasure, towered over Yi Tianlin, its body a deep crimson, engraved with unique patterns. It was the firewood spear, not only a fifth-tier treasure but also imbued with innate fiery power, making it exceedingly potent. Although Yi Tianlin's true form was that of a demon, he had also mastered human techniques. At that moment, he channeled his energy, unleashing a crimson, fiery essence from his dantian. Yi Tianlin practiced a fire-based technique, and the essence he cultivated was known as Bloodfire Essence. As he infused the Bloodfire Essence into the fire whip spear, it erupted in a blaze of crimson light, filling the arena with an unbearable heat, akin to the sweltering days of summer. Fiery Spear Technique. With the fire whip spear in hand, Yi Tianlin advanced in a single stride, as swift and unstoppable as an arrow loosed from a bow, charging towards Zhongli. Flames danced along the spear's tip, warping the surrounding light, embodying a terrifying intensity. With a thrust, the spear blossomed in a flurry of flames, resembling a breathtaking fireworks display from a distance. Zhongli found himself enveloped by this torrent of fiery blossoms, leaving him with no avenue of escape. Yi Tianlin's strength had evidently grown since their last encounter. Though his realm was sealed at the Dantian stage, his combat prowess had only intensified. The fire whip spear, being a fifth-tier treasure, combined with the intermediate-level fiery spear technique, rendered him nearly impenetrable to opponents of the same level. Could the Crown Prince truly withstand this assault? Yi Tianlin's initial strike astonished the crowd. Among them were many Dantian realm cultivators who believed they could not withstand such a spear strike in a contest of equals. Thus, their gazes instinctively turned to Zhongli, their hearts pounding with trepidation for him. Extravagant display. In the face of the rapidly approaching Yi Tianlin, Zhongli did not retreat with the grace of a tiger, but instead remained steadfast, unfazed. He activated his heavenly eye, discerning the trajectory of Yi Tianlin's attack and identifying the flaws within the fiery spear technique. Gripping his demonic blade tightly, Zhongli channeled the Tiger Roar technique, allowing the mighty Tiger Sha essence to flow from his Dantian, coursing through his meridians into his right hand, and subsequently into the demonic blade. The augmentation of the Tiger Sha essence rendered the blade's edge razor-sharp. Blood Sha Demon-Slaying Blade. While Zhongli strategically dismissed Yi Tianlin, he remained tactically vigilant, executing the perfected demon-slaying blade technique. As his vitality surged, he infused it with the Tiger Sha essence, delivering a striking blow. In a flash, a fierce blood-colored blade aura emerged, akin to lightning in the night, swiftly cutting through the sea of fiery blossoms. Though the spear blossoms dazzled the eye, the blood-colored blade aura swept through them like a butterfly flitting through flowers, precisely cleaving the fire whip spear and severing the thrust of the fiery spear technique. Clang! The clash of blade and spear resonated with a piercing metallic shriek, echoing throughout the arena, causing the audience to wince in pain. Sparks flew, creating a beautiful yet vibrant spectacle. Yet, the fire whip spear was forced back by a single stroke, sending Yi Tianlin staggering back several paces, his energy surging, nearly causing him to spit blood. How could this be possible? Yi Tianlin's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Zhongli across from him. He could sense that Zhongli was indeed at the first level of the Dantian realm. Although the Tiger Sha essence was somewhat unique, his own Bloodfire essence was not to be underestimated. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that his fiery spear technique had been dismantled. Could it be that he truly saw through my flaws? Yi Tianlin was engulfed in incredulity, for this was far too astonishing. Unless one possessed exceptional insight or was intimately familiar with the fiery spear technique, it would be nearly impossible to perceive its weaknesses and deliver a decisive blow. Yet Zhongli was perceived as a debauched and inept crown prince. Despite his recent ascent, it was inconceivable he could possess significant martial prowess. As for his understanding of the fiery spear technique, that was even more ludicrous. After all, Yi Tianlin had devoted years to mastering it, making it improbable for an ordinary individual to unravel its intricacies. Yet, inexplicably, Zhongli had indeed shattered his fiery spear technique with a single strike. The undeniable truth left Yi Tianlin profoundly shaken. This Zhongli was indeed unlike the one from before. Chapter 61. You have lost. I refuse to believe that you, a worthless prince, could achieve such a monumental transformation in just a few months. Today, I shall trample you underfoot. Yi Tianlin gritted his teeth, his previously composed demeanor gradually twisting under the influence of Zhongli. With a swift motion, Yi Tianlin lunged forward once more, intent on attacking Zhongli. However, this time he refrained from employing the fire lance technique. He would not fall into the same pit twice. With a sweeping motion, Yi Tianlin grasped the end of his fire-tipped spear and unleashed a powerful arc of flame through the air. The strike was fierce and domineering, as if it could obliterate a mountain. Zhongli met the assault with a swift slash of his blade, successfully parrying the attack. You have fallen for my ruse. At that moment, Yi Tianlin let out a cold laugh, his scheme coming to fruition. This strike was merely a feint. His true lethal move lay within his left hand. His left hand transformed into a claw, fingers sharp and ablaze, shooting upwards towards Zhongli's throat with deadly intent. Mystical intermediate martial technique. A flame-rending claw. Yi Tianlin, being a demonized individual, possessed an inherent advantage in mastering such claw techniques. As he thrust his claw forward, it tore through the air, moving faster than lightning towards Zhongli's throat. If struck, Zhongli would undoubtedly meet his demise. Oh, is that so? At that moment, a smirk graced Zhongli's lips, his eyes brimming with mockery. Yi Tianlin felt a jolt of unease wash over him, a premonition of impending danger. Zhongli mirrored the motion, extending his own claw to counter Yi Tianlin's assault. Black Tiger heart-piercing claw. Zhongli had long seen through Yi Tianlin's treacherous intentions. As his Tiger Sha true energy surged, coiling around his palm, he unleashed his claw like a ferocious black tiger pouncing on its prey, aiming to rip out its heart. The ferocity of this strike filled Yi Tianlin with an overwhelming sense of crisis. With a resounding bang, the black tiger claw collided with Yi Tianlin's flame-rending claw, producing a sharp, cracking sound akin to breaking bones. Consequently, Yi Tianlin was sent flying, his feet carving two deep grooves into the arena floor. My hand. Yi Tianlin gazed in horror at his left hand, which was mangled and bloodied, with shattered bones visible. The black tiger heart-piercing claw was overwhelmingly powerful, and combined with Zhongli's Tiger Sha true energy and his own formidable physical strength, it had inflicted a wound Yi Tianlin could not endure. What, Yi Tianlin has been injured? How is this possible? The onlookers gasped in disbelief. After all, aside from status, Yi Tianlin surpassed Zhang Li in every aspect. To the spectators, the odds of victory appeared to favor Yi Tianlin 6-4. However, now, after 2 failed assaults, he found himself wounded and bleeding at the hands of Zhang Li. This turn of events was far beyond their expectations, leaving them in a state of disbelief. Among the officials, Yi Nantian's gaze grew cold. He had once held unwavering confidence in Yi Tianlin, but now, it seemed there were unforeseen complications. The might of Zhang Li exceeded his expectations, igniting a flicker of unease within him. Yi Tianlin, you must win this battle. Defeat is not an option, even if it means sacrificing yourself. You must ensure that Zhang Li perishes alongside you. Yi Nantian was resolute, placing all his hopes upon Yi Tianlin. Thus, prior to this confrontation, he had already cautioned Yi Tianlin. Although the tide of battle appeared unfavorable, he remained convinced that Yi Tianlin would ultimately prevail. Blood, fire, true energy. On the arena, Yi Tianlin, disregarding the pain in his left hand, gritted his teeth and launched another assault. Warriors at the true energy realm can only circulate their true energy within their bodies, at most infusing it into their weapons. However, those in the Dantian realm can project their true energy outward, creating a far more formidable offensive. With a whoosh, Yi Tianlin's blood fire true energy surged forth, radiating a crimson glow while flames danced wildly. He swiftly condensed his blood fire true energy into a 3-meter-wide blood-red fireball. This fireball blazed with intensity, resembling a meteor of heavenly fire. Blood fire explosion. Channeling all his strength, Yi Tianlin unleashed the 3-meter-wide blood-red fireball towards Zhang Li with tremendous force. Zhang Li sensed the impending threat of the fireball. In an instant, he executed the dragon walk tiger steps to evade. However, the confines of the arena were limited, and the fireball was manipulated by Yi Tianlin, rendering complete escape impossible. Innate divine ability blade strikes the universe. Zhang Li narrowed his eyes, channeling a substantial amount of Tiger Sha true energy into his demonic blade without a trace of leakage, all concentrated upon the blade's edge. With a crack, he swung the blade, cleaving the very fabric of reality before him in two. The razor-sharp edge surged forth, swiftly targeting the blood-red fireball with a single stroke. The fireball was split in half. Yet, at that moment, the fireball erupted. Boom, a deafening roar resonated, akin to a volcanic eruption. A terrifying explosion engulfed the arena, flames surging forth, consuming everything in their path. Zhang Li's figure was enveloped in the inferno, swiftly disappearing from sight. My blood fire explosion is not so easily withstood. This strike will leave you either dead or gravely injured. A triumphant grin spread across Yi Tianlin's face. This was a move he had meticulously prepared for Zhang Li. He was certain that Zhang Li had been severely wounded and lay on the ground. You think you can contend with me? Suddenly, a chilling crimson blade light sliced through the inferno. The blood-red blade light, sharp beyond measure, cleaved through the flames and surged forth like a force of nature, aimed directly at Yi Tianlin. Yi Tianlin's heart sank. He had never anticipated that Zhang Li would still possess the strength to counterattack in such dire circumstances. In a panic, he retreated while attempting to parry with his fire-tipped spear. However, the speed of the strike was astonishing, rendering Yi Tianlin unable to evade. Even the spear could not fully block the oncoming crimson blade light. With a swift thrust, the blade flashed, leaving a deep gash across Yi Tianlin's torso. The wound extended from his left shoulder to his right abdomen, deep enough to expose bone, blood pouring forth. Had his spear not partially deflected the blow, it might have cleaved him in two. Pff, Yi Tianlin fell to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his complexion pale and breath shallow. This strike had gravely injured him. At that moment, Zhang Li emerged from the sea of flames, his figure slightly charred but otherwise unscathed. He approached Yi Tianlin, the demonic blade in hand, and raised it to press against Yi Tianlin's brow. The icy gleam of the blade sent shivers down Yi Tianlin's spine. Zhang Li loomed over him, his gaze frigid, his voice even more so. You have lost. The 3 words struck Yi Tianlin's heart like daggers, piercing deeply. Chapter 62 The Fatal Strike. What? Yi Tianlin actually lost? I cannot believe it. What transpired moments ago? Yi Tianlin unleashed the blood fire explosion. He was supposed to have the upper hand, yet he was instead grievously wounded by His Highness the Crown Prince's blade. Is it truly the case that Yi Tianlin is destined to fall in defeat? The sudden turn of events on the arena left the spectators in shock. No one anticipated that the situation, which had initially favored Yi Tianlin, would take such a drastic downturn, leading to his evident defeat. The supporters of Yi Tianlin were left astounded, unable to accept this outcome. Meanwhile, Yi Nantian among the officials clenched his fists, his gaze icy. How could this be? He must not win. No, he absolutely cannot win. Yi Nantian found it equally unbearable. Should Yi Tianlin also suffer defeat, his targeting of Zhang Li would become a mere joke, and as Zhang Li grew stronger, the threat he posed to Yi Nantian would only increase. It was imperative to crush Zhang Li while he was still weak. Today presented the perfect opportunity. Yi Nantian gritted his teeth, now pinning all his hopes on Yi Tianlin. On the other side, Yang Wudi watched the scene unfold with a sense of satisfaction. The general's manner was intertwined with Zhang Li's fate. They rose and fell together. The stronger Jiang Li became, the more pleased he felt. Even Yang Liuyi, witnessing the unfolding drama, could not suppress the relief that washed over her. Unbeknownst to her, she had begun to worry for Zhang Li's safety. Seated at the pinnacle, Zhang Dingshan observed everything with a calm demeanor, yet a flicker of satisfaction danced in his eyes. No one could discern his true intentions. Yi Tianlin lost. The 6th prince, standing beside the fragrant concubine, stared in disbelief at the arena. He had expected Yi Tianlin to easily defeat Zhang Li, perhaps even rendering him a true cripple. Yet, the one who ended in defeat was Yi Tianlin. This unexpected outcome only deepened the 6th prince's apprehension towards Zhang Li, igniting a flicker of fear within him. I lost. How could this be possible? On the arena, the heavily wounded Yi Tianlin suddenly erupted into laughter. Blood spilled from his mouth, and his grin resembled that of a ghost, sending chills down the spine. He would not permit himself to fail, especially not against Zhang Li. Breaking the seal, with a resounding roar, Yi Tianlin's aura surged, intensifying like a volcanic eruption, unstoppable. By some means unknown, he shattered the seal laid by Jiang Dingshan. In an instant, Yi Tianlin restored himself to the first realm of the Divine Sea. Thus, even in his injured state, he remained mightier than Jiang Li. What is happening? Yi Tianlin has broken the Emperor's seal. This is a violation of the rules. Has Yi Tianlin gone mad, unable to accept the blow of defeat, seeking to act recklessly? The Crown Prince is in danger. Someone must save him. Yi Tianlin's breach of the seal left everyone astounded. At this moment, Jiang Li's predicament grew perilous, and the citizens supporting him were instantly consumed by anxiety. Boldly, he dared to openly defy the rules. Yang Wuti shouted in anger, quickly soaring into the air, aiming to intercept Yi Tianlin and bring this confrontation to an end. Yi Tianlin had broken the rules first. Even if Yang Wuti intervened now, no one could reproach him. Yet, Yi Tianlin had evidently anticipated this. Thus, the moment he regained his strength, he acted swiftly. Jiang Li, you are destined to perish at my hands. Yi Tianlin fixed his gaze on Jiang Li, his eyes brimming with malice. His true energy surged violently, flooding into the flame spear. The true energy of the first realm of the Divine Sea vastly surpassed that of the first realm of the Dantian. In sheer quantity, it was a difference of dozens of times. Spirit ignited. As a warrior of the Divine Sea, Yi Tianlin had already opened his spirit sea and birthed his spiritual power. Now, he wielded this power like an invisible flame, capable of scorching Jiang Li's spirit and further diminishing his state. The fatal strike of flame python breaking the heavens. Yi Tianlin laughed, a triumphant and deranged cackle. The overwhelming blood fire true energy surged into the flame spear like a torrent, causing the flames to swell dramatically. The spear transformed into a colossal fire python, exuding fierce malevolence and murderous intent. Yi Tianlin cackled as he exerted all his strength into the flame spear, launching a lethal thrust towards Jiang Li. This strike, a blazing razor-sharp, resonated with the anguished cries of the flame python, terrifying beyond measure. Even with the array shielding them, the citizens surrounding the square could still sense the dread emanating from this strike. It was as if a demon python, wide-mouthed and ravenous, was poised to engulf Jiang Li as its prey. Yi Tianlin, in the first realm of the Divine Sea, was far more formidable than his counterpart in the first realm of the Dantian. In this moment, fueled by a mindset of certain death and rage, his sole target was Jiang Li's life. This is bad, the Crown Prince is in danger. Witnessing this spectacle, the hearts of the citizens raced with dread. Jiang Li was the Crown Prince of the Great Xia. Should he perish, it would surely incite tremendous turmoil. Meanwhile, Yang Liui and others were frantic, rushing forth to offer aid. Yet, even Yang Wuti could not act in time, let alone them. In that instant, all stood, their faces etched with terror as they beheld the unfolding scene on the arena. The flame python, formed from the flame spear, advanced relentlessly towards Jiang Li, appearing poised to claim his life at any moment, strengthened like a tiger. Just then, behind Jiang Li, a pair of ethereal wings of true energy, forged from the tiger Sha true energy, manifested, allowing him to soar into the air, evading the deadly strike. Did you think this palace did not see through your little schemes? Jiang Li scoffed, his all-seeing eye having already penetrated the changes within Yi Tianlin. Thus, as Yi Tianlin unsealed himself, he had prepared his countermeasure. Now, soaring into the air, he skillfully evaded the lethal thrust, then wielded the demon blade, channeling true energy into it, delivering a powerful downward slash towards Yi Tianlin. Demon blade technique. With this strike, Jiang Li showed no mercy, intent on slaying Yi Tianlin. After all, it was Yi Tianlin who had broken the rules first. Now, should he kill Yi Tianlin, no one would dare to speak against him. Yi Tianlin's eyes widened with disbelief. He had never imagined that his meticulously planned fatal strike would be evaded by Jiang Li. As the demon blade descended, an overwhelming sense of crisis surged within him. The humiliation of defeat and the fury of being toyed with ignited his rage to its zenith. Therefore, he ceased to suppress himself. Jiang Li, I swear, I will tear you to shreds. Yi Tianlin gritted his teeth, unleashing a howl of fury. In the next moment, a surge of demonic energy erupted from him, revealing his true demonic form. Chapter 63, a thrilling counterattack. Yi Tianlin's true form is that of a mutated wolf demon. In an instant, he swells like an inflated balloon, transforming from an ordinary human size to a towering 3 meters. His appearance undergoes a dramatic change, morphing into a ferocious and wild wolf demon. However, instead of a fine coat of fur, his body is covered in scales resembling fish skin, enveloping him in a peculiar black armor. An overwhelming aura of malevolence and brutality emanates from him, sweeping across the heavens and instilling fear in all who behold it. Although the Great Xia dynasty is rife with chaos and demons, on the surface, humanity still prevails, with Jiang Dingshan suppressing all. In this highly anticipated confrontation, Yi Tianlin reveals his demonic form. Regardless of the outcome of this battle, his fate is sealed. Neither Yang Wuti nor Jiang Dingshan will permit a demon to challenge their authority. Even Yi Nantian would not intervene to save him, and would likely distance himself from the situation. Yet, for Yi Tianlin, his focus is solely on Jiang Li. As long as he can eliminate Jiang Li, everything will have been worth it. I will devour you. Yi Tianlin's eyes blaze with a blood-red fury, fetid drool spilling forth as his razor-sharp wolf fangs glint ominously, infused with a monstrous aura. He lunges forward with ferocity, his gaping maw aimed directly at Jiang Li's head, intent on severing it from his body. At this moment, Yang Wuti closes in on the arena, and Yi Tianlin knows he has but one opportunity to strike. Thus, he unleashes his full power without reservation. A torrent of demonic energy floods the arena, sealing off all escape routes for Jiang Li. The oppressive mental force creates an overwhelming pressure, enough to terrify even the faint-hearted. Yi Tianlin's true demonic form is immensely powerful, capable of withstanding the strongest of defenses. Your Highness, dodge now. Yang Wuti calls out urgently, urging Jiang Li to evade the impending attack. Clenching his teeth, he quickens his pace, drawing closer to the arena. If Jiang Li can evade this strike, he will arrive in time to assist. However, Jiang Li finds himself ensnared by the dual pressures of the surging demonic energy and the mental oppression. He stands frozen, like a statue, helplessly watching Yi Tianlin bear down upon him. This scene sends shockwaves through the crowd. Many commoners cover their eyes, unable to witness the gruesome demise that seems inevitable for Jiang Li. In the blink of an eye, Yi Tianlin reaches Jiang Li, his gaping jaws filled with razor-sharp teeth capable of crushing metal. Roar of the tiger. At that pivotal moment, Jiang Li moves. He has long been channeling the tiger roar and dragon chant technique, and now he exhales a thunderous roar that reverberates through the air. With Yi Tianlin so close, the sonic wave strikes directly at his face. The tiger, king of beasts, commands respect with its roar. Although Yi Tianlin is a formidable wolf demon, he is momentarily dazed by the impact of the tiger roar. This fleeting moment is the opportunity Jiang Li has awaited for so long. Dragon strides, tiger leaps. With the strength of a tiger behind him, Jiang Li unleashes two powerful martial techniques simultaneously. He leans back, using the momentum to propel himself forward, landing directly beneath Yi Tianlin. From Jiang Li's vantage point, he sees Yi Tianlin's abdomen and throat laid bare. Mid-grade divine ability, blade cuts through the universe. Jiang Li channels all his tiger essence into the demonic blade. His piercing insight sharpens as he locks his gaze onto Yi Tianlin's throat, summoning every ounce of strength to thrust the blade forward with devastating force. Although Yi Tianlin is covered in black scales, his throat and abdomen remain his most vulnerable spots. At this moment, he is utterly unprepared for Jiang Li's audacious maneuver, compounded by the disorienting effects of the tiger roar, leaving him no time to evade or defend. The sharp demonic blade, propelled by Jiang Li's full might, slices through the scales at Yi Tianlin's throat, penetrating flesh and severing his windpipe as if blood were being drawn from a slaughtered pig. This strike epitomizes Jiang Li's years of experience as a butcher. Despite Yi Tianlin's strength, he cannot withstand this lethal blow. A torrent of demonic blood erupts from the wound in his throat. Yi Tianlin's pupils constrict as disbelief washes over him, staring at Jiang Li with an expression of shock, before his massive form collapses onto the arena floor with a resounding thud. The impact reverberates, shaking the hearts of all present. As Yi Tianlin falls, his demonic blood spills forth, instantly staining the arena red, transforming it into a pool of crimson. Though Yi Tianlin has not yet succumbed to death, his eyes dim, life draining rapidly from him. He glares at Jiang Li with unyielding defiance and fury, unable to accept his fate. I refuse to accept this. His gaze remains fixed on Jiang Li until, with one last tilt of his head, he breathes his last, his eyes wide open, fixated on his adversary, unwilling to close. With Yi Tianlin's demise, Jiang Li exhales a sigh of relief, his body going limp as he nearly collapses. Fortunately, Yang Wudi arrives just in time to steady him, yet, Yang Wudi is equally shaken by the turn of events. He had been too far away to intervene immediately, fearing for Jiang Li's life, only to witness an astonishing display of resilience at the brink of death. Not only did Jiang Li evade the jaws of the wolf demon, but he also executed a counterattack that resulted in the immediate slaying of Yi Tianlin, a formidable foe of the first rank. This display of skill, determination, and decisiveness leaves Yang Wudi in a W.E. Yi Tianlin is dead. The arena falls silent as all eyes remain fixed on the lifeless body of Yi Tianlin, disbelief etched on their faces. Though Yi Tianlin's transformation into a demon was shocking, Jiang Li's counterattack is even more astonishing. It seems almost surreal, even those who witnessed the event struggle to reconcile what they have seen. It is over. At that moment, Yi Nantian trembles, closing his eyes as despair washes over him. His plans for open conflict have been utterly thwarted with Yi Tianlin's downfall. More crucially, after so many failures, any attempt to target Jiang Li will be exponentially more difficult. He cannot even claim Yi Tianlin's body, let alone eliminate Jiang Li, and now finds himself in dire trouble, for Yi Tianlin was his fifth adopted son. Meanwhile, Jiang Dingshan, who has remained seated in the highest position throughout, never intending to intervene, now squints his eyes in appreciation upon witnessing Jiang Li's decisive victory over Yi Tianlin. It seems the moment has come to reveal a hint of the truth to him. Chapter 64, The Secret Order. Huffing and puffing, Jiang Li gasped for breath, using the demon blade as a makeshift crutch to prevent himself from collapsing. To the onlookers, he appeared calm and collected, decisively turning the tables on Yi Tianlin. Yet, in the face of such a life-threatening crisis, any misstep could have cost him dearly. It was akin to dancing on the edge of a razor blade. Even someone as seasoned in slaughter as Jiang Li felt a tremor within his heart. After all, as a butcher, he had always been the one to take lives, rarely finding himself in perilous situations. Nevertheless, he ultimately emerged victorious, leveraging his extensive martial arts knowledge and steadfast mental fortitude to successfully counter Yi Tianlin's attack simultaneously. A familiar warmth surged through Jiang Li's body. Slaying the demon wolf yielded a century's worth of cultivation. Yi Tianlin was formidable. Had Jiang Li not recently broken through to the Dan Tian realm and significantly enhanced his vital energy, he might not have been able to defeat him, let alone execute a counterattack. However, the reward of 100 years of cultivation was indeed a commendable gain. Most importantly, he had also slain one of Yi Nanshan's adopted sons, thereby undermining the forces of darkness. At that moment, Jiang Dingshan finally spoke. His gaze shifted to Yi Nantian. Yi Tianlin was your adopted son, yet he was transformed into a demon. I require an explanation. Although Jiang Dingshan was often seen as foolish, his immense power still instilled a profound sense of pressure in Yi Nantian. However, the cunning minister had long prepared for the possibility of failure. Faced with Jiang Dingshan's inquiry, he did not exhibit any signs of panic. Instead, he knelt with a thud. Your Majesty, I initially took him in due to his exceptional talent and prowess in military affairs, which delighted me. As for his true identity, I was unaware. Nevertheless, he is my adopted son, and now that he has committed such heinous crimes, I must bear some responsibility. I beseech your majesty to punish me. Yi Nantian cast himself as the victim while still acknowledging a degree of culpability. As a chancellor, one must lead by example. Yet you fail to discern the true nature of those around you. Accepting a demon as your son, such a crime deserves punishment. Your salary shall be docked for 3 years, and you are confined to your residence for 1 month to reflect on your actions. Jiang Dingshan understood that eliminating Yi Nantian solely on account of Yi Tianlin was insufficient, thus he opted to impose restrictions on him instead. I accept my punishment. I thank your majesty for your grace. This outcome fell within Yi Nantian's acceptable limits, prompting him to grit his teeth and acquiesce. Once Yi Nantian had been dealt with, Jiang Dingshan lifted his transgressions warrant execution. Jiang Li, as the crown prince, maintained his composure in the face of danger and vanquished the demon, showcasing the authority of the demon-slaying office. I declare that in this confrontation, Jiang Li is the victor. Furthermore, in recognition of his bravery, I have decided to entrust him with the management of the imperial prison, to eradicate demons and punish lawbreakers. Jiang Dingshan aimed not only to provide Jiang Li with a justification but also to offer the populace an explanation. Long live the emperor, the citizens chorused, expressing their unwavering support for Jiang Dingshan's decisions. You may disperse. Jiang Dingshan nodded and took the lead in departing. With his exit, the favored concubines and princes followed suit, soon followed by the civil and military officials. Finally, the imperial guards arrived to clear the battlefield. In the East Palace, Jiang Li shed his clothing and bathed, washing away the fatigue and demon blood. Although this battle had been exceedingly perilous, it ultimately ended in triumph. Not only had he rescued Yang Liuyi, but he had also slain Yi Tianlin, thwarting Yi Nantian's nefarious plans. Most importantly, he sensed that his father had seemingly been testing him all along. Submerged in the warm water, Jiang Li felt his weariness gradually dissipate, and his mind cleared. Reflecting on the recent events, he began to discern his father's intentions. From retrieving the imperial seal to allowing the 6th prince's inclusion in the demon-slaying office, to the subsequent power struggle over the imperial guards, and this confrontation with Yi Tianlin, everything seemed to have been subtly orchestrated by Jiang Dingshan. He had not directly supported Jiang Li but had instead set numerous challenges in his path. Was this a form of testing? Jiang Li questioned whether his assumptions were accurate, yet he could not overlook that Jiang Dingshan's actions compelled him to consider this possibility. However, why would his father wish to test him? When would this trial conclude? Jiang Li's mind was rife with questions, yet he dared not ask directly, for if Jiang Dingshan truly intended to test him, any inquiry would yield no answers. Yet he remained certain of one thing: his father was indeed on his side, otherwise, the demon-slaying office could not have been established, nor could he have seized control of the imperial guards. The only uncertainty lay in what schemes his father was truly concocting. Once his bath concluded, Jiang Li prepared to change clothes. To his astonishment, Yang Liuyi proactively approached to assist him with his attire. Such a gesture had never occurred before. Although her face was obscured by a mask, the look in her eyes suggested that his recent duel with Yi Tianlin had yielded unexpected rewards. However, Yang Liuyi, maintaining her frigid demeanor, remained silent as her skin occasionally brushed against his, causing a subtle shift in her gaze. Thank you. Once the dressing was complete, Yang Liuyi suddenly expressed her gratitude. Without waiting for Jiang Li to respond, she quickly departed. Watching her retreating figure, Jiang Li chuckled. Little vixen, do you think I cannot win you over? After bathing and changing, he indulged in a hearty meal, regaining his vitality. Li Wenwan. Jiang Li summoned Li Wenwan. Since my father has entrusted me with the management of the imperial prison, I must swiftly familiarize myself with it. I intend to send you to take charge, and later, you shall assume the role of warden. What say you? Li Wenwan, having emerged from the imperial prison, was quite familiar with its workings. Most importantly, Jiang Li currently had no one else to rely on, so he had no choice but to appoint her for the interim. I shall obey your command, your highness. Li Wenwan did not resist, nodding in agreement. Jiang Li acknowledged her response and instructed her to lead several East Palace guards to the prison. Shortly after sending Li Wenwan on her way, Gong Xinming abruptly arrived with news. Your Highness, the Emperor has summoned you to the Qianwu Hall at the 3rd watch. A secret order? Qianwu Hall? Jiang Li narrowed his eyes. The Qianwu Hall was Jiang Dingshan's private quarters, where he typically conducted state affairs in the imperial study. Moreover, the summons at such an ungodly hour could only signify that this was no trivial matter. It seemed his father's tests were nearing their conclusion. Recalling his earlier assumptions, Jiang Li now felt vindicated. This confrontation with Yi Tianlin had indeed met his father's expectations. Tonight, he might finally uncover more hidden truths. Chapter 65 The Midnight Conversations. In the dead of night, Jiang Li left Yang Liuyi in the Eastern Palace while he accompanied Gong Xinming to the Qianwu Hall. As they ventured deeper, Jiang Li suddenly realized that Gong Xinming was leading him down a path he had never known before. Moreover, the palace maids and eunuchs they encountered seemed somewhat peculiar, appearing almost wooden, akin to lifeless puppets. It seemed I had underestimated my father. Jiang Li discerned that his previous understanding of his father was merely the tip of the iceberg. To ascend to the throne of the great Xia dynasty, one must indeed possess exceptional qualities. Your Highness, the Emperor awaits you inside, please. Before long, Gong Xinming escorted Jiang Li to the Qianwu Hall. He bowed respectfully, seemingly intending to stand guard outside. Jiang Li nodded, refraining from further conversation, and stepped into the opulent hall. The interior of the Qianwu Hall was resplendent, adorned with gold and jade, exuding unparalleled luxury. Not only did flickering candlelight illuminate the space, but 8 luminous pearls also radiated a soft glow. Jiang Dingshan, clad in golden inner robes, reclined against the headboard, engrossed in a book by candlelight. He appeared like an ordinary Confucian scholar upon Jiang Li's entrance. Jiang Dingshan did not set aside his reading but beckoned Jiang Li over. Thus, Jiang Li chose not to disturb him, standing respectfully to the side, patiently awaiting his turn. Jiang Li's gaze subtly shifted to the book in Jiang Dingshan's hands. It was not a classic of the 4 books and 5 classics nor a treatise on governance or martial arts, but rather a tome chronicling the geography and history of the eastern regions. After a considerable time, Jiang Dingshan finally set the book down and rubbed his eyes. "Lear, have you been waiting long?" Jiang Dingshan turned to look at Jiang Li, filled with a sense of guilt regarding Jiang Li's mother. Consequently, he had been indulgent towards Jiang Li. This is what a son ought to do. Jiang Li was unaware of what Jiang Dingshan intended to discuss with him that night, yet he did not rush to inquire. He understood that his father would not go to such lengths without a purpose. What remained unspoken was naturally something not to be voiced. "Lear, I owe a debt of gratitude to your mother. Therefore, after her passing, I have pampered you." Jiang Dingshan continued, "Originally, I merely wished for you to live a life of peace and happiness, thus, I chose to overlook your past reckless actions. However, you have now awakened." Jiang Dingshan gazed at Jiang Li, his eyes deep and contemplative, seemingly darker than the night outside. "Although I do not know how you came to this sudden realization, your proposal of the demon slaying department and your ambition to seize control of the Imperial Guard's military power are sufficient evidence that you have uncovered certain truths and wish to resist. Therefore, I must alter my previously lenient approach towards you." Jiang Dingshan's words confirmed Jiang Li's earlier conjectures. Indeed, everything that had transpired recently had been under his father's watchful eye, a test of sorts. "Father, in this era of rampant demons, why do you permit them to wreak havoc upon the nation?" Jiang Li posed his first question. Although the White Emperor had previously mentioned this, it had merely been speculation, and Jiang Li sought the truth. "Do you comprehend the vastness of this world?" Jiang Dingshan countered with an unrelated query rather than answering Jiang Li's directly. Jiang Li shook his head. Having traversed into this realm for only a few months, he had barely grasped the expanse of the Great Xia dynasty, let alone the entire world. This world is immense, consisting of 5 continents and 4 great seas. The continent we inhabit lies in the eastern part of the world, known as the Eastern Region. Within this eastern region, there are no fewer than 100 nations akin to our Great Xia dynasty. Beyond these nations, there exist other formidable and enigmatic entities. To eye in your eyes, the Great Xia dynasty may seem boundless, yet it is merely a well that confines you. Viewed from the perspective of the eastern region, or indeed the entire world, the Great Xia dynasty is but a single sesame seed upon a pancake. Jiang Dingshan sighed, and Jiang Li sensed a sense of helplessness in his tone. "Father, do you imply that there are more powerful demons looming over the Great Xia?" Jiang Li echoed the White Emperor's speculation, eager to glean his father's insights. "There are countless forces more potent than the Great Xia," Jiang Dingshan responded. "In this chaotic era of demons, the turmoil extends beyond the Great Xia to engulf the entire world. What you perceive is merely a drop in the ocean." Jiang Dingshan spoke again, his voice tinged with despair. "Are we to remain passive in the face of this calamity?" Jiang Li was not one to readily concede defeat. The chaos wrought by the demons endangered his very life, compelling him to grasp his blade and carve a path through the tumult. In your eyes, the Red Mansion and the Demon Guard may appear as formidable adversaries. Yet to me, they are but 2 insignificant factions. Even if it were Xiang Fei and Yi Nantian, should I wish to eliminate them, it would be as effortless as lifting a finger. Jiang Dingshan had evidently long been aware of Xiang Fei and Yi Nantian's true nature. With his formidable power at the celestial realm, he could easily sweep away all obstacles and cleanse the court. Nevertheless, he had refrained from doing so, allowing the demons to run rampant, suggesting that there were constraints even he could not surmount. "Lear, while the Red Mansion and Demon Guard are inconsequential, you may freely slay demons. However, you must refrain from acting against Xiang Fei and Yi Nantian for the time being. Not only you, but even I cannot move against them, for there exists a force behind them that we cannot contend with. Strike down the small, and the greater will inevitably arise. I trust you understand this well." Jiang Dingshan cautioned Jiang Li. It was clear that while Xiang Fei and Yi Nantian were indeed targets for elimination, the time was not yet ripe for such actions. "Father, are we to endure this indefinitely?" Jiang Li furrowed his brow. Unlike his father, he could not possess such patience to continually acquiesce. Revenge is not a matter of timing, it is simply a matter of time. Jiang Dingshan shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further. Yet, Jiang Li sensed an underlying implication in his words. It appeared that his father had already devised a plan for counterattack. He was merely waiting for the opportune moment. Although Jiang Li remained unaware of the specifics of his father's strategy or the timing he awaited, he understood that his father's apparent ineptitude was merely a fade. This realization alone made the night's journey worthwhile. "As the night deepens, I find myself weary. You should return to rest early." Jiang Dingshan concluded the conversation, and Jiang Li recognized it was time for him to take his leave. This Eastern Region Chronicle is quite well written. Do take the time to read it. Before departing, Jiang Dingshan unexpectedly gifted Jiang Li the book he had been perusing. Jiang Li accepted the Eastern Region Chronicle, stowing it in his storage ring, and then bowed respectfully as he took his leave. Soon, under Gong Xinming's guidance, Jiang Li exited the Qianwu Hall, while Jiang Dingshan remained leaning against the bedpost, his eyes flickering with anticipation. Soon, very soon, I shall achieve a breakthrough. Chapter 66. Capturing the thief. By first seizing the leader. Upon returning to the Eastern Palace, Jiang Li found himself unable to sleep. His conversation with the emperor that night held great significance for him. Although his father had said little, Jiang Li discerned much from the subtle implications woven through their dialogue. Firstly, it became evident that the White Emperor's suspicions were indeed correct. The emperor had not been concerned about Xiang Fei and Yi Nantian themselves, but rather about the formidable forces lurking behind them. This suggested the presence of a powerful demon or a strong demonic faction backing Xiang Fei and Yi Nantian, akin to the Red House and the Demon Guard. Seated before the flickering candlelight, Jiang Li's eyes sparkled with a newfound clarity. Furthermore, the emperor's facade of incompetence was merely a ruse. He was not simply biding his time but had devised his own counter-strategy. Perhaps the emperor had been meticulously plotting for quite some time, now wary that Jiang Li might inadvertently disrupt his plans, in the emperor's eyes, Jiang Li's establishment of the Demon Extermination Office and his efforts against the Red House and the Demon Guard were merely trifling skirmishes. Jiang Li began to grasp the emperor's intentions. Yet, the emperor underestimated him. Though his current strength was feeble and the newly formed Demon Extermination Office lacked substantial power, he possessed the nameless heavenly tablet, granting him the ability to slay demons and acquire cultivation, as well as to infinitely simulate martial arts. Consequently, strength was merely a matter of time for him. Given ample time to grow and enough demons to confront, he would inevitably become immensely powerful. The emperor, with his celestial realm prowess, remained cautious, indicating that the demons behind Xiang Fei and Yi Nantian were at least of yin-yang realm caliber. With narrowed eyes, Jiang Li's fighting spirit surged rather than waned. The emperor had his plans, and he too held his trump cards. Regardless, the demons within the Great Xia dynasty must be eradicated. Otherwise, living in a perilous environment was not something Jiang Li desired. Since the emperor had indicated that he could act against the Red House and the Demon Guard, there was no need for him to hold back any longer. He resolved to accelerate the pace of demon extermination and enhance his own strength. Perhaps, he would not even require the emperor's intervention, as he could personally slay Xiang Fei and Yi Nantian. With a glimmer of determination in his eyes, Jiang Li felt a sense of certainty. Previously, due to his limited strength and resources, he could only contend with minor demons. However, the situation had changed. Not only had he broken through to the Dantian realm, but he also commanded the Imperial Guards led by Yang Wudia. He was fully capable of confronting demon leaders and even those high-ranking demons. Recalling this, Jiang Li called for Yan Liuyi. "Do you possess detailed knowledge regarding the Red House and the Demon Guard?" he inquired. Previously, he was aware of their existence but lacked specific details. Now, as he intended to take decisive action against both factions, it was imperative to understand his targets thoroughly. "Know thyself and know thy enemy, and you shall never be defeated." "I know a few things, though not extensively," Yang Liuyi replied, puzzled by Jiang Li's late-night inquiries but choosing to disclose what she knew. The Red House primarily engaged in grey industries such as brothels, permeating the entirety of the Great Xia dynasty. Within the Red House, there were 7 renowned demonesses, 2 of whom resided in the capital. Furong of the brothel division and Baifeng of the 100 Flowers Pavilion. The remaining 5 demonesses were situated in significant cities outside the capital. Beneath these 7 demonesses were various minor leaders, such as gambling den proprietors and trade officials. However, not all within the Red House were demons, some were human traders. Yang Liuyi elaborated on the general structure of the Red House. Jiang Li had encountered both Furong and Baifeng numerous times. Their powers were formidable, having transformed into demons of the Divine Sea realm under their command. A mix of humans and demons thrived. As for the Demon Guard, they thrived in the shadows, primarily vying for power. The Demon Guard consisted entirely of demons, governed by 10 commanders, one of whom was the Li Shui serpent demon from the Tianshui mountain range, also of the Divine Sea realm caliber. These 10 commanders were responsible for leading the demons and executing orders. In addition to these commanders, Yi Nantian had 9 adopted sons. Although these sons were also demons, they were not among the commanders of the Demon Guard. They disguised themselves as humans, primarily tasked with seizing power. While Chen Zhan Tiegu and Yi Tianlin had been slain by Jiang Li, 6 adopted sons remained. Though currently absent from the capital, they were likely to be summoned back, much like Yi Tianlin had been after repeated failures. The Demon Guard and the Red House represented 2 entirely different types of demonic factions. The Red House functioned more like an intelligence organization, while the Demon Guard was purely a combat organization. In this light, the Red House appeared to be a more manageable adversary. Jiang Li squinted thoughtfully. The Demon Guard consisted of ferocious and violent demons, requiring substantial strength to confront. Conversely, the Red House operated within bustling urban centers. As long as he could draw them out, he could leverage his power to capture them. Now that control over the Imperial Guards had been preliminarily established, General Yang led the Imperial Guards to pursue the Li Shui serpent demon. There was no need for him to worry on that front, he merely needed to await the news. With this in mind, he resolved to commence his efforts from within the capital, targeting the Red House's grey industries first before addressing the infiltrating demon leaders in the court. Though he could not yet act against Xiang Fei and Yi Nantian, he would seize the opportunity to eradicate all other demons. By doing so, he would not only cleanse the capital but also slay more demons to gain further cultivation. Jiang Li's mind was now filled with a fresh strategy. Previously, in his efforts to establish the Demon Extermination Office and enhance his strength, he had focused solely on weaker demons and refrained from engaging with the higher-ranking demon leaders. However, with his newfound strength and command over military power, he was now equipped to take action. "What do you intend to do?" Yang Liuyi found herself increasingly convinced by Jiang Li's resolve. "Since I am to act, my primary target must be the strongest," Jiang Li declared, altering his previous mindset. "Thus, my first objectives will be Furong of the Brothel Division and Baifeng of the 100 Flowers Pavilion." He had resolved to capture the leaders first. Since Furong and Baifeng were two of the 7 demonesses of the Red House, he would commence his pursuit with them and then systematically hunt down the others. Even if a few lesser demons managed to escape, they would be mere trifles. However, capturing these two prominent figures was an absolute necessity. Chapter 67 The reappearance of the Bureau of Courtesans. The Bureau of Courtesans. Jiangli had become a frequent visitor here. The original owner often frequented this establishment, and since his arrival in this realm, Jiangli had come twice. Of course, his initial visit was not primarily for the purpose of courting women, rather, it was to acquire the counterfeit imperial seal crafted by Chen Sisi. His second visit was to escort Chen Sisi and Chen Shishir away. This marked his third visit, and this time, he was not alone. He was accompanied by Li Wenwan, Yang Liuyi, and Gong Xinming, and furthermore, he had brought along Chen Sisi and Chen Shishir. In addition, there were the 6th Prince and numerous Eastern Palace guards, totaling over 100. These constituted all the forces Jiangli could mobilize, aside from the Imperial Forest Army. Your Highness, you have finally arrived. Our young ladies have long awaited your presence. At this moment, Furong, an official of the Bureau of Courtesans, remained blissfully unaware of the impending calamity. However, the fierce demeanor of Jiangli indicated that he was not here for mere flirtation, causing her heart to race. Yet, as a seasoned official of the Bureau, she could not flee or resist without concrete intelligence. Thus, she approached him with curiosity, eager to gather information to later report to the consort Xiang. I have received confidential reports indicating that malevolent creatures lurk within the Bureau of Courtesans. Fortified by my father's trust, I have established the Demon Slaying Bureau, dedicated to exterminating such fiends and restoring peace to the realm. Jiangli stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression indifferent as he cast a cold gaze at Furong. With his all-seeing eye, he discerned her true demonic form at a glance. However, he refrained from revealing this immediately or launching an attack. His intent was to capture the lesser demons first before confronting Furong, who was within his grasp and could not escape. What? There are indeed demons concealed within the Bureau? Surely, your Highness must be mistaken. Furong's heart sank, yet her facade remained impeccably composed. I too hope there has been an error. However, with demons rampant and brazen, should I fail to act decisively, I would betray my father's trust. Since I have received this intelligence, I must investigate thoroughly. If demons are discovered, it will validate the accuracy of the reports. If none are found, I shall provide appropriate compensation. Jiang Li's words were meticulously articulated, leaving Furong with no means to obstruct him. Meanwhile, Gong Xinming had already commenced a search with the Eastern Palace guards. Naturally, Li Wenwan assisted, for demons were cunning and often indiscernible to the untrained eye. While Jiangli focused on Furong, he could not aid in identifying the demons. However, aside from Jiangli, Li Wenwan possessed the ability to recognize demons as well. Jiangli relied on his all-seeing eye, while Li Wenwan utilized her unique perception of demonic blood. Human blood and demonic blood differ, and possessing a bloodthirsty spirit, she could discern them by scent. This was a rare yet practical ability. The Bureau of Courtesans was a significant location within the Red Chamber, naturally harboring numerous demons. Some disguised themselves as courtesans, while others assumed the roles of subservient attendants, and some lurked in shadowy corners. The strength of these demons was not particularly formidable, and under the capture efforts of the Eastern Palace guards and Li Wenwan, they were swiftly subdued. Of course, during the apprehension, the discovered demons were not likely to surrender quietly, resulting in inevitable skirmishes. The Bureau reverberated with chaos, instilling fear in all present. Your Highness, we have uncovered 7 demons in total. 3 of them retaliated fiercely upon discovery and were slain on the spot. The remaining 4 have been captured alive. Please, Your Highness, review them. After some time, Gong Xinming and Li Wenwan returned to report. The 3 gruesome demon corpses lay strewn upon the ground, bloodied and mangled, while the 4 captured demons were bound, bruised, and barely clinging to life. 7 demons were a considerable number, and their strength surpassed that of ordinary lesser demons, most being at the Qi realm and Dan Tian realm. Yet, before Li Wenwan and Gong Xinming, they posed no resistance and were effortlessly subdued. Witnessing this scene, Furong's eyelid twitched. Heavens above, there truly are demons. The realization that these fiends could assume human forms and conceal themselves within the Bureau was terrifying, especially considering she had previously conversed with them amicably, oblivious to their true nature. Furong's acting was exceptional. She feigned shock and symbolically patted her chest. Your Highness is indeed wise and powerful. These wretched demons stand no chance against you. Thank you, Your Highness, for purging the demons from our Bureau. On behalf of all the young ladies, I express our deepest gratitude. Furong bowed gracefully, her heart bleeding, yet her exterior remained flawless. As one of the 7 demonesses of the Red Chamber, Furong was not only formidable in strength but also astute, possessing exceptional skills. Most importantly, with the support of Consort Xiang, her ability to disguise was unmatched, making it difficult for anyone to uncover her demonic identity. Thus, Furong believed that Jiangli could not see through her ruse. 7 demons? The intelligence indicated 8. It appears one has yet to be found. We must continue our search to ensure no trace is overlooked. Jiangli did not turn to face Furong but instead surveyed the 7 demons, deliberately stating, What? There is still a demon within the Bureau, Your Highness. Please act swiftly to apprehend it, lest we continue to live in fear. Furong, adept in her performance, echoed Jiang Li's words, attempting to exonerate herself. Indeed, I cannot tolerate any impurities in my sight. The final demon must not only be found but eliminated without mercy. Jiang Li's tone was resolute, and even the 6th prince, standing nearby, was oblivious to the underlying truth. With a swift motion, Jiang Li seized the demon blade, his countenance radiating a fierce determination and righteousness. Join me in slaying demons. Without casting a glance at Furong, he advanced, seemingly prepared to lead the charge against the last remaining demon. Medium-grade divine technique. Blade of the Universe. The tigeress true energy coursed through the blade, invigorating it with a chilling brilliance and an aura of death. He stepped forward, then abruptly pivoted, unleashing a strike akin to a whiplash, catching all off guard. The blade, imbued with tremendous energy, sliced through the air toward Furong. Simultaneously, Li Wanwan's blood blade, Yang Liui's dagger, and Gong Xinming's embroidered spring knife all converged upon Furong. 4 practitioners at the Dantian realm united to besiege Furong, a formidable opponent at the Divine Sea realm. The killing intent, having reached its zenith, erupted in full force. Chapter 68. The spider demon in the air, the blades glimmered with a piercing sharpness, an ominous intent of death enveloping Furong in an instant. Furong had not anticipated that she had already been exposed, and that Zhongli had employed various distractions to divert her attention. By the time she realized the peril, it was already too late. At this moment, evasion was futile. She could only brace herself for the onslaught. Yet, even as a formidable 7th-tier practitioner of the Divine Sea realm, surrounded as she was, she found herself ensnared with no means of escape. Faced with the imminent life and death crisis, Furong dared not exhibit the slightest hint of complacency, swiftly retrieving her life-saving artifact. A thunderous roar erupted, reminiscent of a thunderclap. The entire Bureau of Pleasure was jolted, leaving all present momentarily deafened, their minds ringing. In that instant, the ground was blasted into a deep, charred crater, surrounded by vicious marks of blade and axe. Although Furong possessed a means of salvation, the urgency of the moment rendered her unable to fully activate it. Moreover, with Zhongli and his companions launching a simultaneous assault, the force was overwhelming. Consequently, Furong's protective artifact was cleaved through, leaving her wounded, 2 gaping wounds now gracing her body, blood pouring forth. How did you discover my presence? Furong gritted her teeth, her previous allure replaced by a chilling indifference and cruelty. She believed her disguise to be flawless, especially given the direct intervention of the fragrant consort herself, having spent years within the Bureau of Pleasure without incident, and with Zhongli having visited numerous times without unmasking her identity. She was perplexed as to why she had been uncovered this time. Are you attempting to buy time to heal? Zhongli, undeterred by his initial failed strike, recognized that Furong was a powerful demon of the Divine Sea realm and one of the 7 enchantresses of the Red Chamber, far from an easy adversary. His meticulously planned attack had only managed to disrupt her defenses and injure her, yet, Zhongli's keen perception had seen through Furong's subtle maneuvers. Armed with the demon blade, he executed the dragon stride, lunging forward to deliver another decisive blow. Blood-slaughtered demon blade. With his vitality surging, Zhongli showed no mercy, his gaze fixed coldly on Furong as he unleashed a forceful strike. At this moment, Yang Liui and the others also joined the fray. Meanwhile, the other Eastern Palace guards adhered to the established strategy, encircling the area to prevent Furong's escape. Though Zhongli was at the first tier of the Dantian realm, his overall strength was formidable. Li Wanwan, Yang Liui, and Gong Xinming were all powerful practitioners at the 8th or 9th tier of the Dantian realm. Together, they posed a significant threat even to Furong, who was already injured and in a weakened state. With a sharp sound, Yang Liui's dagger sliced across Furong's neck, drawing a line of blood that nearly ended her life. You all deserve to die. Cornered by Zhongli and his companions, Furong attempted to escape several times but to no avail. She understood that she must exert every ounce of her power today, for failure could mean her demise. Desperate to survive, she resolved to fight with all her might. With a sudden shift, Furong's aura turned cold and malevolent. A torrent of demonic energy erupted from her, enveloping the surroundings and instilling a profound sense of dread in all present. Simultaneously, her form began to transform, her body swelling like an inflated balloon. Eventually, she revealed her true demonic visage. She was a spider demon now towering 10 meters tall. Furong's body was pitch black, adorned with crimson patterns that exuded an aura of malevolence. 8 long and slender spider legs, sharp as spears and laced with venom, poised to strike, promising a swift and fatal poisoning upon contact. However, weakened from her previous injuries, she could only muster 70% of her peak combat prowess. With a flourish of her innate ability, spider silk weaving, Furong unleashed a formidable technique. Hundreds of white spider silks erupted forth, darting toward Zhongli and his companions. Each strand was remarkably resilient, possessing a tenacity that rendered it nearly impossible to sever once ensnared. Employing the dragon stride, Zhongli, despite being the lowest ranked among them, showcased his agility and deftness, evading the oncoming spider silks while advancing toward Furong with his blade drawn. Li Wanwan and Gong Xinming, though slightly less agile, managed to fend off the silk attacks, while Yang Liui, as a skilled assassin, effortlessly dodged the strands, making her way toward Zhongli. Do you truly think you can kill me? What a delusion! Furong's shrill cry pierced the air, unleashing a torrent of her formidable mental energy. As a 7th-tier practitioner of the Divine Sea realm, her mental prowess was immense, her piercing shrieks threatening to shatter the very consciousness of those who heard it. With a resonant sound, Zhongli, though merely a Dantian realm warrior yet to awaken his mental faculties, countered with his own sonic wave technique, significantly diminishing the impact of Furong's mental assault. Yang Liui, leveraging her skills, barely managed to withstand Furong's psychic onslaught. Soon, both Zhongli and Yang Liui closed in, flanking Furong from either side. 8 Spider Annihilation Spear. Furong's eyes glinted with madness and cruelty. Her 8 slender legs, now resembling poisoned spears, lashed out wildly towards Zhongli and Yang Liui. Clang, clang, clang. Zhongli, wielding the demon blade, parried the onslaught of spider legs, but his inferior rank rendered him unable to withstand Furong's might, forcing him to retreat step by step. In contrast, Yang Liui, employing her unique agility and assassin's techniques, danced through the spider legs barrage, positioning herself directly before Fu Rong. In a swift motion, Yang Liui drew her soft sword, as slender as a cicada's wing, from her waist. She wielded two weapons, a sturdy dagger and the flexible yet lethal soft sword, enhancing her combat effectiveness. With her left hand gripping the dagger and her right maneuvering the soft sword, she infused her energy and struck at Fu Rong. In her weakened state and outnumbered, Fu Rong struggled to allocate sufficient strength to counter Yang Liui's assault. The soft sword, like a ribbon, ensnared the swiftly lunging spider leg. Then, in an astonishing twist, Yang Liui contorted her body, resembling a swimming fish, and slipped beneath Fu Rong's suspended form, which was held aloft by her 8 spider legs. In that precarious position, Yang Liui deftly thrust her dagger at an acute angle, plunging it into Fu Rong's abdomen. Ah! The strike severely wounded Fu Rong, igniting her fury, and she retaliated with wild abandon, her spider legs crashing into Yang Liui, sending her hurtling back, blood spilling forth. Chapter 69:2 Centuries of cultivation. The wounded demon was driven to madness. At that moment, Fu Rong had a dagger from Yang Liui embedded in her abdomen, crimson demon blood dripping down the blade. This strike inflicted immense damage upon Fu Rong. The agony and her injuries pushed her into a frenzied rage, leading her to attack wildly. Although Yang Liui was formidable, she was barely holding her ground against the rampaging Fu Rong and was ultimately struck, causing her to spit blood and be sent flying. With a start, Jiang Li felt a surge of urgency and swiftly unleashed his technique, Tigress Might, propelling himself into the air to catch Yang Liui. He observed that Yang Liui's left arm had been pierced, blood oozing from the gaping wound. Meanwhile, the venom from Fu Rong's spider legs was taking its toll, causing Yang Liui's complexion to darken as toxic fumes enveloped her. Jiang Li quickly retreated with Yang Liui, retrieving an antidote pill to administer to her. However, Fu Rong's poison was too potent, the antidote could only provide temporary relief, failing to eradicate the toxin completely. Yet, the battle was far from over. Injured and more frenzied than ever, Fu Rong unleashed a torrent of webbing and swung her spider legs wildly, shattering the surroundings, tables, chairs, and the very ground beneath them. In a fit of madness, she fled, bursting through the doors of the Ministry of Music. Take care of her. A glint of cold determination flickered in Jiang Li's eyes. He entrusted the poisoned Yang Liui to the care of the Chen sisters while he charged forward, intent on pursuing Fu Rong. He had orchestrated this plan for so long, exerting considerable effort to corner Fu Rong to this point. He could not stand idly by as she escaped. At this moment, Li Wenwan and Gong Xinming had caught up, yet their lack of speed prevented them from closing in on Fu Rong. With a powerful stride, Jiang Li executed both Tigress Might and Tigress Wing, his gaze icy and resolute as he employed two techniques simultaneously. The energy within him was rapidly depleting, but he paid it no mind. Soon enough, Jiang Li surged ahead of Li Wenwan and Gong Xinming, regaining ground on Fu Rong. Though Fu Rong was in a wild frenzy, her injuries had worsened. The dagger had struck her soft underbelly, inflicting serious harm. While she appeared to be clawing and thrashing about, her breath was growing increasingly feeble. If this continued, she would inevitably succumb to her grievous wounds. With a firm grip on the demon-slaying blade, Jiang Li unleashed his demon-slaying sword technique, channeling his energy into the weapon. Although his cultivation was far beneath that of Fu Rong, his agility granted him an advantage, continuously thwarting her advance. Soon, Li Wenwan and Gong Xinming joined him, and the three of them cooperated to besiege Fu Rong, making it even more difficult for her to counter. The clash intensified, yet for Fu Rong, it was merely a fleeting resurgence. Her injuries were too severe, the dagger remained lodged in her abdomen, and despite her furious struggle, she was weakening further. With every passing moment, her wounds became more critical. Finally, Jiang Li seized the opportunity. Employing the heavenly eye of insight, he activated his divine abilities, his eyes shining with clarity as he seemingly perceived the vulnerabilities within Fu Rong's form. Swiftly, he pinpointed a significant flaw. Utilizing both Tigress Might and Tigress Wing, Jiang Li leapt high into the air, propelled by the energy of his technique, and in the blink of an eye, he was beneath Fu Rong. Looking up, he beheld Fu Rong's pallid, soft abdomen and the dagger embedded within it. This was the most glaring weakness in her entire being. With resolve in his eyes and a fierce intent, Jiang Li invoked the mid-grade divine technique, Sword That Cuts the Universe. He channeled the remaining tiger energy and vitality within him into the demon blade, which suddenly emanated a strange, purple glow. With immense strength, he swung the blade upward, aiming for Fu Rong's abdomen. The blade accurately penetrated the wound created by the dagger, allowing the sharp edge to slide more easily into her flesh. With a sickening sound, the blade pierced through skin and muscle, emerging from Fu Rong's back, stained with blood. A chilling scream erupted from her lips, and her massive form collapsed to the ground, thrashing in agony before gradually falling still. The 10-meter spider, once Fu Rong, lay lifeless in a pool of blood, her abdomen pierced, and her life extinguished. One of the 7 demonesses of the Red Mansion, Fu Rong, had thus perished. Panting heavily, Jiang Li's complexion turned pale, his steps unsteady, utterly drained of strength. That final strike had taken every ounce of his energy. Fortunately, he had won the gamble, slaying Fu Rong and achieving ultimate victory. Indeed, Fu Rong was one of the 7 demonesses, her power far surpassing that of other demons. Among the demons Jiang Li had encountered, only Xiang Fei and Yi Nantian, along with the Li Shui serpent demon from the Tianshui Mountains, could rival her strength. With her 7th-tier strength in the Divine Sea Realm, and as a spider demon, her sticky webs and fearsome legs were exceptionally challenging to contend with. Despite Jiang Li having gained an absolute advantage and the combined efforts of 4 individuals, they still struggled to subdue her, resulting in Yang Liui succumbing to the spider's venom. This battle had certainly not been without its hardships. However, the rewards were monumental. The demons within the Ministry of Music had been purged, and one of the 7 demonesses of the Red Mansion had been slain. Most significantly, Jiang Li had personally vanquished Fu Rong, and a surge of warmth, more powerful than any he had previously experienced, flowed within him. By defeating the spider demon, he had attained 2 centuries of cultivation. Furong, indeed, was one of the 7 demonesses of the Red Mansion, and Jiang Li had managed to absorb 2 centuries of her cultivation. This marked his greatest achievement since embarking on his demon-slaying journey. With the 2 centuries of cultivation acquired now added to the 1 century he had earned from defeating Yi Tianlin, Jiang Li now possessed a total of 3 centuries of cultivation. He merely needed to slay a few lesser demons to accumulate enough to reach 320 years of cultivation, thereby elevating the Tigeress Roar and Dragoness Song technique to its 6th tier. To Jiang Li, this was the ultimate reward. Your Highness, I have failed in slaying the demon, please punish me. Gong Xinming approached Jiang Li, a look of shame etched upon his face. Though he was a powerful cultivator at the pinnacle of the 9th tier in the Dantian realm, he felt deeply embarrassed that both the injuring and eventual slaying of Furong were due to Yang Liuyi and Jiang Li's efforts. You have done your utmost, Jiang Li reassured him. I shall return first. The aftermath is in your hands. Jiang Li did not chastise Gong Xinming. Although his strength was commendable, his agility was lacking. While he had not suffered serious injuries, he had exhausted his energy, and with Yang Liuyi's poisoning in uncertain condition, Jiang Li felt a pang of concern, prompting him to leave without further delay. Farewell, Your Highness. Gong Xinming bowed respectfully. As the battle concluded, Jiang Li swiftly departed with the poisoned Yang Liuyi, followed closely by the Chen sisters and Li Wenwan. Meanwhile, the 6th prince, who had been completely bewildered throughout the ordeal, finally gasped in disbelief. A grave situation had unfolded. Chapter 70 of the 5 Poisonous Herbs in the East Palace. At this moment, Yang Liuyi lay on the bed, her eyes tightly shut, lost in a deep coma. How terrifying is the venom of the spider! Jiang Li's heart trembled at the thought. After all, Yang Liuyi was a formidable warrior at the 7th level of the Dantian realm, well versed in various assassination techniques and possessing considerable knowledge of both poisoning and antidotes. Yet, despite her expertise, she had succumbed to a lethal poison, teetering on the brink of death. Although Jiang Li wielded the unwritten heavenly steel and had mastered numerous martial arts, he lacked the skills to heal, leaving him to fret helplessly by her side. At that moment, the one examining Yang Liuyi was Chen Shishir, the sole alchemist in the vicinity. What is her condition? Jiang Li inquired eagerly as soon as Chen Shishir concluded her examination. Yang Liuyi was not only his personal guard but also his fiancée. Their first meeting had been less than pleasant, yet their relationship had significantly progressed over time. Of this time, Yang Liuyi had been poisoned while attempting to eliminate Furong, and Jiang Li's worry was palpable. Your Highness, Miss Yang's condition is quite dire. Chen Shishir replied, her countenance grim, yet she did not dare to conceal the truth. Her injuries are not the primary concern. The most perilous aspect is the spider venom. This venom is insidious and domineering, rendering ordinary detoxification pills utterly ineffective. Moreover, it is currently advancing towards Miss Yang's heart, and should the venom reach that critical point, even divine intervention would be futile. Chen Shishir's words drained the color from Jiang Li's face. He had not anticipated the situation to be so grave. How can we neutralize the poison? Jiang Li, unfamiliar with alchemy and healing arts, could only place his hope in Chen Shishir. I have encountered a similar case in an ancient text, Chen Shishir replied. I can attempt to concoct a 5-poison spirit pill, using poison to counteract poison, which would force the spider venom out of Miss Yang's system. However, the 5-poison spirit pill requires a rare herb known as the 5-poison grass as its primary ingredient. Chen Shishir had been fascinated by alchemy since her youth. Even before her family was persecuted, she had read extensively on the subject, allowing her to quickly propose a detoxification plan. 5-poison grass? Compile a list of the required herbs, and I shall assist you in gathering them. Jiang Li declared, unaware of the rarity of the 5-poison grass, yet determined to exert every effort for Yang Liuyi's sake. Chen Shishir nodded and swiftly penned a list. How much time do we have left? Jiang Li asked, his concern for Yang Liuyi's perilous state preventing any lapse in vigilance. No more than 10 days. If we do not procure the 5-poison spirit pill within that time frame, even divine beings will be unable to save her, Chen Shishir stated, her silver teeth biting down in contemplation. 10 days. Jiang Li's heart tightened. He dared not hesitate, entrusting Yang Liuyi's care to Chen Shishir and her sister, while he swiftly set out to search for the herbs on the list. As the crown prince of the Great Xia, his high status commanded numerous individuals to seek the medicinal herbs on his behalf. He scoured both the royal treasury and the private collections of the Grand General, yet despite gathering every other herb, the elusive 5-poison grass remained untraceable. Your Highness, Asha seeks an audience. Just as Jiang Li found himself at a loss, Asha arrived. Although Asha was affiliated with the Demon Slayer division, he was also a trusted confidant of Mu Ziqing, consistently supplying Jiang Li with intelligence from all corners of the capital. After mobilizing every resource to search for the 5-poison grass, Asha's presence suggested he might have made a breakthrough. Have you found any news regarding the 5-poison grass? Jiang Li asked eagerly before Asha could speak. Asha nodded but then shook his head. Your Highness, I have searched extensively but have yet to uncover the whereabouts of the 5-poison grass. However, the young lady has sent me with a message for you. Asha mentioned Mu Ziqing, saying, she stated that she once saw a specimen of 5-poison grass in the possession of Bai Feng. Bai Feng? Jiang Li narrowed his eyes, a cold glint flashing within. Bai Feng, along with Furong, was one of the 7 enchantresses of the Red Tower and a primary target of Jiang Li's pursuits. However, after Furong's demise, Bai Feng had vanished without a trace, indicating her awareness of her exposure in subsequent flight. While searching for the 5-poison grass, Jiang Li had also dispatched individuals to track down Bai Feng, yet those efforts had yielded no results. Have you located Bai Feng? Jiang Li inquired of Asha. The 5 poison grass was in Bai Feng's possession, but she had fled without news of Bai Feng. The pursuit of the 5 poison grass was futile. The young lady mentioned that Bai Feng has not escaped the capital. It is highly likely she is hiding somewhere within, with the palace being a prime suspect. Asha relayed Mu Ziqing's conjecture. Mu Ziqing's rise to become the queen of the underground world, while also controlling Asha, spoke volumes of her capabilities. The 100 Flowers Palace. Zhang Li's gaze deepened, instantly conjuring a location in his mind. The Red Tower was a demonic force nurtured by the fragrant concubine. Both Bai Feng and Furong were among the 7 enchantresses of the Red Tower, thus closely associated with the fragrant concubine. If Bai Feng was indeed hiding within the palace, it would undoubtedly be linked to her. Of course, other locations were also possible, but the 100 Flowers Palace remained the primary suspect. Is this a game of playing tricks in the dark? Zhang Li mused. Though lacking concrete evidence, his instincts suggested that Bai Feng was likely concealed within the 100 Flowers Palace. The fragrant concubine was not only a favored consort in the imperial harem but also a 1,000-year-old fox demon. Her formidable prowess meant that Zhang Li could not contend against her with his current strength. Furthermore, Zhang Dingshan had previously cautioned him against provoking the fragrant concubine and Yin Antian. If Bai Feng had merely fled and sought refuge in the 100 Flowers Palace, Zhang Li might have hesitated to pursue her due to fear. Yet now, with Bai Feng intertwined with the 5 poison grass, he understood that without locating her, acquiring the 5 poison grass would be impossible. To save Yang Liui, Zhang Li resolved to venture into the most perilous of situations. I understand. Thank you for your efforts. You may return now. Zhang Li had made up his mind. After rewarding Asha, he sent him away. Asha's channels were useful for gathering intelligence, but when it came to eliminating threats, the Demon Slayer division was essential. Moreover, this time he faced not only Bai Feng but also the formidable fragrant concubine. Therefore, if he wished to locate Bai Feng and acquire the 5 poison grass, it would fall solely upon Zhang Li's shoulders. The 5 poison grass must be obtained. However, given the fragrant concubine's power, Zhang Li recognized the necessity of enhancing his own strength before daring to investigate the 100 Flowers Palace. For Yang Liui's sake, he would not relent, yet he refrained from recklessly charging into the palace unprepared. After a moment's contemplation, he returned to his quarters. With the unwritten heavenly steel, his cultivation had amassed to 360 years, sufficient to further delve into the Thunder Roar Dragon Chant technique. Chapter 71 Breaking into the 100 Flower Palace. With 320 years of cultivation infused, the Tiger Roar and Dragon Chant technique ascended to the 6th level. Soon, Zhang Li channeled his energy and began to deduce the martial arts. Instantly, it felt as though a deafening tiger's roar and a soul-shaking dragon's cry resonated in his ears, causing his blood to surge and his entire being to burn with an intense heat, akin to being trapped within a furnace. A searing sensation enveloped him, as if he were to be reduced to ash, overwhelming him with pain. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Li steadfastly endured, yet ultimately succumbed to the agony and fainted. After a prolonged period, Zhang Li gradually regained consciousness. To his astonishment, he discovered that his garments had been torn apart. Furthermore, a layer of foul, dark impurities coated his skin, as though he had undergone a profound cleansing of both body and spirit. Not only that, but he also noticed that his physique had expanded noticeably, his stature and limbs had grown significantly sturdier, granting him a robust appearance. He had reached the 6th level of the Dantian realm. Zhang Li was elated to find that his Dantian was brimming with vigorous and potent Tiger Sha true energy, now filled to 60%. This signified a remarkable leap in his cultivation, elevating him from the 1st to the 6th level of the Dantian realm in a single bound. Within my Tiger Roar, there seems to be a hint of Dragon Chant, transforming it into the Tiger Roar and Dragon Chant, enhancing its potency, and enabling it to withstand mental assaults. Zhang Li was again filled with joy, recognizing that not only had his realm advanced, but also the martial techniques he had mastered had undergone transformation. The Tiger Roar had evolved into the Tiger Roar and Dragon Chant, its power magnified, imparting considerable intimidation against adversaries. The Dragon Step and Tiger Stride appeared to have quickened as well. Previously, Zhang Li had only grasped the Tiger Stride, lacking the mastery of the Dragon Step. Additionally, the elevation of the Tiger Roar and Dragon Chant technique to the 6th level bestowed upon him yet another martial art. Dragon Battle in the Wild, a close combat technique capable of vanquishing both tigers and dragons, tearing apart demons with formidable force. Zhang Li's heart brimmed with elation. Among the martial techniques he now commanded were knife techniques, sound wave techniques, body techniques, and lethal skills. Yet, as a butcher by trade, his foundation in martial arts had been somewhat lacking, resulting in deficiencies in combat techniques. However, the acquisition of the Dragon Battle in the Wild martial art had once again filled this gap, augmenting his overall prowess. With the 6th level of the Dantian realm, the Tiger Roar and Dragon Chant, and Dragon Battle in the Wild, this breakthrough had brought about tremendous enhancement. Although he currently stood at the 6th level, he felt capable of contending with martial artists at the 8th or 9th levels of the Dantian realm. Even those at the 1st or 2nd levels of the Divine Sea realm might not possess the strength to confront him directly. As Zhang Li sensed the surge of power within him, he swiftly assessed his current capabilities. Should he encounter Furong again, he was confident in his ability to dispatch her with greater swiftness. The enhancement of his strength imbued him with a profound sense of security. Zhang Li's realm. 6th level of the Dantian realm cultivation. 40 years technique is 6th level of the Tiger Roar and Dragon Chant martial skills. Mastery of the demon slaying knife technique, minor completion of Tiger Roar and Dragon Chant, minor completion of Dragon Step and Tiger Stride, entry level of Black Tiger Heart extraction, entry level of Winged Tiger, entry level of Dragon Battle in the Wild mystical powers. Medium grade Spirit Snake Eye, low grade knife splitting heaven and earth. Zhang Li cast a glance at the unmarked celestial tablet, gaining a clearer understanding of his own strength. Though none of his martial techniques or mystical powers were particularly formidable, collectively they rendered Zhang Li's capabilities far superior to those of his peers. With only 40 years of cultivation remaining, the Tiger Roar and Dragon Chant technique required 640 years to break through to the 7th level, a truly vexing predicament. Glancing at the dwindling years of cultivation, Zhongli felt a wave of frustration. It was only after slaying Tianlin and Furong that he had barely amassed 320 years of cultivation. The next endeavor to gather 640 years would prove to be even more arduous, yet Zhongli remained undeterred. His newfound strength would enable him to slay even more formidable demons, accelerating the acquisition of cultivation. With his enhanced power, it was time to proceed to the 100-Flower Palace. A glint of determination sparkled in Zhongli's eyes. The 5 poisons herb lay within Bai Feng's grasp, and with Yang Liui's time limited to merely 10 days, 5 of which had already elapsed, he must act swiftly, especially since Chen Shishir would require at least 3 or 4 days to concoct the elixir. Thus, a visit to the 100-Flower Palace was imperative. Concluding his cultivation, Zhongli bathed and donned fresh attire, noting that he had grown taller once again, now reaching a height of 1.90 meters. Gong Xinming, accompany me to the 100-Flower Palace. This time, Zhongli brought only Gong Xinming along. After all, this was the Imperial Palace, and even the likes of Xiang Fei and Bai Feng would not dare to act against him recklessly. The Imperial Palace was vast. The journey from the Eastern Palace to the 100-Flower Palace took nearly an hour. Eventually, Zhongli and Gong Xinming arrived at the 100-Flower Palace. However, as they attempted to enter, they were met with obstruction. Your Highness, the Empress has been feeling unwell lately, having just taken her medicine and is resting. It would be best for your Highness to return another day. A palace maid stood firmly in front of Zhongli, her words respectful yet resolute. Among the 4 personal maids serving the fragrant concubine, named Chunhua, Xiachun, Zhouyue, and Dongxue, it was Chunhua who stood in Zhongli's way. Zhongli narrowed his eyes slightly. If previously he had merely speculated that Bai Feng might be hiding within the 100-Flower Palace, it now seemed that his suspicions held considerable weight. The fragrant concubine has indeed toiled greatly in managing the inner palace. As the Crown Prince, I am duty-bound to show filial piety. Clear the way, I must visit the Empress. With Yang Liui's life hanging in the balance, how could Zhongli allow a mere palace maid to impede his progress? The Empress has already retired. Your Highness should consider returning another day. Chunhua insisted on blocking his path, for this was the command of the fragrant concubine. Seeking death. Zhongli had dared to breach the Imperial Guard's encampment. How could he be deterred by a mere palace maid? At that moment, Chuanua's persistent obstruction provided him with a justification for violence. Without hesitation, Zhongli drew the demon-slaying knife from his storage ring, infusing it with Tiger Sha true energy. Without a hint of warning, he struck downwards towards Chunhua. Chunhua, not only a personal mate to the fragrant concubine but also a demon in disguise, possessed strength at the 3rd level of the Dantian realm. Unfortunately, she had never anticipated that Zhongli would explode into violence over a mere disagreement. Furthermore, in the face of Zhongli's post-breakthrough power, she had no means of resistance. Thus, Chunhua could only watch helplessly as the demon-slaying knife descended. Stop! At that moment, the fragrant concubine's urgent voice rang out, desperate to save Chunhua, yet Zhongli's knife did not falter. In fact, it accelerated with even greater ferocity. Swish, the demon-slaying knife sliced through the air, exuding a chilling aura of death, before striking precisely at Chuanua's fair and delicate neck. With a sickening thud, the blade fell, and a crimson line appeared upon Chuanua's porcelain neck. In an instant, her head tumbled from her shoulders, a torrent of blood gushing forth from the severed neck, painting the scene in a gruesome spectacle. This strike was powerful and ruthless, unstoppable in its path. How dare a mere palace maid obstruct my progress? Chapter 72. A clash of titans. Thud, the lifeless body of Chunhua collapsed, blood gushing forth to form a crimson pool. Simultaneously, a familiar warmth surged into Zhongli's being. The slaying of the cat demon had bestowed him with 50 years of cultivation. Little did he expect that Chunhua possessed such a remarkable level of cultivation. It was indeed a delightful surprise. Zhongli, how dare you kill one of my people? At this moment, the fragrant concubine stormed in, her phoenix eyes ablaze with wrath. She, too, was taken aback that Zhongli had the audacity to commit murder within her 100 Flowers Palace, especially against her personal maid. Was he attempting to incite rebellion? Chunhua deceitfully claimed that the noble concubine was gravely ill and refused my visit. Yet now it seems, noble concubine, you are as lively as ever and not at all unwell. To deceive the sovereign is a grave offense. Such a wretched maid must be executed, lest she remain to celebrate the new year. Zhongli wiped the blood from his demon blade and stowed it back into his storage ring. His words made the fragrant concubine's silver teeth clench, her eyes seething with fury. Oh! Zhongli feigned surprise, observing as Chuanua's lifeless form quickly transformed into a flower cat demon. The fragrant concubine's personal maid had, in truth, metamorphosed into a demon, a revelation that was truly alarming. Fortunately, the noble concubine possessed the discerning eye to see through her malevolent intentions and eradicate the demon for her sake. There is no need for thanks, as it is my duty as the director of the demon-slaying department to eliminate such evils, he declared. Zhongli's sharp tongue incited a tempest of emotions within the fragrant concubine, her chest rising and falling tumultuously. As the crown prince, why are you not in the Eastern Palace but here in my 100 Flowers Palace? She knew that with Chuanua's death, she could not exploit the situation, so she could only glare coldly at Zhongli, her gaze icy. I have received reports of a fugitive demon hiding within the 100 Flowers Palace. Given your esteemed status, noble concubine, if you were to be harmed by such a creature, it would surely grieve his majesty. However, fear not, for I am here today to purge the demons for your safety. Zhongli asserted his authority, taking the initiative. The fragrant concubine realized that the news of Bai Feng had leaked, yet her animosity towards Jiang Li was profound, especially since Bai Feng was her trusted confidant. There was no way she would allow Jiang Li to invade the Hundred Flowers Palace to apprehend her. Your Highness is jesting. My Hundred Flowers Palace is pristine. How could there possibly be demons lurking here? Perhaps you have been slaying too many demons lately and have begun to hallucinate. It is getting late. You should return to the Eastern Palace and rest, she coldly retorted, outright refusing Jiang Li's intrusion. However, Jiang Li remained undeterred, boldly stepping over Chuanhua's corpse and forcefully entering the Hundred Flowers Palace. Until the demons are eradicated, not only the Hundred Flowers Palace but the entire Imperial Palace remains in jeopardy. As the director of the Demon Slaying Department, I am not only responsible for vanquishing demons but also for your safety, noble concubine. I shall investigate, and should I find nothing, I will take my leave. If you insist on obstructing me, do you harbor a guilty conscience? Jiang Li approached the fragrant concubine, towering over her at nearly 6.5 feet, his gaze surveying her delicate form. At that moment, he held the moral high ground and was unafraid of her resistance, otherwise, he could seize the opportunity to leverage her actions against her. The fragrant concubine was acutely aware of this. After all, during their last encounter, Jiang Li had utilized a counterfeit imperial seal to instigate a thorough investigation within the palace, resulting in significant losses for her. If he were to catch her off guard again, the repercussions would be dire. Moreover, Bai Feng was already concealed within her underground secret chamber, which was not only hidden but also fortified with special formations. Even a practitioner at the Divine Sea realm would be unable to detect it, let alone Jiang Li and Gong Xinming, who were merely at the Dantian realm. After a moment of contemplation, the fragrant concubine concluded that Jiang Li could not possibly uncover Bai Feng's whereabouts, thus, she chose not to obstruct him further, slightly shifting her posture. Since you insist, Your Highness, in order to prove my innocence, I shall allow you to search. However, I must warn you, should you find nothing, I will take my grievances before His Majesty, and I cannot guarantee the consequences of such an encounter, she threatened, her silver teeth gritted. Yet Jiang Li merely chuckled lightly, stepping past the fragrant concubine and into the Hundred Flowers Palace. The interior was resplendent, adorned in opulence. At this moment, the fragrant concubine's other 3 personal maids had learned of Chuanhua's demise. Though they dared not express their outrage, their glances toward Jiang Li were laden with animosity. However, Jiang Li paid no heed to their stares. There were far too many who wished for his demise. What were these 3 maids in comparison? The Hundred Flowers Palace was bustling, accommodating not only the fragrant concubine and her 4 personal maids but also a dozen or so maids and eunuchs attending to daily affairs. Its vastness rivaled that of Jiang Li's Eastern Palace. Accompanied by Gong Xinming, Jiang Li scoured the premises, utilizing the opportunity to gain a clear understanding of the palace's internal structure. Your Highness, you have searched for quite some time. Have you yet to locate the fugitive demon? The fragrant concubine's cold voice pierced the air. After a while, eager to retort, confident that Jiang Li would not find Bai Feng, she sought to regain the upper hand. Noble concubine, do not be anxious. Demons are cunning and will not be easily found. However, I possess keen insight. No demon can escape my watchful eye. Jiang Li had nearly concluded his search and decided to drop the pretense, instead breaking into a smile. Oh? If that is the case, then I implore you, Your Highness, to unearth the demon. The fragrant concubine scoffed, utterly unconvinced by Jiang Li's words. Bai Feng was safely hidden within the secret chamber she had meticulously crafted. If Jiang Li were to discover it, that would indeed be suspicious. In the face of the fragrant concubine's taunt, Jiang Li maintained his silence, gesturing for Gong Xinming. In an instant, Gong Xinming swiftly exited the Hundred Flowers Palace, soon returning with over 100 Eastern Palace guards and Li Wenwan in tow. Your Highness, what do you mean by this? Upon seeing the Eastern Palace guards, the fragrant concubine's expression turned frosty. I have discovered the demon's hiding place, and I have summoned reinforcements to apprehend it, Jiang Li declared confidently. Noble concubine, this place is perilous. You are a precious gem. For your safety, I kindly ask you to vacate the Hundred Flowers Palace for the time being. This commotion had already attracted considerable attention, even drawing the gaze of Jiang Dingshan. The fragrant concubine sensed the scrutiny, her anger boiling within, yet she was compelled to suppress it. She could not believe that Jiang Li could uncover the underground chamber. I shall see just what capabilities you possess. The fragrant concubine snorted disdainfully, ushering her maids and eunuchs outside the palace gates. Confident in the security of her underground chamber, she was unprepared for what would unfold next. In the very next moment, her expression changed dramatically as Jiang Li issued a command, and the entrance to the underground chamber swung open. Chapter 73, The Underground Chamber. How can this be possible? The beautiful eyes of the fragrant concubine widened in disbelief as she gazed upon the entrance to the hidden chamber that had been unearthed. This secret chamber was a construction of her own making, meticulously excavated and built after her arrival at the Hundred Flowers Palace. It was not only exceedingly concealed but also fortified with an array of protective formations designed to thwart any probing of mental energy. Until now, the underground chamber had remained undiscovered. Although Jiang Li had visited the Hundred Flowers Palace before, he had never perceived anything amiss. How could he possibly uncover the entrance to the chamber this time? The fragrant concubine was utterly perplexed, yet, the undeniable truth lay before her, compelling her to accept it. With the discovery of the chamber's entrance, the likelihood of finding Bai Feng increased significantly, tightening the fragrant concubine's heart with trepidation. However, with Jiang Dingshan already paying attention to the situation, she could not act impulsively, regardless of her anxiety. To do so would risk exposure, leading to even graver consequences. After much contemplation, the fragrant concubine finally closed her eyes, resigning herself to the sacrifice of Bai Feng. Jiangli, you have already slain Furong, and now you seek to kill Bai Feng. This blood feud shall not go unavenged. I shall ensure that you pay for your transgressions. The fragrant concubine's heart surged with murderous intent, deepening her loathing for Jiangli. At this moment, Jiangli remained blissfully unaware of the fragrant concubine's animosity, having prepared himself mentally for any eventuality. Nevertheless, his primary focus was on the underground chamber. Despite it, yet, given their current strength, locating the entrance was one thing, breaching the chamber's defenses would be a formidable challenge. Your Highness, how could there be a hidden chamber within the Hundred Flowers Palace? I implore you to open it so we may conduct a thorough search. Jiangli did not opt for a forceful breach, for the intricate formations guarding the chamber were not easily unraveled by the uninitiated. He remained patient, addressing the fragrant concubine directly, urging her to dissolve the formations and unveil the chamber. The emergence of the underground chamber had placed the fragrant concubine in a precarious position. Should she refuse to open it, her culpability would only deepen, leading to an unshakable stain upon her reputation. Sensing Jiang Dingshan's scrutinizing gaze, the fragrant concubine, though reluctant, found herself compelled to act and dismantle the formations in full view of the assembly. This chamber was merely a storeroom for safeguarding significant treasures, devoid of any malevolent entities. Yet, since the crown prince wished to inspect it, I shall acquiesce to your desires. However, should no evil be found, I shall not permit you to depart lightly. The fragrant concubine was acutely aware that Bai Feng was concealed within, but she feigned ignorance to absolve herself of suspicion. For the sake of her grand scheme to annex the Great Xia, she was left with no choice but to sacrifice Bai Feng. As the protective formations of the underground chamber were methodically dismantled, only a massive bronze door remained. Creak, at long last, the bronze door swung open. Gong Xinming positioned himself protectively in front of Jiangli, while Li Wenwan gripped the blood sword tightly, and over 100 palace guards drew their weapons, prepared for any eventuality. Whoosh, a piercing shriek erupted from the underground chamber, a terrifying surge of mental energy erupting forth like a sharp lance, burrowing into the minds of all present, causing agonizing headaches and overwhelming suffering. Swish, in the next moment, a white figure burst forth from the underground chamber, making a swift bid for freedom. Kill. Li Wenwan, swift to react, brandished the blood sword with fervor. Possessing the formidable strength of a pinnacle 9th level of the Dantian realm, combined with her bloodthirsty physique and the blood sword, she was more than capable of contending with demons of the 2nd or 3rd level of the Divine Sea realm. With a fierce determination, Li Wenwan charged forward, intercepting the white figure. It was at this moment that the onlookers discerned the true identity of the white figure. It was a white egret demon, its plumage as pure as snow, devoid of any mottled feathers, towering at an impressive height of 10 meters, with long, straight legs and a beak as sharp as a spear. This was the demon's true form, Bai Feng, whose power surpassed even Furong, boasting a formidable 8th level of the Divine Sea realm. Bai Feng, evidently alerted by the fragrant concubine's warning, realized she could no longer remain hidden and erupted into action, intent on fleeing. Yet, Li Wenwan's relentless assault thwarted her escape. In the meantime, the palace guards swiftly surrounded Bai Feng, effectively trapping her. You all shall perish. Bai Feng screeched, her voice a chilling wail. A torrent of demonic energy surged forth, enveloping her in a swirling mist, rendering her surroundings indistinct and disorienting. Moreover, sharp mental energy bombarded them, causing excruciating pain, as though their very heads might explode. Whoosh, with a powerful flap of her wings, Bai Feng lunged forward, her massive form akin to a streak of white lightning. However, this time she did not make for the exit. Instead, she charged directly towards Jiangli, seemingly intent on exacting vengeance. Beware, Your Highness! Gong Xinming exclaimed in alarm, swiftly drawing his embroidered spring blade, unleashing his full energy in an attempt to intercept Bai Feng and shield Jiangli from harm. Get away! Bai Feng's eyes blazed with fury as she lashed out with her wings like blades. Gong Xinming, merely at the Dantian realm, found himself vastly outmatched against Bai Feng, who was an 8th level of the Divine Sea realm. As she struck him, it felt like a catastrophic blow. He nearly lost his grip on the embroidered spring blade, sent reeling backward, blood spilling from his mouth. After repelling Gong Xinming, Bai Feng continued her relentless pursuit of Jiangli. With a calm demeanor, Jiangli faced Bai Feng's onslaught, unperturbed. Employing the dragon step technique, he evaded her ferocious attack with astonishing ease. Yet, Bai Feng was undeterred and relentlessly pursued Jiangli once more, seemingly resolved to slay him at any cost. Protect His Highness! Gong Xinming commanded urgently, tightening his grip on the embroidered spring blade as he charged at Bai Feng once more. Simultaneously, Li Wenwan, wielding the blood sword, surged forward in tandem. Over 100 palace guards swiftly joined the fray, encircling Bai Feng and launching a coordinated assault. Despite her formidable prowess, surrounded by such overwhelming numbers, Bai Feng found herself ensnared, temporarily immobilized. Outside the 100 Flowers Palace, the fragrant concubine bore witness to the unfolding chaos, her heart sinking slightly the moment the underground chamber was revealed. She understood that Bai Feng's concealment was irrevocably compromised. Yet, Bai Feng's sacrifice must serve a purpose. Thus, she communicated telepathically, urging Bai Feng to target Jiangli. If Bai Feng could perish alongside him, her sacrifice would not be in vain. As for the fragrant concubine herself, she longed to personally flay Jiangli alive. Yet, the watchful gaze of Jiang Dingshan restrained her, preventing any rash actions. Even the maidservants at her side were forbidden from intervening. Thus, they could only watch helplessly as the battle raged within the 100 Flowers Palace, placing all their hopes upon Bai Feng. Bai Feng, kill Jiangli! The fragrant concubine's gaze turned frigid, her murderous intent palpable. Chapter 74. A Claw to the Heart. Bai Feng is one of the 7 enchanting women of the Red Chamber, and also a trusted confidant of the fragrant concubine. Aware that escape is futile and understanding that Jiangli is a significant threat to her mistress, she unleashes her full power, launching a frenzied assault towards him. However, Li Wenwan and Gong Xinming, along with 100 members of the Eastern Palace Escort, encircle her entirely, making it impossible for her to break through and reach Jiang Li. With a divine talent, she declares, feathers of white transforming into arrows. Bai Feng lets out a piercing shriek immediately, her pristine white feathers begin to fall away, each one transforming under the influence of her demonic aura into lethal projectiles, resembling a rain of arrows that shoot out in all directions. The cries of agony resound, as the 100 guards, whose strength is mediocre at best, are struck down by the torrent of feathers, 3 or 4 already pierced and lying lifeless on the ground. Even Li Wenwan and Gong Xinming are forced back, granting Bai Feng a fleeting opportunity. Jiang Li, if you seek to kill me, then I shall seek to end you. Bai Feng roars, now devoid of any feathers, her bare appearance almost comical. Yet, her eyes blaze with fury, and her demonic energy surges with ferocity. With a powerful gait, Jiang Li has no intention of confronting Bai Feng head-on, he deftly employs the technique of dragon's stride to evade her. Although Bai Feng possesses the ability to fly, Jiang Li, with the advantage of his own agility, eludes her grasp. Frustrated by her inability to catch him, Bai Feng finds herself thwarted in her murderous intent. At this moment, Li Wenwan and Gong Xinming have regained their composure and swiftly pursue Bai Feng, instilling in her a palpable sense of danger. With a potent mental assault, Bai Feng, a formidable figure at the 8th level of the Divine Sea Realm, channels her powerful spiritual energy towards Jiang Li, seeking to shatter his consciousness and force him to halt. In response to Bai Feng's psychic onslaught, Jiang Li is prepared. He opens his mouth and unleashes a thunderous roar, a combination of a tiger's roar and a dragon's chant, reverberating with authority. The roar of the tiger, king of beasts, and the resonance of the dragon, supreme among demons, not only deflects Bai Feng's spiritual attack but also sends a shiver through her very soul. Seizing this moment, Jiang Li evades Bai Feng's pursuit, while Li Wenwan and Gong Xinming advance. They strike with all their might, the azure bloodsword and the embroidered spring blade slicing towards Bai Feng simultaneously. Caught unawares, Bai Feng is struck, and the sound of tearing flesh echoes ominously. A cry of pain escapes Bai Feng's lips as she bears 2 gaping wounds inflicted by Li Wenwan and Gong Xinming, leaving her injured and weakened. You seek your own demise. Enraged by her injuries, Bai Feng retaliates with wild ferocity, her wings slicing through the air, her talons sharp and lethal, her beak resembling a spear capable of piercing through anything. In no time, Li Wenwan and Gong Xinming find themselves retreating under the relentless assault. At this critical juncture, Jiang Li charges forward instead of retreating, wielding the demonic blade with determination. Previously, he had chosen to evade Bai Feng's pursuit, but now, as she is preoccupied with Li Wenwan and Gong Xinming, he seizes the opportunity. Having advanced to the 6th level of the Dantian realm, Jiang Li's tiger essence has grown immensely potent. He channels this energy into the demonic blade, causing an otherworldly purple glow to emanate from its edge, sharpening its lethality. With no mercy, Jiang Li brings the blade down with all his might. Slash, the demonic blade descends with overwhelming force, severing Bai Feng's left wing cleanly from her body. The wing falls to the ground with a thud, crimson blood gushing forth and staining the earth, a sight both gruesome and shocking. I will kill you. The agony of her severed wing drives Bai Feng into a furious frenzy, her demonic energy boiling over, surging towards Jiang Li as if to engulf him in a tidal wave. Retreat. Jiang Li remains composed, not allowing victory to cloud his judgment. After severing her wing, he employs Dragon's Stride and the technique of Tiger's Might to swiftly withdraw, evading Bai Feng's frenzied attacks. Her blows strike only air, leaving her frustrated and on the verge of bloodshed. She is gravely injured. We must finish her. Gong Xinming grits his teeth, issuing another command, prompting the Eastern Palace guards to press their attack against Bai Feng once more. Although Bai Feng is a powerful 8th-level Divine Sea Realm warrior, she is now stripped of her feathers and with her left wing severed by Jiang Li's strike, she is in a dire state and unable to break free from the combined assault of her foes. Damn it! Outside the 100 Flowers Palace, the fragrant concubine watches Bai Feng's plight, her teeth clenched in frustration. Bai Feng is not only her confidant but also her glimmer of hope. Should Bai Feng falter, not only would she fail to eliminate Jiang Li, but she would also lose a crucial ally. Such a loss would pierce her heart like a dagger. I will fight you all. Enraged by the relentless assault, Bai Feng unleashes a tempest of demonic energy, sending the Eastern Palace guards flying in all directions. With a fierce determination, she raises her legs and strikes violently at Li Wenwan and Gong Xinming, causing them to spit blood and stagger back. Seizing this moment, Bai Feng gathers her remaining strength and lunges at Jiang Li with lethal intent, resolved to take him down with her. Despite Jiang Li's Dragon's Stride and Tiger's Might, he finds himself unable to shake Bai Feng off as she relentlessly closes the distance. However, her injuries weigh heavily upon her, and though she appears ferocious, she is ultimately weakened. With a swift and decisive strike, Jiang Li readies himself, clutching the demonic blade and invoking the technique of Blood Fiend Slash to confront her. Yet, Bai Feng's strength proves overwhelming as she, disregarding her own wounds, forces Jiang Li into a retreat, ultimately disarming him of the blade. Even without the weapon, Jiang Li's combat prowess remains undiminished. He employs his newly acquired martial skills, engaging in close combat, leveraging his formidable physique to match Bai Feng's strength. However, Bai Feng's injuries begin to take their toll. Her vigor wanes with each passing moment. She fails to subdue Jiang Li, and as her wounds worsen, her power diminishes further. At last, unable to withstand any longer, she is repelled by Jiang Li's strike, blood spilling from her mouth as she succumbs to her injuries. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Li acts with swiftness, transforming his hand into a claw and aiming for Bai Feng's heart. In her weakened state, Bai Feng cannot evade or defend against his assault, forced to watch as Jiang Li approaches. With a swift motion, Jiang Li's claw pierces through flesh, extracting Bai Feng's heart directly from her body. In that moment, with a claw to the heart, Bai Feng meets her demise. Chapter 75, Taking the Initiative. Thud, the massive form of Baifeng crashed to the ground, crimson demonic blood gushing from its gaping wounds, instantly staining the earth and pooling into a morbid puddle. Baifeng is dead. Outside the Hundred Flowers Palace, Xiang Fei witnessed the entire scene unfold before her eyes. As she gazed upon Baifeng's lifeless body, a frenzied urge for vengeance surged within her heart. Yet, she was compelled to restrain herself, otherwise, all her previous efforts would be rendered futile. However, beneath her calm exterior, a tempest of murderous intent boiled. Zhongli, how dare you harm one of my people? I shall ensure that you are torn to shreds. In this moment, Xiang Fei's hatred and desire for retribution against Jiang Li reached a fever pitch. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Hundred Flowers Palace, with Baifeng's tragic demise, this arduous battle finally came to an end. Jiang Li clutched a warm, pulsating heart in his hand, yet the vitality of Baifeng had been utterly extinguished, not a trace remaining. Slaying the Bai Lu demon granted him 2 centuries worth of cultivation. A wave of warmth surged into Jiang Li's body, and once again, a line of text flickered across the unwritten heavenly tablet. Baifeng and Fu Rong were both among the 7 great demonesses of the Red Mansion, thus the cultivation absorbed from their demise was roughly equivalent. Alas, he was still far from the cultivation required to break through to the 7th layer of the Tigeress Roar and Dragoness Chant technique. However, it was sufficient for deducing other martial skills. Yet, now was not the time for such endeavors. Jiang Li discarded the heart, his visage pale, breath shallow. Baifeng's prowess was formidable. Even with their combined strength, they had nearly allowed her to escape. At present, Jiang Li and his companions bore injuries, and among the Eastern Palace guards, over a dozen had perished. Bring the demon corpses back to the Eastern Palace. This place is the Hundred Flowers Palace, and it is unwise to linger here. Jiang Li instructed Gong Xinming and, alongside Li Wenwan, made his way outward. Xiang Fei, the demon has been vanquished. You can rest soundly tonight. No need to thank me. As the director of the demon-slaying division, it is my duty. However, how could there be an underground chamber within the Hundred Flowers Palace? You may need to explain this to your father, the Emperor. I have sustained serious injuries, so I shall take my leave now. As Jiang Li approached Xiang Fei, he flashed a grin, provoking her emotions that if she were to lash out, he would possess the leverage against her. At that moment, Xiang Fei's delicate hand clenched tightly, veins bulging on her wrist, yet she managed to suppress her fury. Seeing that Xiang Fei did not take the bait, Jiang Li chuckled softly and turned to depart. Watching Jiang Li's retreating figure, Xiang Fei's gaze was as frigid as ice. Not long after, Jiang Li returned to the Eastern Palace with Li Wenwan. Upon his return, he immediately sought out Qin Shishir. After slaying Baifeng, he had swiftly collected the storage ring. As he was unfamiliar with the 5 poisons herb, he needed to bring it back for Qin Shishir's identification. Your Highness, this is indeed the 5 poisons herb. It appears to be quite aged, at least 300 years, and is remarkably well preserved, Qin Shishir reported with delight, extracting a black, centipede-like poisonous herb from Baifeng's storage ring. So, does this mean that Yang Liui can be saved? Jiang Li, lacking knowledge in alchemy, could only hope for Yang Liui's recovery. Rest assured, Your Highness, I shall exert my utmost effort to concoct the 5 poisons elixir to cure Miss Yang's poison. Qin Shishir understood the importance of Yang Liui to Jiang Li and thus did not speak lightly. Jiang Li nodded, choosing not to disturb Qin Shishir further, and turned to leave. He first took a bath and changed out of his clothes, which were stained with demonic blood. At that moment, Gong Xinming returned with the Eastern Palace guards and Baifeng's corpse. He handed over the demon's body to Qin Shishir, as these would serve as excellent materials for refining. Exhausted, Jiang Li then returned to his quarters and fell into a deep sleep. Though he had broken through in his cultivation, significantly enhancing his strength, Baifeng's might had been overwhelming, and the battle that night had not been an easy feat for him. Meanwhile, as Jiang Li slumbered, Xiang Fei found herself unable to rest. The traces of battle within the Hundred Flowers Palace had been thoroughly cleared, even the lingering scent of blood dissipated by a subtle fragrance of sandalwood. Yet, Xiang Fei's countenance was grim and foreboding. Jiang Li's growth had surpassed her expectations, and his audacity left her feeling alarmed. How dare he lead an assault on the Hundred Flowers Palace, surrounding and slaying Baifeng? Tomorrow, he might even dare to place a blade at her throat. No, this man cannot be allowed to live. Xiang Fei ventured alone into the underground chamber. Within the secret of space, a bronze mirror stood, capable of connecting her to Yi Nantian of the Prime Minister's residence. Soon, Yi Nantian's visage materialized within the mirror. I have heard of the events at the Hundred Flowers Palace. This Jiang Li is becoming increasingly unruly. If swift measures are not taken, both your Red Mansion and my demon guard may very well be obliterated by him. Yi Nantian spoke first. Although he resided outside the Imperial Palace, his network of informants was extensive. The news of Jiang Li's brazen incursion into the Hundred Flowers Palace and his assassination of Baifeng reached him without delay, filling him with trepidation and intensified murderous intent. Jiang Li is now at the 6th level of the Dantian realm. Xiang Fei's expression remained impassive as she spoke coldly. Months ago, Jiang Li was merely a debauched and ineffectual prince, possessing only the 1st level of the Qi and Blood realm. Yet, following the Jade Seal incident, he seems to have transformed entirely. No longer indulging in carnal pleasures, he has become both brave and cunning. The true and false Jade Seals have left everyone bewildered, and he has even established the demon-slaying division, which has begun to reveal its prowess, slaying numerous demons. On Xiang Fei's side, the loss of Fu Rong and Baifeng, 2 formidable generals, weighed heavily, while Yi Nantian had lost 3 of his adopted sons. Currently, the Li Shui snake demon was being relentlessly pursued by Yang Wudi, rendering their situation precarious. All of this turmoil stemmed from Jiang Li. Furthermore, not only was Jiang Li adept in the art of political maneuvering, but his martial talent was also exceedingly formidable. In just a few months, he had ascended from the 1st level of the Qi and Blood realm to the 6th level of the Dantian realm. Such a rate of cultivation was nothing short of miraculous. If this continues, Jiang Li's prowess will only grow stronger, while the demon-slaying division will further oppress the Red Mansion and the Demon Guard. This spells dire news for both Xiang Fei and Yi Nantian. Previously, they believed that the greatest threat to the great Xia dynasty was Jiang Dingshan. Now, it appears that perhaps Jiang Li is the true ace up Jiang Dingshan's sleeve. With Jiang Li's constant maneuvers, it is evident that he has received Jiang Dingshan's endorsement. We cannot remain passive, we must take the initiative. Yi Nantian harbored deep animosity towards Jiang Li. As the threat posed by Jiang Li escalated, if no action was taken, it would truly become impossible to contain him. Either we remain idle, or if we strike, we must do so decisively. I shall summon the other 5 demonesses back, and you should recall your adopted sons as well, ensuring that the 10 leaders of the Demon Guard are prepared this time. Even if Jiang Dingshan intervenes, we must eliminate Jiang Li. As long as Jiang Li lives, our plans cannot succeed. Chapter 76. The intent of the Blade Xiangfei and Yi Nantian's murderous intent was already well understood by Jiang Li, yet he chose not to dwell on it. For even if he feigned madness, neither Xiangfei nor Yi Nantian would spare him. Since exposing oneself invites danger just as much as hiding does, why not take the initiative and carve out a bloody path? Jiang Li slumbered soundly until dawn. Awakening refreshed and invigorated, Chen Shishir required at least 3 days to concoct the 5 poisons elixir. Lacking knowledge of alchemy, any impatience would be futile. Seizing this opportunity, he resolved to enhance his own power. Bathed in sunlight, Jiang Li's thoughts swirled when he previously deduced the Tiger Roar and Dragon Chant technique. He had 40 years of cultivation remaining. Coupled with the 200 years of cultivation acquired from slaying the Bifone last night, he now possessed a total of 240 years of cultivation. While this was insufficient for furthering the Tiger Roar and Dragon Chant, it was more than adequate for the advancement of other martial techniques. Jiang Li currently mastered 6 martial techniques and 3 divine abilities. However, the elevation of divine abilities proved to be arduous. Advancing from a low-grade to a mid-grade divine ability required 100 years of cultivation, and from mid-grade to high-grade necessitated 1,000 years. Among the 3 divine abilities he possessed, only the Spirit Snake Rat Cave was low-grade, while the other 2 were mid-grade. Thus, Jiang Li had no intention of pursuing the enhancement of divine abilities. Among his martial techniques, the offensive ones included the demon-slaying blade technique, the Black Tiger's Heart extraction, and the Dragon Battle in the Wild. The movement techniques consisted of the Dragon Stride and Tiger Step, while the auxiliary technique was the Tiger Roar and Dragon Chant. One must not be greedy with techniques. Mastery of a single art is paramount. Simultaneously attempting to develop 6 martial techniques was unrealistic. It would be far more beneficial to select one technique and dedicate himself wholly to its advancement. The best defense lies in offense. While the Dragon Stride and Tiger Roar and Dragon Chant are commendable, they do not compare to offensive techniques. Among the offensive techniques, the demon-slaying blade technique had reached great proficiency, whereas the Black Tiger's Heart extraction and Dragon Battle in the Wild were still merely at the introductory level. Given this, Jiang Li resolved to devote all his cultivation to the refinement of the demon-slaying blade technique, aspiring to elevate this blade art to a higher echelon and enhance his combat prowess. After a period of contemplation, Jiang Li reached his decision. Although the demon-slaying blade technique was merely a profound grade martial art, if its level of refinement were sufficiently high, its power would undoubtedly be formidable. Having made up his mind, Jiang Li hesitated no longer. He infused 100 years of cultivation into the technique, bringing the demon-slaying blade technique to mastery. Almost instantly, Jiang Li felt an influx of memories flooding his mind. These were the memories of practicing the demon-slaying blade technique, as if he had immersed himself in this blade art for decades, achieving unparalleled proficiency. Swish, Jiang Li did not draw the demon-slaying blade. Instead, he transformed his palm into a blade and executed a forward slash. This was an instinctive reaction, seemingly etched into his very soul. The palm blade was so sharp that it cleaved the air before him, producing a sound of breaking through the void, and subsequently split the nearby tables and chairs in two. Fierce, incisive, and unstoppable, with a single slash, all demons bowed in submission. Was this the mastery level of the demon-slaying blade technique? Jiang Li felt a surge of clarity. The technique had become instinctive, easily executed with every gesture. With 140 years of cultivation remaining, Jiang Li did not hesitate and continued to infuse more. He poured in 140 years of cultivation, achieving perfection in the demon-slaying blade technique. Boom! Jiang Li felt a dizzying sensation as an overwhelming number of memories materialized in his mind, causing a splitting headache. After a while, he regained his composure. Though the demon-slaying blade technique was merely a profound grade martial art, reaching perfection was still immensely terrifying. It was as if Jiang Li had received enlightenment from an unparalleled master, instantly grasping the perfected form of the demon-slaying blade technique. Not only was the technique inscribed upon him, but it also bestowed upon him a unique insight. Blade intent. Jiang Li's eyes sparkled with brilliance as an unimaginable, terrifying sharpness emanated from his being. This was not merely his aura, it was the blade intent he had comprehended from the demon-slaying blade technique. The essence of blade mastery is the blade intent. This enigmatic concept cannot be cultivated, it can only be realized through personal understanding. Once the blade intent is established, not only does the power of the blade technique increase, but mastering other blade arts in the future will also become considerably easier. To his astonishment, the refinement of the demon-slaying blade technique to perfection had allowed him to perceive the blade intent. Consequently, his blade techniques became even more formidable. When paired with the divine ability of blade severing the universe, they would be undeniably stronger. Even against demons of the first and second realms of the Divine Sea, he now felt confident in his ability to slay them. With the blade intent circulating within him, Jiang Li was filled with unwavering confidence. Indeed, his thoughts were validated. Rather than attempting to develop several martial techniques simultaneously, which would lead to a lack of depth, it was far wiser to specialize in one, thereby acquiring a unique skill. Regrettably, there were no demons available for him to test his blade against. As for Li Wenwan and the others, Jiang Li wished to avoid harming them. Suppressing his inner urge to wield the blade, he donned his attire and departed from the palace. First, he checked on Chen Shirshir in her alchemy chamber, but as she was immersed in her work, he refrained from interrupting. Next, he went to see Yang Liuyi. 7 days had passed since Yang Liuyi had been poisoned. At this moment, her entire body was shrouded in darkness, poisonous gas emanating from her, and her face was contorted in agony, as if enduring the torments of hell. The spider poison of the lotus was truly terrifying. Even Yang Wuti had come to visit, yet he too was powerless, merely waiting for Qin Shirshir's 5 poisons elixir die. In the following 3 days, Zhongli remained in the eastern palace, anxiously waiting by Yang Liuyi's side for the 5 poisons elixir. On the 10th day, this was the final deadline set by Qin Shirshir for Yang Liuyi. As expected, the spider poison within Yang Liuyi erupted, swiftly ravaging her body, causing her to be overwhelmed by the toxic gas, her vitality waning. This is bad, the spider poison has erupted, and she won't be able to hold on much longer. Chen Cixi's expression changed dramatically, and Zhang Li's eyes also revealed deep concern and success. At that moment, a weary Qin Shirshir rushed in. She was utterly exhausted, her steps unsteady, nearly collapsing, but Jiang Li caught her just in time. Your Highness, the 5 poisons elixir has been successfully refined, quickly, give it to Miss Yang. Chen Shirshir, disregarding her proximity to Zhang Li, swiftly presented a black pill. Zhang Li entrusted Qin Shirshir to Chen Cixi's care, then took the 5 poisons elixir and approached Yang Liuyi. At that moment, Yang Liuyi still wore a black mask, but in the interest of saving her, Zhang Li thought little of it and directly removed the mask. Beneath it lay a face of unparalleled beauty, one that could captivate even amidst her suffering from the deadly poison. Zhang Li had encountered beautiful women before, both Chen Cixi and Mu Ziqing were strikingly gorgeous. Yet in comparison to Yang Liuyi, they paled slightly. However, this was not the time for such thoughts. Zhang Li swiftly administered the 5 poisons elixir into Yang Liuyi's mouth. It was futile. Miss Yang had lost consciousness and could not swallow on her own. Someone needed to feed her the medicine. Witnessing this scene, Qin Shirshir spoke anxiously. Chapter 77. A touch of tenderness. Feeding medicine with one's mouth? Zhang Li's mind was a blank slate. Despite having lived 2 lives, with this one being that of a debauched prince, he remained a virgin, having never truly savored the pleasures of a woman. Was it not too hasty to resort to such an intimate method of administering medicine? Yet, Yang Liuyi was Zhang Li's fiancée. The thought of someone else performing this act was simply unacceptable to him. Hurry! The spider venom within Miss Yang is about to erupt. Chen Shirshir's exclamation swiftly jolted Zhang Li back to reality. In a desperate bid to save her, Zhang Li acted without hesitation, pressing his lips against hers, channeling his Tiger Sha true energy to assist Yang Liuyi in swallowing the 5 poison spirit pill, facilitating its refinement within her. The sensation of softness and warmth caused a stir within Zhang Li's heart. At that moment, the 5 poison spirit pill entered her abdomen, quickly dissolving and releasing its potent medicinal properties, which surged through her limbs, targeting the menacing spider venom. Having completed his task, Zhang Li retreated swiftly, yet a pang of emptiness lingered in his heart. He observed as the black poisonous miasma enveloping Yang Liuyi surged violently, akin to boiling water. Moreover, a faint spectral image of a spider materialized around her, resembling the embodiment of a hibiscus blossom. With a sudden heave, Yang Liuyi bent over and expelled a copious amount of black venomous blood. As it splattered onto the ground, it corroded the surface with a hissing sound, a pungent stench permeating the air. Zhang Li and the others quickly shielded themselves with true energy to avoid secondary poisoning. Yang Liuyi continued to expel 9 mouthfuls of toxic blood. Finally, the black miasma receded like a tide, and the spectral spider faded into nothingness. Her skin, once shrouded in darkness, transformed to a pallid hue. Utilizing his insightful eye, Zhang Li peered into Yang Liuyi's body. To his relief, he discovered that the toxins had significantly diminished. However, he did not rest easy and requested Chen Shirshir to conduct a thorough examination. Your Highness, the spider venom within Miss Yang has been nearly eradicated. Only a gradual depletion of her remaining true energy is necessary for complete removal. However, she has been deeply poisoned and is exceedingly weak. It may take her 2 to 3 days to fully awaken. Chen Shirshir's findings brought a sense of relief to Zhang Li, who had been anxiously awaiting this news. You have worked hard. Please return and rest. I shall take care of this matter, Zhang Li instructed, noticing Qin Shirshir's weary countenance, nearly unable to stand. Once Qin Shirshir departed, only Zhang Li and Yang Liuyi remained. Gazing at her pale yet breathtakingly beautiful face, Zhang Li's emotions became somewhat complex. Initially, he had not regarded Yang Liuyi, his fiancée, with much importance. However, her rebellious spirit ignited a desire within him to mold her. Yet, as they continued to interact and fight side by side, he found himself increasingly captivated by her. Though she appeared cold and distant, he could still sense the warmth within her heart. Furthermore, her unwavering loyalty and repeated acts of self-sacrifice deepened Zhang Li's affection for her. Thus, when Yang Liuyi fell gravely ill from the poison, he felt a surge of anxiety. With the spider venom now vanquished, he could finally find solace. At that moment, Yang Liuyi closed her eyes, her expression shifting from pain to tranquility, as though she had drifted into slumber. Though her pallor and weakness were evident, her beauty only seemed to intensify. As Zhang Li watched her sleeping form, his gaze softened. After Qin Shirshir had rested for a night, she returned the following day. She first examined Yang Liuyi's condition before administering a nourishing pill. Zhang Li, unfamiliar with the art of alchemy, could only observe from the sidelines. 3 days later, Yang Liuyi, who had remained in a deep slumber, finally stirred. She parted her lips slightly, emitting a faint sound, her eyelids fluttering before slowly opening a sliver. Miss Yang, you have finally awakened. Chen Shirshir, who had remained by her side, beamed with delight upon witnessing her recovery. Where am I? Yang Liuyi, having succumbed to the poison for 13 days, felt disoriented and blank. Chen Shishir gently explained, "You were afflicted by spider venom, which posed a grave threat to your life." Jiang Li bravely infiltrated the 100 Flowers Palace, directly confronting the fragrant concubine and battling the White Phoenix to procure the 5 poisons grass. With his mouth, he administered the medicine? As Chen Shishir elaborated, Yang Liui's eyes widened in shock, her heart racing. She soon realized that her black mask had been removed. Though she had not witnessed the events firsthand, the mere recounting from Chen Shishir conveyed the peril and difficulty involved. After returning from the 100 Flowers Palace, His Highness had vigilantly watched over you for 5 days and nights without rest, only recently finding a moment to sleep, Chen Shishir continued, tilting her chin slightly. Turning her gaze, Yang Liui beheld Jiang Li slumped over the table, asleep. A warmth spread through her heart at the sight of his weary and haggard visage. From the moment she learned of her impending marriage to the prince, Yang Liui had been filled with resistance. Yet, understanding the weight of imperial decree, she recognized her lack of agency in the matter. Thus, she had voluntarily taken on the role of Jiang Li's personal guard, eager to witness the true character of the prince. 10 days of close proximity had offered her a preliminary understanding of him, brave and resourceful, just and valiant, yet possessing a touch of humor. He was not only a commendable prince but also a worthy companion. Gradually, her heart softened towards him. Now, upon learning of Jiang Li's extensive efforts on her behalf, she felt a warmth bloom within her soul. When Jiang Li awoke the following day, Yang Liui was already able to step outside to bask in the sunlight with Chen Shishir's support. "You are awake!" Jiang Li exclaimed, a look of sheer joy illuminating his features. "Thank you for retrieving the 5 poisons grass for me." Yang Liui donned her black mask once more, her voice retaining its customary chill, yet a subtle trace of tenderness lingered beneath the surface. "You too fell victim to the poison in your efforts to confront the hibiscus. Thus, rescuing you was only right." Jiang Li, oblivious to the nuance in her tone, shook his head, dismissing any notion of pride. With the spider venom eliminated, Yang Liui merely required time to recuperate. However, during this period, she would be unable to continue her role as Jiang Li's personal guard. Jiang Li, now equal in strength to Yang Liui, felt no concern over her absence. Before long, Yang Wudi arrived, eager to see his beloved granddaughter, bearing 2 pieces of unfortunate news. "Your Highness, trouble has arisen." Chapter 78. The approaching storm. The venerable elder led the Imperial Forest Army in a pursuit of the Li Shuwei snake demon, only to be met with a fierce ambush from numerous fiends, resulting in heavy casualties. It is likely that Yi Nantian and the Champion Marquis are behind these machinations. As of now, the Li Shuwei snake demon remains elusive, yet other commanders of the Demon Guard have been spotted in proximity to the Imperial capital. "Your Highness, it is advised that you refrain from leaving the capital, lest you put your life in jeopardy." The first piece of grim news brought by Yang Wudi caused Jiang Li to furrow his brows in concern. The Demon Guard, long concealed in the shadows, audaciously dared to launch a direct assault on the Imperial Forest Army this time. Furthermore, the 10 commanders of the Demon Guard have never set foot in the Imperial capital, instead being dispersed throughout the vast lands of the Great Xia dynasty, yet now they seem to be gathering ominously. Additionally, the Elder has received word that the 5 demonesses from the Red Chamber and the 7 foster sons of Yi Nantian are covertly returning to the Imperial capital. The Elder speculates that this is likely a reaction from Xiangfei and Yi Nantian, sensing a threat to your Highness, and planning some significant move. Yang Wudi spoke again, revealing a second piece of dire news. Jiang Li has already slain 2 demonesses and 3 foster sons, continuously thwarting several of Xiangfei and Yi Nantian's schemes. Jiang Li is acutely aware that, in the eyes of Xiangfei and Yi Nantian, he must surely be a thorn in their side. However, to mobilize such a grand assembly against him seems somewhat excessive. Perhaps their true target is not the palace itself. Jiang Li narrowed his eyes, a bold hypothesis taking root in his mind. The Red Chamber and the Demon Guard are formidable forces cultivated through untold effort by Xiangfei and Yi Nantian. Yet, their ambitions are not confined to merely the Imperial capital, but rather encompass the entirety of the Great Xia dynasty. Thus, the influence of the Red Chamber and the Demon Guard is more widespread across the nation. Now, however, Xiangfei and Yi Nantian are summoning their most trusted subordinates. To suggest that this is solely to deal with Jiang Li would seem an overreaction. Your Highness, do you imply that they intend to rebel? Yang Wudi, seasoned and wise, instantly grasped the underlying implication of Jiang Li's words, his eyes widening in disbelief. Rebel, that would naturally mean rebelling against Jiang Dingshan. After all, Jiang Li is still merely the crown prince, not the true emperor of Xia. The Great Xia dynasty has languished for years, having been thoroughly infiltrated by demons, leaving it riddled with vulnerabilities. At present, the court is dominated by Yi Nantian in civil matters and the Champion Marquis in military affairs. Though Yang Wudi holds the title of a national general, it is but a hollow distinction. Even the command of the Imperial Forest Army has only recently fallen into his hands. Meanwhile, Xiangfei and Yi Nantian are ancient demons of formidable power, with countless schemes at their disposal. Should they truly incite a rebellion, it would surely precipitate an unprecedented calamity. While they may lack the strength for outright rebellion at this moment, it is entirely plausible that they wish to test the emperor's disposition. Although Jiang Li is not privy to the full truth, he can piece together clues from the scant evidence available. Xiangfei and Yi Nantian have held sway over the court for many years, nurturing the Red Chamber and the Demon Guard. If they had intended to rebel, they would have commenced long ago, not waited until now. Moreover, Jiang Dingshan is undoubtedly aware of their intentions and has made covert preparations. All of this indicates that, for the time being, Xiangfei and Yi Nantian dare not genuinely revolt. However, their summoning of the 5 demonesses and the 7 foster sons, along with the congregation of the 10 commanders of the Demon Guard outside the capital, can only mean one thing. They wished to use the opportunity to deal with Zhang Li to probe Jiang Dingshan's strength should Jiang Dingshan prove incapable of opposing them. A true rebellion may indeed ensue, and Zhang Li stands as the catalyst for this imminent trial. Your Highness, the Elder will ensure the Imperial Forest Army prevents the 10 commanders of the Demon Guard from entering the capital, yet, within the confines of the Imperial capital, you must exercise utmost caution regarding the 5 demonesses and the 7 foster sons of Yi Nantian. Xiangfei and Yi Nantian are growing anxious and may resort to desperate measures at any moment. Yang Wudi spoke solemnly, cautioning Jiang Li his entire fortune and life hinge upon Jiang Li's survival. Thus, Jiang Li must not perish. Rest assured, Great General, I have my own plans. Jiang Li nodded, acknowledging Yang Wudi's admonition. Upon concluding his report, Yang Wudi checked on Yang Liui, relieved to find his cherished granddaughter out of danger and safe. Soon after, Yang Wudi departed the Eastern Palace, for as the commander of the Imperial Forest Army, there remained many matters demanding his attention. 5 demonesses, 7 foster sons, 10 commanders. It appears that Xiangfei and Yi Nantian can scarcely contain their impatience, yet for me, this heralds good tidings. The more desperate the enemy becomes, the more it affirms my correctness. Their urgency will unveil vulnerabilities, allowing me to strike more swiftly against the Red Chamber and the Demon Guard. Come, let the storm rage ever fiercer. Though Jiang Li received 2 pieces of grim news from Yang Wudi, he remained unfazed. He required more demons to absorb and enhance his power. Having already slain 2 demonesses and 3 foster sons, he was capable of dispatching even more. Jiang Li swiftly dispatched Li Wenwan to guard the dungeon, while simultaneously sending word to Weishi to gather intelligence. Meanwhile, Jiang Li remained patient, waiting for the right moment. The ensuing days were marked by an unsettling calm, devoid of any disturbances. Nevertheless, Jiang Li understood that this tranquility was but the calm before the storm. He remained unhurried and composed, honing his resolve as one sharpens a blade. Your Highness, there is grave news. Miss Yang has vanished. 7 days later, Chen Shishir rushed in, her face etched with urgency. Speak slowly, what has transpired? Jiang Li's eyes narrowed, yet he remained unflustered. Your Highness, last night, Miss Yang took a healing pill and then retired to rest. This morning, when I went to find her, she was nowhere to be found. Chen Shishir gasped, her voice tinged with panic. Yang Liui is missing. Jiang Li, accompanied by Chen Shishir, hastened to Yang Liui's chamber. Upon entering, they found the room impeccably tidy, with no signs of struggle. Yet, no one had witnessed Yang Liui's departure. Moreover, given that this was the Eastern Palace, heavily guarded, who possessed the audacity to abscond with Yang Liui without arousing suspicion, even if Yang Liui's injuries had yet to heal, she was still a martial artist of the Dantian realm, not entirely defenseless. The storm has arrived. Gazing at the empty room, Jiang Li needed no imagination to deduce that this was undoubtedly the work of Xiangfei and Yi Nantian. Their objective was clear, to use Yang Liui as bait, luring him out of the palace. Do not make a sound, let everything appear as usual. No clues were left at the scene, yet Jiang Li was aware that since Xiangfei and Yi Nantian sought to confront him, they would inevitably come looking for him. Therefore, he did not rush, nor did he panic, nor did he instruct Gong Xinming to initiate a search. Indeed, that very night, an alluring voice echoed through Jiang Li's dreams. If you wish to save Yang Liui, come alone to the Tianshui mountain range. Chapter 79. A rainy night of murder, whispered messages and dreams. Jiang Li furrowed his brows, taken aback by the existence of such methods among the demons. Unfortunately, all that remained was this solitary voice, preventing him from further investigation. Yet, he comprehended the intent behind it, using Yang Liui as bait, compelling me to venture alone into the Tianshui mountains. This was a meticulously crafted trap aimed specifically at me. A flicker of cold light flashed in Jiang Li's eyes. He was uncertain whether the perpetrator was one of the 5 demonesses or one of the 7 adopted sons, or perhaps a collaboration between the 2 factions. However, it was evident that the Tianshui mountains had been ensnared with a web of deceit, eagerly awaiting his arrival. But did they truly think me a fool? Jiang Li scoffed softly. How could he allow himself to be manipulated by his adversaries? They were still too inexperienced if they believed he would walk willingly into their trap. Upon awakening from the dream, Jiang Li promptly sought out Gong Xinming. This is a secret edict from the palace. Deliver it to the Imperial Guard's encampment, and ensure it is handed directly to the General Guardian of the nation. Jiang Li entrusted a letter of command to Gong Xinming. With Yang Liui abducted and Li Wenwan imprisoned, Jiang Li had no choice but to send Gong Xinming. At your command. Gong Xinming accepted the edict with utmost seriousness before withdrawing. Did they truly believe I would be so foolish as to heed their wishes and go to the Tianshui mountains? How absurd! Jiang Li chuckled coldly. If he had indeed ventured to the mountains alone, he would undoubtedly be a corpse by now. Moreover, he was well aware that as long as he remained unharmed, Yang Liui would not perish. After all, his enemies intended to use her as bait to lure him out. Thus, Jiang Li resolved not to go himself but instead directed Yang Wudi to lead the Imperial Guard in a siege. How dare they threaten me? They must have been emboldened by a bear's heart and a leopard gall. That night, Jiang Li found no rest, patiently awaiting developments. The following day, Gong Xinming returned, bringing the latest news. Your Highness, General Yang received the edict last night and led the Imperial Guard directly to the Tianshui mountains. After a night of fierce combat, the Imperial Guard eliminated hundreds of demons and severely wounded a few powerful ones, seemingly the leaders of the demon sentinels. However, Miss Yang's whereabouts remain unknown. Gong Xinming knelt on one knee, reporting respectfully. Indeed, this was a plot targeted at him. Had he ventured to the Tianshui mountains alone last night, he would likely be lifeless by now, and if he were to perish, Yang Liui would undoubtedly share the same fate. Now that Jiang Li was unharmed, it was certain that Yang Liui still lived. You have worked hard, you may rest now. With a wave, he dismissed Gong Xinming, remaining unhurried. He instructed Shi to gather intelligence within the capital while he awaited further developments, confident that the adversaries would come knocking again. This time, he was eager to witness what tricks they would employ that evening. Zhang Li retired early, soon slipping back into slumber. Zhang Li, do you truly not care for Yang Liui's fate? The familiar seductive voice echoed once more, this time tinged with anger. I do not concern myself with your demonic machinations. Release Yang Liui at once, or I shall ensure you meet a grim end. Zhang Li felt no threat. They sought to intimidate him with Yang Liui. They had miscalculated severely. Zhang Li, you are far too arrogant. Do you believe that hiding within the Eastern Palace renders you untouchable? You shall pay dearly for your hubris. The voice dripped with frustration. I await your arrival to deliver your demise. Zhang Li chuckled coldly, unfazed. The negotiations had collapsed, yet Zhang Li remained unfazed. As long as he lived, they would not dare to harm Yang Liui. Moreover, she was the beloved granddaughter of Yang Wudi. Should they dare to kill her, it would surely incite Yang Wudi's wrath. Although aged, Yang Wudi retained formidable strength, and as the general guardian of the nation, he possessed vast connections. If Yang Wudi were to retaliate recklessly, the Red Chamber and the Demon Sentinels would find it difficult to withstand. In the ensuing 3 days, various events unfolded. For instance, demons wreaked havoc within the capital, prompting Zhang Li to send Li Wenwan to apprehend them. Additionally, eunuchs and palace maids mysteriously vanished from the palace. Outside the capital, news of Yang Liui emerged. Your Highness, the Demon Sentinels have appeared outside the city. They have captured Miss Yang, deliberately luring General Yang and the Imperial Guard away. Gong Xinming delivered the latest intelligence to Zhang Li. Indeed, Yang Liui had fallen into the hands of the Demon Sentinels. Although the manner of her capture remained unclear, it was sufficient evidence of the demons' counterattack against Zhang Li. Your Highness, General Yang's desperate desire to rescue his granddaughter, could he have fallen into the Demon Sentinels' trap? Gong Xinming's brow furrowed with concern for Yang Wudi's state of mind. However, Zhang Li shook his head. The general is seasoned in battle, having faced countless trials. He would not easily be deceived. While the Demon Sentinels are formidable, they are but amateurs in the face of General Yang's prowess. We must trust in General Yang. The matter of the Demon Sentinel shall be entrusted to him. Our focus must remain within the capital. Specialization is key. Zhang Li was not adept in military strategy, thus he chose to place his faith in Yang Wudi. Moreover, he suspected that Xiang Fei and Yi Nantian would not merely stop here. Perhaps the Demon Sentinels were merely attempting to divert Yang Wudi and the Imperial Guard. The true storm was still brewing within the capital. Thunderous roars echoed on the 5th night as torrential rain poured down. The moon was absent, obscured by dark clouds, casting a dismal pall over the night. The sound of thunder reverberated continuously, sporadic flashes of lightning illuminating the darkness with a stark white light. The deluge submerged the earth, enveloping the vast capital in an eerie tranquility. With the inclement weather, the nightlife of the capital ended prematurely, and everyone returned home to rest early. Within the Eastern Palace, although brightly lit, the oppressive atmosphere of the rain-soaked night loomed, evoking a sense of impending doom. A rainy day, a night of murder. Zhang Li gazed out at the dim sky and pouring rain, a twinge of unease blossoming within him. Just then, he felt his vision blur, the surrounding sounds fading into the distance until they vanished entirely. A wave of drowsiness washed over him, and he unknowingly slipped back into a dream. Zhang Li, your time has come. That familiar seductive voice resounded, now chillingly cold, filled with murderous intent. In the dream, a ghostly skull appeared, its pale form lacking substance, yet exuding a frigid aura of death. The skeletal specter fixed its icy gaze upon Zhang Li, akin to the stare of the Grim Reaper. Which adopted son are you? Zhang Li regarded the apparition with calmness, unperturbed, and inquired boldly. Chapter 80 of the Emergence of Demons. The Demon Guardians lurked beyond the imperial capital. Since Xiang Fei and Yi Nantian would not personally intervene, the only adversaries left were the alluring demoness of the Red Chamber and Yi Nantian's adopted son. Now that you have discerned my identity, I shall grant you a clear understanding of your fate. I am the third adopted son of my esteemed father, known as Bai Shao. I am here today specifically to claim your life. The specter let out a cold laugh, unabashedly revealing his identity, for he regarded Zhang Li as already deceased. To Bai Shao, it appears your mental fortitude is formidable, and you have even grasped a fragment of nightmare power. Zhang Li gazed calmly at Bai Shao. At this moment, they existed within a dream, not in their true forms. However, Bai Shao's repeated intrusions into his dreams indicated extraordinary abilities. Although Zhang Li was currently in a dream state, he was nonetheless a manifestation of his spirit. Should he be slain, he would undoubtedly lose consciousness and become a mere shell of his former self. I am surprised by the extent of your knowledge. Alas, you have gleaned this too late. Today, you are doomed. No one can save you. Bai Shao smirked coldly and ceased his banter, lunging towards Zhang Li. He was a formidable being of the Divine Sea realm, with immense mental prowess and mastery over nightmare power. In contrast, Zhang Li was merely at the Dantian realm and had yet to open his sea of consciousness or cultivate mental energy. At this moment, he was merely a spiritual incarnation, far inferior to Bai Shao. Bai Shao was confident that his assault would effortlessly obliterate Zhang Li's spirit. His onslaught was as ferocious as a vengeful specter. Naturally, Zhang Li's spiritual form was no match for him, yet, Zhang Li remained unfazed. Although he had not opened his sea of consciousness or developed mental energy, within his sea of consciousness lay an unmarked celestial tablet. The power of this unmarked tablet transcended Zhang Li's comprehension. Therefore, he harbored no belief that Bai Shao could annihilate his spiritual incarnation. Swish, indeed, just as Bai Shao approached Zhang Li with the intent to tear apart his spiritual form, the unmarked celestial tablet manifested. What is this? Upon witnessing the unmarked celestial tablet, Bai Shao was rendered speechless with dread. He felt as though he might shatter under the weight of its presence, struggling to comprehend it, his heart shaken profoundly. At that moment, the unmarked celestial tablet descended slowly, aiming to subdue Bai Xiao. Not only was he unable to withstand the pressure, but he dared not linger, turning to flee. However, he had scarcely made any distance before he was swiftly torn asunder, vanishing like snow melting away, consumed by the aura of the unmarked celestial tablet. In the end, Bai Xiao completely disappeared, his soul scattering into oblivion. Simultaneously, a familiar warmth surged within Zhongli. The demon had been vanquished, granting him 200 years of cultivation. Bai Xiao was dead. Moreover, he had absorbed his cultivation. Zhongli's eyes gleamed with delight. This was indeed an unexpected boon. To his astonishment, he had not even lifted a finger, and the unmarked celestial tablet had resolved a significant threat on his behalf. Swish, Zhongli's consciousness returned to his body, his gaze regaining clarity. Before he could revel in his victory, he frowned slightly, sensing something amiss. It was too quiet, the surroundings were eerily silent, devoid of any sound, yet, Zhongli could see the flickering lights within the eastern palace, the torrential rain, and the occasional flashes of lightning. However, the thunder and rain were conspicuously absent, as though he had suddenly gone deaf, but Zhongli knew this was not due to a loss of hearing, he had fallen into a peculiar formation. You actually killed Bai Xiao. A shrill voice pierced the silence. Zhongli turned to see a pallid woman glaring at him, her eyes wide with shock and malice, the demoness of the Red Chamber, Bai Qian. As he regarded the ashen-faced woman, her identity instantly surfaced in his mind. He had already gathered information on the remaining 5 demonesses of the Red Chamber and the 7 adopted sons of Yi Nantian, so he was well aware of their identities and characteristics. I have set up a sealing barrier. For half an hour, no one will discover what transpires here. We must act swiftly. A second voice, low and somber, chimed in. Zhongli looked up to find a blind, hunchbacked man standing behind him. Yi Nantian's 4th adopted son, Lin Su. Zhongli recognized the man's identity once more. Lin Su was not only a formidable being of the Divine Sea realm but also a master of formations. When Bai Xiao dragged Zhongli into the dream, Lin Su had swiftly set up the sealing barrier. Consequently, the battle and its sounds could not escape, ensuring that no one would come to Zhongli's aid. We have paid a great price. We must kill him tonight. A cruel female voice echoed. Zhongli turned to see a woman clad in a tight black outfit, her eyes cold and gripping twin blades. The demoness of the Red Chamber, Heimei. Zhongli once again recognized the identity of the dark-clad woman. Enough talk, let us make our move, a 4th voice interjected, revealing a diminutive, gnome-like figure wielding a heavy hammer, launching a sudden attack from behind, aiming a crushing blow at Zhongli's head. This hammer was as large as a watermelon and exceedingly heavy. If it struck, Zhongli's head would surely shatter. With a surge of agility, Zhongli executed the dragon stride, narrowly evading the blow. Yi Nantian's 6th adopted son, Tai Qin. Zhongli squinted, identifying the gnome's identity of Bai Qian and Heimei, the 2 demonesses of the Red Chamber, Lin Su and Tai Qin, the 2 sons of Yi Nantian. Together with Bai Xiao, who had just been obliterated by the unmarked celestial tablet, 5 formidable adversaries had converged to hunt Zhongli. All of them were beings of the Divine Sea realm, a truly impressive assembly. As for the other 3 demonesses and 4 sons, they had yet to make their appearance. It remained uncertain whether they were lurking in the shadows or preoccupied with other matters. Nevertheless, Bai Qian and her companions had infiltrated the eastern palace and ensnared Zhongli within their sealing barrier. Even with Bai Xiao's demise, 4 powerful demons of the Divine Sea realm still remained. The odds were overwhelmingly in their favor, for 4 against 1, a carefully orchestrated killing scheme targeting Zhongli. At that moment, Zhongli was unaware of the events unfolding outside, yet, he understood that he must first eliminate the 4 demons before him. Otherwise, he would surely perish at their hands, slaying demons and ridding the world of evil. Gazing at the 4 formidable demons, Zhongli felt no fear. Instead, his eyes gleamed with fierce determination, radiating an aura of bloodlust. With the unmarked celestial tablet in his possession, he was compelled to continually vanquish demons to grow stronger, and now, the opportunity had presented itself. Chapter 81:1 against 4, the White Ape Hammer Technique. Iron Sheen, with a tempestuous temperament, could no longer contain his fury. At this moment, having missed his first strike, he swung his hammer once more toward Zhongli. His hammer technique was formidable and relentless, akin to a howling tempest. Zhongli narrowed his eyes, resolute in his decision not to take the blow head-on. Given Iron Sheen's immense strength and astonishing hammer skills, it was prudent for Zhongli to evade rather than endure the assault. With the grace of a dragon and the might of a tiger, Zhongli executed his evasive maneuvers. However, he faced not just Iron Sheen alone. The wails of vengeful spirits echoed. Bai Qian, resembling a vengeful specter with her raven hair obscuring her face and her pallid complexion, possessed a pair of blood-red eyes that sent chills down one's spine. She was not only a formidable powerhouse at the 5th stage of the Divine Sea realm but was also a master of spiritual assaults. At this moment, she unleashed a piercing scream that resonated like the lament of a ghost, sharp sound waves intermingled with a chilling spiritual force, hurtling toward Zhongli. As a mere practitioner at the Dan Tian realm, Zhongli had yet to awaken his sea of consciousness, lacking the capacity for spiritual power. Thus, resisting Bai Qian's mental onslaught was no small feat. With a roar akin to a tiger's, Zhongli opened his mouth, unleashing a thunderous roar that mingled with a hint of dragon's might, producing a formidable sound wave. Though he could not entirely fend off Bai Qian's ghostly wail, he managed to significantly diminish its impact, leaving him with only minor injuries. In that instant, Lin Su made his move. As a master of formations, he wielded his fingers like a brush, sketching intricate array patterns that quickly surged toward Zhongli. The array's tendrils ensnared him like a quagmire, rendering him unable to escape. With the ferocity of a tiger gaining wings, Zhongli dared not underestimate the situation. Channeling his vital energy into his back, he manifested a pair of ethereal wings, swiftly ascending and breaking free from the mire of Lin Su's formation. Suddenly, a shadow darted forth like a bolt of lightning, lunging at Zhongli with astonishing speed, faster than Zhongli himself. It was Heimei. Like Yang Lu, she was adept in the assassin's art, brandishing a curved blade as she charged, posing a grave threat to Zhongli. It was crucial to note that Heimei was not only a fifth-stage powerhouse of the Divine Sea realm but also a demon. Seizing the opportunity, she launched a full frontal assault, instilling in Zhongli the palpable threat of death. Without hesitation, he produced his demon-slaying blade and struck out in response. Demon-slaying blade technique. Zhongli's vital energy surged within him as he executed the perfected form of the demon-slaying blade technique. A fierce blade intent erupted from him, transforming Zhongli into a singular entity with his demon-slaying blade, becoming an unparalleled weapon capable of cleaving the heavens and shattering the earth. The clash of the demon-slaying blade against Heimei's curved knife released a piercing, metallic shriek that echoed through the night, with brilliant sparks illuminating the darkness. Both Zhongli and Heimei were propelled backward from the collision. Despite his lower cultivation, Zhongli's Tiger Sha vital energy was immensely potent. Coupled with his mastery of the perfected demon-slaying blade technique, he forced Heimei back by 100 meters. However, he too staggered back several dozen meters, his grip on the demon-slaying blade causing excruciating pain, his palm torn and bloodied. The disparity in cultivation left Zhongli wounded, and facing 4 adversaries simultaneously posed an even greater challenge. It seemed that the 200 years of accumulated Dao energy would not suffice. Gazing at the 4 menacing demons before him, Zhongli made a swift decision. He would channel his Dao energy to enhance his martial arts. As the demon-slaying blade technique had reached perfection, further refinement would yield little benefit in his current predicament. Thus, he resolved to infuse all 200 years of Dao energy into the Dragon Stride Tiger Step. Only with a more advanced movement technique could he seize an opportunity amidst the onslaught of the 4 demons. Consuming the 200 years of Dao energy, the Dragon Stride Tiger Step ascended to great accomplishment. As an Earth-tier movement technique, it required even greater Dao energy for its refinement, yet, the enhancement was almost instantaneous. Zhongli felt his leg muscles invigorated, yet lighter, as though he were treading upon springs. In a flash, the attacks from the 4 demons surged once more, and without a moment's hesitation, Zhongli instinctively executed the Dragon Stride Tiger Step. He became akin to a butterfly flitting through flowers, deftly weaving through the onslaught of the 4 demons. How could his movements be so formidable? Lin Su's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld Zhongli. Despite their combined might, the 4 powerhouses of the Divine Sea realm could not swiftly subdue him. It was utterly preposterous. His movements have accelerated. Meanwhile, Heimei's pupils constricted. She too excelled in agility and speed. She had previously surpassed Zhongli's pace, which allowed her to pursue him, yet now, Zhongli's speed had outstripped her own, and despite her utmost efforts, she could not close the distance. Though the 4 demons were powerful, if they could not land a blow on Zhongli, their formidable attacks would be rendered futile. He could not escape the confines of the sealed barrier, where their combined efforts limited his speed. Bai Qian's piercing wail echoed. As long as Zhongli remained trapped, they could easily ensnare him. Even if they could not vanquish him in the short term, it was only a matter of time before they would slay him. With their resolve solidified, the 4 demons swiftly coordinated their assault. Although they hailed from 2 distinct factions, the Red Tower and the Demon Guard, they collaborated seamlessly in that moment. Innate divine ability. Wandering souls of the wild, Bai Qian gritted her teeth and unleashed her divine ability. Instantly, ghostly figures emerged, 9 in total, coalescing from her formidable spiritual power, hurtling toward Zhongli in a frenzied attack. Innate divine ability. Web of spiders. Lin Su, resembling a spider demon, employed his divine powers, weaving array patterns while spewing threads. In no time, a web brimming with intricate formations was spun, engulfing Zhongli like a celestial net. The 9 ghostly figures and the web of formations filled the entirety of the sealed barrier, leaving Zhongli with no avenue for escape, forcing him to maneuver within the confines of the array. Innate divine ability. Shadow Kill. Heimei, wielding her curved blade, charged forth once more, her form dissolving into a shadow as she executed her divine ability. Her blade became even more lethal, aimed directly at Zhongli's throat. Innate divine ability. Innate divine strength. Iron Sheen roared, his demonic energy surging forth, a phantom of a white ape materializing at his side. His arms bulged with muscle, and his strength surged as he wielded his hammer with renewed vigor, capable of collapsing a palace with its formidable force. The 4 demons unleashed their divine abilities in unison: spiritual assaults, webbed entrapments, stealthy strikes, and overwhelming might. Any ordinary practitioner at the Dantian realm would have perished long ago, yet, Zhongli exhibited not a hint of panic. Instead, he gripped his demon-slaying blade tightly, preparing to confront them with unwavering resolve. With the perfected Dragon Stride Tiger Step once more in play, Zhongli's speed surged, allowing him to evade Iron Sheen, outpace Heimei, disregard Bai Qian, and charge directly toward Lin Su. Chapter 82. A powerful strike. Among the 4 great demons, Lin Su posed the greatest threat. This was due to the fact that he was the architect of the impenetrable barrier surrounding them. Should he be severely wounded or, even better, slain outright, the formation would collapse without further assault. In such a case, Gong Ximing and the summoned Li Wenwan would be alerted to the commotion, enabling them to assist in vanquishing the demons. Thus, as Zhongli evaded the combined onslaught of his adversaries, he deliberately charged towards Lin Su with the mastery of his Dragon Stride and Tiger Step. Zhongli descended upon his foe like a ferocious tiger leaping down the mountainside, akin to a true dragon soaring through the skies, his speed remarkable and his movements ethereal. Coupled with his clairvoyant abilities, he could penetrate the assault trajectories of his opponents, deftly identifying their weaknesses and evading their attacks. Do they consider me a mere pushover? Lin Su's expression shifted as he saw Zhongli advancing towards him, a surge of indignation swelling within him at the perceived disrespect. After all, he was a formidable figure of the Divine Sea realm. How could he possibly be intimidated by Zhongli, who was merely at the Dantian realm? He began to inscribe intricate array patterns, launching them towards Zhongli. Break for me! Zhongli grasped the demon blade tightly, channeling his Tiger Sha True Qi, the blade's radiance unfurling as he severed each of the array patterns. Although Jiangli was only at the 6th level of the Dantian realm, his Tiger Roar Dragon chant had ascended to the 6th layer, and his Tiger Sha Tru Chi was exceedingly robust, far surpassing that of his peers. In conjunction with his mastery of martial techniques and divine abilities, his overall prowess was already comparable to that of a divine sea warrior. The only aspect in which he lagged behind was mental strength. Among the 4 great demons, Bai Qian possessed formidable mental power, He Mei was incredibly swift, and Tai Qin wielded the greatest strength. Thus, in terms of overall capability, it was Lin Su who was the weakest. With a mighty roar, Zhongli unleashed his Tiger Roar, sending sonic waves crashing towards Lin Su, countering his mental assault. Simultaneously, Zhongli tightened his grip on the demon blade, infusing it with his Tiger Sha Tru Chi. Mid-tier divine ability. Blade cuts the universe. Zhongli executed his divine technique, melding his Tiger Sha Tru Chi and the essence of the demon-slaying blade into a singular, refined form. He then exerted his strength through his arms, delivering a powerful downward strike aimed at Lin Su. Though Lin Su was a mighty figure of the divine sea realm, he found himself struggling to withstand Zhongli's overwhelming attack. Thud. The blade fell, and Lin Su's left arm was severed cleanly, blood gushing forth, an agonizing sight. This was the result of Lin Su's desperate attempt to twist his body at the brink of death, otherwise, that strike might have ended his life. Ah, I will kill you. The pain of his severed arm rendered Lin Su pale, despair clawing at him. His eyes glistened with bloodlust, fixating on Zhongli, brimming with hatred and a desire for vengeance. Boom, the demonic energy erupted, and unable to contain himself, Lin Su shed his human guise, reverting to his true demonic form. Zhongli's speculation proved correct. Like Fu Rong, Lin Su was a spider demon, albeit a flower spider, now towering 10 meters in height. However, he appeared rather disheveled, having lost several of his spider legs. Revert to your true forms. Otherwise, constrained by our human appearances, we will find it challenging to eliminate him swiftly. Bai Qian urged the others, emphasizing the urgency. The impenetrable barrier would only last for half an hour at most. Crucially, to facilitate their entry into the Eastern Palace, Xiang Fei and Yi Nantian had paid an exorbitant price. Furthermore, the other 3 demonesses and 4 righteous sons were stalling for time outside. Therefore, a swift resolution was paramount. Initially, they had believed that their combined efforts would easily subdue Jiangli, but they had underestimated him. Not only had he countered Bai Zhao's attack, but he had also evaded their collective onslaught, inflicting injury upon Lin Su. Consequently, there was no room for concealment. Regardless of the risks of exposure, they had to commit fully. Agreed. Tai Qin and He Mei nodded in quick succession, endorsing Bai Qian's proposal. Instantly, the demonic energy surged, imposing and menacing. The trio of Bai Qian swiftly reverted to their true demonic forms. Bai Qian transformed into a fearsome specter, her true form now a haunting, 3-meter-tall ghost. He Mei became a 5-meter-long black moth, while Tai Qin's stature swelled from that of a dwarf to a 9-meter-tall white ape demon. With their true forms unveiled, the 4 great demons experienced a significant boost in power and swiftly charged towards Zhongli. Zhongli could not afford to confront them head-on and continuously employed his dragon stride and tiger step to evade their attacks. Fortunately, his dragon stride had reached a perfected state, and with his clairvoyant eyes, he could perceive the attack patterns of the 4 great demons, enabling him to navigate the perilous onslaught with relative ease. Swish, Zhongli was not merely evading, he was also seeking an opportunity. At last, he found his moment and surged forward like a flash of lightning, targeting Lin Su once more. Lin Su was his primary target, already wounded, and thus the most viable breach. A continuous stream of spider silk erupted from Lin Su, fueled by his rage, attempting to ensnare Jiangli and prevent his escape. However, the demon blade in Jiangli's grasp was exceedingly sharp, effortlessly slicing through the strands with each decisive strike. At this juncture, Jiangli's power far exceeded what he had displayed against Fu Rong, while Lin Su's overall strength was merely comparable to hers. With the demon blade in hand, Jiangli advanced relentlessly, severing the spider silk and drawing closer. Dragon Battle in the Wild. Once in close quarters, Jiangli unleashed the Dragon Battle in the Wild, engaging Lin Su's numerous spider legs in fierce combat. Although these legs lacked lethal poison, they were as sturdy as iron and sharp as spears. Utilizing his martial prowess, Zhongli successfully parried their attacks. At last, Zhongli forcefully reached Lin Su. He gripped the demon blade, channeling a torrent of Tiger Sha Tru Chi into its form. Simultaneously, he executed the demon-slaying blade technique, infusing his strike with enhanced power. A purple glow radiated from the demon blade, both eerie and sinister, as the chilling aura from its edge instilled within Lin Su an overwhelming sense of impending doom, as though the Grim Reaper had raised his scythe to claim his life. Hiss, Lin Su emitted a piercing shriek, subsequently unleashing a torrent of spider silk, while his spider legs inscribed array patterns to bolster the strands, aiming to withstand Jiangli's impending strike. At that moment, Jiangli was poised, surveying Lin Su from above, and without hesitation, he swung his blade downwards. This strike was as unstoppable as water parting under a blade. Lin Su's full-force webbing, akin to tofu, was effortlessly cleaved asunder. Subsequently, under Lin Su's horrified gaze, the demon blade descended with devastating force, striking him directly. Thud, the sound of the blade piercing flesh was sharp and jarring. In an instant, Lin Su's massive form was cleaved in two. Chapter 83 A Turn of Events. Lin Su. A cry of disbelief erupted from Bai Qian and her companions as they stared wide-eyed at the fallen Lin Su, cleaved in two. Although Lin Su was adept in formations rather than combat, he was still a formidable demon of the Divine Sea realm. At this moment, having revealed his true demonic form, his power was not to be underestimated, yet he had been slain. The very notion was absurd, however, the undeniable reality forced them to accept the truth. Lin Su's massive body lay severed, crashing to the ground, as crimson demon blood pooled around him, staining the earth in an instant. With his demise, the closed-off barrier he had meticulously crafted began to falter, its runes dimming, clearly on the verge of collapse. This is dire, the formation is about to disintegrate. Bai Qian exclaimed in alarm, recognizing the gravity of their situation. With both Lin Su and Bai Xiao dead, only the three of them remained. Most critically, the barrier was nearing its limit. When Gong Xinming and Li Wenwan arrived, their chances of vanquishing Jianli would diminish greatly. We must kill him now. Black Charm and Iron Qin understood the urgency of the moment. Without further ado, they surged toward Jianli, unleashing a torrent of demonic energy that threatened to engulf him entirely. A powerful mental force erupted, shaking the very heavens and earth as it bore down on Jianli. Enveloped in demonic energy and mental assaults, Bai Qian and her companions pressed forward, launching a frenzied attack on Jianli. All three were demons of the Divine Sea realm, their combined ferocity astounding and formidable. Jianli, unwilling to confront them head-on, executed the Dragon's Stride and Tiger's Might with all his might, narrowly evading their relentless onslaught. His speed was remarkable. The perfected Dragon's Stride, augmented by his clairvoyant insight, allowed him to foresee their attack patterns, keeping him unscathed. As for the incoming wave of demonic energy, he wrapped himself in the robust essence of his Tiger's Fury, successfully repelling it. The mental shockwaves, however, posed a challenge, compelling him to employ his Tiger's Roar and Dragon's Chant to counteract. With a resounding pop, the sound of a bursting bubble echoed as the energy-sustaining Lin Su's formation finally waned, dissolving into nothingness. Who dares to intrude upon the Eastern Palace? Seek death. Almost simultaneously with the formation's collapse, Gong Xinming's furious bellow resonated from afar, indicating that he had sensed the disturbance. Meanwhile, a blood-red figure darted through the air like a crimson bolt of lightning, racing toward the scene. Li Wenwan. Without the barrier, the chaos of battle could no longer be concealed from others. This is not good. The appearance of Gong Xinming and Li Wenwan caused the expressions of the three demons to shift dramatically. Yet, retreat was not an option. The external forces had paid a heavy price to afford them this opportunity. If they failed to eliminate Jianli now, fleeing would incur severe retribution, perhaps even a fate worse than death. Thus, they pressed on, determined to confront Jianli. However, Jianli's speed was unparalleled. The combination of his perfected Dragon's Stride and clairvoyant vision enabled him to deftly evade the fierce assaults of the three demons. With the barrier no longer hindering him, his range of movement expanded, making evasion even easier. At this moment, Gong Xinming and Li Wenwan finally arrived. Though both were merely warriors of the Dan Tian realm, Gong Xinming hailed from the inner court and possessed exceptional martial prowess, while Li Wenwan, endowed with a bloodthirsty spirit, could wreak havoc even among demons of the Divine Sea realm when provoked. Together, they swiftly intercepted two of the demons, leaving Jianli to face only Black Charm. Her speed was extraordinary, outpacing both Gong Xinming and Li Wenwan's attempts to pursue. Yet, Jianli's Dragon's Stride and Tiger's Might exceeded her swiftness, making him the ideal adversary against Black Charm. Having just slain Lin Su, he absorbed 230 years of cultivation. Should he dispatch all four demons, the seventh layer of the Tiger's Roar and Dragon's Chant would be within his grasp. With Gong Xinming and Li Wenwan's assistance, Jianli no longer sought to evade but instead embraced his murderous intent. The Demoness from the Red Mansion and Yi Nanshan Sworn Son were both his foes. Jianli showed no mercy toward his enemies. Moreover, slaying demons allowed him to absorb their cultivation, refine his martial arts, and enhance his own strength. Thus, he no longer fled. Instead, he gripped his demonic blade and faced Black Charm head-on. Die! Jianli advanced boldly, charging toward Black Charm. Though he was only at the 6th level of the Dan Tian realm, his overall strength rivaled that of an average warrior in the Divine Sea realm. Furthermore, Black Charm specialized in speed and ambush, while Jianli mastered the Dragon's Stride and clairvoyant vision, perfectly countering her advantages. Beyond his mental prowess, Jianli's power was even slightly superior to hers. Demon-slaying blade technique. Jianli executed the Dragon's Stride while simultaneously unleashing the demon-slaying blade technique, swiftly closing in on Black Charm. You shall perish. Black Charm's eyes gleamed with ferocity as her curved blade sliced toward Jianli. Concurrently, her mental force surged forth, aiming to destabilize Jianli's mind and incapacitate him. Yet Jianli remained unperturbed, using his Tiger's Roar to repel her mental assault. In a flash, his demonic blade collided fiercely with her curved sword. The clash resounded. Though Black Charm's weapon was formidable, Jianli's was even more potent. The two blades met, and Black Charm's weapon was forcefully knocked from her grasp. Seizing the opportunity, Jianli surged forward, closing the distance between them. Dragon's Fury in the wild. As he engaged Black Charm in close combat, Jianli wielded his clairvoyant insight to seek out her vulnerabilities. The very strengths Black Charm relied upon, her speed and ambush tactics, were effectively nullified by Jianli, who now had the upper hand. He discerned her opening, raising his demonic blade once more. Demon-slaying blade technique. Mid-tier divine ability, blade cuts the cosmos. The essence of his Tiger's Fury surged within him like a tidal wave. He unleashed both the demon-slaying blade technique and his divine ability in unison, amplifying the impact of his strike. Black Charm's pupils constricted as she sensed the imminent threat. She flapped her wings, attempting to evade, but Jianli was faster. With this blow, I send you to the afterlife. Jianli grinned wickedly, his demonic blade descending with lethal intent, cleaving Black Charm as her terrified gaze met her impending doom. Chapter 84 Self-Detonation, Slaying the Moth Demon, earning 190 years of Taoist merit. A familiar warm current surged into Jianli's body, filling his heart with joy. After vanquishing Lin Su and He Mei, Jianli had absorbed 420 years of Taoist merit, drawing him closer to the 640 years required to elevate the Tiger's Roar and Dragon's Chant technique to its 7th tier. Moreover, with Bai Qian and Tai Qin still present, should Jiangli manage to personally slay them and absorb their Taoist merit, the enhancement of his technique would be assured. Heimei has perished as well. The tragic demise of Heimei left Bai Qian and Tai Qin dumbfounded, their expressions frozen in shock and horror. The five of them had joined forces, each a formidable demon of the Divine Sea realm, believing that their combined strength would effortlessly dispatch Jiangli. Yet, they had been met with successive defeats. Now, 3 of the 5 great demons had fallen, leaving only the 2 of them. Most critically, the arrival of Gong Xinming and Li Wenwan had utterly obliterated their chances of eliminating Jiangli. However, retreating at this juncture would render all their previous sacrifices in vain. Furthermore, Xiangfei and Yi Nantian would undoubtedly seek retribution against them. Bai Qian, the task of slaying Jiangli falls to you. Tai Qin roared, fixing his gaze upon Bai Qian as he uttered a perplexing command. Yet, upon meeting his eyes, Bai Qian discerned Tai Qin's intentions, her silver teeth clenched, determination glinting in her gaze. Boom, a ferocious and violent aura erupted from Tai Qin, akin to a volcano in eruption, unstoppable. Yet, the demonic energy previously unleashed by Tai Qin swiftly retracted, drawn back into his body. This peculiar turn of events left everyone bewildered. A chilling sense of impending doom suddenly gripped each heart. This is bad, he intends to self-destruct. Gong Xinming was the first to react, exclaiming in horror. Self-detonation, this was the most fearsome form of self-destruction, turning oneself into a bomb to obliterate everything. Yet, self-detonation was equally terrifying, as it not only annihilated one's physical form but could also obliterate one's mental faculties and soul. The destructive power unleashed by self-detonation was formidable, yet it guaranteed one's complete demise, leaving no chance for reincarnation. No one is unafraid of death, and no one possesses the courage to self-detonate. Who could have anticipated that Tai Qin would exhibit such audacity? Choosing self-destruction, Tai Qin's might was formidable, and his choice to self-detonate was utterly unexpected. Thus, the onlookers found themselves unable to intervene in time. Your Highness, flee. Gong Xinming rushed towards Jiangli, intent on aiding his escape. Ally Wenwan also approached Jiangli, seeking to shield him. Attempting to escape? It is already too late. Tai Qin, bloodied yet grinning, roared as he accelerated the self-detonation process. Boom, ultimately, Tai Qin detonated himself, the sound akin to 1,000 thunderclaps resonating simultaneously, deafening and reverberating throughout the palace, even echoing across the entire imperial city. A blinding light erupted, starkly visible against the night, as if the moon had descended upon the earth. The torrential downpour from the heavens was instantaneously vaporized, transforming the eastern palace from darkness into a radiant daylight. The destruction wrought by Tai Qin's self-detonation exceeded all expectations. Half of the eastern palace collapsed into ruins, and the terrifying tremors cracked the ground, creating hundreds of fissures that spread like a spider's web in all directions. Gong Xinming, in his attempt to protect Jiangli, bore the brunt of the explosive shockwave, spewing blood as he was hurled backward, crashing to the ground, his body a mangled mess, teetering between life and death. Li Wenwan, too, sustained grave injuries while shielding Jiangli, her appearance unrecognizable, bloodied and battered, collapsing into a pool of her own blood. Though she survived, she lay gravely wounded, barely clinging to life. With the protection of Gong Xinming and Li Wenwan, Jiangli experienced the least impact from the shockwave. Yet, he too was struck hard, sent flying and crashing through a wall, landing amidst the ruins, blood streaming from his orifices, his condition dire. Nevertheless, among the 3, Jiangli's injuries were the lightest. Had it not been for the protection of Gong Xinming and Li Wenwan, he would likely have perished or been left severely crippled. Jiangli, you must die. At that moment, a piercing shriek echoed. Bai Qian, transformed into a white-robed spectre, lunged at Jiangli with lethal intent. Lacking a corporeal form, she was a spirit, and with Tai Qin's self-detonation having largely spared her, she remained relatively unscathed. She had long anticipated that with the protection of Gong Xinming and Li Wenwan, Jiangli would not perish easily. Thus, Tai Qin's self-detonation was merely a ploy to create an opportunity for her to eliminate Jiangli. And now, that opportunity had arrived. Whoosh, Bai Qian, claws bared, soared towards Jiangli. Even as Li Wenwan witnessed the assault, she found herself powerless to intervene, forced to watch helplessly as Bai Qian advanced upon Jiangli. Demon-slaying blade technique. Jiangli gritted his teeth, bloodied hands gripping the demon blade, channeling the remnants of his Tiger Sha true energy to unleash the demon-slaying technique once more. This strike was fierce and unparalleled, cleaving through the cosmos as it hurtled towards Bai Qian. However, Jiangli was also severely injured, and the force of this blow paled in comparison to his previous attacks. Bai Qian countered with her ethereal white claws, swiftly closing the distance to Jiangli. I shall rend your consciousness and consume your soul. As a white-robed spectre, Bai Qian lacked a corporeal body, making the annihilation of Jiangli's soul her most effective method of killing him. Whoosh, Bai Qian transformed into a beam of white light, penetrating Jiangli's consciousness. She was frenzied, determined to annihilate Jiangli, ensuring his soul would scatter, leaving no chance for rebirth. However, upon entering Jiangli's consciousness, Bai Qian was left stupefied, for although Jiangli had not opened his consciousness to manifest mental energy, there floated a nameless celestial monument within it. Suspended in the consciousness, the monument radiated a chaotic divine brilliance, exuding a terrifying aura akin to heavenly might that pressed down on Bai Qian, rendering her unable to rise. What is this? Bai Qian gasped in disbelief, staring at the nameless monument. Before its presence, she felt as insignificant as a speck of dust, utterly trivial. Swish, in the next moment, the nameless monument flashed with brilliant light, and Bai Qian was inexplicably drawn into it. Bai Qian could never have imagined that she would meet her demise in such a bizarre manner. As she vanished, a line of text reappeared on the nameless monument, slayed the ghost demon, earning 240 years of Taoist merit. Chapter 85. The 5 formidable demons that conspired to assassinate Jiang Li were utterly annihilated. Aside from Tai Qian's self-detonation, the remaining 4 demons had bestowed upon Jiang Li a considerable amount of spiritual energy. Despite the perilous nature of this battle, Jiang Li emerged victorious, absorbing an astonishing 660 years worth of spiritual energy. This unexpected boon was nothing short of a delightful surprise for him. It is worth noting that his Tiger Roar Dragon Chant technique had already reached the 6th tier, and to advance to the 7th tier, he required 640 years worth of spiritual energy. Under normal circumstances, it would have taken Jiang Li an extensive period to gather such a substantial amount, as the typical minor demons only yielded a meager 10 to 20 years worth of energy upon their defeat. Thus, accumulating 640 years would have been a near impossible feat. However, this time, the combined onslaught of the 5 demons allowed Jiang Li to amass this energy at a remarkable pace. Naturally, he harbored no desire to endure such peril again. Fortune favors the bold. Jiang Li felt a lingering dread. Although he had once been a butcher accustomed to death, he had never faced a life-and-death crisis himself. This encounter was a wholly new challenge for him. Nevertheless, the outcome was favorable. "My lord, are you unharmed?" Gong Xinming and Li Wenwan, both covered in blood, were primarily concerned for Jiang Li's safety. Jiang Li shook his head, signaling that he was unscathed. Only then did Gong Xinming and Li Wenwan breathe a sigh of relief. The 2 renowned demonesses from the Red Chamber, along with Yi Nanshan's 3 sworn sons, had managed to infiltrate the East Palace silently and launch a surprise attack on his residence, indicating that a significant secret lay hidden behind these events. Gong Xinming immediately dispatched personnel to search the East Palace for any anomalies. Additionally, send someone to other areas of the Imperial Palace. I suspect there is something amiss, Jiang Li stated, regaining his composure. He sensed that this crisis was both perilous and peculiar. After all, this was the East Palace. How could Bai Qian and her companions infiltrate so discreetly? Were the palace guards and the powerful beings hidden throughout the palace merely passive observers? Moreover, considering that the 5 demons aimed to assassinate the crown prince of the Great Xia, this constituted a capital offense. Jiang Li could not fathom that Bai Qian and her 4 companions could orchestrate such a flawless assassination scheme on their own. It was evident that, had it not been for Jiang Li's enhanced strength, he might have perished at their hands. Furthermore, Jiang Li harbored a premonition that this assassination attempt against him might not be the primary objective. After all, within the Imperial Palace, there were individuals of greater significance than himself, such as Emperor Jiang Dingshan. "Your subordinate obeys." Gong Xinming dutifully acknowledged Jiang Li's command, promptly setting off to conduct the search. "Li Wenwan, I also require your assistance to gather information outside the palace. Tonight, the imperial capital may not be as peaceful as it appears." Jiang Li surmised that if Xiang Fei and Yi Nantian truly intended to test the emperor, it would not be a simple endeavor. It was possible that not only the East Palace and the Imperial Palace were affected, but the entire imperial capital might be embroiled in turmoil. At present, Jiang Li was left in the dark, devoid of information. The only reliable allies by his side were Gong Xinming and Li Wenwan. "Do not worry, my lord, I shall seek out Ashi immediately." Li Wenwan sensed the gravity of the situation and knew that if she could find Ashi, she would uncover the happenings within the imperial capital. Thus, after bidding farewell to Jiang Li, she hastened to the palace's exterior. Both Gong Xinming and Li Wenwan were dispatched by Jiang Li, each absorbed in their respective tasks. Meanwhile, Jiang Li focused on regulating his vital energy and restoring his true essence while pondering the unfolding events. The masterminds behind this entire scheme were undoubtedly Xiang Fei and Yi Nantian. They had initially dispatched individuals to abduct Yang Liui, intending to lure him out and attract General Yang, thus weakening the defenses of the imperial capital. Subsequently, they sent letters attempting to entice him out of the palace, yet he had refrained from acquiescing. Perhaps his agreement or refusal was of little consequence to them, as they possessed the means to infiltrate the palace and attempt his assassination, which explained the appearance of Bai Qian and her companions. However, given the inadequacy of Bai Qian and her companions' strength, their failure should logically conclude their assassination attempts. Yet, the emergence of demons and the emperor's inaction, along with the absence of powerful figures within the palace, indicated 2 possibilities. Either the emperor was also facing an assassination attempt, or he chose to endure, biding his time for an opportunity. Jiang Li furrowed his brow, meticulously untangling the threads of this situation. Unfortunately, he had gleaned too few clues, and he could not decipher the emperor's intentions. Boom! Just as Jiang Li was deep in thought, a thunderous explosion reverberated from the depths of the palace. Alarmed, he scrambled to the rooftop and gazed in the direction of the sound. Amidst the torrential rain, he beheld flames soaring high from the palace's interior, as though it were ablaze. Yet within that inferno, Jiang Li discerned the unmistakable presence of malevolent energy. The demonic aura billowed like smoke, surging forth from the flames, clearly visible to Jiang Li's penetrating gaze. Moreover, amidst the conflagration, he spotted a familiar silhouette. "Father!" Jiang Li's heart raced as he caught sight of the emperor's figure amidst the swirling demonic energy and flames. However, due to the significant distance, compounded by the inky darkness of night and the torrential downpour, he could only discern a vague outline, rendering it impossible to ascertain the specifics of the situation. It appeared that the worst-case scenario had unfolded. The emperor was under siege by formidable demons. Could it be that Xiang Fei and Yi Nantian had taken matters into their own hands, preparing for rebellion? Jiang Li's heart weighed heavily. He had been striving to grow stronger, hoping to acquire the necessary strength to confront Xiang Fei and Yi Nantian, yet now, with his power still insufficient, a series of unforeseen events had transpired, leaving him momentarily flustered. Boom, a second deafening explosion erupted, and the flames from the palace's depths intensified, impervious even to the torrential rain. The terrifying waves of battle unfolded like a tempest, creating a fierce wind that swept through the area, causing Jiangli, despite he understood that a cataclysmic battle was undoubtedly raging within the palace's depths. However, he was far too weak to even qualify as a distant observer, let alone rush in to assist. As Jiangli lay prone on the rooftop, he exerted all his effort to activate his penetrating gaze, peering into the depths of the palace. Though he lacked the qualification to join the fray, he yearned to ascertain the unfolding events. Thus, he strained his eyes to observe a whoosh. At that moment, a glimmer of cold light suddenly appeared behind Jiangli, manifesting without any warning, as if conjured from the void itself. Yet it was sharp and menacing, seemingly capable of piercing through anything. Jiangli's full attention had been fixated on the blazing inferno within the palace, leaving him no time to evade as the cold light pierced through him. Chapter 86 The Yellow Sparrow lurks behind. With a thud, Jiangli's figure tumbled from the rooftop, crashing directly to the ground, sending countless splashes of water into the air. Vivid crimson blood rapidly mingled with the rainwater, a sight both shocking and horrific. However, the assailant did not cease his assault. Although he had injured Jiangli, he had not delivered a fatal blow. But in the face of life and death, Jiangli, relying on his formidable physical strength, narrowly evaded a lethal wound. Nonetheless, his abdomen had been pierced, leaving him grievously wounded. Swish, the glint of cold light reappeared, darting towards Jiangli with a swiftness surpassing that of lightning. This time, the owner of the cold light bore the conviction of a killer, vowing to slay Jiangli. With strides as powerful as a dragon and as fierce as a tiger, Jiangli clutched his bleeding abdomen and swiftly executed the dragon's stride. Evading this deadly strike simultaneously, he activated his heavenly eye to its utmost, perceiving a shadow before him. You possess some skill. To evade this, no wonder Tai Qin and the others fell by your hand. A sinister voice echoed. Almost instantly, a young man clad in black with long black hair descended from the darkness, appearing before Jiangli. The youth had an effeminate appearance, with hair cascading over his shoulders and dressed in a form-fitting black attire. His eyes were narrow and icy, and most notably, he revealed two sharp, elongated fangs, reminiscent of a vampire. At that moment, Jiangli discerned the young man's strength. He was indeed at the 7th level of the Divine Sea realm, even more formidable than Tai Qin and his comrades. You are Yi Nanshan's second adopted son. The Black Bat. Jiangli's pupils constricted as he quickly deduced the young man's true identity from his appearance. Wei Yinantian had taken in 9 adopted sons, most of whom had already met their demise at Jiangli's hands. However, the first and second sons had yet to reveal themselves. He never expected the second son to appear here. Impressive insight, as expected of the crown prince of the Great Xia. Initially, we were tasked with the palace's dark guards, enlisting Tai Qin and his cohorts to deal with you. Little did we anticipate your strength to surpass our expectations. Not only did Tai Qin fail to kill you, but you annihilated them instead, indicating our complete misjudgment of your abilities. Nevertheless, you must die. With Gong Xinming and Li Wenwan absent, the Eastern Palace has no one to thwart us. The Black Bat's gaze remained fixed on Jiangli, a flicker of astonishment in his eyes, yet more pronounced was the intense intent to kill. The combined efforts of the 5 great demons had failed to eliminate Jiangli, who instead had turned the tables on them. Such a Jiangli was far too monstrous. He could not be allowed to continue growing stronger, and he must be slain while still vulnerable. Thus, he had come to personally eliminate this formidable threat. It seems Xiang Fei and Yi Nantian truly cannot wait any longer. Besides yourself, there should be others, right, to join forces, for alone you cannot hope to defeat me. Jiangli had not anticipated encountering such a formidable adversary following the 5 great demons. At this moment, Gong Xinming and Li Wenwan had been dispatched to gather information, and with his abdomen pierced and suffering severe injuries, Jiangli was in a precarious situation. Yet, he was not one to concede defeat even in dire straits. He would fight fiercely to carve out a path to survival. Jiangli, you are indeed quite clever. The years of debauchery were but a ruse on your part. Just then, another cold and ruthless voice rang out. Jiangli looked up to see a youth with a gaze as sharp as a blade, exuding an icy demeanor. Clad in ordinary garb, he emanated a palpable aura of malice, as if he had emerged from a sea of blood and corpses. However, Jiangli felt a flicker of familiarity emanating from him. This familiarity did not stem from an acquaintance, but rather from the essence he exuded. The first adopted son, Yi Tianhu. Jiangli's gaze sharpened as he discerned the youth's identity. Yi Tianhu was not only Yi Nanshan's first adopted son but also an exceptionally gifted demon with formidable power, standing at the 9th level of the Divine Sea realm, far surpassing the other demons. The presence of the Black Bat posed a significant threat to Jiangli, and with the addition of Yi Tianhu, his chances of survival diminished further. Jiangli, you have slain many of my sisters. On the orders of the Empress, I have come to take your life tonight. A sultry and enchanting voice emerged. Turning his head, Jiangli beheld a woman in red appearing behind him. She possessed a bewitching visage, with captivating phoenix eyes capable of ensnaring souls. The blood-red attire stood out vividly against the downpour, and a familiar scent of seduction wafted through the air, causing Jiangli's brow to furrow. The Red Fox, the foremost among the 7 demons of the Red Chamber? Jiangli scrutinized the woman in red, deducing her identity. With Yi Nanshan's first and second adopted sons, along with the Red Fox, the foremost of the 7 demons, the combined might of these 3 formidable entities encircled Jiangli, leaving him with no avenue for escape. Although there was no barrier sealing them off, the strength of these 3 would undoubtedly make short work of Jiangli. Moreover, with Gong Xinming and Li Wenwan dispatched to scout for information, the remaining guards in the Eastern Palace were far too weak to contend with such power. The failure of Bai Qian and her 5 companions caught us off guard, but fortunately, we have a backup plan. Now, all the strong figures in the palace have been drawn away by the Summer Emperor, and no one can save you. But if you wish to avoid a painful demise, then submit quietly, and I can guarantee you a swift end. The Black Bat sneered, brandishing a flying dagger as thin as a cicada's wing. The cold light that had pierced Zhang Li's abdomen was none other than this very dagger. With the Black Bat at the 7th level of the Divine Sea Realm, Yi Tianhu and the Red Fox both at the 9th level, the immense pressure upon Zhang Li was palpable. To compound matters, he had just emerged from a fierce battle with the 5 great demons, and now, with his abdomen wounded, he was in no condition to face these 3 formidable foes. Yet, amidst the looming threat of the 3 demons, Zhang Li felt a flicker of hope. He was grateful that after slaying the 5 great demons, he had absorbed 660 years of cultivation. This accumulated essence would prove pivotal in this battle. Without hesitation, he focused his mind and began to cultivate the 7th layer of the Tiger's Roar and Dragon's Cry technique, expending 640 years of cultivation to elevate it to that level. In no time, Zhang Li infused all his energy into the technique Roar. In an instant, a simultaneous roar of a tiger and a cry of a dragon erupted from within Zhang Li, shaking the heavens and earth. At that moment, his physique expanded, his vitality surged like a blazing fire, and his true energy surged forth, forcefully opening his sea of consciousness and manifesting his first strand of mental energy. With the opening of his sea of consciousness and the refinement of his mental energy, he had unexpectedly broken through to the first level of the Divine Sea Realm, Chapter 87. The realm of Divine Sea. Zhang Li had never anticipated that upon elevating the Tiger Roar Dragon chant to its 7th tier, he would experience such a monumental enhancement. Previously, he had been merely at the 6th level of the Dantian realm, yet now he had directly opened the Sea of Consciousness, breaking through to the first level of the Divine Sea Realm. Not only did he shatter 4 realms in succession, but he also transcended a major boundary. At this moment, he had not only opened his Sea of Consciousness, but his vital energy surged like a roaring inferno, fortifying his physique, while the Tiger Sha true energy coursed through him like a volcanic eruption, swiftly staunching and healing the wounds in his abdomen. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Li not only stabilized his injuries but also significantly augmented his strength, thereby alleviating the pressure he felt when confronted by the 3 formidable demons. What? The first level of the Divine Sea, how is that even conceivable? The Black Bat's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets, staring incredulously at Zhang Li, rubbing his eyes vigorously as if believing he were hallucinating. The path of martial cultivation requires one to proceed step by step. Even if one were to acquire some rare treasures that could dramatically enhance strength, time would still be necessary for absorption and refinement. Yet Zhang Li, in full view of everyone, had instantaneously shattered 4 realms, ascending from the 6th level of the Dantian realm to the 1st level of the Divine Sea realm. This was nothing short of fantastical. Though the Black Bat had witnessed it with his own eyes, he could still hardly believe it. Meanwhile, Yi Tianhu and Honghu also found their pupils constricting in disbelief. It seemed that the lady was indeed correct. There was undoubtedly a grand secret hidden within him, for it was impossible for anyone to ascend so rapidly and break through 4 realms in the blink of an eye. Honghu's phoenix eyes glimmered with murderous intent and avarice. If a debauched and morally bankrupt prince like Zhang Li could achieve such rapid advancement, then what might she accomplish if she were to uncover this secret? Though Honghu was the foremost among the 7 demonesses of the Red Mansion, she harbored her own ambitions. At that moment, it was not just Honghu, Yi Tianhu was also fixated on Zhang Li. He too believed that Zhang Li must possess a remarkable treasure, for it was inconceivable to advance so swiftly otherwise. Thus, a twinge of greed blossomed within him, yearning to seize this treasure for himself. Kill! A glint of ferocity flashed in Yi Tianhu's eyes as he could no longer contain himself and was the first to strike. Gripping a black battle knife, he pounced upon Zhang Li like a tiger descending a mountain, rapidly closing the distance. Yi Tianhu was a formidable opponent at the 9th level of the Divine Sea Realm, not only boasting immense power but also remarkable swordsmanship. With a single slash, he unleashed a wave of murderous intent. The Tiger Sha Blade technique. Yi Tianhu practiced a low-tier Earth-grade technique, superior in rank to Zhang Li's Demon Slayer Blade technique. Though he had not yet reverted to his true demonic form, he did not conceal his demonic aura. Channeling this aura into his black battle knife, he amplified the ferocity of the Tiger Sha Blade technique. As he struck, the demonic energy surged, and the fierce blade light transformed into a black tiger, bolstered by his mental prowess, as it lunged toward Zhang Li with its gaping maw. Demon Slayer technique. Faced with Yi Tianhu's powerful strike, Zhang Li dared not be the least bit careless. He grasped the demon knife and swiftly countered with the Demon Slayer Blade technique. Fortunately, Zhang Li had already perfected this technique, otherwise, he might not have been able to withstand Yi Tianhu's onslaught. Buzz. At that moment, a sinister purple eye materialized upon the blade of the demon knife. This eye had appeared before, capable of absorbing the souls of demons. However, after extensive study, Zhang Li had been unable to activate it at will. Yet now, this purple demonic eye manifested once more, fixating upon the black tiger formed by the blade light. In the next instant, the black tiger, a manifestation of the blade light, transformed into a wisp of darkness, directly absorbed by the purple demonic eye. How is this possible? Yi Tianhu was taken aback, unable to believe that his full force strike had simply vanished. Allow me. The Black Bat could no longer restrain himself and joined the fray. As a 7th-level powerhouse of the Divine Sea Realm, his mental prowess was formidable, and he excelled in controlling flying knives with his mind. Whoosh! The flying knife whistled through the air like a streak of black light, so fast it was almost inconceivable, aimed at Zhang Li's rear skull from an exceedingly cunning angle. The Eye of Insight. Zhang Li, possessing a mid-grade divine ability known as the Eye of Insight, had now opened his Sea of Consciousness and condensed his first mental force. He utilized this mental power to activate the Eye of Insight, clearly perceiving the trajectory of the Black Bat's flying knife. Subsequently, Zhang Li employed the Dragon Stride Tiger Step, effortlessly evading the flying knife's assault. A bunch of worthless fools. Just watch me. The failures of Yi Tianhu and the Black Bat caused Hong Hu to furrow her brows. At that moment, she gazed intently at Zhang Li, and her enchanting eyes erupted with an otherworldly red light, innate divine ability, a desire illusion. Hong Hu excelled in mental attacks, being a 9th-level powerhouse of the Divine Sea realm. The technique she unleashed with her 9 strands of mental force was immensely powerful. Even Yi Tianhu, at the same level, held a deep trepidation toward Hong Hu's illusions. Thus, she believed that Zhang Li, having just broken through to the first level of the Divine Sea realm, was certainly no match for her and would inevitably fall into her illusion, unable to extricate himself, becoming her pawn. Indeed, when Zhang Li's eyes met Hong Hu's, he froze, his gaze vacant, as if ensnared in an inescapable illusion. I am my illusion, no one can retain their secrets. Come now, reveal your secrets to me. I shall be your new master. A smirk played upon Hong Hu's lips, her expression one of triumph. Her voice was ethereal, and with the aid of her innate ability, the desire illusion, she sought to manipulate the emotions within Zhang Li, enticing him to divulge the truth of his secrets. My secret is. Zhang Li's expression remained vacant, his gaze unfocused, as he began to speak, seemingly on the verge of revealing the truth. Upon witnessing this scene, the three of them leaned in, eager to hear Zhang Li's secret. My secret is that this princess has not fallen victim to your illusion. Zhang Li suddenly grinned widely, his eyes brimming with mockery. This left Hong Hu utterly astonished, unable to believe that her illusion had failed. Meanwhile, Zhang Li seized the moment when Hong Hu's concentration wavered, swiftly executing the Dragon Stride Tiger Step to close the distance, then channeling the Tiger Sha true energy into the demon knife. Mid-grade divine ability Blade Cuts the Universe. Zhang Li had been waiting for this opportunity, and now he seized it with precision, unleashing his full power to perform the Blade Cuts the Universe with the demon knife, delivering the most formidable strike. Whoosh, the demon knife sliced through the downpour, cleaving the heavens, leaving a trail of unparalleled brilliance in the night eye. In the next instant, with shock and disbelief in Hong Hu's eyes, the blade accurately struck her neck. One strike, severed. Chapter 88. Close combat. Thud. The headless corpse of the red fox collapsed to the ground with a resounding thump, its crimson demonic blood swiftly mingling with the rainwater, pooling around it. Soon after, the head of the red fox rolled to Zhang Li's feet, the once vibrant phoenix eyes now wide with disbelief and terror. Fixated on Zhang Li, she had never anticipated that she would meet her demise at his hands, and in such a pitiful manner. It is worth noting that she was the foremost among the 7 great demonesses of the Red Pavilion, a formidable being at the 9th tier of the Divine Sea realm. Yet now, she lay slain by Zhang Li's blade, without even the chance to manifest her true demonic form, or this was utterly inconceivable. However, once life is extinguished, it cannot be rekindled. Zhang Li had deliberately feigned being ensnared by an illusion, luring the red fox into a false sense of security as she approached. With a gathered momentum, he struck with all his might, barely managing to slay the red fox. It can be said that if any part of this intricate plan had faltered, not only would Zhang Li have failed in his endeavor, but he would have also found himself in grave peril. Thus, this strike was indeed a gamble for Zhang Li. Fortunately, he emerged victorious, successfully eliminating the red fox and alleviating a significant burden from his shoulders. The red fox is dead? The black bat's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets as he stared in disbelief at the lifeless body of the red fox.asa demon. The black bat was acutely aware of the red fox's prowess. Even Yi Tianhu regarded her with great caution, yet here she was, perishing at the hands of Zhang Li, and in such a humiliating fashion. What a terrifying scheme. Yi Tianhu also trembled, his hair standing on end. He too had not expected Zhang Li to withstand the red fox's illusions, which were so potent that even he feared them. Furthermore, he had never considered that Zhang Li could possibly slay the red fox. Yet now, the bloody reality lay before him, leaving no room for disbelief. This revelation made it abundantly clear to him the decisiveness and overwhelming might of Zhang Li. Black Bat, we have lost too many lives and paid too great a price. Today, we have no retreat, we must stake our lives to vanquish him. So be cautious and give it your all. Yi Tianhu solemnly warned the black bat. The red fox had paid with her life for her carelessness, and they could not afford to tread the same path. Understood. The black bat, thoroughly shaken by Zhang Li's formidable strike, was now filled with profound vigilance and trepidation, vowing not to let his guard down. Demonic form, manifest. Yi Tianhu had no intention of confronting Zhang Li in his human guise. Instead, he summoned forth his demonic essence, revealing his true form to face Zhang Li with all his might. A fearsome roar erupted from Yi Tianhu, resonating with lethal intent as he transformed into a black tiger demon. His body was as dark as ink, devoid of any other hues, yet his eyes shone with a golden hue, adorned with a golden character of king upon his forehead. The dark malevolence radiated from him like flames, fierce and intimidating. Meanwhile, the black bat also revealed his demonic form, manifesting as a bat demon, his figure melding into the shadows of the night. His elongated fangs glistened menacingly as he prepared to strike. In this moment, the death of the red fox served as a grim reminder for Yi Tianhu and the black bat, prompting them to unveil their true forms and charge with unyielding ferocity toward Zhang Li. Yi Tianhu, transformed into a black tiger demon, exuded an aura of savagery, possessing formidable close combat capabilities. The black bat, now a bat demon, flapped his wings, soaring through the air like a nocturnal assassin, poised to strike. Swish! Yi Tianhu was the first to attack, unleashing his demonic energy, the malevolent aura akin to a blazing fire, accompanied by a roar that sent shockwaves to shatter Zhang Li's focus. Simultaneously, the black bat emitted a sonic wave, seeking to disrupt Zhang Li's mental clarity. As his wings fluttered, he launched his flying daggers, seeking an opening to pierce Zhang Li. Tiger Roar, Dragon Cry. Faced with the combined assault of Yi Tianhu and the Black Bat, Zhang Li summoned all his concentration. He unleashed his martial prowess, emitting a roar that resonated with both Tiger and Dragon, creating a sonic wave powerful enough to counteract Yi Tianhu's roar and the Black Bat's sonic attack. With his demonic blade in hand, Zhang Li executed the Dragon Walk, pitting himself against both Yi Tianhu and the Black Bat. Despite being at a lower cultivation level than both adversaries, Zhang Li possessed a plethora of techniques at his disposal, and the recent slaying of the Red Fox had granted him an additional 280 years of cultivation. With this, combined with the remaining 20 years, Zhang Li now wielded 300 years of experience unfolding the Dragon Walk. With a single thought, Zhang Li infused himself with the essence of 300 years of cultivation. As he expended this energy, his speed and agility surged, elevating to a level of mastery. Swish, in the face of the coordinated onslaught from Yi Tianhu and the Black Bat, Zhang Li's speed surged dramatically, allowing him to effortlessly evade their strikes. Demon-slaying blade technique. Concurrently, Zhang Li wielded his demonic blade, executing the demon-slaying blade technique. Having mastered this technique, he had comprehended the essence of its intent. Within him, the tiger malevolence surged like a torrent, flowing from his dantian into the demonic blade. Clang! When the demonic blade clashed with Yi Tianhu's black warblade, sparks erupted, and a fierce energy burst forth. To Yi Tianhu's astonishment, despite his 9th-tier divine sea prowess and this was nothing short of astonishing. How could a mere human possess strength and resilience surpassing his own? 3 blades of death. In that moment, the Black Bat swiftly launched his attack, manipulating 3 flying daggers from different directions toward Zhang Li. Each dagger bore a menacing aura, compelling Zhang Li to take heed, forcing him to withdraw his demonic blade and counter the incoming projectiles. Clang! The trajectories of the 3 daggers had already been discerned by Zhang Li's perceptive eyes. In an instant, his demonic blade moved like lightning, executing a flurry of slashes that successfully repelled all 3 daggers. Kill. At this juncture, Zhang Li had no intention of retreating. Instead, he charged toward Yi Tianhu. His demonic blade danced in the air, unleashing a barrage of razor-sharp slashes. Simultaneously, he emitted a resonant roar, countering the mental assaults from both Yi Tianhu and the Black Bat. You dare to engage me in close combat? How utterly foolish! Observing Zhang Li's audacity, Yi Tianhu sneered, deeming Zhang Li's actions a path to his own demise. As a demon, his physical prowess in close quarters far surpassed that of any human. Thus, Yi Tianhu pressed forward, clashing ferociously with Zhang Li. In that moment, Zhang Li seized the opportunity and launched a powerful strike. Black Tiger's Heart Extraction.